a mere mortal, a spirit-gathering pot, and a path to invincibility. Yun Hao was originally an ordinary man living in the countryside, but by chance he acquired a mysterious spirit-gathering pot. This pot creates its own space, capable of gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, nurturing spiritual herbs, and allowing him to cultivate and practice immortality. Thus, he embarked on an extraordinary journey from a commoner to a cultivator. With the aid of the spirit-gathering pot, he cultivated the land, refined elixirs, and amassed resources, strategically advancing from the realm of mortals to that of immortals. Opposing martial cultivators with the body of a commoner, he vanquished demons and evil spirits, rising amidst blood and fire. The path of immortality is fraught with peril, with sect rivalries and rampant monsters. As Yun Hao traversed this treacherous journey, he left behind a trail of crimson footprints and countless bones. A commoner cultivating immortality, defying fate. Chapter 1. The Youth of Qing Shui Village, Yun Hao. Within the vast territory of the Diyu dynasty lies the remote region of Liangzhou, specifically Qing Shui Village. As dawn broke, a faint light appeared on the horizon, yet it failed to dispel the oppressive heat lingering in the the tender age of 16. Yun Hao slowly awakened amidst this unbearable heat. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the light filtering through the thatched roof above. The walls, worn and cracked from years of neglect, seemed on the verge of collapse. The dilapidated wooden bed creaked as he rose and donned his patched clothing. The hunger gnawing at his stomach was a more acute torment than the external heat, a burning reminder of the harshness of reality. In the background, a faint coughing sound from the adjacent room echoed in his ears. It belonged to his only relative, his sister Yun Wei. Yesterday, she had ventured out to gather wild vegetables, but had unfortunately fallen and injured herself. Unable to afford a physician, Yun Wei had to endure the pain and had coughed throughout the night. Yun Hao entered the kitchen, appending the rice container to reveal only a small handful of yellow millet. After igniting the firewood stove, he poured 2 large ladles of water into the pot and added the last remnants of millet, preparing to make a thin porridge for his sister. Rather than porridge, it was more akin to water broth. Once the porridge was ready, Yun Hao ladled out the grains and filled the bowl, bringing it to his sister Yun Wei. "Sister, how do you feel? I made you a bowl of porridge," Yun Hao called as he entered the room to find his sister curled up on the bed. Yun Wei struggled to sit up, her complexion pale and waxen, lacking any semblance of color. "I will be fine, just need a rest for 2 days," she replied, only to be interrupted by another bout of coughing. Yun Hao hastily set the bowl aside and helped his sister sit up. "Sister, I will go find old Taoist later and see if I can gather some herbs and mountains for you." He handed her the bowl of porridge. The old Taoist Yun Hao referred to resided 10 miles east of the village at the Jiming Mountain Taoist Temple. He was a rather eccentric old man who claimed to be cultivating immortality and seeking enlightenment. However, Yun Hao had witnessed the old man's comical plight of being chased by wild dogs, making him skeptical of the old man's supposed skills. Since childhood, the old man had lived alone at the temple, which lacked any proper offerings, surviving on meager meals. When their parents were still alive, their mother was a believer at the temple, and Yun Hao had accompanied her there as a child, thus becoming familiar with the old man. In Yun Hao's eyes, the old man's only redeeming quality was his ability to read and identify herbs, possessing a modicum of medical knowledge. Villagers often sought the old man for herbal remedies when they fell ill, relying on him since they could not afford a physician. Despite the old man's frequent misdiagnoses, impoverished families had little choice but to grasp at straws. Yun Hao occasionally visited the temple to listen to the old man's stories and learn to read and identify herbs. He initially thought his sister's injury would heal with a night's rest, but it seemed more severe, compelling him to seek the old man for herbs to aid her recovery. Moreover, their home was so barren that they lacked even a single tool to gather herbs. He would have to borrow from the old man. Yun Wei, taken aback, said, "It is my fault for being useless and burdening you. Little Hao, I know we are out of rice, and the mountains are dangerous. Do not venture there today. Instead, gather some wild roots by the creek for us to eat. As for my health, do not worry. Just avoid the Falling Star Ridge. There are fierce beasts in the mountains." Listening to his sister's heartfelt admonitions, Yun Hao nodded vigorously in agreement. "Sister, do not worry. I will be cautious and avoid Falling Star Ridge. I just want to check on the old Taoist. He is quite old, and I have not visited in days. We cannot let him pass away alone at the temple. Then be careful when you go out. Yun Wei said, realizing her brother's bond with the old man. Having learned to read from him, Yun Hao had a sense of connection to the temple. Moreover, their mother had been a believer while she was alive, and although the old man was eccentric, he had always been of assistance to the siblings. Visiting him would be beneficial. Understood. Yun Hao stepped outside. Having consumed a bowl of broth devoid of any grains, he felt a slight relief from the burning sensation in his stomach. Though he assured his sister he would not go to Falling Star Ridge, his true destination was precisely there. After all, the Jiming Mountain Taoist Temple was adjacent to Falling Star Ridge, making a convenient route. This year's drought had left many without food, and the surrounding areas of the village yielded no wild vegetables or edible roots. The only place they could find herbs and wild vegetables was Falling Star Ridge. The name of Falling Star Ridge had a long history. According to the old man, it was named after stars that had fallen long ago. However, few dared to venture there due to the pervasive toxic miasma and the presence of fierce beasts. Even skilled hunters refrained from entering. With no other choice, lacking food and water, the siblings had to survive. He would brave any danger, be it toxic miasma or ferocious beasts. After a short while, Yun Hao arrived at the Jiming Mountain Taoist Temple. Seeing the worn temple doors wide open, he called out, "Old Taoist." As he stepped inside, "Little mouse, you haven't visited the Taoist for several days." In the dilapidated temple courtyard, beneath the stout ginkgo tree, the old man lay languidly on a wooden chair, speaking with little energy. Seeing the frail and elderly figure, Yun Hao noted that the old man appeared even weaker and more emaciated than before, as if he were little more than skin and bones. He approached and said, "Old Taoist, my sister fell and hurt herself yesterday and coughed all night. I need to go into the mountains to gather herbs. What can I use to treat her? A fall and a cough? That sounds rather serious. Let me think. Yes, it could be a blocked airway, lung contusion, or fractured bones. You should gather some snow lotus, bone-setting herbs, licorice, and old heron grass for medicinal use," the old man replied. Yun Hao committed these names to memory. Having spent years learning from the old man, he recognized these herbs, but was uncertain of their effects, and "I would like to borrow your herb basket and hoe, and I promise to return them," he said, worried about his sister's condition as he searched the corner for the tools. "Little mouse, come back. There are wild vegetable dumplings in the house. Take one to stave off hunger," the old man called out to him. Yun Hao hesitated and replied, "No, you keep it. I can find some wild vegetables in the mountains. I insist you take one. I probably won't last much longer. Whether you eat one more or one less doesn't matter. Alas, in this life, I've never grasped the way to immortality. I have no fate to enter the path. Otherwise, I would have cultivated to the point where I could survive without earthly sustenance." The old man's ramblings continued as he lay there. Though Yun Hao was quite hungry, he did not take the dumpling. He knew the old man had no food to spare as for the old man's nonsensical talk of immortality and transcending mortal needs. He had long grown accustomed to it and paid it no mind. He exited the temple with the herb basket and hoe in hand. Behind him, he heard the old man's feeble voice. "Little mouse, remember to come back and visit the Taoist in a few days. If I pass away, out of gratitude for teaching you to read, you must dig a grave for me." Understood. Yun Hao felt a slight sting in his nose, but did not look back, acknowledging him as he followed the path toward Falling Star Ridge. In this world, apart from his sister Yun Wei, the old Taoist master was his sole companion. While others looked down upon him, the old Taoist had never done so. Regrettably, the old master's health had deteriorated to the point of imminent demise, and Yun Hao knew that his time was limited. After about the duration of a stick of incense, he entered the realm of Zuixingling, where the dense forest and towering mountains grew increasingly cool and misty as he ventured. Deeper, it was unclear how long he had been walking when Yun Hao began to feel dizzy. The mist in the woods thickened, and in a daze he caught sight of a stream 3 meters below him. Overcome with excitement, he stumbled and tumbled down with a cry. Rolling into the water, as the world spun around him, he felt a sharp pain in his hand. When he finally came to a stop, he found himself lying in the stream, relieved that the water was shallow enough to prevent drowning. The coolness of the water revived him somewhat, and he slowly got to his feet, noticing that his palm had been cut during the fall, with blood mingling into the stream. To his astonishment, he discovered that the blood integrating into the water converged at a point where a flickering light emanated. The stream was crystal clear, and he could see what appeared to be a glowing stone just a meter away. He moved his body closer and reached out toward the radiant spot. With a splash, he grasped a fist-sized object that resembled a jade bottle held by a deity depicted on the wall of the Jiming Mountain Taoist temple. The material was peculiar, neither stone nor metal, adorned with intricate natural patterns that, in his hand, the bottle felt icy. It was only 2 fingers long, tapering at the base with no discernible cap, resembling a delicately crafted wine vessel. Blood from his wound stained its surface, yet he was unaware that the vessel was absorbing his blood. He thought it fortuitous to have found such a bottle after his fall. Peering into the opening, he was met with darkness, unable to see anything within. Shaking it revealed no sound or weight, leading him to mutter, "It is a bit small, but it will suffice for carrying water." For someone with little to their name, discovering this small bottle felt like acquiring a piece of furniture. Upon closer inspection, he found no other remarkable features. Grasping the bottle, Yun Hao lowered it into the stream, intending to fill it with water. Bubbles began to rise from the opening as fresh water flowed in. He anticipated it would fill quickly, but to his surprise, several minutes passed, and the bubbling continued, indicating it was still not full. "I'll see if it can't be filled," he challenged, placing the bottle back into the water. Time ticked by, and nearly an hour later, the bubbling persisted, as if the small vessel were a bottomless pit, eternally incapable of being filled. His hand grew numb, and reluctantly, he withdrew the bottle from the stream. Peering inside, he was stunned to find it still dark, though now it contained some mist. The water he had poured in was nowhere to be seen, and it remained silent and weightless. This left Yun Hao bewildered. Unable to fathom the mystery, he simply acknowledged the bottle's uniqueness. Perhaps it was truly a magical vessel. Lifting it to his lips, he wondered if he could drink the water within. His delight. A stream of cool water poured forth, tasting extraordinarily sweet, unlike any water he had ever encountered. After several generous sips, he felt his hunger dissipate. Unbeknownst to him, the wound on his hand was rapidly healing. Revitalized and filled with newfound energy, he pondered whether the water from the bottle had transformative properties. To confirm his hypothesis, he took a sip from the stream, which tasted distinctly different, lacking the sweetness of the bottled water. Could it be that this little bottle possessed the ability to alter the quality of water? Realizing that over 2 hours had passed, Yun Hao remembered his intention to gather herbs for his sister and knew he could not delay further. He placed the precious bottle into his herbal basket. Initially concerned that the bottle, lacking a cap, might spill its contents, he soon discovered he had overthought it. Though the bottle appeared open, it would not leak a single drop unless he consciously wished it to. Hoisting the herbal basket and taking up his hoe, he set out to search for herbs. Common herbs were relatively easy to find, and after spending a significant amount of time, Yun Hao successfully unearthed several medicinal plants to aid his sister's ailment. During his foraging, he also stumbled upon a wild yam and edible wild greens, filling half his basket, enough for him and his sister to enjoy 2 meals. With a sense of fulfillment, Yun Hao prepared to return home. Just then, a piercing howl echoed through the air, startling him as he felt a surge of tension. The tales of ferocious beasts in Zhuxingling were not mere myths. Chapter 2. Awakening to Surprises. Roar, followed by a series of grunts. The former sounded like a great beast, which the old Taoist had mentioned was a tiger, while the latter was likely a wild boar, seemingly only a few dozen meters away. Yun Hao's body tensed, and his immediate instinct was to flee. However, a moment's reflection made him realize that in this dense forest, any noise would easily attract the attention of feral creatures, and running would be futile. It was better to remain still. Fortunately, after a while, the sounds gradually faded, allowing Yun Hao to breathe a sigh of relief. After waiting until he could no longer hear any roars, he began to relax, eager to leave. As he turned to depart, he paused. The earlier sounds clearly indicated a struggle between beasts, whether it was a tiger hunting a wild boar or a clash among various predators. Surely, there must have been some injuries. Curiosity piqued. He wondered if he might discover something useful if he ventured closer. Fortune favored the bold, and Yun Hao decided to investigate. Being cautious, he resolved not to approach too closely should there still be any lurking beasts. If there were indeed any fallen creatures, he would scavenge what he could. In a world where food was scarce, even a morsel of meat could mean survival. With this thought, Yun Hao slowly made his way toward the source of the earlier roars. After navigating through a thicket, he arrived at a clearing strewn with disheveled bushes. The ground was pockmarked with varying sizes of depressions, The earth turned as if it had been disturbed. Bloodstains lingered in the air, a pungent smell wafting about. He saw no sign of any beast remaining. Yun Hao deduced that the animals had moved on. The ground was littered with fur and large paw prints, indicating a group of wild boars had been pursued and attacked by a tiger. Regrettably, no carcasses were in sight, leaving Yun Hao feeling slightly disappointed. Taking a few steps forward, he felt something soft beneath his feet. What's this? Looking down, he was surprised to find a tail, a foot long, belonging to a wild boar, likely severed by a tiger's bite. A surge of joy filled him. This would make for a delightful meal when stewed with wild yam. Removing his herbal basket, he wrapped the boar's tail in a leaf and placed it inside. Just as he was about to stand, he noticed a half-exposed yellow root beside a large hole created by the wild boar, emanating a rich herbal fragrance. Upon closer inspection, his face lit up with excitement. Ginseng, it's ginseng. The root was thick like a finger, with the end appearing bitten off, yet still adorned with ginseng leaves. He was certain it was a fragment of ginseng. The old Taoist had taught him how to identify ginseng and had emphasized its value as a potent tonic, leaving a lasting impression on him. After the initial thrill, Yun Hao sighed. What a pity it's only half. It won't fetch much. He recalled the old Taoist words. Only whole and intact ginseng was truly valuable. However, upon reflection, it was a fortunate find. Even if it could not be sold for money, it would serve well to nourish my sister's health. After carefully removing the dirt, Yun Hao casually inserted the half section of ginseng into the precious bottle. The fragment of ginseng is still ginseng. This item is precious, and placing in the bottle would prevent it from being damaged further. He then shouldered his medicine basket and hoisted his hoe, making his way home. The weather had been hot upon his arrival, and with an empty stomach, he found himself stumbling as he walked. Yet on the return journey, Yun Hao moved with remarkable swiftness, feeling as though he reached home in no time. This stark contrast, he believed, was likely related to the water from the precious bottle. Ever since he had consumed that water, his physical condition had remained exceptional. By the time he arrived home, dusk had settled in. He called out to his sister, announcing his safe return, knowing she would worry about him while he was away. Receiving a response from his sister Yun Wei, he headed to the kitchen. Upon retrieving the precious bottle from the medicine basket, he was taken aback to discover that the once wilted ginseng leaves were now lush and vibrant, each leaf fully unfurled. A tea appeared as though it had never been uprooted by a wild boar, but rather as if it had been thriving in the soil, exhibiting signs of robust life. Without hesitation, Yun Hao pulled the ginseng from the bottle, and in the next moment his eyes widened in astonishment. The half section of ginseng had miraculously regrown into a complete root, measuring a substantial length, even taking on a humanoid outline and seemingly becoming sturdier. After a moment of stunned silence, Yun Hao pondered whether the water from the precious bottle had catalyzed this transformation. That if that were the case, it would suggest that ordinary stream water, upon passing through the bottle, had gained remarkable vitality. The fact that even a severed piece of ginseng could be restored spoke volumes about the bottle's life-giving properties. Curious to test its effects on other plants, he made his way to the corner of the courtyard where his sister had planted flowers and herbs. Due to a prolonged drought, the plants had withered away after 3 months without rain. Holding the precious bottle, he contemplated pouring out its water to rejuvenate the desiccated flora. As he tilted the bottle, a stream of crystal-clear water flowed out, and after watering the plants, Yun Hao returned to the kitchen, eager to see if there would be any changes by. The next day, using the water from the precious bottle, he first prepared medicine for his sister. He then ignited the fire and processed a pig's tail, cleaning it and cutting it in half, saving the other half for tomorrow's meal. He cleaned some wild yam and greens, adding half a pot of water from the precious bottle to the stew along with some salt. As the pot simmered, a savory aroma filled the air, causing Yun Hao to swallow in anticipation, his stomach rumbling in response. Although there was a half-cut pig's tail, the rich meatiness combined with the wild yam and greens created a delectable dish. Once prepared, he served a bowl to his sister, and the two siblings enjoyed a hearty meal together. His sister Yun Wei inquired about the source of the meat, to which Yun Hao replied half-truthfully that he had gathered it with the old Taoist in the mountains, along with the ginseng and pig's tail. That he chose not to mention the precious bottle, not out of distrust, but rather an instinctual desire to keep it secret to himself. After finishing the meal, he watched as his sister consumed her medicine. Once he had washed the dishes and tidied up, Night had already fallen, and he retired to his room to sleep. He planned to wake early the next day to sell the ginseng in town and purchase some grains. As he lay on the dilapidated wooden bed, clutching the precious bottle, he drifted into slumber. In the deep of night, the moonlight streamed through a hole in the thatched roof, casting a beam of silver light upon the bottle in his embrace. That moment, unseen by anyone, the bottle emitted a soft glow, resembling a myriad of sparkling grains that enveloped Yun Hao entirely. Each glowing particle entered his body, disappearing as if rainwater was seeping into the earth. The next morning, when he awoke, the sun had risen brightly. Unlike any other day, Yun Hao felt invigorated, his vitality unprecedented, as if he were a pillar of strength. When he donned his patched clothing, he noticed it felt tighter than before. After a moment of contemplation, he realized it was not that his clothes had shrunk, but rather that he had grown taller. Lost in thought, he heard commotion coming from the kitchen and stepped outside to find his sister busy at work. Recalling that she had not coughed the previous night, he felt a surge of joy upon seeing her industriousness, confirming that the various herbs prescribed by the old Taoist were indeed effective. "Are you feeling better, sister?" Yun Hao inquired from the kitchen doorway. Yunwei looked up and smiled. "I am well now. No more coughing, and my body no longer aches. The herbs the old Taoist gave you are very effective. Go wash up. I have prepared a porridge of wild yam and greens." "Good, as long as you are well, but do not overexert yourself. Take time to rest." "Rest assured, I am fine," she replied. After exchanging a few words, Yun Hao headed to the outhouse. Upon exiting, he caught sight of vibrant greenery in the corner of the wall, causing his heart to race with excitement. To awaken and discover such a surprise was indeed remarkable. It was the dry flowers and herbs he had watered with the precious bottle's water. Yesterday, the plants had been yellow and withered, yet now they were lush and bursting with life, with a small flower even blooming among them. This was nothing short of a miracle, suggesting a remarkable growth effect. With this realization, Yun Hao's heart swelled with enthusiasm. Did this not imply that he could use the water from the precious bottle to cultivate grains, medicinal herbs, and more? Suppressing his excitement, he finished his bowl of wild yam porridge and prepared to head to town to sell the ginseng. Upon returning, he planned to purchase rice and medicinal seeds, intending to cultivate them with the precious water. In the future, he and his sister might not have to suffer from hunger. Yunwei, concerned for Yun Hao, wished to accompany him, but he insisted she stay behind, fearing the 40-plus kilometer journey would be too taxing for her recovering health. Having previously accompanied the old Taoist to town, he was confident in finding his way. After more than an hour, Yun Hao arrived at the town, heading straight for the largest pharmacy, Xinglin Fang. Upon entering and approaching the counter, the shopkeeper inquired, "Young man, are you here for consultation or to procure medicine?" Yun Hao candidly asked, "Excuse me, do you purchase medicinal herbs?" The shopkeeper, observing the medicine basket slung over Yun Hao's back, responded amiably, "Indeed, we do. Xinglin Fang is the largest pharmacy in town. We not only treat ailments and sell medicines, but also buy herbs." "What do you have to sell?" "As long as the quality is good, we offer fair prices that in a year of severe drought with poor harvests, it was not uncommon for mountain farmers to gather herbs to supplement their household income." Chapter 3. Targeted after striking rich, Yun Hao retrieved a ginseng wrapped in grass leaves from the medicinal basket and placed it on the counter. The shopkeeper, initially displaying a lackadaisical demeanor, instantly brightened up. He picked up the ginseng for a meticulous examination. "Moments latte." A more pronounced smile graced his face as he looked at Yun Hao and remarked, "This is the most intact ginseng root I have ever seen. Young brother, your skill in gathering herbs is truly commendable. Not a single fine rootlet has been broken." In response to the shopkeeper's praise, Yun Hao offered a simple, honest smile, but remained silent, inwardly reflecting, "What skill do I possess?" The intact roots are solely the bottle's merit. Hidden within his bosom, the precious bottle possessed the miraculous ability to regenerate severed limbs, albeit in the form of ginseng roots. Observing the shopkeeper's smile, he felt reassured that the ginseng would certainly be accepted, though he was curious about the price it would fetch. Anticipation welled within him. The shopkeeper declared, "This ginseng is over 6 years old. Typically, a ginseng of this vintage would be valued at merely 2.5 taels of silver. However, given the exceptional quality of your ginseng and the difficulty of gathering herbs in these times, I shall not shortchange you. How does 3 taels of silver sound?" Upon hearing the sum of 3 taels, Yun Hao's heart raced. For someone who had known hunger, this was an astronomical figure. A single coin on the street could buy a large meat bun or half a gene of coarse salt. 10 coins could procure a liter of rice, which, if managed prudently, could sustain them for several days. 1 tael of silver equated to 1,000 coins. Thus 3 taels amounted to an impressive 3,000 coins. This was an immense fortune. He silently rejoiced at the prospect of wealth. Mistaking Yun Hao's silence for discontent, the shopkeeper interjected, "Young brother, 3 taels is already quite generous. You may inquire at other apothecaries. Our Xinglin pharmacy offers the highest price in the entire Xinga town." Yun Hao's silence stemmed not from dissatisfaction, but from being overwhelmed by the magnitude of the sum. He quickly responded, "Deal. Excellent. Would you prefer silver or cash?" The shopkeeper inquired. Sensing that Yun Hao might not understand, he elaborated, 1 tael of silver equals 1 cash, and 1 cash is 1,000 coins. Loose cash is easier to handle. 3 cash. Yun Hao exclaimed. In truth, he was aware of the currency conversion, having been taught by the old Taoist. Emerging from Xinglin pharmacy, Yun Hao felt the weight of fortune in his bosom. Selling the ginseng for 3 cash felt surreal. With this money, he and his sister would not starve this year, and they could even indulge. The next step was to improve their living conditions. He first made his way to the bun shop. The aroma of savory meat buns was something he had never experienced. Last year, during the new year at his uncle's home, he had watched his relatives relish meat buns while he and his sister could only gaze hungrily. He had longed for the day when he could savor a succulent meat bun until he was full. Upon entering the bun shop, he was abruptly halted by the shop assistant, who scolded, Hey, stop, go beg elsewhere." The youthful blood surged in Yun Hao. He reached into his bosom, pulled out a cash, and slammed it onto the table, declaring, "Have your eyes gone blind? I'm no beggar." The shop assistant, upon seeing the cash on the table, felt a pang of embarrassment. This was 1,000 coins. The shopkeeper rushed over, kicked the assistant, and scolded, "You foolish boy, hurry and apologize to the young master." "My apologies, young master. I was wrong." The assistant bowed and apologized. The shopkeeper smiled, saying, "Do not be angry, young master. It is just that we have had a string of beggars lately, which has been quite tiresome. My assistant is simply inexperienced. Please forgive him and have a seat." With a huff, Yun Hao dismissed the matter and addressed the shopkeeper, "Bring me 10 large meat buns." "Certainly, young master. Please wait a moment." Soon, 10 large meat buns were placed before him. Yun Hao swallowed hard and immediately began to eat. With each bite, juices flowed, and his eyes glistened with excitement. This was his first taste of meat buns. Delicious. The buns, as large as sandbags, were thin-skinned and filled with generous portions of meat. Yun Hao devoured them ravenously, finishing one in just 2 bites, so fast that he nearly choked. He retrieved the precious bottle to sip water, feeling refreshed by the cool, sweet liquid. He noticed that the water from the bottle seemed even sweeter than the previous day. After consuming all 10 meat buns, he felt merely satiated. Another 10, he ordered, thinking, now that he had money, he would eat until he was full. Amidst the astonished gazes of the shopkeeper and assistant, Yun Hao managed to consume 30 large meat buns before he finally burped contentedly. He was astonished by his own capacity for food. He ordered another 20 meat buns to take home for his sister. Indeed, he must also save some for the old Taoist. He had spent 50 coins. As he was leaving, the shopkeeper asked, "Young master, are you a martial artist?" Yun Hao paused, puzzled by the question. "Why do you ask?" The shopkeeper chuckled. "Ordinary people, no matter how great their appetite, could never consume 15 of my large meat buns. Only martial artists, with their greater energy expenditure, possess such voracious appetites." Yun Hao had not anticipated being mistaken for a martial artist, but he merely smiled in response. It was true that his appetite had increased, and it was not surprising to be considered a martial artist. He was aware of martial arts, as his cousin from his uncle's family practiced at the local martial arts school, and several peers in the village were also training. The Diyu dynasty valued martial prowess, especially in border regions where martial culture thrived. If he could become a martial master, he could take the civil service exam and travel to the capital, securing a bright future. At the very least, he could serve a wealthy family as a guardian, earning enough to support his family. Having heard tales from the old Taoist about chivalrous heroes roaming the world with swords, Yun Hao was captivated. He too wished to practice martial arts, but unfortunately, training required payment to the school, and the expenses were beyond the means of an ordinary family. Shaking his head, he cast aside such thoughts. For him, the most pressing concern was to secure enough food to survive. He set out to purchase essential items. He found a clothing shop, intending to buy a set of clothes for himself and his sister. The reason he had been mistaken for a beggar at the bun shop was due to his tattered, coarse linen garments, which were far too small for his tall frame. His sister, Yun Hao, also wore a single outfit that had been patched numerous times. After inquiring around, he found that a complete set of ready-made linen clothing cost 80 coins, while a slightly better set made of cotton was priced at 150 coins. The more luxurious options, such as silk, began at prices that were calculated in silver, which he could not afford. After careful selection, he ultimately decided to purchase 2 sets, each of cotton and linen clothing, for alternating wear. The total expenditure for the 4 sets amounted to 460 coins. Next, he visited another apothecary to acquire 10 ginseng and huangjing seeds for planting, spending 100 coins. He did not purchase them at the previous shop, as Yun Hao felt the shopkeeper was fair-minded. In the future, if he could cultivate ginseng using the precious bottle, he might sell it again. With the water from the bottle, he could promote growth, but he needed to be cautious not to arouse suspicion with excessive use. He also bought 3 dough of rice seed, 10 jin of white flour, 2 jin of succulent pork belly, some salt, a hoe, a firewood knife, and other daily necessities. All in all, he spent a staggering 1,500 coins, which made him feel a pang of regret. With everything packed into a large sack and securely tied, he slung it over his shoulder and began his journey home. The 3 dough of rice were heavy, approximately 30 liters, and the rest added up to nearly 100 jin. However, Yun Hao felt no burden as he walked. He felt invigorated, buoyed by a sense of strength and fullness. This newfound vigor, he believed, was also due to the water he had consumed from the precious bottle. As he exited Xinghe town, unbeknownst to him, someone was watching. A young man had taken notice of Yun Hao, who, having sold a ginseng for 3,000 coins, had just consumed 30 large meat buns in one sitting. Having acquired an abundance of goods, it was impossible for Yun Hao to remain inconspicuous. In this small town, secrets were a rarity. The Dayu dynasty was plagued by constant warfare, compounded by severe droughts, leading to an influx of refugees, beggars, and bandits. Yun Hao, being young and inexperienced, was akin to a newborn calf unafraid of tigers. With newfound wealth, he indulged in extravagant purchases, rendering himself a prime target in the eyes of those with malicious intent. Inside Xinghe town, the presence of officials and martial arts schools deterred any would-be assailants. However, beyond the town lay desolation. As Yun Hao ventured 5 miles away and entered a wooded area along the official road, he was suddenly confronted. Chapter 4. The first kill. Stepping from the scorching sunlight into the cool shade, Yun Hao felt sweat bead on his forehead. Just as he contemplated finding a place to rest, 2 men emerged in his line of sight, each wielding sturdy wooden clubs and gazing at him with avarice. Despite his lack of experience, he sensed something was amiss. They did not appear to be mere beggars. Were they refugees or bandits? This was the first thought that crossed his mind. He instinctively turned to flee. "You can't escape, kid," came a voice from behind, as 2 more men appeared. Surrounded by 4 men wielding clubs, he was trapped. "What do you want?" Yun Hao was experiencing this for the first time, and while he tried to maintain composure, his heart raced. One of the men chuckled darkly. "What do we want? Hand over your money and possessions, and we shall spare your life. Otherwise, you will be killed, and no one will know your fate in the wilderness." With a menacing threat, the 4 men advanced. In a moment of panic, Yun Hao drew the chopping knife he had just purchased and brandished it, exclaiming, "I have a knife, don't come any closer." The 4 men paused, halting 3 meters away. Though it was merely a chopping knife, it was still a blade. They were all refugees, having fled to Xinghe town, and resorting to robbery had become a means of survival. They had been watching Yun Hao's extravagant spending in town and had followed him into the woods to strike. The leader scoffed, "You foolish brat, do you think we can't handle you? There are 4 of us, each with a club. Let us take him down. Yes, just a kid, and if he refuses to cooperate, we'll kill him. 3,000 won is enough for us to survive." Upon hearing the mention of 3,000 won, Yun Hao realized he had already been targeted by these men. Faced with the menacing figures, he gripped the chopping knife tightly, his palms slick with sweat. However, the thought of surrendering his money and provisions, vital for his and his sister's survival, ignited a fierce resolve within him. In a moment of clarity, Yun Hao's eyes turned red with rage as he shouted, "Come at me. I'll take you down one by one. You're asking for death." The leader signaled to his companions, and they lunged at Yun Hao. Reacting instinctively, he swung the chopping knife to defend himself. The sound of wood cracking filled the air as he severed the leader's club, sending it flying. The unexpected strength of this young boy astonished them, and the leader yelped in pain as the impact bruised his hands. In the ensuing chaos, Yun Hao endured 2 strikes, one on his back, which landed harmlessly on his sack, and another on his leg that made him gasp in pain. However, seeing the severed club in his hand bolstered his confidence. The singular thought that consumed him was the necessity to eliminate them to preserve his possessions. With determination, he stepped forward and struck the unarmed leader with his knife. The blade plunged deep and the head rolled away, a testament to Yun Hao's newfound strength rather than the sharpness of the blade. The sight of their leader's decapitation left the remaining 3 men paralyzed with shock. Yet, blinded by anger, Yun Hao was undeterred. The rush of blood and adrenaline quickened his heartbeat. All he could see were the remaining 3 men. "I will kill you all," he bellowed, indifferent to their desperate attempts to strike him. One by one, the remaining assailants fell. The second met a similar fate, losing an arm before succumbing to the knife that cleaved through his skull. Panic set in for the last 2 as they realized they were up against a formidable adversary. Yun Hao relentlessly pursued the third, dispatching him with another blow. The final man fled, but not before Yun Hao hurled his knife, which found its mark in the fleeing man's back. Having slain 4 would-be robbers, Yun Hao stood there, panting heavily as the gravity of his actions sank in. Staring at the lifeless bodies, his mind became a void. "I have killed," he thought, his complexion paling. Overcome with nausea, he retched violently, expelling the 10 large meat buns he had consumed earlier until nothing remained. After a moment, he shakily retrieved his water bottle and took a deep drink, feeling a soothing flow wash over him, alleviating some of his turmoil. His thoughts began to clarify. They sought to rob and kill me. I acted in self-defense. I am justified. With newfound resolve, he recalled the words of the old priest. This world was indeed a predatory one. Kill or be killed. To survive, one must be ruthless. He approached the last fallen assailant and retrieved his knife, leaving the woods without a backward glance. In this chaotic world, the demise of a few refugees would go unnoticed. Without pausing, he made his way to Qingshui village. Rather than returning home first, he headed to the river. Covered in blood, he needed to cleanse himself. Minutes later, he emerged from the river, his face washed clean, and discarded his old garments into the water, donning a new, azure cotton shirt. He also cleaned his chopping knife, noting the dull edge. This new knife, while not particularly sharp, had proven capable of severing heads, a testament to his enhanced strength. To confirm his suspicions, he lifted a stone as large as a grinding wheel with ease, a feat that would have been impossible for him before. Yun Hao realized that his newfound power was a gift from the precious bottle. He resolved to utilize it wisely to transform his and his sister's lives. Perhaps the martial arts he had once dared not dream of pursuing could become a reality, enabling him to grow crops and exchange herbs for money at the town's martial arts school. The attack by the 4 refugees was a stark reminder that in this world, possessing martial skill was essential to deter others from preying upon him. As he walked, his mind gradually settled. The anxiety and fear that had gripped him began to dissipate. He slung the sack over his shoulder, grasped the chopping knife, and returned home. Upon entering the village, he encountered several locals who noticed his new attire and the heavy sack he carried. They exchanged curious glances and questions, but Yun Hao paid them no mind. This scene caught the eye of Yun Hao's second aunt, Wu Qiulan, who intended to inquire further. However, Yun Hao moved too swiftly for her to catch up. Frustrated, she cursed under her breath and returned home to discuss with Yun Dashuan the possibility of visiting Yun Hao's residence. The sight of the boy in new clothes, bearing a heavy sack, stirred suspicion. Had he come into some unexpected fortune? As elders, it was only reasonable to check on their 2 nephews and encourage them. Chapter 5. The curse unveils one's origin. Sister, I have returned. Yun Hao stepped into the courtyard, calling out. He was aware that after being away for a day, his sister would undoubtedly be worried about him. The door creaked open, and Yun Wei swiftly rushed out. Xiao Hao, seeing her brother return, the anxiety that had been hanging over her heart finally eased. However, the next moment, she was taken aback when she noticed Yun Hao clad in a brand new azure cotton garment, carrying a large burlap sack on his back. The siblings had always worn tattered clothes, often barely sufficient to cover themselves. Thus, Yun Hao's fresh appearance momentarily left her dumbfounded. Sensing the look in his sister's eyes, Yun Hao chuckled awkwardly. "Sister, come inside first. I have brought you something good." As he spoke, he entered the main room. Yun Wei, snapping out of her daze, hurried in to help him set down the heavy sack, which she found surprisingly weighty. "You carried this all the way back?" she exclaimed in astonishment. Yun Hao nodded, understanding that his sister was concerned for him. In reality, he hardly felt the burden, despite the sack weighing nearly 100 pounds over the 40-plus miles from town. He had merely worked up a bit of sweat. "You should rest. I'll fetch some water for you to wash up." Yun Wei quickly went to draw water. Yun Hao took out a magical flask from his pocket and drank deeply, feeling a refreshing sensation spread throughout his body, alleviating much of his fatigue. He had grown accustomed to the wonders of the flask. "Wash your face," Yun Wei said as she returned with the water, using a coarse cloth to cleanse his face, and then his neck and chest. "Sister, I can do it myself," Yun Hao said, slightly blushing, feeling a bit shy as his sister. Already 17 and in the bloom of youth, with a year older than him. Yun Wei shot him a playful glare. "Don't move. Which part of you have I not seen? Why are you embarrassed now?" As she spoke, she lifted his shirt and continued to wash him front and back. Yun Hao ceased to be bashful. Although it was somewhat awkward, he allowed his sister to tend to him. As he felt her calloused hands gliding over his skin, he felt a pang of sympathy for her. He knew that her fingers were roughened from foraging for wild vegetables and roots. She had always taken great care of him. During times of scarcity, she would share her meager rations with him, subsisting on wild greens and roots herself, prioritizing his well-being above her own. "Sister, I sold the ginseng for 3 taels of silver, and I bought us both 2 sets of clothes, as well as rice and flour, spending half of it," Yun Hao said, retrieving the remaining 1.5 taels of copper coins from his pocket and handing them to her. He opened the sack to reveal the clothes he had purchased for her. "So much money?" Yun Wei was taken aback. 3,000 won, even after Yun Hao's expenditures, left him with 1,500 won, an amount she had never witnessed in her life. Yun Hao smiled, pulling his sister down to sit beside him, recounting the day's events about selling ginseng in town and urging her to try on the new clothes. Under Yun Hao's encouragement, Yun Wei changed into her new outfit, and when she emerged, Yun Hao's eyes lit up. She felt a hint of bashfulness, yet her eyes sparkled with joy. It was only the second time since their parents had passed that she wore new clothes. To Yun Hao, his sister now appeared graceful and poised, though her slight frame, due to malnutrition, and her sallow complexion revealed her hardships. He understood that her long hours of labor had left her little time for self-care. Now, adorned in fresh attire, she transformed into a lovely young lady. It would not be an exaggeration to say she was the fairest flower of the village. "Oh, and there are big meat buns too. Sister, you must eat," Yun Hao declared, producing the buns. "Wow, there are so many. It's too much. We can't finish it all. And in this heat, it'll spoil by tomorrow." "No worries. I'll take some to Lao Dao at Chicken Cry Mountain later." "Yes, we should send some as thanks to Lao Dao." Just as the siblings were conversing, a sharp voice pierced through the air. "Hey, Yun Hao, are you eating big meat buns?" Yun Wei, who had just taken a bite of the bun and hadn't tea swallowed yet, instinctively shivered at the sound, nearly choking. Yun Hao quickly patted her back, helping her take a sip of water to swallow. They turned to see their uncle, Yin Das-hun, and aunt, Wu Qiulan, striding in. The couple's eyes fixated hungrily on the meat buns on the table. Yun Hao frowned slightly, while Yun Wei instinctively pushed the buns further back. "What brings you here, uncle and aunt?" Yun Wei inquired as she stood to greet them. Yun Hao remained seated, silent, harboring no goodwill towards them. After their parents' passing, this couple had not only failed to assist them, but had used various pretexts to deceitfully seize their 3 acres of land, leaving the siblings often without enough to eat. For years, they worked the land for their uncle's family, becoming de facto tenants. Whenever they were in need, they were met with cold indifference and denied any assistance. Their relationship was purely nominal, devoid of any familial warmth. In their early years, the siblings were too young to grasp the situation, but as they matured, they ceased all interactions with the couple. Yun Hao, realizing that they had likely come to gawk at him in his new clothes and large sack, understood their visit was motivated by envy. Wu Qiulan's gaze had not strayed from the meat buns on the table, and upon hearing Yun Wei speak, she forced a smile onto her face, saying, "What are you talking about, dear?" We're family. Your uncle and I just wanted to see how you two are doing. Yin Das-hun quickly chimed in, that's right. I heard Yun Wei had injured herself, so we came to check on you. The couple's banter, feigning genuine concern, would have fooled anyone unaware of their true intentions. Yun Wei replied coolly, I'm fine now. Thank you for your concern, uncle and aunt. Wu Qiulan glanced again at the new clothes on Yun Hao and Yun Wei, then at the pile of rice and flour on the ground and the meat buns on the table. Her eyes growing increasingly avid, she exchanged a knowing look with her husband, confirming her suspicions. It seemed that Yun Hao had come into some unexpected wealth today. The aroma of the meat buns wafted through the air, and Wu Qiulan could no longer feign restraint. She stepped closer to Yun Wei, pushing her aside from the chair, and said, Yun Wei, it's sweltering outside. Your uncle and I have been parched walking over. Hurry and fetch us some water. With that, she plopped down into the chair, reaching for the meat buns. However, Yun Hao was well aware of Wu Qiulan's character and had anticipated this moment. He swiftly snatched the buns away. Wu Qiulan's hand froze mid-air, her expression darkening. She immediately erupted in a tirade, ungrateful wretch. What is wrong with wanting a bun? If it weren't for us squeezing out food to help you over the years, you two would have starved long ago, you ungrateful child. Yun Hao retorted coldly. Don't flatter yourself. Assist us? When? Ever since our parents passed away, you took our 3 acres of land under the guise of providing aid. Ask yourselves, have you ever treated me and my sister as your niece and nephew? You feast on meat buns every new year while we stand by, watching you eat. Did you ever spare us a single bite? Your son even said he would rather feed the meat buns to the dogs than let us have a taste. What face do you have to eat my buns today? You brat, how dare you speak to your elders like that? Who do you think you are? Yin Da-sun bellowed, glaring at Yun Hao. Yun Hao was unyielding, replying, we aren't like you as relatives, Yin Da-sun and Wu Qiulan. In the entire Qingshui village, there is no one who treats their own nephews and nieces as tenants. You are the first. We dare not aspire to such relatives. Yin Da-shuan's face turned ashen, rendered speechless by anger. In a fit of rage, he stepped forward and slapped Yun Hao across the face. Don't hit my brother, Yun Wei cried out in alarm, rushing to shield Yun Hao. However, Yun Hao was faster. Upon receiving a slap from Yin Da-sun, he swiftly rose and seized Yin Da-shuan's wrist, pushing him backward with a deft maneuver. Yin Da-sun stumbled several steps before landing unceremoniously on the ground, staring incredulously at Yun Hao. He could hardly believe that Yun Hao possessed such strength to topple him so effortlessly. Oomph. Do you still think of me as the child I was a few years ago, vulnerable to your bullying? Yun Hao sneered. Wu Qiulan sprang to her feet, her voice piercing and fierce as she declared, you little wretch dare to lay hands on your elder. Just wait, I shall tear you apart. The shrewish woman lunged forward to grab Yun Hao, but Yun Wei intercepted her, only to be shoved aside by Wu Qiulan. Sister, Yun Hao exclaimed, a surge of fury rising within him. Without hesitation, he delivered a resounding slap to Wu Qiulan, who, unable to even grasp the hem of his garment, was sent flying by the force of his blow, her face swelling instantly. Taking a step closer, having already taken 4 lives that day, the aura of malevolence clung to Yun Hao. He fixed a sharp gaze upon Yin Da-sun and Wu Qiulan, stating coldly, leave now. If you dare to cause a scene again, I shall end you. The couple was momentarily paralyzed by the intensity of Yun Hao's presence, as they beheld his bloodshot eyes. Both Wu Qiulan and Yin Da-sun felt an undeniable fear. This youth was indeed capable of murder. Yin Da-sun scrambled to his feet and helped Wu Qiulan, both of them stumbling out of the main hall. Realizing they had not gained the upper hand today, they felt a chill at the sight of Yun Hao's unsettling glare. Once outside in the courtyard, Wu Qiulan halted, covering her face in resentment, exclaiming, Yun Hao, you are nothing but a little bastard. You are not of the Yun family bloodline. You were picked up and given to the head of the family by that old Taoist from Jiming Mountain. The one who should leave is you. Yin Wei, he is not your real brother. Get rid of this little bastard. He is a wolf in sheep's clothing. The Yun family has no place for such a wretch. How dare you speak such slander? Yun Wei trembled with rage, unable to fathom how her uncle and his wife could sink so low as to tarnish her brother's name. Am I lying? Your mother, when she brought back that little bastard from Jiming Mountain, warned everyone not to mention he was found. If you don't believe me, go ask around the village or that old Taoist on Jiming Mountain if Yun Hao is not picked up. He is not one of us. It would be best to expel him. He is a harbinger of misfortune, having come back after your father perished. and then your mother followed suit. Keeping such a calamity around will only bring doom to the Yun family. Get out! Yun Hao roared, his face ashen with fury as he stepped out of the threshold. Yun Dasun and Wu Qiulan fled in haste, and as they reached the gate, Wu Qiulan spat venomously, "You little bastard, just wait. When my son returns from the martial arts school, I shall have him break your legs and toss you out of the Yun family." Their curses faded into the distance, leaving Yun Hao standing at the threshold, the words of Wu Qiulan echoing in his mind, lingering long after they had departed. Yun Wei approached him, grasping his hand gently. "Xiao Hao, do not heed the nonsensical words of my second aunt. She is merely envious for not having gained anything." "Sister, do you truly believe I was found?" Yun Hao asked Yun Wei, a flicker of doubt evident in his gaze. Over the years, he had questioned his own origins. Chapter 6. The legacy left by the old Taoist. Yun Hao recalled a drunken old man in the village who had, in his inebriation, proclaimed that he was the child picked up by the Yun family. There was also an instance during a scuffle with his cousin Yun He when the latter had hurled the insult of being a foundling at him. Reflecting on Wu Qiulan's words from earlier, Yun Hao felt her insults bore a ring of truth. Yun Wei's eyes reddened as she listened to Yun Hao's inquiry, and she replied, "You are my brother. Even if you were found, you are still my brother. With our parents gone, Xiao Hao, you are my only family." The finality of her words struck a chord within Yun Hao. Indeed, she was his sole remaining kin, in a world where even the basics of sustenance were scarce. Who could afford to worry about lineage? Focusing on the present was what mattered most. As for Wu Qiulan's words, he would treat them as mere wind. If he truly wished to uncover the truth, he could always inquire with the old Taoist. Turning to his sister, Yun Hao smiled. "Sister, do not weep. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall never leave you." This declaration brought a glimmer of joy to Yun Wei's tear-streaked face. "Come, let us return and eat some buns," he urged, pulling her back to the table. "You should eat." Yun Wei offered him one. Yun Hao shook his head. "You enjoy it. I am quite full from today and do not wish to eat right now." In truth, his stomach was empty after the day's events, having expelled everything he consumed. "Very well, I will save some for later," she replied. "Sister, I shall bring 10 buns to the old Taoist. I shall accompany you." "That is fine. You can visit the temple and let the old Taoist check on your recovery as well." The siblings tidied up and set off for Jimming Mountain. Yun Hao brought 10 large meat buns along with some rice and a piece of meat, all packed into a medicinal basket. He also included ginseng, polygonatum, and rice seeds. Planning to take them all, he had formulated a plan during the purchase, with the miraculous effects of his precious bottle of water. He could cultivate rice and valuable medicinal herbs. However, they had no land, their fields having been deceitfully taken by his uncle's family in previous years. Cultivating with the precious bottle required secrecy, as it could not be known to others. A secluded location was essential, and the old Taoist temple on Jimming Mountain was perfectly suited for this purpose. Yun Hao was aware that there was over an acre of barren land behind the temple, which the old Taoist had long ceased to cultivate due to health and environmental challenges. Water access was difficult in the back mountain, and the soil was rocky and nutrient poor, making it challenging for crops to thrive. Yet, it was ideal for covert cultivation. Now, he possessed ample strength to till the barren land anew, and with the precious bottle's aid, he could remedy the issues of water scarcity and soil fertility. After walking for nearly half an hour from the village to the mountaintop temple, Yun Hao called out, "Old Taoist, my sister and I have come to see you." Upon entering the temple, he noticed that the old Taoist was not lounging under the ginkgo tree, as was his custom. A wave of anxiety washed over him. The main hall and the left wing's door stood open. The old Taoist resided in the latter, which also served as the kitchen. As he stepped into the wing, the dimness enveloped him. The old Taoist's cooking had blackened the walls. Upon entering, he spotted the old Taoist lying in bed, motionless. A pang of dread gripped Yun Hao's heart, fearing the worst. He hurried to his side, relieved to find him still breathing, albeit seemingly unconscious. "Old Taoist," he called, shaking him gently. Yun Wei approached. "Xiao Hao, do not panic. I believe the old Taoist has fainted from hunger, much like Uncle Wong from the village. I will fetch some water." "Sister, let me go," Yun Hao interjected, rushing to the other side of the room, suspecting the old Taoist was out of water, as it was quite a distance to fetch from Jimming Mountain. Indeed, both the water jar and bucket were empty. Fortunately, he had the precious bottle. He took out the bottle, focusing on filling the jar. A stream of clear water poured forth, quickly filling the jar. The small bottle, filled with water from the stream just yesterday, must have contained enough to fill dozens of jars. No longer would he worry about fetching water. He returned with a ladle of water to the old Taoist's bedside, offering him a sip. With a soft cough, the old Taoist slowly opened his eyes. "Ah, it is you, little mouse," he exclaimed, recognizing Yun Hao and his sister. Perhaps the miraculous water from the precious bottle was at play. But Yun Hao observed the old Taoist's condition was dire, his breath faint. Just a day had passed, and the old man had succumbed to weakness. "Old Taoist, how do you fare?" Yun Hao inquired. "Alas, I fear my time is drawing near. Perhaps death would be a relief," the old Taoist replied, his tone remarkably calm, displaying a nonchalant attitude toward life and death. Yun Wei promptly interjected, "Old Taoist, please do not say such things. We have brought meat buns for you, so please eat them." The old Taoist waved his hand, saying, "I have little time left. Save the buns for you siblings and do not waste them on me." Yun Hao directly took a piece and unceremoniously stuffed it into the old Taoist's mouth, insisting, "There are 10 large meat buns. If I say you should eat, then you must eat." Afterward, he turned to his sister Yun Wei and said, "Sister, please cook some porridge with the rice we brought for the old Taoist." "All right, I will go make the porridge," Yun Wei replied as she headed to the kitchen at the other end. The old Taoist weakly inquired, "Little mouse, where did you get the money to buy the buns?" Yun Hao did not conceal anything from the old Taoist and recounted how he had found ginseng in the mountains yesterday and sold it for money, of course omitting the matter of the treasure bottle. He also inquired whether he could cultivate the barren land behind the Taoist temple. The old Taoist coughed lightly and said, "It seems to be your fortune. The land behind the temple is sandy and has been abandoned for many years. I fear it will yield no crops. If you wish to plant, go ahead." He continued, "This dilapidated temple holds little value. All I have will be left to you after I ascend." Yun Hao continued to feed the old Taoist the broken pieces of meat buns, engaging in casual conversation while contemplating whether to ask the old Taoist about Wu Qiulan's claim that he was picked up and sent to his parents by the old Taoist. "Are you troubled about something, boy?" The old Taoist seemed to perceive Yun Hao's distracted demeanor. Upon hearing the old Taoist question, Yun Hao finally asked old Taoist, "Today Wu Qiulan and her husband said, I was picked up by you and sent to my parents. Is there any truth to this?" After a moment's pause, the old Taoist slowly replied, "There is indeed some truth to it." At that moment, Yun Wei arrived with a bowl of porridge and trembled upon hearing the old Taoist's words. She was terrified of losing her brother Yun Hao. "Help me sit up." The old Taoist struggled to speak. Yun Hao quickly assisted him, propping him up against the bed, and took the porridge from his sister's hands, feeding it to the old Taoist. Suddenly, the old Taoist's complexion flushed, as if experiencing a moment of revival. Looking at Yun Hao and Yun Wei, he smiled and said, 16 years ago, in Xinga Town, I encountered you on the official road. You were left in a basket, nearly frozen to death, and seeing no one around. I brought you back to the temple. Your mother came to the temple to pray, and upon hearing your cries, she had just given birth to Yun Wei and had milk to spare, so she fed you. I, devoted to my quest for enlightenment, could not care for a small child, so I proposed to send you to the Yun family. Fortunately, Yun Wei's parents had no sons and treated you well after adopting you. Alas, their fate was unfortunate, passing away too early and never enjoying the benefits of having you. You must take good care of your sister Yun Wei and repay the kindness of the Yun family." The old Taoist continued, "In my view, since you and Yun Wei share no blood relation, it would be wise for you to marry her. In this chaotic world, your bond will allow you both to thrive." Yun Wei's face flushed crimson as she stood there, at a loss. Yun Hao was also taken aback, not expecting the old Taoist to speak thus. The old Taoist's words confirmed that he indeed was found and brought in. Yet, he felt little emotional impact. Just then, the old Taoist suddenly erupted into a fit of coughing, and his complexion darkened. Addressing Yun Hao, he said, "Little mouse, you and I are fated. Do not dwell on your origins. I recall that when I found you, there was a jade tablet in the basket, perhaps related to your lineage. It is in the wooden box at the head of the bed. Keep it as a memento. There are also 2 books. One is about herbal medicine. When you have time, study it well. You may learn a thing or 2 and treat yourself when ill, thus saving money. The other book is a cultivation manual left to me by the previous abbot. You need not read it, better to burn it later. I have spent a lifetime in cultivation without achieving anything worthwhile. Perhaps that old fool deceived me with false practices. Seeking immortality is no easy endeavor. Looking back now, I have wasted decades of my life. As the old Taoist's voice faded, his words grew softer and his eyes closed. He mumbled, "Old abbot, you spoke of the path to immortality. Yet why have I in my entire life failed to cultivate the true energy you described? Perhaps there is no such thing as immortals or immortal arts in this world." The old Taoist passed away, and tears streamed down Yun Hao's face. Yun Wei, her eyes reddening, comforted him. "Little Hao, the old Taoist has passed on." Chapter 7. Could it truly be a manual for immortal arts? The old Taoist is dead. Yun Hao felt profound sorrow, as yet another person who cared for him had departed from this world. After discussing with his sister, Yun Hao decided to prepare the old Taoist's remains and asked his sister to return to the village and invite a few people to assist in the old Taoist's burial. The weather was too hot. Leaving the body for even a day would cause it to rot. It would be better to bury him early and let him rest in peace. The old Taoist had previously told Yun how to dig a hole and bury him in the back mountain after his passing. In times of famine and scarcity, burying someone was a simple matter. However, Yun Hao remembered the old Taoist's kindness and wanted to give him a more dignified farewell, at the very least a proper coffin. He gave his sister 1,500 won to find someone in the village to purchase a coffin. After all, the old Taoist had saved his life and had taught him to read and identify herbs since childhood. He always left food for him whenever they went to the temple, knowing they would not be well fed. After their parents passed away, the old Taoist had also helped the siblings immensely. Though Yun Hao often found the old Taoist to be quite eccentric, he was genuinely good to him. For all these reasons, he wanted to ensure the old Taoist received a proper burial. After more than an hour, Yun Wei returned with dozens of villagers, who carried a coffin to the temple. Each family had benefited from the old Taoist, so there were no objections. They helped with the arrangements, preparing the body, and digging the grave. By nightfall, they had laid the old Taoist to rest. Yun Hao had his sister cook the remaining rice porridge and share the leftover buns with the villagers as a gesture of gratitude. The coffin cost 300 won. The burial clothes 151, while the rest was contributed by families who remembered the old Taoist's kindness during his lifetime, incurring no excessive expenses. Afterward, Yun Hao remained at the temple while his sister returned to the village with the others. He intended to stay at the temple for a few days, both to burn incense and offer paper money in honor of the old Taoist, and to cultivate the barren land behind the temple in preparation for planting rice and medicinal herbs. Life must go on. That evening, he sat beneath the ginkgo tree in the temple courtyard, holding the wooden box left by the old Taoist. By the light of the moon, he opened the box. Inside were 2 books and a piece of milky white jade. The jade was exquisitely crafted, with a dragon carved on one side and an elephant on the other. The front bore the character U, while the back displayed Hao. A red string attached suggested it could be worn. According to the old Taoist, this dragon elephant jade was precious and might attract trouble, which was why it had not been given to his parents, but was kept safe. Looking at the characters, Yun Hao speculated that his name Hao derived from the jade. As for the U character on the front, it could either be a surname or hold another meaning. He recalled the old Taoist mentioning that Yu was an imperial surname. Yun Hao did not believe that a small mountain village on the frontier could have any connection to the royal family of the Great Yu dynasty. Nevertheless, the dragon elephant jade was undoubtedly linked to his origins. After contemplating, he decided to wear it around his neck as a keepsake. He held no obsession with finding his biological parents. In his view, being abandoned meant severing that familial bond. Turning his attention back to the books in the wooden box, he picked one up, which was titled Ling Yao Chao Ben Jing in bold letters. Upon opening it, he found records of various herbs and their effects, consistent with what the old Taoist had taught him. However, the Ling Yao Chao Ben Jing was divided into 2 volumes. The first volume contained records of herbs found in the mountains that he could recognize, while he was unfamiliar with the herbs listed in the second volume, which the old Taoist had not taught him. Compared to the first volume, Yun Hao found the contents of the second volume far more intriguing. Due to the records in the subsequent volume, which categorized various spiritual herbs, each herb's efficacy appeared remarkably enchanting to him. Some herbs were said to possess the miraculous ability to regenerate flesh from bones, while others were documented to extend one's lifespan. Such claims seemed almost surreal to Yun Hao, who speculated that such spiritual herbs likely did not exist in the mortal realm. He dismissed these notions as mere curiosities, something to peruse in his leisure time. However, the herbal records in the previous volume proved to be quite practical. Some were teachings from the old master, while others were unfamiliar and warranted careful memorization for future reference, as they could be life-saving in times of illness. After a brief glance, he set aside the Ling, Yao, Chao Ben Jing, and picked up the second book. This volume lacked a cover and appeared to be a fragment of a larger work. Rather than a book, it resembled a mere collection of thin sheets of paper. Upon turning to the first page, he found the inscription, Song Tu Na Gong, passed down from ancient powers, observing the operation of the cosmos, comprehending the mysteries of life and death. Yun Hao understood that this described a method of simulating the cyclical nature of retreating and exhaling in a natural world, aimed at cultivating oneself and enhancing one's abilities to pursue the highest realm of Tao. He recognized this as the source of the old master's eccentricities. As the old master had mentioned, it was a method of cultivation. Regrettably, despite a lifetime of pursuit, the old master had achieved no tangible results before his death. Thus, Yun Hao was even less inclined to take it seriously. Such lofty notions of Tao and cultivation seemed ethereal, perhaps merely legendary. If it were truly a method of immortality, the old master would not have perished. His curiosity was piqued. What enchantment did this so-called cultivation book possess that could compel the old master to pursue it for a lifetime? He continued to read. The second page featured an illustration of a person seated in meditation, with lines depicting meridians and points of the body, along with annotations explaining the meridians and points. The third page detailed breathing techniques, corresponding postures, and together formed a complete method of cultivation. Following pages outlined the sequence of practices, mentally reciting the method, assuming a meditative posture, and engaging in rhythmic breathing. Thereafter, one was to sense the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, continuing the breathing exercises while circulating energy through the meridians and points, culminating in the emergence of energy within the dantian, marking the completion of the practice. The final page summarized the essence. Cultivating energy in the dantian would exponentially enhance strength, prolong life, and potentially enable one to transcend earthly boundaries. The total length of the manuscript comprised only 9 pages, with the 10th page conspicuously missing, as if it had been torn away. Indeed, it was a fragmentary text, a half-complete manual of cultivation. After closing the book, Yun Hao fulfilled the old master's last wish by incinerating it. Yet, inexplicably, the contents lingered vividly in his mind, refusing to fade. At this moment, curiosity took root within him. Was this so-called Jitsong Tu Na Gong genuine? Given the old master's example, he was initially skeptical, but the content captivated him at his age. Lost in thought, he found himself silently reciting the breathing technique. The visualizations in his mind grew increasingly vivid. Compelled by curiosity, he resolved to give it a try. Seated cross-legged in a meditative posture, he closed his eyes and began to breathe rhythmically, as instructed in the text. Initially awkward, he gradually aligned his rhythm with the breathing patterns described in the book. Soon, he discovered a profound sense of comfort enveloping his chest, a remarkable lightness coursing through his entire being. He relished this sensation, immersing himself in it, and felt a refreshing coolness within his chest. If an onlooker had been present, they would have witnessed Yun Hao seated beneath a ginkgo tree, a faint glow radiating from his chest, with the precious vase cradled in his arms. Yet, he remained oblivious to this spectacle. In his experience, the breathing exercises brought an unparalleled sense of ease, the rhythm oscillating seamlessly, gradually mastering the technique. Suddenly, he sensed a scintillating starlight surrounding him. In that moment, it felt as though countless luminous points converged at his heart, with each breath drawing in starlight into his body, forming a stream of energy that coursed through him. This sensation corresponded precisely with the descriptions in the Zhe Song Tu Na Gong. The emergence of energy aligned with the illustrated meridians and points, continuously expanding. Time slipped away unnoticed as he became fully immersed. A night passed in this state. On the following morning, as dawn broke and the sky lightened, a wisp of purple energy appeared above him. Yun Hao was jolted awake from his meditative state. A flash of brilliance flickered in his eyes. Exhaling a breath of stagnant energy, he felt invigorated, an unprecedented comfort enveloping him. A warm current coursed through his lower abdomen, distinctly palpable. He suddenly froze, for he could see remarkably far, observing insects crawling hundreds of meters away on a distant tree. The faint rustling sound reached his ears. Upon glancing down, he realized it was the sound of ants traversing the ground. It seemed as though the entire world had transformed. Could it be that the old master's cultivation manuscript contained genuine mystical practices? Previously skeptical, the tangible changes he now perceived compelled him to reconsider. Rising to his feet, his body emitted a series of satisfying cracks, invigorated by newfound strength. To test his newfound abilities, he approached a stone outside the temple and struck it fiercely with an open palm. The sound of cracking echoed as the stone split in two. Yun Hao widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at his hand in astonishment. Yet the evidence lay before him. He had seemingly mastered the cultivation method left by the old master. His enhanced vision, hearing, and strength testified to the transformations within him. He chuckled foolishly, taking a sip from the precious vase to calm his excitement. Regardless of his circumstances, this was undoubtedly a fortuitous turn of events. He pondered, reflecting on how the old master had failed to achieve the mystical arts throughout his lifetime, while he had seemingly succeeded overnight. Ultimately, he attributed this achievement to the precious vase, recalling the energy he had felt during his breathing exercises, which emanated from it. He increasingly recognized its extraordinary nature. Without the vase, he might have ended up like the old master, unable to achieve any remarkable feats in his lifetime. A warm stream of energy resided in his lower abdomen, a tangible reality. Yun Hao understood that this was the dantian described in the text. The energy flow, known as true qi. A night of breathing exercises had revitalized him, filling him with vigor. Shaixing Aohu, he ventured to the back mountain of the temple to cultivate the land. Each swing of the Ho sent soil flying, fueled by an inexhaustible strength that allowed him to work with remarkable speed. In just over an hour, he had cultivated an acre and a half of land. Afterward, he scattered seeds across the ground, planting an acre of millet. For the remaining half acre, he allocated a small section for ginseng and huangjing seeds. He then filled the precious vase with water and began to irrigate the land, eventually using dozens of buckets to complete the task. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Yun Hao gazed at the cultivated land with a smile, eagerly anticipating how long it would take for the rice and ginseng to sprout. Once his work was done, he realized it was time for a meal. After tidying up, he descended the mountain to return home for dinner. As he approached his doorstep, he noticed a crowd gathered outside. He faintly heard Wu Qiulan's sharp and scathing curses, along with his sister Yun Wei's sobs. A pang of anxiety gripped Yun Hao, prompting him to rush toward the scene. The onlookers recognized him as he returned. A voice called out, "Yun Hao, do not go in. Run away quickly. Your cousin Yun Hao has returned and vows to kill you." Indeed, Yun Hao flee. Yun Hao is a martial master from the Luoyan Martial Arts Hall in town. I have heard that Yun Hao has already become a third-rate martial artist, having made significant progress in his training. Listening to the villagers' warnings, Yun Hao hesitated not for a moment and dashed through the gates. Leaving his sister behind was absolutely out of the question. His face darkened with an unsettling fury, for he never anticipated that his second uncle's family would stoop to such depths, summoning their eldest son Yun Hao to bully him. Chapter 8. The scorn of third-rate martial artist Yun Hao had no understanding of what being a third-rate or fourth-rate martial artist entailed. He merely knew that Yun Hao had been sent to the martial arts hall in town at the tender age of 8. Now at 18, he had trained for a full decade. According to the village gossip, Yun Hao must have achieved considerable skill. This entire family, young and old alike, was devoid of any good character. In his childhood, Yun Hao frequently tormented both him and his sister Yun Wei, never once considering them as kin. Just yesterday, he had assaulted Yin Das-hun and Wu Qiulan, leaving behind a menacing promise to settle the score upon his return. Little did Yun Hao expect him to arrive so swiftly. In his heart, only one thought prevailed. He could not allow anyone to bully his sister. In the courtyard, the sharp sound of Wu Qiulan's curses grew clearer, intertwined with Yun Wei's intermittent sobs, piercing Yun Hao's heart like a dagger. "You little wretch, dare you cry? If I do not teach you a lesson today, then I am not a true elder of the Yun family." Wu Qiulan's voice was shrill and domineering, utterly disregarding the many villagers who had gathered to watch. Upon entering the courtyard, the scene before him ignited a blaze of fury within Yun Hao. His sister Yun Wei was being shoved by Wu Qiulan, her hair disheveled, her eyes swollen from weeping, clearly having cried for a long time. Meanwhile, Yun Hao stood nearby, his imposing figure and cold demeanor radiating mockery as he observed the chaos. Yin Das-hun, as the biological uncle, displayed a nonchalant demeanor, watching his wife berate his niece Yun Wei. When the family spotted Yun Hao's return, their eyes brightened, akin to wolves catching sight of their prey. Yun Hao, how dare you return? Yun Ha sneered, I thought you would hide away in fear. It is fortunate you have returned. Today, I shall teach you a lesson for being so disrespectful to your elders. Wu Qiulan's gaze hardened with malice upon seeing Yun Hao. Her teeth clenched as she spat. You little wretch arrived just in time. Aren't you strong? Today, with my son here, we shall see if I do not break your legs. Recalling the humiliation she suffered at Yun Hao's hands yesterday, Wu Qiulan wished nothing more than to annihilate him. She then commanded her son Yun Ha, kill this little wretch. After all, he is no true member of the Yun family, merely a wolf raised in our midst, and he has committed treason. Upon Yun Ha's return, Wu Qiulan's confidence swelled, learning that her son had just entered the ranks of third-rate martial artists after 10 years of training. She was elated and wasted no time in seeking trouble with Yun Hao and his sister. With Yun Hao absent, they vented their frustrations on Yun Wei, overturning the rice and provisions he had bought the previous day, and even striking her across the face. Ignoring Yun Ha's provocations, Yun Hao rushed to Yun Wei's side, gently shielding her behind him, his gaze like a burning torch fixed on Wu Qiulan. Wu Qiulan, even if I'm not a member of the Yun family, my sister Yun Wei is your own niece. How can you treat her this way without fearing retribution? Seeing the red marks on his sister's face, Yun Hao's eyes filled with rage as he shouted. At that moment, Yun Wei softly urged, Xiao Hao, please go. Do not worry about me. Yun Ha will kill you. Just run. She had heard of her cousin Yun Ha becoming a third-rate martial artist. Although she did not know what that entailed, she feared for Yun Hao's safety. Sister, I will not leave. Do not worry. I will not allow anyone to bully you. Yun Hao reassured her with a forced smile. You think I have come for you? You are merely a little wretch, and for your insolence in disrespecting my parents yesterday, I shall ensure you pay dearly today. Yun Ha advanced a step, his eyes filled with disdain. Wu Qiulan leapt up, exclaiming, Yes, my son, kill this little wretch. Then we shall marry off Yun Wei, that little harlot, to the wealthy old man, Li, as a concubine. The crowd began to murmur, many feeling a sense of dread for Yun Hao and Yun Wei. Wu Qiulan was indeed plotting to sell Yun Wei, a perilous fate. Rumor had it that the wealthy Li was in his 70s, with numerous concubines, none of whom lasted more than 3 months, having been subjected to relentless torment. If Wu Qiulan succeeded in selling Yun Wei to Li, it would be akin to pushing her into a fiery abyss. It seemed that Yun Hao's background had already been revealed by Wu Qiulan and Yun Dasan, a grave misfortune. With Yun Ha now a third-rate martial artist, if he were to kill Yun Hao, it would be a senseless act. This family was truly tyrannical. Yun Ha had gained a modest reputation as a third-rate martial artist at the Luoyuan Martial Arts Hall, while Yun Hao was merely seen as an ordinary youth in the eyes of the villagers. Yet, at this moment, Yun Hao did not falter. He drew a deep breath. His resolve solidified. You all have gone too far, daring to lay a hand on my sister. If it comes to it, I shall risk my life to bring you down with me. Yun Hao's eyes hardened, and upon seeing his fierce gaze, Wu Qiulan instinctively cowered behind her son Yun Ha. The crowd erupted in astonishment at Yun Hao's audacity, surprised by his fierce stance in defense of his sister Yun Wei. Yun Ha, taken aback by Yun Hao's defiance, pondered how this once meek boy had gained such backbone. How amusing, just a frail little wretch, yet you dare to meet my gaze as a third-rate martial artist? I shall see how you fare against me. Yun Ha narrowed his eyes and stepped closer, a mocking grin on his face. Do not claim that I am bullying you. I will use only one hand to strike you. If you can withstand my blow, I shall let you go today. Yun Hao faced the advancing Yun Ha, who regarded him with the demeanor of a cat toying with a mouse. In truth, he felt no certainty within himself. Though the precious bottle had granted him considerable strength, and he had practiced the breathing techniques left by the old master the previous night, he was still uncertain whether he could truly contend against Yun Ha, who had trained since childhood. Regardless of the outcome, he would not retreat. Clenching his fists, he braced himself for the fight. In his heart, he perceived himself as an ordinary individual with slightly more strength, unable to match a seasoned martial artist. Yun Ha, observing the determination in Yun Hao's eyes, felt a surge of rage. Just a little wretch, daring to look me in the eye as a third-rate martial artist. With a disdainful snort, he launched a powerful punch toward Yun Hao. His fist, the size of a cauldron, sliced through the air like the wind. Though a third-rate martial artist merely had a rudimentary grasp of martial arts, the strength they possessed was formidable, far beyond that of an ordinary person. Yun Hao was confident that this blow would either incapacitate Yun Hao or leave him dead. With a decade of training behind him, he was assured of his prowess. Yun Hao remained tense, his focus razor-sharp, unwilling to let his guard down. As Yun Hao's fist approached, he reacted swiftly, unleashing a punch of his own to counter. In that moment, Yun Hao's strike did not seem as rapid as he had anticipated. As their fists collided, a surge of heat gathered in Yun Hao's abdomen, channeling into his punch. The courtyard echoed with a resounding thud as their fists met. The onlookers held their breath, concerned for Yun Hao's well-being. Would he survive Yun Hao's strike? However, in the next moment, astonishment filled the air as gasps erupted from the crowd. How is this possible? Chapter 9. This is impossible. I must have been careless. Yun He and Yun Hao exchanged a punch. Contrary to expectations, Yun Hao was not sent flying. Instead, it was Yun He who staggered back 6 or 7 steps, his entire arm trembling, his face pale, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He looked astonished, as if he had seen a ghost, his gaze fixed intently on Yun Hao. And what of Yun Hao? Remarkably, he remained completely unscathed. The roles of the two had entirely reversed. How is this possible? Yun He stared blankly at Yun Hao, a deep sense of discomfort washing over him. He felt utterly defeated. In his mind, having trained in martial arts since he was 10, he had now entered the ranks of third-rate martial artists, considering himself a true warrior. Meanwhile, Yun Hao was merely a lowly, insignificant scoundrel, a little bastard in his eyes. Yun He was the pride of the heavens. To be pushed back by a mere commoner with a single punch was something he found difficult to accept. What was even more unbearable for Yun He was that, in the exchange of blows, he had felt Yun Hao's strength surpassing his own. His knuckles were split open, and his entire arm was numb and trembling. This is impossible. I must have been careless. Yun He reasoned with himself to find some solace. Yes, that must be it. I didn't exert my full strength just now. I was negligent. The villagers who were watching were equally incredulous as they observed Yun Hao and Yun He separate, whispering amongst themselves. Hey, Yun Hao didn't suffer at all. Instead, Yun He retreated 5 or 6 steps. This is quite strange, isn't it? Goodness. Yun He is a third-rate martial artist. Yet Yun Hao, who has never practiced martial arts and often goes hungry, manages to stand his ground against him. What do you mean, stand his ground? Clearly, Yun Hao has won. Indeed, didn't you see Yun He's knuckles bleeding? I think Yun He was careless. He didn't use his full strength. Some defended Yun Hao, while others sided with Yun He. Wu Qiulan and Yun Dasan were equally astonished to see their son fail to gain the upper hand. Wu Qiulan exclaimed, that little bastard Yun Hao isn't even of the Yun family bloodline. He's a stray wolf we took in. Don't hold back, just kill him. She naturally believed her son had been careless. Yun He, hearing the murmurs of the villagers and his mother's words, felt a whirlwind of emotions, his face alternating between shades of blue and white, overwhelmed with discomfort. Though reluctant to admit it, he knew he had indeed lost that punch. Yet, this only fueled his anger further. How could a mere waste of space like Yun Hao be stronger than him? He had previously stated that if Yun Hao could withstand a punch, he would let him go, but now he refused to honor that. Glaring at Yun Hao, Yun He said with a heavy tone, very well, you are quite impressive. I had intended to teach you a small lesson, but it seems you possess some raw strength. In that case, do not blame me for being ruthless. At that moment, a smile emerged on Yun Hao's face. He had thought that with Yun He's 10 years of martial arts training, he would certainly not be able to hold his own, and he had even mentally prepared himself for a beating. Little did he know that in their recent exchange, he had felt only a slight discomfort from the punch, while Yun He had staggered back several steps. This realization brought him a sense of calm. He recalled the strength he had gained from the miraculous water he had consumed over the past few days, as well as the breathing techniques he had learned from the old Taoist, which had generated a powerful energy within him. He was no weaker than Yun He, perhaps even stronger. Listening to Yun He's shameless words, Yun Hao smirked and said, it appears that a third-rate martial artist is not all that impressive. After 10 years of training, it seems you are the real waste, unable to rival an ordinary person like me who has never practiced martial arts. These words struck Yun He like daggers to the heart, shattering his defenses entirely. You seek death. Enraged, Yun He charged at Yun Hao, raising his fist and unleashing a gust of wind as he attacked. Yun Hao showed no fear and met his fist head-on. The two engaged in a fierce battle. the sound of punches landing resonating throughout the courtyard. However, Yun Hao grew bolder with each exchange. He realized he could withstand Yun He's attacks. His only disadvantage was a lack of technique. Despite taking a few punches from Yun He could endure them all. Gradually, he adapted to Yun He's strikes and began to counterattack. He felt energy flowing through his entire body. With each punch that landed on Yun He, the latter cried out in pain. At one moment, when Yun He swung a punch at him, Yun Hao did not evade. Instead, he allowed the punch to hit his left shoulder while simultaneously delivering a powerful knee strike to Yun He's abdomen. This blow stunned Yun He, but he could not withstand Yun Hao's knee strike. With a cry, he spat out blood and was sent flying, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise again. Yun Hao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and approached. "Don't come near, don't come near. Brother Hao, I was wrong. Spare me." To his surprise, Yun He began to plead for mercy. After the battle, Yun He realized the terrifying strength within Yun Hao surpassed that of a third-rate martial artist. The attacks he had landed on Yun Hao had not inflicted any substantial damage, while each of Yun Hao's strikes had severely injured him. Seeing Yun Hao approach with a fierce look in his eyes, Yun He genuinely feared for his life and hastily begged for mercy. Yun Hao, filled with rage, kicked Yun He's leg. Crack! Yun He let out a wretched scream as his left leg was broken by Yun Hao's kick, and he fainted from the pain. Hia! Wu Qiulan and Yun Dasan rushed over, crying out. Yun Hao retaliated by slapping Wu Qiulan across the face. Smack! This is for hitting my sister. Smack! 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 He continued to strike her face with dozens of slaps until he finally stopped. Wu Qiulan's face had turned into a swollen mess, and she whimpered in desperation, thoroughly terrified. Get lost. From now on, my sister and I have no ties with your family. If there's a next time, I will kill your entire family, Yun Hao declared, addressing Yun Dasan. Compared to Wu Qiulan and Yun He, Yun Dasan was merely a coward, always yielding to Wu Qiulan. In their childhood, he occasionally showed care for Yun Hao and his sister, which was why Yun Hao had refrained from exposing him. The trio felt as though they had been granted a reprieve, supporting Yun He as they fled the Yun household. Everyone disperse. Yun Hao commanded the onlooking villagers, who scattered like birds taking flight. At that moment, the fierce look in Yun Hao's eyes was truly intimidating. Xiao Hao, are you alright? Yun Wei rushed over, her face filled with concern as she checked for injuries on Yun Hao. Sister, don't worry, I came out unscathed, Yun Hao replied with a smile. Indeed, he had not suffered. Although he had taken a few punches from Yun He was able to endure. Yun Wei, tears streaming down her face, said, You say you're fine, but you're covered in blood. It's Yun He's blood. Sister, I really am fine. I'm just hungry. Let us eat. After this incident, I believe the Yun family won't dare to come back. As long as I'm here, I won't let anyone bully you. Yun Hao reassured his sister with a smile. Seeing that Yun Hao was indeed okay, Yun Wei felt relieved. The two tidied up the mess caused by Wu Qiulan, and Yun Wei went to prepare a meal. Yun Hao took out the miraculous water and drank several large gulps, instantly feeling refreshed. Today, the pot of rice was nearly full, and Yun Hao devoured 5 large bowls, his appetite exceeding 3 times its usual size. Yun Wei was astonished by Yun Hao's capacity for food, but did not comment further, noting that there was still plenty of rice left for several days. Yun Hao noticed his sister's concern and smiled, saying, Sister, rest assured, I have planted crops at the temple. After we finish eating, I will head up the mountain to gather some herbs to exchange for money in town. We will not go hungry in the future. Yun Wei replied, All right, I will go gather wild vegetables after I finish eating. Yun Hao initially contemplated advising against her departure, yet considering his sister's nature, he refrained from doing so, knowing that she could hardly remain at home. Despite having cultivated rice on the hill behind the Taoist temple, he was uncertain how long it would take to mature. Thus, he decided to venture into the mountains to gather medicinal herbs, perhaps even uncovering valuable ones that could be exchanged for money. After dinner, Yun Hao set out for Jiming Mountain. He had planted rice and ginseng huangjing the previous day and wondered if any changes had occurred after watering them with the precious water. Upon reaching the back hill of the Jiming Mountain Taoist temple, Yun Hao was nearly overwhelmed with joy. In just one night, the fields were lush and verdant. The rice he had sown was thriving remarkably. Chapter 10. The key to cultivating the breathing technique lies in the precious water. Astonishingly, in a mere night, an entire acre of rice had sprouted ears. With this promising sign, Yun Hao felt that another round of watering would lead to maturity. Each stalk was nearly bowing under the weight of its long grains, heralding a bountiful harvest. On the other side, the ginseng and huangjing he had planted had also sprouted. This delightful sight made Yun Hao leap with joy. Having grown up in hunger alongside his sister, their yearning for food had reached a near pathological level. The presence of grain brought a sense of security to his heart. After reveling in his happiness, Yun Hao resumed watering the fields with even greater diligence. Armed with the precious water, he watered each plant with precision, convinced that this would enhance the growth of the rice and the sown ginseng and huangjing. Bending at the waist under the scorching sun, he felt the heat and exhaustion, yet his spirit was invigorated. By the time he completed his tasks, dusk had settled in. Stretching his sore back, Yun Hao smiled with satisfaction, ready to descend the mountain and return home for dinner. However, just as he was about to leave, he noticed birds flying in the distance. At that moment, he realized the proximity of the Jiming Mountain Taoist temple to the falling star ridge, which could attract wild beasts and birds that might wreak havoc on the crops. This was unacceptable. After the second round of watering, the harvest was imminent, and he could not allow any unforeseen incidents to occur. After pondering for a moment, he resolved to return home for dinner and check on his sister before coming back to guard the fields overnight. Upon arriving home, he found his sister Yunwei already cooking. Peering into the kitchen, he discovered she had gathered wild vegetables and cooked rice porridge, while pancakes sizzled in the pan. A plate of meat sat on the table, simply the fried pork she had prepared earlier, as they had rendered it for preservation. Otherwise, it would spoil in the summer heat. It was evident that his sister remained quite frugal. The siblings had endured years of scarcity, living very frugally, and had not indulged in excess simply because they had food. Had it not been for Yun Hao's substantial appetite, Yunwei might not have even fried the pork, let alone made pancakes, given the preciousness of white flour. A simple meal of wild vegetable porridge with a handful of rice was already quite generous. "Sister, what delectable dishes are you preparing? It smells wonderful," Yun Hao exclaimed as he stepped into the kitchen. "Welcome back, just in time for dinner," Yunwei replied with a smile. Retrieving the pancakes from the pan, Yun Hao broke off a piece of pancake and stuffed it into his mouth, savoring its deliciousness. Yunwei set down a bowl of wild vegetable porridge before him, urging, "Eat up." Yun Hao devoured his meal heartily, while Yunwei sipped her bowl of porridge, leaving the fried pork and pancakes untouched. Observing this, Yun Hao understood that his sister was allowing him to eat more, unwilling to indulge herself. He unceremoniously transferred some fried pork in her bowl and offered her a pancake, saying, "Sister, don't hold back. Rest assured, with me around, we will always have enough to eat. I have already sown some grains at the temple. Oh, and by the way, I will be going back to the temple tonight to guard the fields, as I fear wild beasts might cause damage. I'll accompany you," Yunwei said without hesitation. "No need. You stay home. I can manage alone. We still have a bit of money. Tomorrow, refrain from foraging for wild vegetables and instead find the village's old tiler to repair the house. It's manageable now, but come winter, the drafts will be problematic." Yun Hao thought it wise to find something for his sister to do, as she seldom found much while foraging. Yunwei considered this and nodded. "That sounds reasonable. You are growing up now, and it's time to think of a wife. Repairing the house will make it easier to discuss marriage later." As she spoke, Yunwei suddenly recalled the words of the old Taoist priest on his deathbed. "You two siblings share no blood relation. Let Yun Hao marry her as his wife." At this thought, a slight blush crept on her cheeks. Yet Yun Hao, oblivious to her thoughts, shook his head, saying, "Sister, I am still young. I have no intentions of marrying." The siblings enjoyed their meal and conversation, and time passed swiftly. As dusk deepened, Yun Hao equipped himself with a hatchet and headed to Jiming Mountain to guard the fields. He chose not to share with his sister the remarkable growth of the rice, as there was no need to speak of it. Upon arriving at the temple's back hill, the night was warm due to the ongoing drought. Yun Hao glanced at the rice. It had grown even more, and its hue had shifted toward the pale yellow, signaling its impending maturity. At this rate, he anticipated a harvest by the following day, which filled him with excitement. The more he anticipated the harvest, the more he felt the need to protect it from any potential threats posed by wild beasts or birds. Finding a grass mat, he settled down at the edge of the field. Recalling his practice of the Zhetsong Tana Gong last night, he had gained the upper hand in his scuffle with Yunhe today and recognized that this incomplete cultivation method provided profound benefits to his body. A warm current coursed through his abdomen, enveloping him in a comforting warmth during their altercation. Thus, he resolved to continue his breathing exercises, uncertain of what the future held. Yet his intuition assured him that consistent practice would yield significant benefits. As he sat cross-legged, he quickly felt a refreshing coolness in his chest, accompanied by the familiar sensation of his pores opening up. A thought struck him. Last night, he had also entered that mystical state after feeling a coolness in his chest. The precious water rested against his chest. He had kept it close all along. He wondered if his ability to cultivate the Jiatsang Tanagong was related to the precious water. Contemplating this possibility, he felt a surge of certainty. Taking out the precious water, he silently recited the cultivation method, synchronizing his breathing with its rhythm. In the next moment, he witnessed the water emitting a shimmering glow, pulsating in harmony with his breaths. To his astonishment, specks of starlight began to coalesce around him, increasing in number. The precious water acted like a vortex, drawing in starlight from all directions and channeling it into his body. He could distinctly feel the energy traversing through his meridians and entering his abdomen, transforming into the qi described in ancient texts. Yun Hao experienced a moment of clarity. The old Taoist priest had devoted his life to the Jiatsang Tanagong without achieving any substantial results due to the absence of a catalyst like the precious water. Even on his deathbed, the old priest regretted that the cultivation method left to him was a sham, and he doubted the existence of true immortals and their arts. Now, Yun Hao was certain that the cultivation method was indeed genuine, and the key to mastering the Jiatsang Tanagong lay in the precious water. With this support, each breath became increasingly invigorating. Once again, he closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. Time passed, though he could not discern how long it had been. Suddenly, he was roused by a series of grunting sounds. His senses were exceptionally sharp now, prompting him to open his eyes. In the dim light, he saw several dark figures moving toward the rice fields. Perhaps due to the effects of his cultivation, his vision remained clear even in the darkness. A wild boar, weighing at least 400 to 500 pounds, accompanied by 7 or 8 smaller boars, approached the edge of the field, undoubtedly drawn by the scent of the ripening rice. Yun Hao rose, excitement gleaming in his eyes. In the past, an ordinary person encountering a herd of wild boars would undoubtedly flee in terror. However, Yun Hao was no longer the same. Especially after tonight's meditation, he felt an immense surge of strength coursing through his body. As the saying goes, with great skill comes great audacity, coupled with the impetuousness of youth. Upon spotting the wild boars, his immediate thought was to hunt them down. If he could easily overpower Yun He, who was only a third-rate martial artist, how could he possibly be intimidated by a mere group of wild boars? Slaying one would provide a handsome profit. Grasping a nearby hatchet, Yun Hao stealthily approached the leader of the wild boars. When he was merely 3 meters away, the large boar seemed to sense his presence and halted. In a sudden leap, Yun Hao raised his hatchet and struck fiercely at the boar's neck. With a swift slice, the hatchet met its target, and with a piercing cry, the boar's considerable head was severed and rolled a meter away. The massive, headless carcass fell, still twitching, as blood gushed forth and soaked into the earth. The leader of the wild boars had been dispatched by Yun Hao, causing the 8 smaller boars behind it to scatter in fright. With one successful strike, Yun Hao felt an exhilarating ease. When he encountered bandits in the town, he had managed to eliminate 4 of them. Now, hunting wild boars posed no challenge whatsoever. In his eyes, these boars were simply meat, and he would not let them escape, akin to a wolf eyeing its prey. He pursued relentlessly, hacking down 5 wild boars in total. 3 managed to flee into the brambles, but with the leader and 5 smaller boars in tow, he had achieved a significant bounty. Together, they weighed over 1,000 pounds. He planned to sell them in town at dawn before the heat spoiled the meat. Having gathered the boars in a pile, Yun Hao noted that dawn was still a few hours away and resumed his meditation. As the first rays of morning sunlight broke, Yun Hao opened his eyes. After a night of deep breathing, he felt the energy in his abdomen swell even further, his body in a state better than the previous day. He stretched, relishing the satisfying cracks of his joints. Gazing at the fields, he was greeted by a golden sea of ripe rice. With excitement, he plucked a stalk, crushed the grains in his hand, and tasted the pure white rice that emerged, fully matured. He began the harvest, and after 2 hours of diligent work, he had filled 8 large sacks with rice, amounting to around 8 stones. This was a remarkable yield, far surpassing the typical harvest from ordinary rice paddies. The crops nourished by the magical water from the Baoping were not only plump, but also exceedingly plentiful. No longer would he have to fear hunger. Taking a sip from the Baoping, he wiped the sweat from his brow, glancing at the 8 sacks piled together. Although elated, he pondered on how to store them without arousing suspicion from his sister. How could anyone fathom that the water from the Baoping could ripen rice in less than 3 days? Such knowledge would surely invite trouble. Lost in thought, Yun Hao suddenly recalled how he had filled the Baoping with countless streams of water. How could such a small vessel contain so much? This led him to wonder if there was a mystical space within. He recalled tales from the old Taoist priest about realms like Shumi and hidden worlds within trifling objects. If the Baoping could hold so much water, might it also possess the capacity to store his 8 sacks of rice? With a spirit of experimentation, he aimed the mouth of the Baoping at the sacks, envisioning them being absorbed. In the next moment, he felt a slight tremor in his hand, and a flash of light emitted from the bottle, followed by the sudden disappearance of the 8 sacks of rice. Stunned, Yun Hao realized they had indeed been stored. A wave of excitement washed over him, but then concern crept in. Would the water within the Baoping dampen the rice? He quickly envisioned the rice being released, and upon shaking the Baoping again, the 8 sacks reappeared, completely dry. It seemed the Baoping possessed a vast internal space, capable of separating water and grains. He glanced at the 6 remaining wild boars and directed the Baoping towards them, successfully storing them as well. Through repeated trials, he discovered the Baoping could indeed collect items at his will, revealing its wondrous secret. This discovery filled Yun Hao with exhilaration, as it meant he could store an endless supply of grains without fear of detection. When needed, he could simply retrieve a portion. Next, he looked at the stubble left from harvesting the rice and pondered whether he could simply replant without tilling the soil, using the Baoping water to irrigate the regrowth. If successful, he could harvest as easily as cutting chives, saving on seeds. Without hesitation, he began to irrigate the rice stubble, envisioning the water flowing forth. The Baoping seemed almost sentient, resonating with his thoughts. Once finished, he turned to the 10 ginseng and huangjing plants he had sown, observing their lush growth with satisfaction. However, upon inspecting a ginseng root, he felt a twinge of disappointment. Their growth was minimal, indicating they would require more time before yielding a profit. Realizing it was mealtime, he descended the mountain to eat. With 6 wild boars at his disposal, he decided to keep one for his family and sell the rest in town. Approaching the village, he retrieved 2 smaller wild boars from the Baoping, hoisting them onto his shoulders for the return journey, mindful of maintaining a cover. Upon arriving home, his sister Yunwei had prepared a meal. Surprised to see Yun Hao carrying 2 wild boars, she exclaimed, "Xiao Hao, you went into the mountains? Did you get hurt?" Understanding her concern for his safety, he reassured her, "Sister, there is no need to worry. I can easily handle bandits like Yun He, so wild boars are no challenge." Seeing no injuries on him and hearing his words, Yun Wei felt relieved. It made sense. If he could defeat Yun He, taking on wild boars was hardly surprising. Although she was puzzled by her brother's sudden surge in strength, she was nonetheless pleased with his progress. "Quickly, let us wash up and eat," she urged, helping him set down the boars. "Let us keep one for ourselves, and I'll take the other to town after dinner," Yun Hao suggested. "All right, you decide. It's too hot to keep both. One of them must weigh at least 200 pounds. I'll prepare it for curing into preserved meat." Yun Wei's spirits lifted at the thought of having wild boar meat to fill their bellies in these lean times. After their meal, they skinned one of the boars for curing. After some time, Yun Hao hefted the other boar to take to town, carrying over 200 pounds. He surprisingly felt little fatigue, only breaking a sweat. Approaching the town, he found an isolated spot and retrieved the largest wild boar from the Baoping, which weighed no less than 400 pounds. With ease, he hoisted it along with the smaller one, totaling 600 or 700 pounds, and made his way to the largest tavern in town, attracting countless curious gazes along the way. As Yun Hao approached the entrance of the tavern, 2 young men emerged from the medical clinic across the street. One of them was Yun He. After his leg was broken by Yun Hao's kick the previous day, he had been brought to town for treatment and was now accompanied by a junior disciple to change his bandages. Upon exiting the clinic, he spotted Yun Hao carrying 2 wild boars towards the tavern. A gloomy expression settled on Yun He's face as he fixated on Yun Hao's retreating figure. The young man beside him inquired, "Yun He Shi Xiao, do you know that youth?" Yun He gritted his teeth and replied, shitty, that brat broke my leg. Quickly go to the martial arts school and summon a few brothers. Now that Yun Hao has arrived in town, I shall make him pay. What? It's that brat. All right. Yun He Shi Xiang, just wait. We, the people of Lu Yun Wu Guan, shall not allow ourselves to be bullied. I will head to the school and gather our brothers to deal with him. Chapter 12. The tavern keeper is not simple unbeknownst to Yun Hao. Fate had it that he was spotted by Yun He shortly after arriving in town. He remained unaware that Yun He was staring at him with the venomous gaze of a serpent from across the street, already sending his junior to gather reinforcements. Having trained at Lu Yun Wu Guan for a decade, Yun He still maintained some close relationships with his fellow disciples. After his leg was broken by Yun Hao, his brothers and sisters had vowed to avenge him. With Yun Hao's timely arrival, the task became much simpler. Yun Hao, hauling 2 wild boars, became a sight to behold. Upon reaching the tavern's entrance, a young attendant approached him, inquiring, "Do you wish to sell wild boars to our tavern?" The attendant then went to summon the tavern keeper for negotiation. As the largest tavern in Xinghe town, Pinway Tavern had been actively acquiring game. The keeper, Jin Man Tang, a portly man clad in satin, resembled the Buddha when he smiled, his small eyes glimmering with shrewdness. Upon hearing from the attendant that someone was bringing 2 wild boars, he immediately came out to greet Yun Hao. Given this year's severe drought, food scarcity, and the turmoil of the Dayu dynasty, most poultry and meat had been redirected to the front lines, making game the mainstay of the tavern's meat offerings. However, few hunters could capture large prey, and the wild game previously delivered had mostly been smaller fare. It had been a month since they received any sizable game like wild boars. Receiving even 1 or 2 would greatly aid the tavern in drawing customers. When Jin Man Tang beheld the 2 sizable wild boars at the entrance, he was astonished to see Yun Hao, who appeared to be merely a 16 or 17-year-old youth, capable of carrying such heavy game. Setting aside any previous dismissiveness, he realized that such strength was not common. With a smile, he said, "Young gentleman, I am Jin Man Tang, the keeper of this tavern. May I inquire your name?" Yun Hao responded with a slight grin, "Greetings, Jin Keeper. My name is Yun Hao." This was his first encounter with someone so elegantly attired, and he felt somewhat awkward. Having previously passed by Pinway Tavern with the old Taoist, he had marveled at its majestic 3-story wooden structure and had always dreamed of dining there should he ever come into wealth. Jin Man Tang observed Yun Hao and casually asked, "Ah, so you're Yun Hao. Did your family hunt these wild boars?" Yun Hao, not wishing to conceal the truth, replied honestly, "I hunted them myself. Would you be interested in purchasing them, Jin Keeper?" Jin Man Tang was again taken aback. He had assumed that Yun Hao's family were hunters, as capturing such large wild boars typically required several hunters working together. Hearing Yun Hao's claim of having done it alone revealed him to be quite skilled. Such a hunter was not easily deceived. With a newfound respect, Jin Man Tang smiled wider and said, "Of course, we will be glad to buy them. You are quite impressive, Yin brother." After a moment, he inquired, "How would you like to sell these 2 wild boars?" Yun Hao, not being an actual hunter, was unfamiliar with market prices. Without much thought, he replied, "Jin Keeper, since this is my first visit, I am not well versed in the pricing. Please offer a price, and if it is reasonable, I will sell them to your tavern." Jin Man Tang, hearing Yun Hao's straightforwardness, realized he should not overextend himself. After a brief reflection, he said, "Since it is your first time at our Pinway Tavern, I shall ensure you do not suffer a loss. Currently, meat is valued slightly higher than grains, with a dough of rice costing 35 won, and I can offer you 41 for 10 jin of meat. What do you say?" Yun Hao considered the price, realizing that meat was indeed more expensive than rice, which made sense given its richness. "Very well, I accept your offer, Jin Keeper. You are a straightforward fellow," Jin Man Tang remarked, promptly arranging for the attendant to weigh the boars. The 2 wild boars ultimately weighed over 750 jin, resulting in a total of 3,000 won. After receiving the payment, which was the same amount as he had earned from selling ginseng previously, Yun Hao tucked the coins into his pocket, his mind already contemplating their storage in his precious bottle. At this juncture, Jin Man Tang, with a jovial demeanor, invited, "Since you have come, why not join us for a meal at our tavern? I will treat you." Yun Hao had long yearned to dine at Pinway Tavern, and now that he had the means, he certainly wished to indulge in the experience. Just as he was about to nod and follow Jin Man Tang into the tavern, a venomous voice echoed from behind him, "You little bastard, I never expected you to dare come to town." Turning around, Yun Hao's gaze hardened upon seeing Yun He. Yun He was flanked by 6 individuals, all clad in matching blue short-sleeved tunics, some even bare-chested, displaying their bulging muscles. Each bore the insignia of Lu Yun Wuguan. In that instant, Yun Hao realized that Yun He had sought help from the martial arts school, intent on exacting public revenge against him. He was taken aback by the boldness of these martial artists in broad daylight, observing the malicious glints in their eyes directed at him. Yun Hao felt a twinge of apprehension, though it was merely a fleeting emotion. Having previously bested Yun He held no fear of the latter's companions. Although they were numerous, if they proved too formidable, Yun Hao resolved to seek an opportunity to flee. He could not afford to suffer a loss. Jin Montang, resembling the Buddha, regarded Yun He and the members of Lu Yun Wuguan, aware that they were here to cause trouble. However, with Yun Hao standing at the entrance of Pinway Tavern, he considered him his guest. As the proprietor of the largest tavern in the town, Jin Man Tang valued his reputation and, with a smile that belied a chill in his voice, addressed Yun He and his companions. Gentlemen, if you have come to dine at our Pinway Tavern, I welcome you. However, if you seek to cause trouble, I kindly ask you to do so elsewhere, as I must not allow disturbances to interfere with my business. Unhurried yet firm, his words conveyed no hint of concession to Yun He or his group due to their affiliation with Lu Yun Wuguan. Among Yun He's entourage stood a burly young man of about 25 or 26, named Zhang Lei, who ranked 6th among the disciples under the master of Lu Yun Wuguan. He was also Yun He's protector. Upon receiving the news, Zhang Lei had come with several junior disciples to avenge Yun He. However, upon realizing that the Yun Hao in question was a guest of Jin Man Tang, he understood that they could not engage in a fight at the tavern's entrance. Zhang Lei, well aware of Jin Man Tang's reputation and the significant power backing Pinway Tavern, recalled that the tavern was merely a branch of a much larger establishment, with a vast network spread across the realm. They had been warned not to provoke any conflict with it. Yet, with his fellow disciples present, it would be quite embarrassing for Zhang Lei to remain silent and depart without speaking. He clasped his fist towards Jin Man Tang, stating, "Greetings, Jin Keeper. We certainly do not intend to cause a disturbance at your tavern. However, this young man here broke my junior brother Yun He's leg, and as the 6th senior brother of Lu Yun Wuguan, I must stand up for my junior. I kindly ask you to grant Lu Yun Wuguan some face and allow me to take this young man away, assuring you that we will not create any trouble at the tavern entrance." Upon hearing Zhang Lei's words, Jin Man Tang's smile vanished, replaced by a somber expression. "Young man, are you attempting to threaten me with Lu Yun Wuguan? Even if your esteemed master were present, he would not dare to impose his might upon others. What are you but a mere lowly warrior of the first tier, utterly oblivious to your own insignificance?" Initially, Jin did not wish to involve himself in your grievances, provided you did not disturb our establishment, the Pinway Jiolo. However, I must now make it explicit that this young brother, Yun Hao, is my guest, and I intend to invite him to dine. Should you possess any courage, feel free to enter the restaurant and seize him. Upon finishing his words, several burly men wielding clubs and blades sprang forth from the restaurant, their robust physiques and pronounced muscularity indicative of seasoned fighters, clearly skilled martial artists. Their imposing presence far surpassed that of Zhang Lei and Yun Hao. Yun Hao cast a surprised glance at Jin Man Tang, and, realizing that the Pinway Jiulo was indeed no ordinary establishment and that the proprietor was exceptional, he understood the gravity of the situation. Jin Man Tang displayed no regard for the Lu Yun Martial Arts Academy, not yielding an inch to them. "Brother Yun, please come inside." Jin Man Tang warmly invited Yun Hao into the restaurant. "Thank you, Manager Jin." Yun Hao acknowledged, aware that Jin was intentionally assisting him, and he followed him into the establishment. Outside, Zhang Lei and Yun Hao, faced with the thugs of the restaurant, dared not act recklessly, their faces pale with anxiety. Zhang Lei glanced at the retreating figures of Yun Hao and Jin Man Tang and solemnly remarked, "Let us wait across the street. We cannot act at the entrance of the restaurant. We shall wait for that young man to emerge." Yun Hao, eager to curry favor, promptly expressed his gratitude to Zhang Lei. "Thank you, 6th brother, for standing up for me." Zhang Lei, fueled by Jin Montang's indignation, attributed it to Yun Hao as actions. Inside the restaurant, Jin Man Tang arranged for Yun Hao to be seated. As Yun Hao surveyed the wooden plaque hanging on the wall, adorned with a plethora of dish names and their corresponding prices, He couldn't help but be astonished. Truly, this was the largest restaurant in the town. Besides its lavish decor, the prices of the dishes were equally staggering. Even a simple bowl of mixed grain noodles, which could be had for mere coins at a roadside stall, began here at 15 coins. Jean Mantang, noticing the surprise in Yun Hao's eyes, was pleased. It was a common reaction for first-time visitors to their establishment. "Brother Yun, feel free to order anything you desire. It is my treat," Jean Mantang reiterated, assuring him that he would not go back on his word. "Thank you for your kindness, Manager Jean. It is only right that I pay for my meal at your establishment," Yun Hao replied. "Do not worry about those individuals outside. They would not dare to cause trouble here. Just enjoy your meal," Jean Mantang reassured him. Yun Hao was not afraid, but rather, he sought to fulfill a dream of dining at the Pinway Jiulo. After the waiter had taken his order, Jean Mantang ascended to the upper floor. Yun Hao ordered 2 bowls of noodles, a plate of vegetables, and a roasted chicken, instructing the waiter to pack the chicken for him to take home to his sister. The noodles, a hearty serving of mixed grain, were generously topped with scallions and pepper oil. Satisfied, Yun Hao devoured his meal, and even after 2 large bowls, he found himself still hungry. He ordered 3 more bowls, finishing 5 bowls of noodles and a plate of vegetables, and only then did he feel somewhat content, though not completely full. When he called for the bill, despite Jean Mantang's offer to treat him, he wished not to take advantage of the situation. The total came to 175 coins, a sum that stung slightly but was paid without hesitation. As he prepared to leave with the roasted chicken, Jean Mantang descended the stairs, observing Yun Hao at the payment counter. "Brother Yun, you are too courteous. I've already said this meal is on me," he said with a smile. "Thank you for your generosity, Manager Jean. It is only natural for me to pay for my meal at your establishment. It is getting late. I must take my leave," Yun Hao replied. Jean Mantang advised, "If you go out now, you may find yourself in trouble. The men from the Luyan Martial Arts Academy are still outside. If you remain here, they would not dare to intrude." "Thank you for your concern, Manager Jean, but I cannot hide indefinitely. I am not afraid of them," Yun Hao asserted with youthful bravado, his determination unwavering. Jean Mantang, upon hearing this, did not press the issue further. His insistence stemmed from the understanding that Yun Hao was a customer of his establishment. Should he be harmed by the members of the Luyan Martial Arts Academy, it would reflect poorly on Jean Mantang. As Yun Hao approached the door, he recalled the 3 wild boars he had left in his treasure space and inquired, "Manager Jean, may I bring wild boars to your restaurant in the future?" Jean Mantang replied with a grin, "Of course, the more, the better. I will ensure you receive the best price." "Thank you, Manager Jean. By the way, do you require rice for your restaurant?" Yun Hao asked, considering his ample supply of rice that would only increase over time. Jean Mantang responded, "This year has seen a severe drought, and grain prices have surged. We have a significant demand for grain, much of which we procure from outside. If you have any, I will buy as much as you can provide." With that assurance, Yun Hao resolved to gradually sell his surplus grain upon his return. As he departed, Jean Mantang couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. Although his impression of Yun Hao was favorable, he was acutely aware that in a small place like Xinghe Town, martial artists held immense power, and the likelihood of Yun Hao facing dire consequences was high. A waiter approached and asked, "Manager, why did you choose to assist that young man?" Jean Mantang did not respond directly, but said, "Follow him outside and see if he has not been harmed by the Luyan Martial Arts Academy. If he is safe, ensure he reaches the medical clinic." The waiter nodded and followed suit. Upon exiting the Pinway Jiulo, Yun Hao found that Yun Hao and Zhang Lei were nowhere to be seen. Not dwelling on it, he proceeded forward to purchase some items for home. However, as he reached an alleyway, he was suddenly surrounded by 6 individuals, including Yun Hao and Zhang Lei. With 3 in front and 3 behind, Yun Hao, leaning on his cane, could not engage in the fray. Yun Hao realized that today would not end peacefully. Clenching his fists and tightening his body, he instinctively activated his breathing techniques, feeling a surge of energy coursing through him. His senses heightened to unprecedented levels. He perceived the world around him with newfound clarity. Yun Hao sneered, "Yun Hao, you little wretch, today with Zhang Lei and the others here. Let us see how you meet your end." Zhang Lei, wearing a mocking expression, added, "You have struck my disciple, Yun Hao, showing blatant disrespect to our Luyan Martial Arts Academy. Here is your chance. Kneel, bow your head, and compensate us with 10 taels of silver. If you comply, we shall let you go. Otherwise, upon hearing these words, Yun Hao was both incensed and amused, interrupting, "Otherwise what? In broad daylight, you intend to rob me? Are you not afraid of the authorities?" Laughter erupted among them. Zhang Lei, with audacity, declared, "Authorities? Little brother, let me enlighten you. In Xinghe Town, we of the Luoyuan Martial Arts Academy are the law. Ask anyone in authority if they dare to intervene with our affairs." Yun Hao remarked to Zhang Lei, "Zhang Lei, this fellow is, in fact, my distant cousin with no blood relation, utterly destitute, incapable of producing 10 taels of silver. However, he has sold 2 wild boars to the Pinwei Jiulo, so he must possess some funds. Let's not waste time. Seize him directly." Zhang Lei crossed his arms, commanding his companions. "Several senior brothers need not dirty their hands. This mere wild boy is no challenge. I shall take care of it," declared one of the youths with slanted eyes, eager to prove himself. "Very well. Let this lad have a taste of practice," Zhang Lei responded. Yun He, having suffered at the hands of Yun Hao, quickly warned senior brother Li, "Do not underestimate him. This fellow possesses immense brute strength, and I have learned that the hard way." The youth surnamed Li laughed heartily. "Yun He, you have only just stepped into the realm of third-rate martial artists, while I have been in this realm for over a year. Allow me to avenge you." With that, he leaped forward, delivering a kick toward Yun Hao. Yun Hao was taken aback, astonished by the audacity of these individuals, who seemed to regard the authorities with disdain. He began to reassess the status of martial artists in Xinghe Town, as the kick from a youth surnamed Li swept toward him with the force of a tempest. Yun Hao found that it was not as swift as he had imagined. He reacted quickly, extending his hands to grasp Li's ankle with precise accuracy. The youth's face changed dramatically, but it was too late. A surge of power coursed through Yun Hao's grip, causing Li to lose his balance. With a forceful motion, Yun Hao swung him around and crashed him onto the ground with a resounding thud. Li shrieked, his body collapsing onto the earth, bloodied and motionless, teetering on the brink of life and death. Yun Hao released his limp leg and brushed off his hands. Feeling that the so-called third-rate martial artists were nothing remarkable after all, Zhang Lei, Yun He, and the others were momentarily stunned, their expressions shifting as they processed what they had just witnessed. Li, who had been a third-rate martial artist for over a year, had been thrown to the ground by Yun Hao as if he were a mere object. Chapter 14. Defeating 6 with 1 strike. Truly a monster. Yun Hao's ferocious throw had left Zhang Lei and the others in disbelief. Once they regained their composure, Zhang Lei addressed the remaining 4. "This lad possesses considerable brute strength. All 4 of you should engage him together. Let us see just how strong he truly is." With a newfound caution, the remaining 4 did not hesitate to launch a coordinated assault on Yun Hao. Each of them was a third-rate martial artist, their prowess surpassing that of Yun He. Zhang Lei, however, remained on the sidelines with Yun He, observing the unfolding skirmish. Yun Hao, undeterred, had gained clarity about his own strength after his initial victory. As the 4 advanced to flank him, he clenched his fists, ready to confront them with sheer brute force. No techniques, just raw power. The 4 martial artists exchanged blows with him. Utilizing his keen senses and formidable might, Yun Hao engaged in combat with them. Though he endured several punches and kicks, they caused him little harm. In truth, their strikes felt little more than a tickle against his formidable physique. He merely needed to avoid critical hits. In comparison to these skilled martial artists, he appeared to lack any advantage. They possessed techniques and agility, and with their combined efforts against him, he found himself absorbing numerous blows. However, upon closer examination, it became evident that his advantages in strength and perception far exceeded theirs. Thus, although he endured many hits, whenever he retaliated, his strikes often resulted in broken bones and anguished cries among his opponents. As 2 of the martial artists fell, one struck in the chest by Yun Hao's punch, coughed up blood, and was sent flying, incapacitated. Another suffered a kick to the ribs, resulting in a multitude of fractures, rendering him instantly crippled. The remaining 2 were struck by terror, their composure shattered. Seizing the opportunity, Yun Hao unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes, leaving them sprawled on the ground, wailing in defeat. It was at this moment that Zhang Lei truly grasped the terror posed by this wild boy. He was nothing short of a monster. Despite lacking any formal martial arts training, his strength was astonishing, allowing him to bulldoze through and incapacitate 5 of his fellow disciples. Yun He stared wide-eyed at Yun Hao, astonished that four third-rate martial artists could not match him. What had transpired to transform this once frail boy, who had often been bullied, into someone more formidable than they? Turning to Zhang Lei, Yun He realized that only he could subdue Yun Hao. Zhang Lei was one of the direct disciples of the martial arts school's master, a second-rate martial artist. The Liu Yun martial arts school's Liu Yun fist technique was only taught to direct disciples, while those below the third-rate level were limited to basic techniques. The Liu Yun fist was beyond the reach of those who had not yet attained second-rate martial artist status. With this in mind, Yun He urged Zhang Lei, "Senior brother Zhang, it seems you must step in personally." Zhang Lei, feeling a surge of regret for having defended Yun He, had never witnessed such raw ferocity from anyone before. This boy seemed to possess a natural strength. However, Yun He referred to him as merely a strong wild boy. What kind of understatement was that? Though Zhang Lei felt a sense of irritation towards Yun He, as an elder brother, he could not back down. Affecting a casual demeanor, he declared, "Do not worry, junior brother. He is just a wild boy. I will take care of him." With that, he approached Yun Hao, who was brimming with confidence after his victory over four opponents. Upon seeing Zhang Lei advance, Yun Hao tightened his fists, ready to strike at any moment. Zhang Lei's gaze bore into Yun Hao, feeling somewhat perplexed by this boy who had already taken down 5 of his fellow disciples. He had witnessed their attacks land solidly on Yun Hao, yet they seemed to inflict little damage, leading Zhang Lei to conclude that he was indeed a monster. Uncertain of the extent of Yun Hao's brute strength, Zhang Lei, despite being a second-rate martial artist, recognized that their clash would ultimately be a contest of power. Nonetheless, he acknowledged that Yun Hao lacked any formal techniques, while he himself had the Liu Yun fist. Even if he could not match Yun Hao in raw strength, he could rely on his technique to secure victory. With this thought, Zhang Lei felt a renewed sense of confidence. He refrained from rushing into action, pondering how to swiftly defeat Yun Hao without allowing him a chance to react, ideally neutralizing his brute strength. As Zhang Lei contemplated his strategy, Yun Hao furrowed his brow and called out, "Hey, are you going to fight or not? If not, I'll be on my way. I have other matters to attend to." This statement nearly sent Zhang Lei reeling. This boy truly exhibited the audacity of youth, or perhaps he simply lacked any understanding of the martial world. His directness and apparent ease startled Zhang Lei. After a moment, Zhang Lei's expression darkened as he slowly replied, "You truly have opened my eyes, little one. You injure my disciples and still wish to leave? Do you not realize how naive or foolish that makes you?" Yun Hao, showing little concern, replied impatiently, "You are quite verbose. If you want to fight, do so quickly." Yun He, overhearing this exchange, felt a twitch in the corner of his mouth. Zhang Lei's assessment of Yun Hao as naive was not entirely unfounded. After all, Yun Hao had grown up in Qing Shui village, living a life of poverty and having scarcely ventured into town. He was oblivious to the ways of the world. Unlike Yun He, who had been training at the Liu Yun martial arts school since the age of 8. As Zhang Lei listened to Yun Hao's impatient words, his ire flared, feeling personally affronted. He stepped forward and bellowed, "Liu Yun Duaning." His body moved with the speed of a cheetah, a swift and fluid motion. This was a technique from the Liu Yun fist, symbolizing an elusive form that could swiftly sever an enemy's trail, rendering one's movements intangible. In an instant, he had circled behind Yun Hao and unleashed a punch aimed at the back of his head. Yun Hao's eyelids flickered, a wave of alarm washing over him. The 5 previous opponents seemed rather mediocre in speed to him, as he could essentially perceive their movements. However, the individual named Zhang Lei exhibited astonishing swiftness. In a moment of distraction, he felt a rush of air behind his head. Relying on his instinctual senses, Yun Hao quickly tilted his head to evade the strike. Zhang Lei unleashed a punch aimed squarely at the back of Yun Hao's head, but to his surprise, the young man reacted with remarkable speed, managing to avoid the blow. With a cold snort, Zhang Lei altered his stance, directing his fist downward with force. The impact was solid as his punch connected with Yun Hao's shoulder. Yun Hao felt a heavy sensation in his shoulder, causing his body to involuntarily bend, a sharp pain radiating through him. Immediately, he heard Zhang Lei's deep voice once more, "Liu Yun Juyu." This was the second move of the boxing technique, designed to pursue the target like flowing clouds. Swift as the rising moon, rendering escape nearly impossible. With one successful strike against Yun Hao, there was no respite granted. Another punch landed on Yun Hao's back, feeling as if he had been struck by a heavy hammer. His internal energy surged tumultuously, and disregarding the pain, he rolled away to a distance of 3 meters. Hastily getting back on his feet, determined to create distance between himself and Zhang Lei. However, Zhang Lei's third move was already upon him. Long Yun Bidi. This technique unleashed a flurry of punches that obscured Yun Hao's vision, plunging him into a state of chaos, unable to discern his bearings. The shadows of Zhang Lei's punches filled Yun Hao's sight, trapping him. He understood he had no choice but to confront the assault head-on. Even if he had to endure several blows, he needed to retaliate, lest he be overwhelmed. Caught off guard by Zhang Lei's ferocity, he had already taken 2 punches, suffering losses. It dawned on him that Zhang Lei was employing martial arts, while he relied solely on brute strength, unprepared for such an assault. Zhang Lei was a true martial artist, far superior to Yun He and the 5 adversaries before him. A mix of frustration and anger surged within Yun Hao. How dare they exploit the fact that he was untrained? He resolved to fight back fiercely. If he could withstand a couple of blows, he could endure a few more without succumbing. Zhang Lei's punches approached like shadows. With a roar of fury, Yun Hao felt the energy coursing through his abdomen. His clenched fists propelled forward. Suddenly, Yun Hao's fist struck out like a bull charging through a wall, ignoring Zhang Lei's punches landing on him. He embraced a mindset of inflicting harm regardless of his own cost. The sound of their fists colliding echoed like a series of thunderous explosions. Zhang Lei stumbled back, stunned. He had exhausted the 3 moves of the Lu Yun boxing technique. Yun Hao, with his brute force, met Zhang Lei's strikes with overwhelming power. A surge of energy coursing through his fists, arms, and entire being. Feeling the numbing pain in his arms, Zhang Lei was forced to retreat. At that moment, he felt as though he were facing a master martial artist of the highest caliber, overwhelmed by a terrifying display of strength. He had never anticipated the sheer power that Yun Hao unleashed, rivaling that of a top-tier martial artist. As he stumbled back, Zhang Lei's eyelids twitched in alarm as he noticed Yun Hao's eyes glowing with a fierce intensity, charging towards him at a speed that matched his own. After repelling Zhang Lei, Yun Hao did not pause. He lunged forward and leaped, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Zhang Lei. With no time to evade, Zhang Lei could only cross his numb arms in defense. Yet in the next instant, a sickening crack echoed through the air. Crack! Zhang Lei's agonized scream pierced the atmosphere as Yun Hao shattered his arm bones with that punch. His body crashed violently against the wall, rendering him unconscious. Upon seeing Zhang Lei collapse, Yun Hao finally ceased his assault, breathing heavily. His fists were bruised and bleeding. In this clash of brute strength, he emerged victorious. Turning abruptly, he fixed his gaze on Yun He. From a distance, Yun He watched in horror as his senior brother lay incapacitated by Yun Hao's blows, his face paling. Leaning on his cane, he hobbled away in a panic. Having single-handedly defeated 6 opponents, Yun Hao seemed like a monster, but escape was futile. In a swift motion, Yun Hao closed the distance, kicking Yun He to the ground. Please, Yun Hao, spare me. I will never trouble you again. The authorities are here in town. Yun He pleaded, tears and snot streaming down his face, trembling in fear. Regret flooded his mind. Had he known Yun Hao was such a formidable force, he would never have provoked him. Chapter 15. Intentionally selling martial arts manuals to Yun Hao. With a cold snort, Yun Hao stepped down forcefully on Yun He's other leg. Crack! Both legs were brutally broken under Yun Hao's weight. Yun He fainted from the excruciating pain. Had it not been for the bustling town and the awareness of the onlookers, who were not the same bandits that had previously threatened him, Yun Hao might have truly entertained thoughts of lethal violence. Fortunately, these martial artists had no intent to kill him from the outset. After dispatching these individuals, Yun Hao looked down at the fallen figures and warned, "Do not provoke me again, or next time, I will kill you." With that, he picked up a roast chicken from the ground and departed without a backward glance. He was aware that some were genuinely unconscious, while a few were feigning it. They could hear his words. After Yun Hao's departure, the waiter at the nearby tavern, having witnessed the entire spectacle, hurried back to report to Jean Mantang. "What did you say? That kid not only walked away unscathed, but single-handedly defeated the martial artists from Luoyuan martial arts?" Upon hearing the waiter's account, Jean Mantang was incredulous. He had merely thought well of Yun Hao, believing that once he left their tavern, he would be beaten by the Luoyuan martial arts members, at which point he would send the waiter to the medical clinic. To his astonishment, The waiter's comprehensive recounting left Jean Mantang astounded. The waiter affirmed, "Manager, I witnessed it with my own eyes. That Yun Hao knocked out one opponent from the start, and later, when 4 third-rate martial artists attacked simultaneously, he still managed to overpower and injure them. Eventually, even Zhang Lei, a second-rate martial artist, personally intervened. Yet he only managed to land 2 punches on Yun Hao before being severely injured and knocked unconscious." Jean Mantang inquired, "Do you believe that boy lacks martial skills?" The waiter replied earnestly, "Manager, do you still doubt me? I am from our Jean family's internal martial hall. Although I am merely a second-rate martial artist now, my discernment is still keen. I would not err. That Yun Hao fellow is completely untrained in martial arts, lacking even basic techniques. He is simply a brute, likely endowed with innate strength." Jean Mantang nodded, naturally trusting the waiter's words, though he remained astonished by Yun Hao's prowess. Their tavern, ostensibly a place for dining, covertly engaged in intelligence gathering and trading. Each waiter was groomed from a young age in their family's martial hall. In terms of discernment, they surpassed the martial artists of Xinghe Town by a significant margin. So, it seems Yun Hao possesses brute strength without martial knowledge, Jean Mantang mused before asking again. The waiter confirmed, "Yes, had that boy possessed even a modicum of martial knowledge, with his formidable strength, I believe he could easily overpower even first-rate martial artists." Jean Mantang pondered for a moment before declaring, "This is intriguing. To discover a natural powerhouse in such a small place is rare indeed. Go back once more and inform Yun Hao that our tavern can provide him with martial arts manuals. If he is interested, let him come to me." The waiter expressed surprise. "Manager, you cannot be serious about selling our Jean family's martial arts manuals to that boy? That would be disastrous if the elders of the family found out. Besides, a poor lad from Mountain Village could hardly afford it." Jean Mantang narrowed his eyes with a smile. "You know nothing. The Jean family's martial arts cannot be sold, but the dragon elephant boxing manual circulating in the market of the Dayu dynasty can. Only 10 taels of silver are needed. That lad should be able to afford it." The young attendant inquired, "Isn't it said that the Longxiang fist manual circulating in the market lacks mental cultivation methods and consists only of techniques, thus rendering it of little use?" "Not so," replied Jean Mantang. "While it may be of little utility to the average person, the Longxiang fist was indeed created by the founding ancestor of the Dayu dynasty, possessing its unique merits. Without the mental cultivation, the techniques alone may not serve a common martial artist well. However, if a person endowed with innate strength were to practice the Longxiang techniques, the outcome would be profoundly different. My support for that lad stems from my belief in his potential." The young attendant, perplexed, asked, "If you hold Yun Hao in such high regard, why not directly recruit him? Selling him the Longxiang manual might not yield any remarkable results." Jean Mantang stroked his beard thoughtfully and replied, "Today, Yun Hao has clashed with the disciples of the Luoyuan martial arts school, and they will not let this matter rest easily. Although we do not fear a mere Luoyuan martial arts school, we must avoid unnecessary conflicts, as it does not align with our interests. By finding a way to provide Yun Hao with a manual, I wish to see if he possesses the talent for martial arts. If so, the incident with the Luoyuan martial arts school will serve as a test of his worth, and we can approach him for recruitment later." The young attendant, sensing the wisdom in Jean Mantang's words, flattered him. "You truly are astute, master. Get lost, you rascal. This is merely prudent calculation, in keeping with the traditions of the Jean family. Just go inform that lad about the manual and leave it to him to decide if he wishes to pursue it." "Yes, I shall do so at once." The young attendant turned to leave, but returned to say, "Master, that lad just fought with the Luoyuan martial arts school disciples. He likely won't be able to leave Xinghe Town today. Wouldn't my visit be superfluous?" Jean Mantang gazed out the window and replied, although Wu Shiguan, "The head of the Luoyuan martial arts school, is a martial artist. He values his reputation. His disciples, having been bested by a mere countryside lad, will suffer great humiliation. How could he possibly seek out Yun Hao for revenge? At most, once Yun Hao leaves Xinghe Town, he might resort to some underhanded tactics." The young attendant nodded in understanding and hurried off to find Yun Hao. Meanwhile, after defeating Zhang Lei and others, Yun Hao began his shopping in the town. He purchased flour, cloth, and tools for repairing his home, acquiring various useful items. After a round of shopping, he filled a large sack and had spent over 800 won, preparing to return home. Just then, a familiar young man approached him. Upon closer inspection, it was the young attendant from the Pinway restaurant. "Young master, my master has asked me to convey a message to you." The attendant approached Yun Hao with great respect, having witnessed Yun Hao's prowess firsthand. "What is it, young attendant?" Yun Hao asked, feeling at ease due to the attendant's humble demeanor. "My master, Jean, mentioned that you suffered in your fight today due to lacking martial techniques. He instructed me to inform you that we have martial manuals for sale at our restaurant. If you're interested, you can seek out my master there." Yun Hao was taken aback. "Martial manuals? Is that true?" Indeed, while he had sustained no significant injuries, he recognized that his lack of knowledge in martial techniques had been a disadvantage. The prospect of acquiring a martial manual intrigued him, but he was well aware that martial arts training often came at a steep price, and manuals were even more costly. He cautiously asked, "Young attendant, might I inquire about the price of your martial manual?" The attendant smiled and replied, "My master has stated that for a manual without mental cultivation, it would only require 10 taels of silver." 10 taels of silver? Yun Hao thought to himself, that is indeed quite expensive. Chapter 16. The ruthless heart of Madame Chai Jinyu within the Luoyuan martial arts school. The sound of a shattered teacup echoed through the room. The headmaster, Wu Shiguan, wore a grim expression as he glared at the groaning disciples sprawled on the floor, his eyes ablaze with fury. Zhang Lei had already regained consciousness. Trembling as he recounted the events, Wu Shiguan's rage intensified upon realizing that his disciples had been thoroughly beaten by a mere country boy. The most humiliating aspect was that 6 or 7 of them had failed to subdue one individual. To be beaten at their own doorstep was a disgrace beyond measure. As the owner of a martial arts school, reputation was paramount. How could he continue to run his school and attract disciples if word got out about this? Wu Shiguan glared at his fallen disciples, his anger boiling over. Particularly infuriating was the realization that Zhang Lei and the others had been beaten up while defending Yun Hao. To make matters worse, the assailant was Yun Hao's cousin, albeit one without any blood relation. One of the disciples spoke up, "Master, please calm your anger. I will go capture that boy at once. He should still be in the town." Just as Wu Shiguan was about to respond, a soft woman's voice floated in from the back hall. "What do you mean, go? Aren't you embarrassed enough?" At that moment, a middle-aged woman, supported by a maidservant, stepped into view. "Madam, you should be resting properly." Wu Shiguan rose to assist her, guiding her to a seat. "Mother, mother." The disciples in the hall greeted her with a bow, their respect evident. "It is merely a cold. It is of no consequence. However, you all have brought shame to your master," the woman scolded, her gaze fixed sternly on Zhang Lei and the others. They trembled in fear, for within the Luoyuan martial arts school, the true source of dread was not Wu Shiguan, but his wife, Chai Jinyu. Wu Shiguan typically heeded her counsel, and it was her strategies that had allowed the Luoyuan martial arts school to thrive in the small town. Otherwise, Wu Shiguan, a rough martial artist, would not have been able to attract so many disciples. Wu Shiguan turned to Chai Jinyu and said, "Madam, Zhang Lei and the others have been beaten by a country boy. If we do not capture him, it could tarnish our school's reputation." Chai Jinyu replied, 7 of them could not subdue a single country boy. If you send someone after him now, it will only lead to further humiliation. If word spreads, our school will be mocked for bullying the weak. Who would dare come to our school to learn?" Wu Shiguan nodded vigorously. "You speak the truth, madam. What do you suggest we do? We cannot simply sit idly by while Zhang Lei and the others suffer." Chai Jinyu's tone grew colder as she continued. "I understand the situation. That boy is likely endowed with innate strength. If you send someone after him, we risk another defeat. Surely, it would be a tremendous embarrassment for the master of the school to personally confront a country boy." She paused, then added, "However, our disciples cannot suffer in vain. I have heard that the bandits of Heifeng Mountain have been wreaking havoc lately, pillaging many villages." At this point, Chai Jinyu turned her gaze to the injured Yun Hao, who lay on a stretcher with broken legs. "Yun Hao, is that boy from your village?" Yun Hao quickly propped himself up on his arms and replied, "Yes, madam. That boy is named Yun Hao. He is a bastard picked up by my uncle." "What is the name of your village? How many households are there? Are there any wealthy families?" Chai Jinyu inquired. "In response to your question, madam, our village is called Qingshui Village, with over 30 households. There are a few affluent families, but not many. This year, due to the drought, the villagers are all short on grain." Yun Hao answered hurriedly. Chai Jinyu nodded thoughtfully and said to Wu Shiguan, "Have someone inform the bandits of Heifeng Mountain about the situation in Qingshui Village, particularly that there are several wealthy households with ample money and grain, especially one named Yun Hao. who is quite valuable. In due time, the bandits will take care of our problem, and we need not lift a finger." Upon hearing this, Yun Hao's body trembled, and his complexion turned pale. His mother and father still resided in the village, and he had never considered the implication of letting bandits ransack his entire village. It was no secret that Madame Chai Jinyu was ruthless, and today, Yun Hao witnessed her cruelty firsthand. Even Zhang Lei and the others felt their hearts quaking with fear. Wu Shiguan hesitated slightly and said, "Madam, isn't this a bit akin to the bandits of Heifeng Mountain? I have heard of them. They are ruthless and merciless. Every village they plunder is left devoid of life, devoid of morality." Chai Jinyu coldly retorted, "Morality? What has morality to do with us? We merely conveyed a message to Heifeng Mountain. The ones who slaughter and plunder are not us." This year, due to the severe drought and the turmoil at the borders of the Dayu dynasty, uprisings are rampant across various regions. The bandits of Heifeng Mountain will inevitably raid within 100 miles of Xinghe Town. We have simply provided a timely warning and offered some relief to our disciples. Nothing more. What does this have to do with our Luyun Martial Arts Academy? Seeing the madam's anger, Wu Shiguan quickly agreed. "What you say makes perfect sense. We shall proceed as you suggest." Chai Jinyu huffed, then turned to Yun Hao and instructed, "This time, your brothers were injured while defending you. You shall cover their medical expenses. Furthermore, inform your parents to sell their land and move to the academy. With the recent passing of our gatekeeper, Lao Wu, it will also provide your parents with a means of livelihood and help them evade the bandits. This is all we can do for you, alas. Our compassion is our burden. An extra mouth to feed at the academy during a year of drought is quite the responsibility." Yun Hao felt a chill in his heart but dared not show it, expressing his gratitude profusely. He was not foolish. The madam's words had effectively seized his family's assets and coerced his parents into serving as doormen under the guise of benevolence, thus providing them with free labor. Yet he could not defy her, well aware of Chai Jinyu's cunning. What began as a lesson intended for Yun Hao had now entangled his entire family. Regret coursed through him, yet he remained silent. "Enough, you all take them away for treatment. Yun Hao, since you cannot move well, write a letter, and I shall send someone to assist in selling your family's land to cover the medical expenses," Chai Jinyu ordered nonchalantly. Meanwhile, Yun Hao was on his way home. Upon leaving the town, he noticed no one following him. There was no trouble at hand. He found a secluded spot to stow a large sack of items into his treasure vessel. Memories of the tavern attendant's words echoed in his mind. According to the attendant, Jean Mantang possessed a martial arts manual for sale at the price of 10 taels of silver. Yun Hao was tempted, yet he lacked the funds. He contemplated saving up to possibly acquire the manual for practice. After sparring with Yun Hao and Zhang Lei, he recognized his shortcoming was the absence of a martial arts manual. Moreover, the tavern attendant had mentioned that having fought with someone from the Luyun Martial Arts Academy, they would not let the matter rest easily. While they would not confront him openly, he should remain cautious of their covert actions. However, Yun Hao did not dwell on this. With the treasure vessel for storage, he was unburdened while traveling. Although he encountered no robbers along the way, he did see scattered refugees and the bodies of those who had perished, undoubtedly from starvation. He also overheard talk of battles at the borders of Liangzhou and rampant banditry. Yun Hao tried to avoid these individuals, but the sights and sounds intensified his awareness of the importance of grain. As he approached the village, he retrieved the items from his treasure vessel, including a large bag of rice, which he carried into the village. The rice was his own harvest. He would use his trip to the town as an excuse to explain to his sister that it was acquired from selling a wild boar. Upon arriving home at dusk, he presented a plethora of goods and grain, much to his sister's delight. He reminded her to arrange for repairs on their house the following day. Dinner was prepared, and his sister steamed rice made from the grains he had cultivated with the water from the treasure vessel. Initially, he thought he could indulge in several bowls, yet unexpectedly, he found himself full after only 2. His sister, Yun Wei, remarked on how delicious the rice was. Yun Hao fell into contemplation, pondering a possibility. Chapter 17. The Excavation of Ginseng and Huangjing. Yun Hao realized it was not his appetite that had diminished, but rather the rice was of a different caliber. The rice nourished with the treasure vessel water was no ordinary grain. It possessed an extraordinary, satiating quality. Typically, he would need to consume at least 5 bowls to feel full, yet today, 2 bowls sufficed, making this evident. The aroma of the rice and the delightful sensation it brought to his palate was addictive. Even Yun commented that it surpassed the taste of meat. Most significantly, after eating, he felt warmth radiating from his abdomen, akin to the energy produced through the breathing technique of the Zhetzong Tu Nagon. According to the Taoist texts left by the old priest, the energy generated in the abdomen is known as qi, which absorbs the essence of the heavens and earth. However, Yun Hao was unaware of its true purpose. When he fought with a martial artist from the Luoyuan Martial Arts Academy, the qi in his abdomen coursed throughout his body, amplifying his strength, seemingly inexhaustible. Hence, he surmised that the qi within him represented power, and now, after consuming the rice, it had also begun to manifest, effectively enhancing his strength. This benefit was clear to Yun Hao, and he felt a surge of joy. Now that both food and water could bolster his strength, he would no longer fear being bullied by anyone. "What are you thinking about? Let me serve you another bowl of rice," Yun inquired, noticing Yun Hao's distraction. Yun Hao snapped back to reality and quickly replied, "Sister, no need. I am full." Yun was surprised. "Truly full? There is still some left in the pot." She recalled how Yun Hao's appetite had seemed lacking in recent days. "Sister, this rice is highly satiating. I assure you I am satisfied. In the future, do not be stingy. Feel free to eat as much as you like. I can earn money." Considering his sister's frugality, he advised her that this rice, grown with the treasure vessel's water, would benefit her health even if it did not enhance her strength. Yun nodded, recalling that Yun Hao had brought back a large bag of rice, along with white flour and mixed grains, sufficient to sustain them for a while. Additionally, Yun Hao mentioned that the wild boar had fetched them 3 taels of silver. Their lives seemed to hold promise. After dinner, Yun Hao informed his sister of his intentions and headed to Jiming Mountain. He claimed he needed to check on the grain planted behind the Taoist temple to protect it from wild animals. Although Yun was unaware of what exactly her brother had planted behind the temple, she had seen him return safely after hunting a wild boar the day before. So she merely cautioned him to be careful without further inquiry. Upon reaching the back of Jiming Mountain, he quickly went to inspect the fields. After a day and night, his suspicions were confirmed. The rice stubble, after being watered with the treasure vessel's water last night, had revived and begun to grow anew. However, no rice heads had formed yet. Fortunately, every stalk that had been harvested had sprouted again, boasting a survival rate of nearly 100%. The growth rate was somewhat slower, but Yun did not mind. He could simply irrigate them a few more times and wait a couple of extra days for them to mature. The 10 stalks of ginseng and huangjing were thriving, their leaves spreading wider than the previous day. After inspecting, he found no signs of wild animals having visited. The old priest had once mentioned that many wild beasts and birds roamed the mountains, primarily foraging at night, with only birds being active during the day. However, since the rice was still in its seedling stage, it would not attract birds for pecking. He began the irrigation process, and once completed, he watered each ginseng and huangjing plant. Afterward, he sat down to rest. Night fell, and he would once again guard the fields against wild boars and other beasts, foregoing sleep to practice breathing techniques. The night passed without incident, and the next day he awoke revitalized, feeling the qi in his abdomen had grown stronger. Though each sensation was subtle, he could distinctly perceive its increase. As dawn broke, Yun Hao returned to the Taoist temple to freshen up before descending the mountain to return home. Today, my elder sister enlisted someone to repair the house, and he intended to see if he could offer assistance. Upon returning home, he noticed that work was already underway on the roof. While his sister was bustling about in the kitchen, a pot contained a wholesome mixture of grains, complemented by some wild boar meat. Yun Hao, intending to help, inadvertently became a hindrance. The craftsman, Yun and his son Yun Taizhu, were villagers related to the Yun clan, although they were distantly connected to Yun Wei's parents through several generations. They were a pair of honest men who assured Yun Hao that they could manage without his help. They worked diligently, and Yun Wei mentioned that as long as they provided meals, Uncle de Gouet would not require payment. By the end of the morning, the leaks in the roof had been successfully repaired. During mealtime, both Yun Hao and Yun Wei were aware of the difficulties everyone faced and found it hard to fill their stomachs. They offered most of their food to Mr. de Gouet, leaving the father and son feeling quite embarrassed. After some contemplation, Yun Hao spoke up. "Uncle de Gouet, are you capable of carpentry?" Without hesitation, Yun de Gouet replied, "Certainly, I can handle both masonry and carpentry. Little Hao, do you have any work for us? My son and I will gladly assist." He added, "No payment required, just provide meals." Yun Hao responded with a smile. Uncle de Gouet, I cannot let you work for free. Here's the deal. The wooden bed in my sister's room is decayed and needs replacing, and we also require additional furniture for the kitchen. You can take care of all of it at your own pace, and you can source the wood as well. My family will provide meals daily, along with an additional payment of 100 won per day. How's that sound? Yun de Gouet's eyes lit up, and he eagerly replied, No problem at all. We have some timber ready at home. I will have Tai Zhu bring it over. After a moment of hesitation, he added, 50 won would suffice for labor. Thus, they agreed, with Yun Hao ensuring that the father and son would receive 100 won daily, while the cost of materials would be settled upon completion of the work. Seeing Yun de Gouet's sincerity, Yun Hao was determined not to shortchange them. Although Yun Wei wished to speak up about the payment, she ultimately held her tongue, feeling a twinge of concern about their finances. In the following days, Yun Hao spent his time tending to the rice and ginseng on Jiming Mountain, only returning home during meals. With his sister Yun Wei present, he felt no need to worry about helping. During the day, he revisited the Ling, Yao, Bin, Chao, Jing, studying each medicinal herb and its properties. At night, he would peruse the Zhe, Song, Tu Na Gong, focusing on the breathing techniques, gaining insights each time. He realized that the true energy was being cultivated within his lower abdomen. He then researched the human meridians and acupoints, practicing meditation and breathing exercises. Consuming rice cultivated from the precious bottle, his body grew stronger day by day. On the 6th day, the rice was ripe for harvest, yielding an impressive 8 stones. After re-irrigating, another harvest would follow in a few days. Compared to the previous instance, this time the duration was doubled, yet it was not of great concern. 6 days had passed swiftly. The grain from the 2 harvests would suffice for him and his sister for an entire year without worry. Moreover, they could continue to irrigate and cultivate. He shifted his focus to ginseng and huangjing, realizing that he had been watering them with precious water for 9 days. Curious about the growth of their roots, Yun Hao prepared to excavate the ginseng and huangjing. Upon unearthing them, his eyes sparkled with delight. It's time to head to the town, he mused. Chapter 18. Selling Ginseng. Buying martial arts manuals. Yun Hao ventured to the town once more, this time with a cart crafted specifically by Yun de Gouet and his son. It was designed to be pulled by a donkey or horse, though, currently, it was pulled by himself. The cart was intended for convenience when entering the town, especially since he had 3 wild boars stored in the precious bottle. He planned to sell all of them. After being stored for several days, he feared they might spoil. However, upon inspection, they retained their initial condition, fresh and unspoiled. The space within the precious bottle proved to have preservative qualities, a discovery that delighted Yun Hao, as he no longer needed to worry about food spoiling inside. After 6 days of work, the repairs to the house and the creation of furniture were nearing completion. Yun Hao left some money for his sister, instructing her to settle the labor costs with Yun de Gouet and his son while he set off to the town. His objective was clear, to sell the 3 wild boars, as well as 2 ginseng and 2 huangjing plants. Remarkably, when he unearthed the ginseng and huangjing that morning, he was astounded to find that the ginseng had grown larger than the one he had previously collected. Based on his estimates, it was at least 10 years old. Although he was uncertain about the huangjing, it was also substantial. He decided not to excavate all of it, intending to continue watering the remaining plants to enhance their value over time. He was also eager to visit the tavern's proprietor, Ji Man Tang, to purchase a martial arts manual. The last time he inquired, the shopkeeper mentioned it would cost 10 taels of silver. Yun Hao believed that selling the ginseng and huangjing, along with the 3 wild boars, would enable him to gather the necessary funds. After distancing himself from the village, he stored the cart back in the precious bottle and hurried onward, heading straight for Xingyi town. The weather remained sweltering, with no signs of rain. As he walked, he noticed an increasing number of corpses by the roadside, with crows and wild dogs circling above. The flow of refugees on the official road grew, each with vacant expressions, all heading towards distant county towns and state capitals. Upon nearing the town, he retrieved the cart and the 3 wild boars, first heading to Xinglin Fang. The proprietor here had previously offered 3 taels for the ginseng he had collected, a fair price. Do you buy medicinal herbs? Yun Hao inquired as he entered, finding the shopkeeper busy writing at the counter. The shopkeeper looked up, recognizing Yun Hao, and his expression brightened. Ah, it's you, young brother. Clearly, he remembered Yun Hao, having recently purchased a 6-year-old ginseng from him, which was in pristine condition. Given the rarity of good herbs, he had a lasting impression of Yun Hao, although neither of them had exchanged names during their last encounter. Less than 10 days had passed since Yun Hao's last visit, and he was pleasantly surprised that the shopkeeper still remembered him. "My name is Yun Hao," he smiled as he introduced himself. The shopkeeper stroked his goatee and replied, Lin Yan, did you come today to sell more ginseng?" Lin Yan casually asked, not expecting Yun Hao to have more. After all, ginseng was not an ordinary herb, and even professional herbalists seldom found it. To his astonishment, Yun Hao placed a bag on the counter, opened it, and said, "You guessed correctly, I was fortunate enough to dig up 2 exceptionally good ginseng plants." Lin Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Upon seeing the 2 ginseng plants displayed on the counter, he could hardly tear his gaze away, noting that they were even better than the previous one. "Let me pour you a cup of tea, young brother," he said, his face softening with a smile. "You enjoy your tea while I examine these 2 ginseng plants. Please, take your time." Lin's shopkeeper, Yun Hao, gestured. Lin Yan then picked up the 2 ginseng plants as if they were treasured toys, and after a few minutes, he finally set them down, exclaiming, "Excellent! These are nearing 15 years of age, with superb roots, truly rare. I will buy them from you at 10 taels of silver each." Yun Hao's heart raced. The previous 6-year-old ginseng had fetched 3 taels, and now Lin Yan was offering 10 taels for each ginseng nearing 15 years. This far exceeded his expectations. He had initially thought that selling a ginseng for 5 taels would be satisfactory, yet here he was, receiving 10 taels for each. "Thank you, Lin shopkeeper. Oh, by the way, I also have Huang Jing for you to look at," Yun Hao added, pulling out the Huang Jing from the bag. Lin Zhonggui's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yun Hao, observing Lin Zhonggui's expression, surmised that the Huang Jing was indeed of exceptional quality. As anticipated, after Lin Zhonggui examined it, he retrieved a scale to weigh the Huang Jing, which amounted to 3 jin. According to Lin Zhonggui, all of it was over 10 years old. However, its price could not compare to that of ginseng. For the 3 jin of Huang Jing, he received a total of 15 taels of silver. Adding the 2 ginseng roots, which were valued at 20 taels, the grand total reached 35 taels of silver. As Yun Hao exited Xinglin Fong, he found himself enriched by 35 taels of silver. This time, he received no cash notes, only solid silver ingots. He had never imagined that one day he would possess such a considerable sum. It felt surreal, almost dreamlike. The thought of the 8 more ginseng roots and Huang Jing still in the field filled him with excitement. With this newfound wealth, he found he would not require much money for the time being. He could continue to nourish those ginseng and Huang Jing with the Baoping water, and it was not impossible for them to reach 100 years of growth. It was at this moment that Yun Hao's understanding of the Baoping deepened. He silently reflected on how the miraculous Baoping had transformed his destiny. After hauling the 3 wild boars to Pinway Restaurant, the waiter recognized Yun Hao and promptly informed Jean Mantang. Jean Mantang emerged with a smile, and upon seeing the 3 wild boars, he praised Yun Hao profusely. After exchanging pleasantries, they got down to business. The 3 smaller wild boars weighed over 600 jin combined, and their price was set at 2,400 won. In a private room on the 2nd floor of the restaurant, Jean Mantang sent someone to deliver the payment. After Yun Hao collected the money, he got straight to the point, asking, "Jean Zhonggui, last time the waiter mentioned you had a martial arts manual?" Jean Mantang nodded with a cheerful expression. "Indeed. I instructed the waiter to inform you. Brother Yun, I must confess, I am aware of your recent altercation with the people from Luoyang Martial Arts School, and I wish to lend you a hand." Yun Hao, puzzled, looked at Jean Mantang and inquired, "Why do you wish to help me?" Jean Mantang candidly replied, "You seem like a decent lad, and I would like to cultivate a good relationship with you." This rationale prompted a smile from Yun Hao, and he chose not to press further. He was indeed interested in the martial arts manual, which was the very reason for his visit to the town. He placed 10 taels of silver on the table and declared, "Jean Zhonggu, here is 10 taels of silver. I wish to acquire the martial arts manual." Jean Mantang was taken aback that Yun Hao could produce such a sum. After a moment of surprise, he replied, "The manual is negotiable, but I must make one thing clear. The manual I provide contains no inner cultivation methods, only martial techniques. Whether you can master them is not something I can guarantee." "Thank you for the clarification, Jean Zhonggu. Regardless of whether I succeed in mastering it, I will not hold you accountable. However, I do have one request. I hope you can share some insights," Yun Hao said. Jean Mantang pondered for a moment before asking, "What would you like to know?" Chapter 19. The Hierarchy of Jianghu Warriors and the Black Market of Limao Alley. Yun Hao gazed out the window and asked, "I wish to understand the situation at Luyin Martial Arts School and what Jianghu warriors are like." Jean Mantang's eyes flickered with surprise. He had not expected a country bumpkin to pose such profound questions. Nevertheless, he chuckled and responded, "You have posed two inquiries. Jean Zhanggue. From now on, I will deliver my hunted game to your restaurant, and I will accept your price without bargaining." Yun Hao reasoned, understanding that to acquire information, one must offer something of value in return. Jean Mantang laughed heartily. "Well said. You are indeed an interesting fellow. As I mentioned earlier, I find you agreeable. So let me share some insights." As he spoke, Jean Mantang poured a cup of wine and offered it to Yun Hao. "Last time, I promised to treat you to a meal, but you paid. This time, let me make it up to you. Here, try our restaurant's Lil Fushin wine." Yun Hao had never tasted it before. As he inhaled the faint aroma wafting from the cup, curiosity piqued. He raised it and said, "Thank you, Jean Zhanggue." He drank in one go. Cough. The fiery intensity caught him off guard. Jean Mantang chuckled. "Take it slow. Wine is to be savored." Yun Hao's face flushed. "It's my first time drinking. Please forgive me." "Don't be shy about eating," Jean Mantang encouraged. Yun Hao, feeling ravenous, indulged in the dishes, which were unfamiliar yet enticing. Since Jean Mantang had extended such warm hospitality, he decided not to refuse. He considered finding an opportunity to repay the favor later. At that moment, the waiter entered with a wooden box, placing it down and announcing, "Master, the items have arrived." "All right, you may leave." Jean Mantang waved the waiter away. He opened the wooden box and pushed it toward Yun Hao. "Brother Yun, this is the Longxiang boxing manual. It contains only techniques without any inner cultivation methods. But it is certainly worth 10 taels of silver. I hope it aids you." Yun Hao's eyes brightened. "Jean Zhanggue, may I take a look?" "Of course. It is now yours." Jean Mantang gestured for him to peruse. Yun Hao opened it and discovered a thin, thread-bound book inscribed with the characters Longxiang. Inside were illustrations and annotations for each technique. Although it lacked corresponding inner cultivation methods, the techniques were comprehensive, encompassing footwork and stances. They promised to be superior to those practiced by the martial artists at Luyin Martial Arts School. Jean Mantang remarked, "Though it lacks a corresponding inner method, if you can master the techniques, they will surely surpass those of the Luyin Martial Arts School." Yun Hao closed the manual and inquired, "Can the inner method for Longxiang be purchased?" Jean Mantang sighed and shook his head. "It cannot be bought." "Why not?" Yun Hao asked, confused. "You can acquire the techniques, yet not the inner methods?" Jean Mantang explained. The Longxiang was created by the founding emperor of the Dayu dynasty. It is a royal martial art. The inner method is considered the essence of their lineage, while the techniques of the Longxiang boxing manual are publicly available for soldiers to practice. However, only those of royal blood can cultivate the inner method. Outsiders cannot succeed. So do not dwell on it. Upon hearing this, Yun Hao did not press further. Having spent 10 taels of silver, he was uncertain whether he could successfully master the techniques. He resolved to test them upon returning home. "Then please, Jean Zhanggue, enlighten me about Luyin Martial Arts School and the warriors of the Jianghu." Yun Hao prompted once more. Jean Mantang took a sip of wine, setting his cup down as he began. "Regarding Jianghu warriors, let us start from the lowest tier, the Shushi martial artist, who understands some basic techniques and possesses slightly more strength than an ordinary person. Next are the Sanlu martial artists, who have entered the realm of martial arts, gaining the strength of their limbs and bones, with a peak Sanlu martial artist possessing a force of 1,000 jun. Following that are the Erliao martial artists, who possess over 3,000 jin of strength. And then there are the Elio martial artists, who are said to have the strength of 9 bulls within them. Achieving the Elio level is already notable in the Jianghu. The head of Luyin Martial Arts School, Wu Shiguan, is a peak Elio martial artist, which is why he can establish a school and recruit disciples in Xinghe Town. However, beyond this level, even in the county or state city, a Elio martial artist is hardly impressive. Yun Hao listened intently, his curiosity piqued. "Is there something stronger than a Elio martial artist?" Jean Mantang chuckled. "Of course. A Elio martial artist, in essence, remains at the level of Mingjin, with their strength distributed throughout their limbs and bones, not concentrated. Above the Elio, there exists the Anjin, also known as inner strength, which can coalesce within the body, allowing the practitioner to open the run and do meridians. Inner strength can circulate endlessly, wholly distinct from Mingjin warriors. They inhabit entirely different realms. Only above the Elio can one be called a true martial master. Above the martial masters are the grand martial masters, and beyond them are the innate experts, who represent the pinnacle of Jianghu warriors. As he spoke of innate experts, Jin Montang's expression grew wistful. And what lies beyond the innate experts? Yun Hao inquired eagerly. Jin Mantang jested. What are you dreaming of? Some individuals train for 10 years without ever reaching the Sanlu martial artist level, let alone martial masters or grand martial masters, or even the innate realm. I know you possess innate strength, and now, with the Longxiang boxing manual, practice diligently. Perhaps in 10 or 8 years, you may cultivate Anjin. At that time, you can ponder the realm of innate experts. Yun Hao offered a modest smile, recognizing that he had been overly ambitious. He refrained from further questioning. Jin Mantang continued. A few days ago, you clashed with the people from Luoyuan Martial Arts School. They have not sought revenge, possibly out of consideration for their reputation, as Wu Shiguan values his face. However, this does not mean you are safe. To my knowledge, Wu Shiguan's wife, Chai Jinyu, has secretly plotted against you. So do exercise caution. This news inexplicably tightened Yun Hao's heart. He hurriedly asked, Jin Zhonggui, do you know something? Jin Mantang shook his head and replied, I only know this much. In any case, you should be aware that the Luoyuan Wuguan will not let this matter rest. Yun Hao committed this to memory and expressed his gratitude. After sharing a few drinks and light conversation with Jin Mantang, Yun Hao rose to leave. Just as he was about to depart, Jin Mantang remarked, martial artists place great emphasis on their vital energy. You may visit the third shop in Li Mao Lane to purchase Qi Shui pills. Taking them while practicing martial arts can significantly enhance your vitality, yielding twice the result with half the effort. Perhaps you will achieve remarkable progress. Yun Hao was taken aback. He had not anticipated the existence of Qi Shui pills for martial artists. He inquired, are they expensive? Jin Mantang chuckled at his question and said, the inferior Qi Shui pills cost 1 tael of silver each. You can certainly afford them. Just mention that Jin Mantang referred you. This is a black market, otherwise, they won't let you in. Yun Hao expressed his thanks and departed. Jin Mantang watched Yun Hao's retreating figure, muttering to himself, what an interesting young fellow. No guande. In these times, people are starving on the streets. Who has the money to practice martial arts? Upon exiting the tavern, Yun Hao's mind was preoccupied with Jin Montang's explanations regarding the ranks of martial artists and the impending retribution from the Luoyuan Wuguan. According to Jin Mantang, the master of the Luoyuan Wuguan was a peak first-class martial artist, capable of possessing the strength of 9 oxen. He did not know how formidable 9 oxen strength was, but he felt compelled to be cautious. Now that he possessed a martial arts manual, he naturally intended to practice. With the assistance of Qi Shui pills, he could achieve superior results. Jin Mantang had mentioned that they were available in Li Mao Lane. 1 tael of silver for each pill was somewhat expensive, yet he still had over 20 taels of silver on him and decided to try purchasing one. He soon arrived at the third shop in Li Mao Lane and knocked on the door. A burly middle-aged man answered, his tone icy as he asked, what do you want? Yun Hao replied, I was sent by Jin Zhonggui from the tavern to buy Qi Shui pills. He felt a twinge of nervousness as the imposing man exuded an aura of danger. Gumin, upon hearing Jin Montang's name, the man opened the door and let Yun Hao in. Once inside, Yun Hao discovered a different world. Following the burly man through a small courtyard, they arrived at a dimly lit backyard that resembled a small marketplace, where a few people lingered. Their scrutinizing gazes made him uncomfortable. The burly man led him to a counter and asked, which grade do you want? Low, medium, or high? Yun Hao initially intended to say low grade, but instead asked, what are the prices? The man replied indifferently, low-grade Qi Shui pills are 1 tael of silver each, medium-grade 10 taels, and high-grade 100 taels. Yun Hao was taken aback by the stark price differences. A single high-grade pill cost as much as 100 taels of silver. I shall take 2 low-grade pills. Initially planning to buy just one, he decided to purchase 2 since he was already there. The man poured 2 dark pills from a porcelain bottle and handed them over. Gritting his teeth, Yun Hao produced 2 taels of silver, accepted the pills, and turned to leave, feeling the uncomfortable stares of the onlookers. It was only after stepping out of Li Mao Lane that he exhaled a sigh of relief. This so-called black market had felt oppressive. clutching the two qi shui pills. He swallowed one, eager to discover the extraordinary effects of such an expensive pill. However, upon ingestion, his expression shifted to one of perplexity. The qi shui pill, costing 1 tael of silver each, stirred a flow of energy in his abdomen. This sensation was one he was quite familiar with. Why was it so familiar? It was because he had experienced it almost every day during this period. Yet, it was his first time consuming a qi shui pill. He stood still, savoring the moment. Indeed, it was this very sensation, akin to the feeling after consuming a bowl of rice, albeit slightly more pronounced. Despite being a qi shui pill, it felt no different from having eaten a bowl of rice. Yun Hao fell into contemplation. The rice he referred to was the kind he had cultivated himself, nourished with precious water that enhanced his strength. The effects of the qi shui pill were akin to that of the rice. Thus, he concluded that the rice he had grown using precious water possessed the same efficacy as the qi shui pill. This revelation thrilled him. Could it be possible that he could create qi shui pills from his cultivated rice? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. A mere qi shui pill costing 1 tael of silver and the medium grade costing 10 taels, while the high grade reached an astonishing 100 taels. If he could truly produce qi shui pills from rice, he would surely amass great wealth. Yet, he was uncertain what other materials were necessary for the formulation of qi shui pills. Yun Hao resolved to conduct thorough research. He still had another pill, which he decided to hold on to for the time being as he resumed his errands. With over 20 taels of silver remaining, he found his confidence bolstered. He purchased 2 pairs of shoes for himself and his sister, and when passing a candy stall, he bought various candies he had only seen before but never tasted. After a round of shopping, he had spent several hundred won, yet felt no pangs of regret, perhaps due to a shift in mindset brought on by newfound wealth. He then departed the town, heading home. Meanwhile, the couple Wu Shiguan and Chai Jinyu of the Luyan Wuguan received news that Yun Hao had returned to town. The informant, Zhang Lei, had recovered from his injuries, and his hatred for Yun Hao had intensified. Since the last incident where Yun Hao had soundly defeated him, he had become the laughingstock among his fellow disciples. However, compared to Yun Hao, it was Yun He, the instigator, whom Zhang Lei loathed even more. He had sought revenge on Yun He for instigating the altercation with Yun Hao, which had led to his humiliation. During this time, Zhang Lei had not ceased to create trouble for Yun He, both openly and covertly. Upon receiving news of Yun Hao's return to town, he immediately reported to the master instead of confronting Yun Hao, fearing another beating. Wu Shiguan frowned slightly as he listened to Zhang Lei's report and asked, "Madam, didn't Tiwi send word to the Heifeng Mountain bandits to take action against Qing Shui village last time? Why hasn't there been any response?" Chai Jinyu sighed. The bandits of Heifeng Mountain are devoid of principles. They act on their whims and will not mobilize simply because of a random message. I believe we need to send someone personally. After saying this, she turned to Zhang Lei. Wu Shiguan quickly grasped the implication and cleared his throat, saying to Zhang Lei, you should personally visit Heifeng Mountain. Ah, master, I. Zhang Lei trembled at the thought of being sent to the bandits' den, feeling a twinge of fear. Chai Jinyu, however, smiled faintly and said, Zhang Lei, I have heard that your fellow disciples have been ridiculing you for being beaten by Yun Hao. Don't you want to take revenge? Zhang Lei stiffened his resolve. Madam, of course, I desire revenge, but his words were cut off by Chai Jinyu. If that is the case, you shall personally go to Heifeng Mountain, delivering the message. I can write a letter for you. It is quite normal for you to go see my cousin over there. This way, no one will suspect our martial school. Furthermore, it would be a favor to the Heifeng Mountain bandits. Should the winds of Heifeng Mountain ever reach Xinghe Town, it would not implicate our school. Do you understand? At this point, Zhang Lei had no choice but to comply, inwardly cursing his predicament of being caught between two responsibilities. He was to deliver a message to the bandits while avoiding any association with them. Go. The sooner you leave, the sooner you return. And report back on what you observed today. That Yun Hao has recently procured 2 ginseng plants from Xinglin Fong. I believe the Heifeng Mountain people will be very interested. Chai Jinyu said leisurely. Yes, I shall depart at once. Zhang Lei turned to leave. Wu Shiguan called out, inquiring whether the Yun He family had moved in. Zhang Lei, with a glimmer of schadenfreude in his eyes, replied, Master, the Yun He family will be moving in today. That is good, Wu Shiguan remarked, squinting. Be sure to remind him to hasten the management of his estate so his parents can relocate to the martial arts school. Otherwise, if the people from Heifeng Mountain enter the village, it will be difficult for them to leave. After Zhang Lei departed, Wu Shiguan turned to his wife, Chai Jinyu, and said, "Since Yun Hao has taken action in Xinglin Fong today, procuring ginseng and medicinal herbs for over 30 taels of silver, why do we not take matters into our own hands? Why wait for the Haifeng Mountain people?" Upon mentioning the 30 taels of silver, a glint of greed flickered in Wu Shiguan's eyes. Chai Jinyu, irritated, retorted, "Did I not mention that Haifeng Mountain will inevitably affect Xinghe Town? My cousin on my mother's side is with Haifeng Mountain and has reliable information. The three leaders of Haifeng Mountain are formidable foes. The first leader is a master of martial arts, while the second and third leaders are peak first-rate martial artists, each commanding a band of 300 bandits who will eventually come to Xinghe Town, who will be able to resist them when the time comes. Thus, I took advantage of the situation in Qingshui village to sell them a favor. When the time comes for an assault on Xinghe Town, it may prevent them from causing us trouble at the martial arts school. Establishing a connection with Haifeng Mountain could be beneficial." Upon hearing his wife's account, Wu Shiguan was taken aback, realizing the might of the bandits from Haifeng Mountain. He quickly replied, "You are indeed thoughtful, my dear. We shall proceed according to your counsel." Unbeknownst to Yun Hao, he was the subject of Wu Shiguan and his wife's schemes. Today, everything he did in the town was closely observed by those with ulterior motives. At this moment, he had exited Xinghe Town, and after walking several miles, the population grew sparse. Just as he prepared to stow the card into the treasure bottle, he suddenly heard the sound of clattering hooves. Looking up, he saw a figure on a gaunt old horse, a masked individual who surprisingly held a knife, approaching him with deliberate pace. Yun Hao set down the cart, grasped a hatchet from it, and became alert. In broad daylight, in an uninhabited area, a gaunt old horse and a masked figure wielding a knife were undoubtedly suspicious. It appeared as though this person had been waiting for him. Could it be another robbery? Yun Hao pondered, fixing his gaze on the approaching masked man. Indeed, the figure halted 5 meters away, hoarsely raising the knife and declaring, "Kid, hand over your money and I will spare your life." It was indeed a highway robbery. This marked Yun Hao's second encounter with robbers. The first involved 4 vagrants, but this time it was a masked individual on horseback. Although the horse was old and frail, it still suggested a higher caliber of banditry. After a moment's thought, Yun Hao replied, "How about you take the goods from my cart and let me go?" He wished to avoid conflict if possible. Given that the robber was armed with a knife and mounted, he found it challenging to gauge the situation. He considered relinquishing some items for the sake of safety. However, the masked man laughed hoarsely, "Little brat, do not think for a moment that I am unaware. You sold ginseng and huangjing at Xinglin Fong today, earning 35 taels of silver, and later sold 3 wild boars at the Pinway restaurant. Then visited the black market in Limao Alley to purchase 2 chi blood pills. I will not make it difficult for you. Hand over the 35 taels and the 2 chi blood pills, and I will let you leave. Otherwise, I will slaughter you and leave your body in the wilderness." Yun Hao felt a chill creep over him as he listened to the masked man's words. He had been thoroughly targeted. This person seemed to know everything about him in the town, even his activities in the black market. It was utterly unexpected. There was no doubt that this masked man was from Xinghe Town, taking advantage of his youth to bully him brazenly. Initially contemplating sacrificing some items for his safety, Yun Hao realized the robber demanded everything he possessed. Clutching the hatchet tightly, he coldly stated, "Do not presume that I have 35 taels on me. Even if I did, you shall receive not a single coin. If you have the ability, show it to me." He was not unfamiliar with the town, nor was he a novice to the experience of being robbed. Having faced death before, he was not intimidated by a mere rascal on an old horse. Fueled by anger, Yun Hao stood his ground. The masked man, clearly taken aback by Yun Hao's defiance, momentarily hesitated in shock before erupting in fury. "You little brat, if you seek death, I shall grant it." With that, he spurred his old horse forward and swung the knife viciously at Yun Hao. Yun Hao had anticipated this, and, seeing the knife aimed at his head, felt a surge of anger. The attack was clearly lethal. With his body tensed, he swung the hatchet upward with all his might to defend himself. A sensation of energy coursed through his abdomen, filling him with confidence. Clang! The masked man's knife clashed violently with Yun Hao's hatchet, producing a piercing sound of metal colliding. Yun Hao's body recoiled slightly, pain shooting through his hand, while the masked man nearly lost his grip on the knife, teetering dangerously on the horse's back. Regaining his balance with difficulty, he felt blood oozing from his wounded hand, a mix of astonishment and rage brewing within him. What kind of monster was this? How could a mere boy, seemingly devoid of any energy, possess such strength? The masked man, known as Tianyang, was a second-rate martial artist from Xinghe Town, having been dismissed from a local martial arts school for petty theft. After returning, he had been aimlessly wandering the town, frequently bullying the weak and committing robbery. Recently, he had set his sights on the vagrants surrounding Xinghe Town, hoping to extract some wealth from them. After several disappointing days, he had spotted Yun Hao upon his arrival in the town and had closely tracked his movements. Observing Yun Hao as a mere boy of 15 or 16, he considered him an easy target. However, Tianyang was unaware of Yun Hao's recent encounter where he had fought 6 individuals from Luoyuan Martial Arts School. Otherwise, he would not have underestimated Yun Hao. Believing Yun Hao to be an easy mark, he was shocked to discover the boy was a formidable opponent. Tianyang felt a crack in his palm, and his arm quivered, a hint of fear creeping into his heart. Yet, with no choice but to proceed, he steeled himself, recalling that he was a second-rate martial artist with experience in the county. The boy's mere strength would not deter him. With renewed resolve, Tianyang urged his horse forward, raising the knife once more to strike at Yun Hao. Yun Hao, fully focused and unwavering, gripped the hatchet tightly, ready to retaliate. From their earlier clash, he sensed that the masked man's strength was comparable to that of Zhang Lei from Luoyuan Martial Arts School, perhaps even slightly stronger, but still manageable. The masked man's advantage lay in his elevated position on the horse. Taking a deep breath, Yun Hao felt the energy within him flow smoothly from his abdomen to his arm, and then to the hand gripping the hatchet, spreading like a current into the weapon. In that moment, he sensed the blade of his hatchet humming with energy. After their earlier encounter, a significant notch had appeared on the edge of the hatchet. Here he comes. The masked man drew closer. Yun Hao suddenly bent at the waist, exerting his legs with all his might, and leaped into the air. With a resounding thud, he soared 3 zhang, a distance exceeding 3 meters. This moment reached approximately 10 meters in height. His body felt as if it had soared into the air. Yun Hao himself was astounded by such an impressive leap. He had previously jumped, but his highest was merely a little over 1 meter. To suddenly exert such force and achieve this height was truly unexpected. With little time for contemplation, he found himself directly above the masked man, delivering a swift strike aimed at his head. More bewildered than Yun Hao was Tianyang, who was mounted on an old horse. As he raised his blade to strike at Yun Hao, he suddenly noticed a figure soaring skyward, causing Yun Hao to vanish from sight. The next moment, a fierce wind howled overhead. When Tianyang looked up, he was alarmed to see a blade descending toward him. In a panic, he retracted his stance and swung his blade upward to defend himself. With a resounding clash, Tianyang felt a sharp pain in his head, and amidst his cries, he slipped into an abyss of darkness. Yun Hao's strike with the axe cleaved downward, and the masked man raised his sword to block, but in his frantic state, he lacked the strength. The sword was effortlessly severed by Yun Hao. Following through, the axe landed on a masked man's head, slicing away a significant portion. With a thud, the masked man lost all vitality, his body tumbling from the horse to the ground, leaving behind a small remnant of a head with a mix of red and white spilling forth. Yun Hao regained his balance, standing firmly on the ground. Remarkably, the old horse remained unfazed, calmly standing in place and exhaling a breath through its nostrils. Another life taken. This time, Yun Hao felt no urge to vomit, nor did he experience the panic he had felt when he killed the 4 vagrants for the first time. After a brief moment of staring at the lifeless body, he stowed the cart away into the treasure bottle and then proceeded to lead the masked man's horse away, picking up the severed blade before continuing homeward. Once he departed, a flock of crows and several wild dogs quickly rushed toward the masked man's corpse. Yun Hao knew not the identity of his assailant, nor did he care. All he knew was that he had emerged victorious and had acquired an old horse, perfectly suitable for harnessing to his cart. Chapter 22. The Yun family moves away. The feathered garments often carry hues of mist, untouched by the blossoms of earthly peach and plum. Amidst the laughter of worldly folk, wandering the 4 seas, one wonders, why endure the trials of the righteous path? Untouched by earthly blossoms, rooted deep in the mundane. Yun Hao rode the old horse, leisurely traversing the dirt path, belting out a song whose meaning he did not fully grasp. This was a melody learned from the old Taoist priest that he would hum on days of good cheer. At this moment, he was in high spirits. Having acquired the old horse, which filled him with exhilaration. Though this horse appeared gaunt and bore patches of missing fur, it was steady and gentle, its large eyes particularly striking. Initially, as he led it along, the horse followed him without hesitation. However, when he attempted to mount, it resisted. Only after he offered it some treasured water and a handful of rice did the horse's once dull eyes brighten, and it ceased to resist. With a leap, Yun Hao mounted the old horse, not urging him to a gallop, but instead strolling leisurely while singing the old priestess tune. As dusk approached, he arrived at the village's edge. Just before entering, he retrieved the cart and other items from the treasure bottle, harnessing them to the horse and guiding the cart into the village. As he passed by the home of his second uncle Yun Hao, he noticed a cart laden with furniture, indicative of a family preparing to relocate. Villagers lingered at the entrance, gossiping with disapproval. Paying them no heed, he continued on his way. As he walked past, he overheard snippets of conversation. The Dasan family is off to the town to enjoy a life of luxury. They sold their land and home. Indeed, I've heard they are headed to the martial arts school where Yun Hao resides. They've even secured a job there. Nonsense. That's not what I heard. Are there hidden truths behind this? Of course. A few days ago, some individuals from the martial arts school came to Yun Hao, forcefully assisting in the sale of his property, claiming Yun Hao owes medical debts that the school covered, but they expect the Yun family to repay it. Isn't this just selling off their inheritance? So there's such a matter. It seemed likely. Did you not see the forlorn expressions on the faces of Yun Hao and Wu Qiulan? They deserve it. They bullied Yun Hao and Yun Wei mercilessly in their youth. Most of their land was inherited from Yun Wei's parents and was deceitfully taken from them. To betray their own nephew, this is divine retribution. Yun Hao had already walked far, yet the villagers' discussions rang clear in his ears. He cared little for the fate of the Dasan family. Their departure from a village was a blessing in disguise for him and his sister, out of sight, out of mind. If the villagers' tales were true, that Yun Hao and Wu Qiulan were selling their assets to repay debts to the martial arts school, then they were certainly deserving of such fate. Reflecting on it, there was indeed a possibility. After all, he had broken both of Yun Hao's legs last time. Wouldn't it necessitate medical expenses? With that thought, a smile involuntarily crept across Yun Hao's face as he whistled while driving the cart homeward. Upon hearing the sound, Yun Wei emerged to greet him. Seeing her brother arriving with the cart and whistling cheerfully, she could not help but inquire, "Xiao Hao, where did you get this horse?" "I bought it," Yun Hao replied, careful not to mention that he had taken it from a bandit, fearing it would frighten his sister. Yun Wei, taken aback, exclaimed, "How much did that cost?" Even without having purchased a horse before, she understood that such livestock commanded a considerable sum. "Look at this old horse. It's so thin and nearly bald. The price was low, and I got a bargain. Furthermore, I discovered 2 ginseng roots and a plant of huangjing in the mountains these past few days and sold them for 10 taels of silver today. I spent 5 taels on the horse, and the remaining 5 are for you to keep. Our family shall never go hungry again." Yun Hao half-truthfully spun a tale for his sister, handing her the 5 taels he had prepared in advance. He refrained from presenting the entire sum, fearing that if she grew suspicious, he would have difficulty explaining. Yun Wei's eyes widened. She had never seen 5 taels of silver in her life. This amount equated to 5,000 won, enough to last them for 2 years with frugality. She hesitated to accept it, suggesting he keep it for himself. After some coaxing from Yun Hao, she cautiously accepted the silver, vowing to save it for when Yun Hao needed to marry. "By the way, after Uncle Dagwei and his son finished their work, I settled their wages. You should take a look. The furniture is quite good," Yun Wei spoke, unable to conceal her joy. For their home had undergone significant changes. The house was now intact against the elements. The bedding and cooking utensils were renewed, and they had acquired tables and chairs, marking a substantial transformation. For the 2 siblings, this was a reality they had once dared not dream of. Now, with an additional old horse and a full grain jar, a sense of unprecedented stability filled their hearts. All these changes stemmed from Yun Hao's discovery of ginseng in the mountains. Unbeknownst to her, the true catalyst behind these transformations was Yun Hao's acquisition of the treasure bottle. The back mountain of Jiming Mountain Temple cultivated rice and medicinal herbs, yielding a bountiful harvest. Today, he had also earned 35 taels of silver in town. Naturally, he had no intention of divulging this to his sister, as it was a secret he wished to keep. The secret of the treasure bottle was his alone to bear. He only needed to ensure his sister lived well, and he would shoulder the rest. Upon entering the house and surveying the new furniture, Yun Hao felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Uncle Dagawei and his son's craftsmanship was commendable. The furniture was both aesthetically pleasing and sturdy. "You rest. I will prepare dinner," Yun Wei said as she set down her things. "All right, sister. I also bought shoes and fabric for cotton. Starting tomorrow, you should take some time to make thick quilts for the winter," he replied. "Sure. I will do as you say." After the elder sister left, Yun Hao did not remain idle. He took out a precious bottle to sip some water and examined his woodcutting knife, which bore a significant chip and several dulled edges. It was time to hone the blade anew. He had also retrieved the large knife of the masked man, which, despite being broken, was worth salvaging in this era where iron was highly valued. He contemplated taking it to the village blacksmith to forge a hoe. "Xiao Hao, it's time for dinner." The woodcutting knife was sharp again, but the chip remained, which did not matter much. The elder sister had prepared a meal. At the dining table, the siblings enjoyed their rice when Yun Wei could not help but ask, "Xiao Hao, are we still going to Jiming Shan tonight?" During this period, her brother had been on the mountain, and she felt somewhat uneasy. Yun Hao nodded. "Yes, I'm going. The rice planted behind the Taoist temple has grown, and if I don't guard it, wild boars might cause havoc at night. I'll keep watch, and perhaps even catch a couple of wild boars to sell for money." Yun Wei expressed her concern. "You must be careful. We have enough grain to last us a while. We could buy some miscellaneous grains to last us until the end of the year." "Don't worry, sister. I know what I'm doing." The siblings chatted away, and after dinner, Yun Hao mounted the old horse with the woodcutting knife in hand and headed for Jiming Shan. Upon reaching the Taoist temple, he tethered the old horse at the edge of the field, allowing it to graze. Following his usual routine, he watered the fields before retrieving the long Xiang fist manual. He was uncertain if he could master it, but he felt compelled to try. A stream of energy flowed within him. Perhaps he could succeed. Chapter 23. Offering sacrifices and practicing fist techniques at the back of Jiming Shan Taoist temple lay a sheltered spot, the resting place of the old Taoist priest. Chosen by him during his lifetime, Yun Hao approached the grave, carrying various offerings, which he meticulously arranged: candies, steamed buns made from fine white flour, and a jug of wine specifically sourced from the esteemed Pin Wei Lu. The old Taoist had a fondness for wine, though he could seldom afford it. Yun Hao recalled how, on rare occasions, the old man would procure a jug from town, savoring it for an extended period. Eventually, Yun Hao learned that he diluted it with water. As the old Taoist would say, it was just to satisfy a craving, and when he achieved success in his cultivation, he would indulge in a jug of pure wine. Regrettably, the old man passed away without attaining his aspirations or tasting fine wine. After lighting 3 incense sticks, Yun Hao bowed 3 times solemnly. He poured the fragrant wine from the jug, speaking earnestly, "Old Taoist, I offer you this wine from the largest tavern in town. Pin Wei Lu, worth 800 coins. I bought it especially for you. Take your time to enjoy it. I can't handle the spiciness, and I don't understand why you liked it so much. Now that I have money, I'll buy more for you in the future. I wonder how you're faring down there, whether you're going hungry. I also brought you the big white buns. You should try them. I miss you, old man. Live well where you are. Oh, and the cultivation books you left behind, I Haven Tea burned them. I discovered that I can cultivate as well. Though I don't know if I'll succeed in becoming that kind of celestial being you spoke of. Regardless, I'll give it a try to fulfill your last wish. I purchased a manual called Long Xiang Fist from Jin Zhonggui, which contains techniques without any mental methods. I plan to practice it. If I succeed, I'll become a chivalrous hero and uphold justice." Yun Hao spoke freely to the grave, expressing his thoughts as they came. His eyes slightly reddened and moist. Apart from his deceased parents and sister, the old Taoist had treated him with utmost kindness. They often spent time together informally, and one could say that much of his childhood was accompanied by the old man. "All right, I'll go practice my fist now. You enjoy your drink, as I need to protect sister." After conversing for a while, Yun Hao rose and moved to a flat area at the field's edge. He opened the Long Xiang Fist manual. According to Jean Mantang, this manual only contained techniques and no mental methods, which was inconsequential to him. He would start practicing from the techniques. During this time, he had interacted with those from Yun He and Lu Yun martial arts school, who understood martial arts techniques. In fights, he relied on sheer brute strength. To Yun Hao, techniques represented skill. If he possessed martial arts skills, combined with the innate energy coursing through his body, he could easily defeat those martial artists. Moreover, he felt a sense of urgency. As Ji Manang had mentioned, hearing news of his altercation with the individuals from Luoyuan martial arts school. Although they would not retaliate openly, they would surely seek revenge in secret. Caution was paramount. He had come to understand that in this world, strength was the best protection against being bullied and was essential for survival. In summary, personal strength was paramount. Not to mention the hidden threats posed by Luoyuan martial arts school. Every time he visited the town, he was eyed as a target, a potential victim for robbery. Had he not consumed the precious water and the rice grown from it, his strength might not have been sufficient to survive such encounters. For himself, and to safeguard his sister, Yun Hao felt a flicker of determination. As a young man, who does not dream of wandering the world, wielding a sword and acting heroically, especially since he had often heard the old Taoist recount tales of chivalry and ethereal beings. Within the books were vivid illustrations accompanied by annotations detailing the techniques and their practice, which he comprehended well. There were a total of 10 techniques. The first was named Long Xiang Initial Appearance. The core principle was to strike with the force of the rising sun, restrained yet brimming with potential, capable of unleashing one's full power in an instant. The second was Dragon Leaps and Clouds Soar. The description spoke of moving like a soaring dragon, with the momentum of the punch resembling rolling clouds. In an instant, the strike would tear through the air and the figure would weave through the wind, creating an exhilarating spectacle. The third was Elephant Step Steady, focusing on the power of footwork. Each step was as solid as a giant elephant, shaking the ground, instilling an unwavering pressure that left opponents feeling immovable. After thoroughly studying the first 3 techniques of the Long Xiang Fist Manual, Yun Hao felt an exhilarating rush. As for the remaining 7 techniques, he decided to take his time. Of course, understanding them was one thing, but the key lay in mastering them. He began practicing from the first technique, Long Xiang Initial Appearance, aiming to cultivate explosive power. Ji Manang had previously stated that to enter the martial arts realm, one must first develop inner strength, akin to the third-rate martial artists like Yun Hao. That was precisely why Ji Manang had advised him to purchase blood and energy pills from the black market in Limao Alley, as they could assist in cultivating inner strength. After firmly embedding the first technique in his mind, Yun Hao began to practice diligently. Initially, his movements were rough and incomplete, but his fervor ignited his spirit. If one attempt failed, he would try again, repeating the practice. As he immersed himself, he lost track of time, and before he knew it, the stars filled the night sky. Although there was no moon, the silver light of the stars spilled across the land, illuminating him. The precious bottle in his arms emitted a soft glow. Suddenly inspired, he wondered if he could practice the fist techniques while simultaneously employing the breathing exercises from Jitsong to Nagong. With this thought, he began. As he practiced the techniques, he also engaged in the breathing exercises. To his surprise, he discovered a new realm. After breathing and practicing, the fatigue from his training gradually dissipated, and his previously clumsy techniques began to take shape. His strikes became powerful and refined. The integration of breathing exercises and martial techniques appeared to create a perfect harmony. Time passed, and perhaps after practicing several hundred times, he finally unleashed a punch with a resounding crack. It was palpably felt as a surge of power erupted instantaneously from his fist. The flow of energy within him seamlessly converged into his hand. Startled awake by the thunderous sound unleashed by his punch, a flicker of joy illuminated his face. According to the records of the Longxiang Fist first technique, this move embodied explosive force. The roar of a punch signified its success. With a sudden impulse, he approached the edge of the field, standing before a tree as thick as a thigh, and unleashed a powerful punch toward its trunk. In an instant, he felt the energy surge through his fist. A booming sound resonated from the tree, followed by a sharp crack. His punch had shattered it. Success! Yun Hao could not contain his delight. Glancing at the sky, he noted it was the dead of night. The initial manifestation of the Longxiang technique had been achieved. The explosive power of his punch realized. He murmured to himself, "Is this the Mingjin?" Little did he know that from the moment he was aware, he had transcended the realm of Mingjin. This was due to the genuine qi birthed from his cultivation of breathing techniques. The explosive force of his punch was genuine qi, far surpassing the limitations of martial Mingjin. He simply remained unaware of this fact. With one remaining qi blood pill, Yun Hao contemplated briefly before swallowing it to bolster his vitality. Commencing his practice of the second technique, Long Yue Yunteng. After mastering the first technique, Yun Hao discovered that the practice of the second technique, Long Yue Yunteng, was considerably less challenging. Indeed, the initial step is often the hardest. Once taken, the path ahead becomes significantly easier. Under the brilliance of the stars, in the fields, the old horse, having feasted, nestled beneath a tree, casting occasional glances in Yun Hao's direction. It remained unusually quiet. At this moment, patches of fur that had shed from the old horse glistened with a layer of sticky sweat. Its eyes sparkled like jewels under the night sky, seemingly imbued with a spirit of their own. Meanwhile, Yun Hao immersed himself in his breathing exercises and martial practice. His body moved, punches and kicks alternating in speed, each strike stirring the air. Although the second technique was less foreign than the first, it still required diligent practice to master. Yun Hao was well aware of this. Maintaining a steady pace, he diligently followed the techniques outlined in the manual, repeating them tirelessly, relishing the process. Despite the torrents of sweat cascading from his body, he felt no fatigue. Instead, he experienced an exhilarating sense of vitality coursing through him. The precious vial on his chest shimmered through his clothing, pulsating with a soft glow that synchronized with his breath. A refreshing flow of energy continuously gathered within him, nourishing his body. The sounds of vigorous breath echoed in the tranquil night. The young warrior, unwavering in his dedication, brimmed with aspirations and steadfast confidence. As the night slipped away unnoticed, dawn broke. With a powerful punch, he felt the wind surge as he leaped several zhang high. Touching down with grace, Yun Hao expelled a breath of stale air. Though drenched in sweat, he felt invigorated, the night's training leaving him utterly unwearied. He had successfully mastered the second technique, Long Yue Yunteng. Concluding his practice, he paused, feeling a tinge of impatience at the slow progression of mastering the Longxiang fist. Yet, had anyone been aware, they would marvel at his feat of mastering two techniques in a single night, deeming him a prodigy. Yun Hao felt a hint of dissatisfaction. He believed that merely practicing the techniques should have allowed him to swiftly complete all 10 moves. Unbeknownst to him, despite being a series of techniques, the Longxiang fist was originally crafted by the founder of the Dayu dynasty. An individual of average talent would require months, if not half a year, to perfect a single technique. The focus on external training meant that achieving Mingjin could take a decade or more. Yet, he was an exception. Unwittingly, he had cultivated the Zhizongtana gong left behind by the old Taoist, coupled with the opportunity provided by the precious vial, allowing him to attain genuine Qi long before. He simply did not comprehend this. Practicing the Longxiang techniques was a form of horizontal training. Yun Hao inadvertently substituted genuine Qi for Mingjin, resulting in a power that far exceeded it, thus enabling him to master two techniques in a single night. Through a series of fortuitous events, he had traversed a path that would typically require months or even years for ordinary martial artists. Yet Yun Hao remained oblivious, his sole focus on the pure joy of martial practice. After nourishing the rice and the remaining ginseng and huangjing, he settled down for a sip of the precious vial's water. Gazing at the ginseng and huangjing, he recalled the records in the Lingyao Chao Benjing, which stated that both huangjing and ginseng were potent restorative herbs. After consuming the Qi blood pill, he indeed felt an energy surge within him, akin to the vitality produced while eating rice. Given that both ginseng and huangjing were cultivated with the water from the precious vial, he pondered whether consuming them would yield beneficial effects. With this thought in mind, Yun Hao was struck by inspiration, eager to experiment with combining rice and ginseng with huangjing to create something akin to a Qi blood pill for enhancing vitality. Once this idea took hold, he could not suppress it any longer. He promptly unearthed a ginseng and a huangjing, heading to the kitchen of the Taoist temple side hall to commence his experiment. The old Taoist had left behind a fully equipped kitchen. Yun Hao began by removing the husk from about 10 pounds of rice. After grinding it into powder, he crushed the ginseng and huangjing, mixing them into the rice flour, ensuring an even blend. Once the water was boiling, he gradually poured it into the pot to simmer. As time passed, a delightful aroma of rice mingled with the fragrance of herbs filled the kitchen, invigorating all who inhaled it. He felt every pore on his body open, and his mouth watered involuntarily. The enticing scent made it impossible for Yun Hao to resist salivating. Once the rice porridge reached a slightly thickened consistency, he began to simmer it over low heat. Subsequently, he shaped it into small qi blood pills, each about the size of a thumb. In contrast, the qi blood pills from the black market in Limao Alley were merely the size of soybeans. Though he did not count them individually, a rough estimate suggested there were at least 800. They shimmered a milky white, appearing quite appealing. With the addition of one ginseng and one huangjing, he had crafted these pills. However, he remained unsure of their efficacy. Regardless, he felt assured of the simplicity and safety of his homemade concoction. He took one pill for himself, biting into it to savor the flavors. The soft, sweet aroma of the rice, combined with the herbal essence of the ginseng and huangjing, produced no bitterness, instead offering a subtle, fragrant sweetness. It was quite delectable. The more he chewed, the more flavorful it became, leaving his mouth watering. Soon he swallowed it down, feeling a warmth spread throughout his body. Heat radiated from within, and he could distinctly sense energy forming in his abdomen. Compared to the qi blood pills from Limao Alley, his homemade rice ginseng pills generated heat that was more than 10 times greater. Ecstatic, Yun Hao realized their effects were far superior. Surely, they would fetch a good price. Each small, inferior qi blood pill was valued at a tael of silver. At this rate, his crafted super qi blood pills, numbering over 800, could potentially yield a fortune exceeding 800 taels of silver. The thought made Yun Hao gasp in astonishment. What an incredible sum! He could hardly fathom the implications. If he could sell them, he would no longer need to worry about his livelihood. He also discovered that his super qi blood pills were quite filling. After consuming one, he felt little hunger. It seemed reasonable, considering that both rice and ginseng with huangjing were cultivated with the precious vials water, inherently extraordinary. Furthermore, ginseng and huangjing were renowned as potent restorative herbs. According to the Lingyao Chaobin Jing, huangjing was even hailed as the food of immortals. With these three ingredients combined, the results were bound to be exceptional, significantly enhancing vitality. After storing the super qi blood pills, Yun Hao glanced at the time and noted it was midday. Preparing to return home, the old horse remained tethered at the hillside. Approaching the horse, he prepared a bucket of water for it, as he did daily. While the old horse was drinking water, it inadvertently caught Yun Hao's attention as it seemed to undergo a transformation. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that new hair had begun to grow in the areas where the old hair had fallen out. Other parts of its body were also shedding. This revelation left Yun Hao momentarily stunned, leading him to ponder whether the effect of the baoping water and rice he had fed the horse yesterday was indeed at play. Seizing the opportunity, once the horse finished drinking, Yun Hao presented it with some rice, adding a large qi blood pill for nourishment. As the old horse was quite thin and in need of fortification. Upon seeing the rice, the horse emitted a delighted snort, clearly pleased. Yun Hao chuckled and chided. "You old horse do recognize good things. Eat up, there is plenty more to come." To him, the rice could be cultivated endlessly, and he had no fears of being unable to sustain an old horse. The third batch of rice had already begun to sprout. In a few days, another bountiful harvest would be reaped. Subsequently, Yun Hao mounted the horse and leisurely made his way down the hill towards home. Although he could have remained atop the hill, he was concerned for his sister, Yun Wei, who was alone at home. It was time for him to return and assure her of his safety. Upon reaching a clearing, he beheld the entire village in view. However, as he looked up, his gaze was met with a thick column of smoke rising into the sky. It was indeed coming from the village. The dense smoke surged upwards, unmistakably not the result of cooking. An ominous premonition gripped Yun Hao's heart. Could something have happened in the village? With this thought racing through his mind, he could no longer afford to hesitate and urged the horse forward, racing towards the village. Chapter 25. Yun Wei trembling beneath the bed, Yun Hao's heart raced with urgency. His mind was abuzz with thoughts. The current world was far from peaceful. Qingshui village lay on the fringes of the Dayu dynasty, where tales of ongoing border skirmishes were rife. Although the turmoil had yet to reach their small mountain village, the presence of refugees and bandits was alarmingly close. Just yesterday, he had heard rumors in the town of banditry affecting villages several dozen miles away from Xingatown. At the time, he had dismissed it, but now, witnessing the smoke rising from his village, he couldn't help but wonder if bandits had invaded. In such border regions, particularly in small villages, there was little to no governance. Given the chaos of the times, banditry was not surprising. As Yun Hao rode upon the old horse, his heart pounded incessantly. He cared not for others. His primary concern was for his sister, Yun Wei. Bandits had no sense of morality. At that moment, Qingshui village was filled with the sounds of anguished cries. Thick smoke billowing everywhere. Indeed, the bandits had invaded, wreaking havoc. A group of over 30 bandits was pillaging, killing, and abducting, targeting women specifically. The more ruthless among them executed any men who resisted, forcibly subjugating women. These bandits hailed from the notorious Heifeng Mountain, having been summoned by Cai Jinyu from the Luoyuan martial arts school to Zhonglei to deliver a message. The leader of the bandits was the swift-footed Yun Hao, the third in command of Heifeng Mountain. Just yesterday, one of his trusted subordinates had reported that individuals from the Luoyuan martial arts school in Xinghe town had informed them of wealthy families in Qingshui village, including a young man named Yun Hao who had sold ginseng and other medicinal herbs in town, amassing a considerable fortune. With the village's sparse population and its distance from the authorities, it was an excellent target. After their expansion, Heifeng Mountain now had hundreds to feed, and during a year of drought, resources were scarce. The bandits, eager to expand their reach, seized upon this intelligence. The three leaders had already harbored intentions of extending their grasp into Xinghe town. Upon receiving this information, the chief dispatched Yun Hao and over 30 men to Qingshui village, encountering no resistance as they began their rampage of arson and pillage. Yun Hao's focus was on Yun Hao's home. After dispatching a few individuals, they quickly located Yun Hao's residence. Riding up to the front door of the Yun family, Yun Hao, as a third in command, naturally rode a fine steed, accompanied by several sub-leaders and dozens of mounted bandits. The message from the Luoyuan martial arts school clearly indicated that they were to pay special attention to a young man named Yun Hao. Although Yun Hao suspected it was a ploy by the Luoyuan martial arts school, he was unconcerned. For him, the only requirement was to return with spoils. One of the bandits pointed towards the tightly shut door of the Yun residence. Yun Hao dismounted and waved his hand, commanding, "Use your eyes and get that door down." Yes, yes. Several men kicked the door. The door, recently repaired by Yun Dege and his son, resisted their efforts, and it took several bandits to finally breach it. Yun Hao, with his bushy beard, glared at them. "You useless fools. I told you to practice more, and all you do is leer at women. Get out of my way." The bandits exchanged glances, retreating to the side, not daring to breathe. They were all aware of Yun Hao's volatile temperament and his reputation for ruthlessness. Known as the swift-footed of Heifeng Mountain, his martial skills were renowned for their speed and strength. Stepping forward, he delivered a powerful kick to the heavy door, which shattered upon impact, crashing into the courtyard and raising a cloud of dust. The third-in-command's prowess was indeed formidable, having attained the pinnacle of leg techniques, instilling fear. His reputation as the foremost among Heifeng Mountain's three leaders was well-earned. The bandits fawned over him, and Yun Hao, unable to suppress a grin, declared, "Enough with the flattery. Get in there and search for valuables." The bandits rushed into the house. Meanwhile, Yun Wei clutched a pair of scissors, trembling beneath the bed. Since the arrival of the bandits, she had heard the villagers' desperate cries warning of their presence. Hastily, she took the silver Yun Hao had given her and armed herself with the scissors, hiding beneath the bed. As she heard the front door being violently breached, followed by the sound of the main room door being forced open, Yun Wei curled up tightly, scissors in hand, biting down on her lip to stifle any sound. Terrified of making even the slightest noise, her body shook uncontrollably, her face pale as a ghost. She had never encountered bandits, but she had heard tales from the village elders who recounted the merciless nature of bandits, known for their brutality. They not only stole and killed, but also inflicted unspeakable horrors upon women. Yun Wei's mind was awash with terrifying images of the bandits. Simultaneously, she felt a surge of relief that her brother Yun Hao had gone to the Chicken Cry Mountain Taoist temple. She prayed fervently for him to stay far from the village. In her mind, she had resolved that if she were discovered, she would rather take her own life than allow the bandits to defile her. At that moment, Yun Hao entered the main room, surveying the pristine furniture. He muttered to himself, "This family is indeed wealthy." He ordered his men to rummage through everything. The sounds of clattering echoed throughout the house. Yun Hao, hands behind his back, pushed open the door to Yun Wei's room. Hearing footsteps, Yun Wei instinctively shrank back, already pressed against the farthest corner of the wall. There was no escape now. All she could do was hope that the intruding bandits would overlook her presence. As Chun Hu entered, he surveyed the room, detecting a faint, delicate fragrance. He inhaled deeply, captivated by the scent. This fragrance was all too familiar to him, belonging to young maidens. Since becoming a bandit, he had violated hundreds of young girls. Among the 3 leaders of Heifeng Mountain, only Chun Hu had a particular penchant for young women, specifically those who were pure. Regardless of beauty, any girl who was not a virgin held no interest for him. Upon entering this room and finding it empty, he was not dissuaded. After all, he was a bandit. He is a seasoned bandit, having encountered countless women, and possesses a wealth of experience in the martial world. Although he entered the Yun family compound without encountering any inhabitants, and has yet to see the young man named Yun Hao from the Lu Yun martial arts school, Chun Hu is nearly certain that someone is hiding within this room. A smile creases his face as he stands still, closing his eyes. As a peak-tier martial artist, his sensitivity to the surrounding environment is exceptionally acute. He listens intently, and in the next moment, he opens his eyes, a mischievous smile dancing on his lips, his gaze filled with inexplicable excitement. He has heard a sound of breathing coming from beneath the bed. Most likely, it belongs to a young girl. Approaching the bedside, Chun Hu halts. At this moment, Yun Wei, who is hiding under the bed, catches sight of a pair of large feet, and her heart leaps into her throat. Chapter 26. Pierced ears. Yun Wei trembles uncontrollably beneath the bed, acutely aware of her own heartbeat. Her eyes are fixated on those large feet as she fervently prays to remain undetected. After a brief interval, the feet move away, and she breathes a sigh of relief, thinking she has successfully evaded capture. However, in the next moment, a grinning figure with a scruffy beard suddenly appears in her line of sight. Yun Wei gasps in terror. Chun Hu leers with a lewd smile, exclaiming, "Little beauty, I've found you." Yun Wei's mind goes blank, her face drains of color, and her body tenses up. In the following instant, with a swift motion, Chun Hu flips the wooden bed. Yun Wei reacts like a startled bird. Chun Hu resembles a hungry wolf that has spotted its prey. Witnessing his lascivious demeanor, Yun Wei's heart plummets. "Don't come any closer," she stammers, brandishing a pair of scissors, her teeth chattering. "Fear not, little beauty. Let Master Hu shower you with affection." Chun Hu retorts with a wicked grin. Yun Wei is rendered paralyzed with fear as she watches him approach. Meanwhile, Yun Hao gallops into the village, discovering that bandits have invaded. He encounters 2 sentinels at the village entrance who attempt to block his path. Anxious for his sister, Yun Wei, he rushes forward, brandishing his axe. The blade, sharpened the previous night, proves lethal. The bandits, being mere commoners, are no match for Yun Hao's skill, and their heads roll. The old horse beneath him seems to sense Yun Hao's urgency, galloping forward without flinching at the sight of the bandits, displaying an extraordinary calmness. As he races through the village, he hears the sounds of screams and women's cries, mingled with raucous laughter. The chaos intensifies his anxiety. Ignoring the plight of other villagers, he makes a beeline for his home. Upon reaching the entrance, he leaps from his steed, only to find the shattered remnants of the doors scattered across the yard. His heart sinking. He is painfully aware that he has arrived too late. The bandits have already invaded his home. With his axe in hand, Yun Hao charges into the courtyard, and the bandits notice him, momentarily stunned, their gazes fixed upon him. They have been clustered near the bedroom door, eavesdropping on the happenings within. Chun Hu, having discovered a lovely girl beneath the bed, is poised to enact a sinister plan. The bandits, smirking lewdly, are aware of Chun Hu's proclivity for young women. They are taken aback by the sight of a youth wielding an axe boldly entering their midst. To them, he appears merely a boy of 15 or 16, and despite his weapon, they regard him with disdain. Those who surround Chun Hu are all seasoned warriors, accustomed to bloodshed. Killing for them is as effortless as drinking water. They dismiss Yun Hao entirely. One older bandit, addressing a triangular-eyed companion, commands, "Ma Lu, go dispatch that brat. We cannot allow him to interrupt our entertainment, especially not Chun Hu's enjoyment." Ma Lu, the triangular-eyed bandit, brandishes his long knife, licking his lips with a bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes. "Rest assured, Brother Ma, you all carry on. This little brat is nothing. Today, I have yet to wet my blade." As he speaks, Ma Lu strides out of the hall, heading directly towards Yun Hao. The other 5 bandits remain leaning against the doorframe, engrossed in their eavesdropping, never contemplating that Ma Lu could struggle against a mere boy. "Hey kid, may you find better fortune in your next life." Ma Lu suddenly accelerates, swinging his knife at Yun Hao. Upon entering, Yun Hao notices the 6 bandits gathered at the bedroom door, eavesdropping. He is not foolish and quickly realizes that someone is in his sister's room. In that instant, his eyes blaze with fury, and he cannot bear to think of the implications. His body trembles with rage as he tightens his grip on the axe. "Sister," he calls out, but finds his voice choked, unable to produce any sound. At that moment, Ma Lu strikes with his knife. Yun Hao, now consumed by a tempest of emotions, raises his axe and roars, "Die!" A clash ensues, and as he leaps past Ma Lu, the bandit's long knife snaps in two. With a wretched scream, Ma Lu finds himself cleaved in half, yet he does not perish immediately, writhing on the ground in agony. Ignoring him, Yun Hao strides into the hall. At this juncture, the 5 bandits who had been eavesdropping are jolted by Ma Lu's anguished cries, instinctively turning to look. What greets them, however, is the sharp edge of Yun Hao's axe. In a fit of rage, Yun Hao's eyes blaze, his entire being surging with power, which transfers to his axe. Given his current strength, confronting these ordinary warriors is a mere formality. With swift precision, he dispatches them one by one, leaving 5 corpses strewn across the hall. At that moment, Yun Hao hears his sister's terrified screams from the adjacent room. "Don't come any closer. Little beauty, put down the scissors. You wouldn't want to hurt yourself. Don't come near me. Ah, you little wretch, seeking death." A rough voice bellows, followed by a resounding crash. The last words belong to his sister. In the next instant, Yun Hao hears a deafening noise, and silence falls. Having just slain the 5 bandits, he kicks open the door to the room. The sight that greets him is horrifying. His sister lies in a pool of blood, her fate uncertain. A middle-aged man with a scruffy beard clutches his bleeding ear, his face contorted with malice. Upon seeing Yun Hao, he sneers, "So, you must be the brother of this little wretch, Yun Hao. How fortuitous! I shall send you both on your way together." His expression twisted with malevolence, he continues, "What a stroke of bad luck. I almost had her in my grasp, only for this little wretch to bite my ear. If I don't kill you, my resentment shall never be quelled." Yun Hao stood at the doorway, his gaze fixed intently on Chun, who, with a singular, fervent thought coursing through his mind, to dismember this bandit into 1,000 pieces. Chapter 27. The Promise of Dismemberment. Time rewinds to the moment when Chun Hu first laid eyes on Yun Wei. Upon witnessing the terrified Yun Wei, her hands gripping a pair of scissors tightly, Chun Hu found the situation rather amusing. This woman, with her fiery spirit, would not have armed herself otherwise. The more defiant she appeared, the more Chun Hu's interest piqued. He had no taste for lifeless puppets. He preferred spirited women who resisted. Rather than feeling threatened by the scissors in Yun Wei's grasp, he felt a thrill of delight. Laughing heartily, he approached her. Startled by Chun Hu's boisterous laughter, Yun Wei snapped back to reality, raising the scissors and stammering, "Don't come closer, or I will stab you." Chun Hu, unfazed, stood his ground and chuckled, "Go on, beautiful, stab me. Ha ha ha." His unrestrained laughter, coupled with his bushy beard, rendered his visage a terrifying mask of a demon in Yun Wei's eyes. She recognized that as a frail woman, she was no match for this towering, muscular bandit. The thought of being violated by him extinguished her spirit. Yet, a newfound determination ignited within her. "I may not be able to kill the bandit, but I can take my own life. I will never allow him to tarnish my being." With this resolve, Yun Wei raised the scissors and plunged them toward her chest. However, in the next heartbeat, her vision blurred and sharp pain shot through her wrist. In horror, she realized that the bandit had seized her wrist, causing the scissors to clatter to the ground. Chun Hu smirked. "My dear, before Lord who can show you affection, how can you think of ending your life? Once I have taken care of you, you shall accompany me to Hafeng Mountain as my cherished wife, and I will ensure you live in comfort. Now, attend to Lord Hu properly, Chun Hu had anticipated Yun Wei's suicidal intent. As a peak martial artist, he would never allow a weak woman to take her life before him. With a swift motion, he knocked the scissors from her hand and grasped her wrist firmly. Following his words, Yun Wei struggled fiercely, but her resistance was futile against Chun Hu's superior strength. Like a helpless chick, she found herself entirely at his mercy. After a brief struggle, she realized she had no means to contend with him. Resigned, she allowed him to pull her closer. Yet, in the next moment, seizing the opportunity, Yin Wei focused on Chun Hu's ear and bit down without hesitation. Chun Hu was utterly unprepared for such an assault. A jolt of excruciating pain erupted, eliciting a scream from him. He flailed to dislodge her grip, but Yun Wei refused to relent. In desperation, he swung an elbow at her. Finally, she released him, though a significant portion of his left ear had been bitten off. However, Yun Wei could scarcely withstand Chun Hu's wrathful elbow. Her body was sent flying, crashing against the wall. She collapsed, her head bleeding, consciousness slipping away. For Yun Wei, her objective was achieved. As long as Chun Hu could not defile her, death was inconsequential. At the moment of impact, a serene smile graced her lips, and even as her awareness faded, thoughts of her brother Yun Hao lingered in her mind, wishing he would stay away from home and evade this wave of banditry. Chun Hu, enraged by the loss of half his ear, was seething when the door burst open, revealing Yun Hao. Their eyes met. Chun Hu, blood streaming from his ear, had not only failed to capture the girl he desired, but had also suffered a significant setback. Frustrated, he sought an outlet for his rage. Meanwhile, upon seeing his sister sprawled in a pool of blood, Yun Hao's murderous intent surged forth, igniting his fury. He vowed to dismantle Chun Hu into pieces. The two locked eyes across the threshold, both recognizing the lethal intent reflected in the other's gaze. Chun Hu, unarmed, noticed Yun Hao wielding a cleaver and initially felt amusement. But that quickly dissipated as he took in the sight of the bodies of his fallen subordinates, sprawled behind the boy. This meant that the youth had dispatched all his men outside. Gazing at the bloodied cleaver in Yun Hao's hand, Chun Hu remarked darkly, "It seems I underestimated you, boy. To have killed all my men." Yet, despite his words, Chun Hu dismissed Yun Hao as a mere boy of 16 or 17, not worthy of his full attention. He stepped closer, but Yun Hao remained steadfast at the door, his eyes growing colder while the energy within him boiled, coursing through his limbs. The precious vial he held seemed to respond, emitting a glow even through his clothing, a refreshing aura enveloping him and wrapping around the cleaver, causing the blade to glimmer with a chilling light. Yet, Yun Hao's mind was solely fixated on avenging his sister, oblivious to the transformation occurring within him. It was Chun who moved first, raising his fist and lunging at Yun Hao with a speed that cut through the air. He struck with full force, intent on obliterating this boy with a single blow before seeking treatment for his ear. Despite Yun Hao's cleaver, Chun Hu, confident in his strength, believed he could crush steel with his punch. He sensed no martial energy emanating from Yun Hao. Even if the boy had killed his subordinates, it mattered little. They were only third-rate fighters. As Chun Hu's fist approached Yun Hao, the latter finally reacted. The cleaver flashed with cold light, swift as lightning. In the next instant, Chun Hu's arm was severed at the elbow. Yet Yun Hao did not pause. The cleaver struck again, this time severing Chun Hu's other arm. Before a scream could escape Chun Hu's lips, Yun Hao executed a horizontal sweep, cutting through both of Chun Hu's legs. The entire sequence unfolded so rapidly that Chun Hu had no time to react. His limbs were severed before he could comprehend what was happening. Only then did Chun Hu let out a wail akin to a slaughtered pig, a cry that echoed throughout the Yun family estate. Unbeknownst to them, another bandit, Ma Lu, who had initially tried to obstruct Yun Hao, lay half alive, having been cleaved in two. Upon hearing Chun Hu's anguished cries, Ma Lu trembled, realizing he had encountered a demon today. Trembling, he fumbled in his pocket for a signal arrow, which he shot into the sky before fainting. With a whoosh, the signal arrow soared upwards, bursting in the sky, a call for reinforcements in times of dire peril. Meanwhile, 24 other bandits spread throughout the village were wreaking havoc, and upon hearing the signal, they hastened toward Yun Hao's home. At that moment, Yun Hao, having dismembered Chun Hu, stepped upon his body, raising the cleaver to sever Chun Hu's head. Chun Hu's eyes widened in terror, fully aware that he had encountered a true master. Despite the boy's lack of visible martial energy, his speed was astonishing. Seeing Yun Hao poised to strike, Chun Hu quickly pleaded for mercy. "Please, don't kill me. It was the people from Luyun Martial Arts who sent us to your village. I am the third in command of Heifeng Mountain, and I have a second in command and a leader above me, along with hundreds of brothers. Our leader is a master martial artist. If you kill me, you won't survive." Yun Hao paused momentarily, allowing Chun Hu to finish his desperate pleas. The cold gleam of the axe flashed in his hand. Suddenly, with a chilling cry. Chun Hu's head was severed. Yet, Yun Hao did not cease. One blow followed another, mercilessly cleaving Chun Hu's lifeless form. He had vowed to dismantle Chun Hu's body into 1,000 pieces. After the deed was done, he finally paused. As the pent-up rage subsided, clarity returned to his mind. Previously, he had been engulfed in a haze of murderous intent. Now, with his senses restored, he beheld his sister Yun Wei, still lying amidst a pool of blood. He hastily crawled to her side, cradling her in his arms. No matter how he called out, she did not respond. Tears streamed down his face. "Sister, please don't die. What will I do without you?" His sorrow was unbearable. In his childhood, he had endured bullying from Yun He and scolding from Yun Dasun and Wu Qiulan without shedding a tear. He had withstood the taunts of peers, the hardships of being an orphan child, and even 3 days of hunger without complaint, for he had always had his sister Yun Wei by his side. But in this moment, he wept, gripped by panic. Holding his sister, blood tears flowed from his eyes. Ever since their parents had passed away when they were not even 10, the two siblings had relied on each other. With her presence, he had never known fear or sorrow. She had always saved the best food for him, even when resources were scarce. One year, during the new year, she had knelt in the freezing snow to plead for 3 black corn buns from their uncle's family, even stealing a piece of meat from the village chief's dog, all of which she had selflessly given to him. In Yun Hao's heart, she was the best sister in the world. Yet now, he faced the imminent loss of her life. Regret washed over him. Why hadn't he brought her to Jiming Mountain? Perhaps if she had come, they could have evaded the bandits. "Sister, please wake up. I've planted many rice grains. They'll be ready in 5 or 6 days. I've saved more than 20 silver coins without telling you. We won't have to suffer hunger or cold anymore. Sister, please wake up and see me." It's Xiao Hao. Just as their lives seemed to be improving, calamity had befallen his sister. Yun Hao could not bear it. He wept inconsolably, holding her tightly. Suddenly, he paused, remembering the precious bottle. Quickly wiping away his tears, he retrieved it from his pocket, clutching it as if it were a lifeline. "Precious bottle, I beseech you, save my sister." He pried open her mouth, directing the bottle's opening toward her lips, slowly administering water, believing that the liquid within could restore her. Though he poured much, she remained unresponsive. In a frantic moment, he recalled the enormous vitality pill he had crafted from rice, ginseng, and huangjing. He had heard from an old Taoist that ginseng could sustain life, and huangjing was divine sustenance. His rice, ginseng, and huangjing had been nourished with the water from the precious bottle. Surely they could save her. He hurriedly took a large vitality pill and attempted to feed it to her, but it was too large, and she was unresponsive. In his desperation, Yun Hao disregarded all caution, biting the pill in half and forcing it in her mouth, followed by the water from the precious bottle. As he prepared to administer a second pill, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from the courtyard, followed by calls. "Third Master! Third Master! What has happened to Ma Lu?" Yun Hao's gaze turned icy. He wiped away his tears, looking back at his sister. To his astonishment, her complexion seemed less pale, regaining some color. A wound on her head had formed a scab, a hopeful sign that perhaps the precious bottle and the vitality pill had begun to work. Feeling a sliver of relief, he gently placed her down. "Sister, wait for me. I will eliminate all these scoundrels." Grasping the axe, he stepped out of his sister's room and into the main hall, where more than 20 bandits had gathered, all staring at the corpses on the ground, too fearful to enter. They called for the third master, unaware that he had been reduced to mere pieces by Yun Hao. He resolved that none of these bandits would leave the village alive. The bandits, waiting for Chun Hu to emerge, were instead greeted by a youth wielding an axe. Before they could react, the youth lunged forth, and a massacre ensued. For Yun Hao, the fire of rage within him found no outlet. He relentlessly charged forward, leaving no room for defense. The air was filled with screams. His movements were swift as lightning, the axe dancing in his hands, each swing erupting in a spray of blood, rendering the bandits unable to withstand even a single blow. Severed limbs and bodies littered the courtyard. Approximately 10 minutes later, a gentle breeze swept through, and Yun Hao, bloodied axe in hand, stood silently amidst the carnage. His garments were tattered, drenched in blood, yet he emanated an aura of chilling ferocity. Beneath him lay the bodies of over 20 bandits, their remains strewn across the courtyard and extending beyond the gate for several meters. Some bandits, paralyzed by fear, attempted to flee, but Yun Hao pursued them relentlessly, cutting them down. The ground, both inside and outside the courtyard, was saturated with a dark crimson hue, the stench of blood lingering in the air, refusing to dissipate. In the heat of battle, he moved like a tiger among sheep. These bandits, the strongest among them merely second-rate fighters, while most were third-rate, displayed glaring vulnerabilities in their techniques before Yun Hao. Even Chun, who, a first-rate warrior, had been reduced to mush under Yun Hao's lightning-fast assault, let alone these men. Now, Yun Hao's face was splattered with blood, his eyes reflecting a coldness and weariness. He gazed upon the scene of devastation he had wrought, feeling little turmoil within. These bandits had invaded the village, committing atrocities, and their fate was merely a consequence of their own misdeeds. Slowly raising his hand, he wiped the blood from his face, taking a deep breath to quell the tumult within. After a moment, he tightened his grip on the axe, turned, and stepped over the bodies, returning to his sister's room. The courtyard lay silent, bearing witness to the recent bloodshed. Upon his earlier departure, seeing his sister's complexion regain some color had sparked a flicker of hope in his heart. He imagined that once he had dealt with the bandits outside, she might awaken. Yet disappointment washed over him. She still lay unconscious, though her complexion appeared normal, resembling a peaceful slumber. As he cradled her in his arms, he felt her warmth and detected faint breaths. He administered another vitality pill along with some precious bottled water, wishing for a miracle. However, no miracle came to pass. Yun Hao's heart brimmed with anguish and fury. He resolved not to wait any longer. Cradling his sister, he exited the room, determined to seek a physician in town. He would find a healer to save her, convinced he could bring her back. Continuously encouraging himself, he prepared a blanket and placed her on a cart. As he reached the alleyway, he was surprised to find the old horse had not fled. In his haste, he had left it outside the gate, expecting it to bolt. Its presence now indicated its remarkable intuition. Without hesitation, he harnessed the cart and headed towards the small town. As for his home and the village, he could afford no thought. With all the bandits eliminated, Qing Shui village was temporarily safe. Those who had escaped the calamity began to emerge. Some rejoiced while others mourned. The joyful were those who had hidden away and had not been found by the bandits, while the sorrowful were women who had been wronged and men who had perished at the hands of the bandits. Yet, this ordeal had come to an end. The neighbor of Yun Hao concealed himself within a haystack and witnessed the scene where Yun Hao vanquished the bandits. After Yun Hao departed, he informed the village head, and thus the entire village learned that it was Yun Hao who had saved them. They began to actively assist in clearing the remnants of the bandits from the Yun family courtyard while strictly enforcing silence, forbidding anyone from speaking of the matter. Unbeknownst to Yun Hao, he was oblivious to the happenings in the village, as his sole focus was to hasten to the town to seek a physician for his sister. Upon reaching the town, he headed directly to Xinglin Fong. The proprietor of Xinglin Fong, upon seeing the bloodied Yun Hao carrying a young girl, did not inquire further and promptly arranged for assistance. The proprietor was not a physician himself. The true old doctor was his uncle, who was consulting patients in the back room, while the front was designated for purchasing and selling medicine. After diagnosing Yun Wei, the old doctor noted numerous acupuncture points on her body and took her pulse 3 times, ultimately sighing and shaking his head. Yun Hao felt a pang of anxiety and hastily inquired, "Old sir, how's my sister?" The old doctor replied, "She suffers from the combined afflictions of Ju, Baita, and the state of losing consciousness. With these 4 ailments together, I possess no power to restore her." Yun Hao, unable to comprehend the meaning of most of this, understood the last phrase, "no power to restore," which caused his heart to sink. His face turned pale as he fell to his knees, pleading, "Old sir, please save my sister. I beseech you, I have money, I have silver. I am willing to give it all to you. Please save my sister." "Oh, child, why do you not understand? Rise. This is not a matter of money." The old doctor gestured for Yun Hao to stand. However, Yun Hao remained kneeling, and the old doctor, unable to assist him up, was met by the proprietor, who approached to explain, "Young lord, we are somewhat acquainted. My uncle is renowned in the town for his medical skills, unmatched by any other. If he says she cannot be saved, then indeed she cannot be saved." After a pause, he continued, "Let me clarify. Ju refers to fainting and loss of consciousness, often triggered by emotional distress. Bai indicates internal blockage of evil energy, where the spirit is obscured, typically caused by wind, fire, phlegm, or stasis obstructing the meridians. Tuor refers to the collapse of vital energy, leading to a state of confusion. Additionally, the state of losing consciousness signifies a loss of awareness, unresponsive or slow to react to external stimuli due to fright or disrupted blood flow, resulting in a temporary state of confusion, which may not align with a prolonged state of unconsciousness. If it were merely one of these conditions, it might be manageable. However, your sister suffers from all four combined. In simpler terms, she is akin to a living corpse beyond rescue. Thus, you must gather your composure. Living corpse? Yun Hao felt his strength drain away. He repeatedly insisted, "No, it cannot be. My sister's temperature is normal, and she has a faint breath. There must be a way to save her. Old sir, proprietor, I implore you, save my sister. I bow before you." As he spoke, he bowed repeatedly. The proprietor quickly supported Yun Hao, saying, "Oh, young lord, there is no need for such desperation. If my uncle could save her, he would. However, a living corpse cannot be treated." Seeing that Yun Hao had injured his forehead from bowing, the old doctor, feeling pity, finally spoke, "Child, rise." Although in a state akin to a living corpse, she does indeed exhibit body heat and a faint breath. Theoretically, there is a possibility of treatment. However, I am powerless to assist. Yet, there are many renowned physicians in the world. Perhaps there exists someone capable of saving your sister. You may seek them elsewhere. These words served as a glimmer of hope for Yun Hao. He hurriedly expressed his gratitude and inquired where he might find a renowned physician. But the old doctor raised his hand to halt him, saying, "Do not thank me yet. My words are not yet concluded." Yun Hao's expression tightened as he urged, "Please, old sir, continue." The old doctor pondered and said, "Your sister's condition, akin to a living corpse, is essentially indistinguishable from death. The temporary maintenance of body heat and breath does not guarantee continuity. Before you find a physician capable of treatment, you must sustain her bodily functions. This is no trivial matter. Sustaining her for a day or two is feasible, but what about a month, 2 months, or even longer? To maintain her bodily functions, you will require specific medicines, which are decidedly expensive and not within the means of an ordinary family. So, consider carefully. Do you still wish to save your sister?" Without hesitation, Yun Hao declared, "Even if it means selling my own flesh and blood, I will save my sister. Please, old sir, inform me of the medicines required to sustain her bodily functions." The old doctor regarded Yun Hao's resolute gaze, momentarily taken aback, and sighed, "You are indeed a passionate boy. May your sincere heart move the heavens." After a moment of thought, the old doctor continued, "Medicines to sustain bodily functions, such as ginseng and huangjing, are vital. However, I know of a pill commonly used by martial artists that may be even more suitable. The qi and blood pill, available in the black market of Limaoxiang, can be taken daily to preserve vitality, but it is quite costly, so prepare yourself mentally." Furthermore, he added, "Even if you can manage your sister's bodily functions, finding a renowned physician does not guarantee they can save her, as her condition of 4 afflictions combined is exceedingly rare." Upon hearing the old doctor's words, Yun Hao resolutely stated, "I will not abandon my sister. If one physician cannot do it, I will seek 2, 3, or even 10. After leaving Xinglin Fong, Yun Hao placed his sister onto a cart and urged his old horse towards Limaoxiang. The old doctor had said that before finding a physician to treat his sister, he must first sustain her bodily functions, which necessitated ginseng, huangjing, and most importantly, the qi and blood pill. Coincidentally, Yun Hao had planted both ginseng and huangjing himself. Moreover, he remembered that his sister's ability to regain a normal complexion was likely due to her previous consumption of the baoping water and the oversized qi and blood pill he had crafted. This meant that as long as he had the baoping water, he could sustain her vitality indefinitely. However, he still had to visit the black market of Limaoxiang to ascertain whether the qi and blood pill he had made was superior to that available in the market. Although he had previously consumed his own qi and blood pill and found it more effective than those from the black market, he could not afford to take chances when it came to his sister's well-being. He needed to verify the efficacy of the oversized qi and blood pill to ensure peace of mind. Regardless of the challenges ahead, he was determined to seek a physician to save his sister. As long as there remained a glimmer of hope, he would not relent. The old doctor had mentioned a renowned physician in Liangzhou City, and he resolved to journey there. Upon arriving at Limaoxiang, he halted his old horse and instructed, "Old horse, guard my sister." Throughout their journey, Yun Hao had observed that the old horse seemed to possess understanding, prompting this instruction. The old horse responded with a few low sounds, as if in acknowledgement. Yun Hao knocked on the door, and once again, it was the same burly man from before. Upon seeing Yun Hao covered in blood, he paused momentarily but refrained from questioning further and allowed him entry. Having visited once before, the man remembered him. Arriving at the counter where he had previously purchased the qi and blood pill, he found the same elderly man dozing. Upon seeing Yun Hao, the elder directly inquired, "Here for the qi and blood pill?" Yun Hao shook his head and produced a pre-prepared, oversized qi and blood pill from his pocket, stating, "Proprietor, I wish to sell this large pill. Will you take it?" A faint, pleasant aroma wafted through the air, causing the elder's eyes to brighten as he carefully examined the pill. After sniffing it, he questioned, "Where did you acquire such a pill? How many do you have?" In response to the elder's inquiry, Yun Hao did not reply directly, but instead countered, "Proprietor, will you accept this pill? What price will you offer?" The elder, appearing unassuming, possessed a keen intellect hidden behind his seemingly dull eyes, and replied with a dry smile, "Indeed, I misspoke. In the unspoken rules of the black market, the origins of both guests and items are seldom questioned." After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "I have never encountered such pills before. Their efficacy remains uncertain until tested. According to the customs of the black market, the testing fee is 10 taels of silver, and you must bear the cost of the pill yourself. Do you understand?" Yun Hao was unfamiliar with such customs, but grasped the elder's implication. He needed someone to test the pill to ascertain its effects before proceeding with any further discussions. Moreover, the testing pill required payment, demanding 10 taels of silver in return. Frowning, he replied, "I can offer you no more than 3 taels." The elder shook his head vigorously, like a rattle drum, and declared that simply will not do. "A rule is a rule. If I assist you in finding someone to test the pill, and it proves harmful, resulting in death, I shall bear the responsibility, not you." Yun Hao, seizing the pill from the elder's hand, turned decisively to leave. He was well aware that the colossal qi blood pill he had crafted posed no danger, only benefits. This old fellow was unwilling to accept even 3 taels. "So be it. Oh, young man, you're truly impatient. Come back, come back. I shall make an exception and accept your 3 taels for the testing fee." The elder's urgency increased as he observed Yun Hao's intent to leave. Having navigated the black market for years and handled countless qi blood pills, he could discern their quality by mere scent. Though he had never seen this particular pill before, he was confident it surpassed the ordinary qi blood pills in effectiveness. The so-called rules were merely human constructs. He hastily called Yun Hao back. Upon returning, Yun Hao produced 3 taels of silver and the colossal qi blood pill, placing them before the elder. "Hurry, I have no time to waste here." The elder recognized the seriousness in Yun Hao's demeanor and, without further ado, beckoned a robust man previously present, saying, "Dinyo, test the pill." With a snap of his fingers, the colossal qi blood pill soared towards the man known as Dinyo. Without hesitation, Dinyo opened his mouth and swallowed it whole. The sturdy and taciturn Dinyo chewed slowly, his eyes growing increasingly bright. "It tastes delightful," he exclaimed before swallowing. Soon after, his complexion flushed, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Moments later, he opened his mouth and expelled a stream of white vapor. In an instant, his color returned to normal, and with a look of joy, he addressed the elder, "Wu Zhangge, this is remarkable. I feel my first-tier peak cultivation loosening. If I consume a few more, I shall undoubtedly ascend to the martial master realm." Wu Zhangge, the elder referred to as such by Dinyo, wore an expression of exasperation. "You simpleton. Focus on the essentials." Dinyo grinned amiably. "Unlike the qi blood dan, this is superior. It contains a potent life force that replenishes both qi and vitality. Though it may not rival the top-grade qi blood pills, it is of markedly higher quality than the mid-grade ones. If some blood from a demon beast were added, it would surely surpass the top-grade qi blood pills." "Enough, enough. You may leave now." Wu Zhanggue interrupted Dinyo, muttering curses at his foolishness. If the pill was being praised so highly, how could he negotiate a lower price? Don Niu, reluctantly glancing at Wu Zhanggue, turned to leave, but offered Yun Hao a disarming smile, devoid of his previous cold demeanor. Unfortunately, Yun Hao paid him no mind. From Dinyo's feedback, Yun Hao had achieved his objective. According to Daniel, his crafted colossal chi blood pill was vastly superior to mid-grade ones, but fell short of top-grade quality. However, the suggestion of adding demon beast blood lingered in his mind, hinting at a means to elevate his creation further. Daniel also mentioned the powerful life force contained within his pill, hinting at its remarkable efficacy. It had nearly propelled Daniel, an elite martial artist, into the martial master realm. This indicated that his chi blood pill was significantly beneficial for martial artists of the first, second, and third tiers, providing ample sustenance for his sister's future vitality. This revelation eased Yun Hao's heart. At that moment, Wu Zhonggui's eyes sparkled with shrewdness as he inquired, "Young sir, how many of these pills do you possess? I shall purchase them all." Initially, Yun Hao had no intention of selling, but being in the black market made it impractical to leave without parting with some. Considering his need to seek a renowned physician for his sister, he understood that funds were essential. Having crafted over 800 pills, selling a portion for silver was advantageous. He asked Wu Zhonggui, "What is your offer per pill?" Wu Zhonggui's aged eyes gleamed with cunning as he replied, "Ah, while your pills are indeed impressive, they are still new on the market. I cannot predict their success, and I must assume the risk. However, since we share a bond, I shall offer you a reasonable price of 10 taels each." Yun Hao scoffed. "Wu Zhonggui, do you take me for a child? If that is your offer, then we shall not speak further. Farewell." Wait. Is there no give and take in business? Name your price." Wu Zhonggui felt a headache coming on. This young man was not easily swayed. He understood that these pills would undoubtedly sell well and had no intention of letting Yun Hao depart. Yun Hao turned and firmly stated, 80 taels each. Either we agree, or we part ways. I heard in Yo's words, "Do not attempt to deceive me." Wu Zhonggui's mouth twitched. Indeed, Daniel speaks truthfully, but 80 taels is excessive. Here's the deal. 60 taels each, and I cannot go higher. 70 taels. If that is unacceptable, I shall leave. Yun Hao began to walk away. All right, 70 it is. How many do you have? Wu Zhonggui, he gritted his teeth, realizing that even at 70 taels, he would still profit significantly. Top-grade chi blood pills typically fetched 100 taels each, but such stock was often unavailable in smaller locales. Now, with Yun Hao's nearly equivalent new pills, he could easily sell them for over 100 taels, ensuring profit in any case. Ultimately, Yun Hao produced 10 pills and received 700 taels, departing from the black market. Unbeknownst to him, those 10 colossal chi blood pills, under Wu Zhonggui's manipulation, were sold at an exorbitant price through auction, creating quite a stir. But that was a matter for another time, unrelated to him. After leaving the black market, Yun Hao hastily drove a cart out of town, glancing at his sister on board. His heart ached with remorse, believing he should never have left her alone at home, for then this calamity might have been avoided. He was not in a rush to seek a renowned physician in Liangzhou, fully aware it would not be a matter resolved in a day. He was determined to go to Liangzhou eventually, but first he had 2 tasks to accomplish: avenge his sister and confront the true culprits behind their misfortune. When he had slain the 3rd leader of Black Wind Mountain, the adversary had revealed that it was the people of Lu Yun Martial Arts Hall who had alerted the bandits to raid Qinshui village. Yun Hao understood that the bandits' true target had been him, while his sister and the villagers had suffered due to his entanglements. The individuals from Lu Yun Martial Arts Hall had acted as pawns. Thus, before departing, Yun Hao resolved to exact vengeance, first extinguishing Lu Yun Martial Arts Hall, then punishing the bandits of Black Wind Mountain. He intended to strike that very night. After exiting the town, he contemplated how to secure his sister's safety, planning to return her to the village, yet hesitated. In a secluded area, he took out a precious vial and addressed it, "If you truly possess some miraculous ability, then transport my sister into the vial's space, allowing me to seek vengeance without concern. Otherwise, I shall shatter you." Upon speaking, the bottle's mouth was directed towards the sister on the cart. In Chapter 31, Stormy Thunder Night, during the act of murder, Yun Hao held great expectations for the precious bottle. When his sister lay in a pool of blood, he wondered whether the bottle could save her. Ultimately, he was met with disappointment, as the bottle failed to revive her. This time, he hoped the bottle could transport his sister into its space, alleviating his worries. If the bottle could not even accomplish this, what use was it? In a fit of frustration, Yun Hao declared he would smash the bottle. Suddenly, a misty brilliance emanated from the bottle's mouth, and in the blink of an eye, his sister vanished. Success. A sense of relief washed over Yun Hao. He then attempted to see if he could bring the old horse into the bottle as well. After several failed attempts, he also tried to see if he could enter the bottle space himself, but to no avail. He did not force the issue, instead preparing to observe his sister's condition at intervals. Every hour, he summoned her from the bottle to check for any changes. As the hours passed and night fell, he noticed no abnormalities with her in the bottle, which finally put his mind at ease. Though he had no idea what the interior of the bottle was like, he surmised it posed no danger to his sister. Finding a stone, he sharpened his severely dulled axe. Yun Hao consumed 3 enormous chi blood pills. While breathing deeply, he began to practice his punches. He had mastered 2 moves of the dragon elephant fist technique and was now working on the third, the stable elephant step, which emphasized a solid stance and coordinated with the previous 2 moves, forming a complete set of offense and defense. As the 3 chi blood pills dissolved in his stomach, a wave of warmth exploded within him, invigorating his blood. Riding this momentum, Yun Hao's punches flowed more smoothly. A cool sensation spread through his lower abdomen, filling his entire body. As the night deepened, he unleashed a powerful punch, causing the ground to rumble beneath him. The third move of the dragon elephant fist was perfected. His strikes generated fierce winds, and his breath flowed seamlessly through his body. Qi coursed through his limbs. Yun Hao was uncertain of his own martial prowess, questioning whether he could even be considered a martial artist. The esteemed Jean Mantang of the wine-tasting pavilion had spoken of Wu Shiguan, the master of the Luoyuan martial arts school, as a top-tier martial artist with numerous disciples. Was Yun Hao intimidated? Certainly not. The bandits of Heifeng Mountain had claimed it was the Luoyuan martial arts school that incited their raid on the village. The Luoyuan martial arts school was his primary enemy. Failing to eliminate them would be a betrayal to his sister and to the villagers who suffered at the hands of the bandits. Suddenly, a chill swept over him as the wind began to stir. Yun Hao looked up at the sky, now shrouded in dark clouds. The air turned humid, and soon, raindrops began to fall amidst the thunder and lightning. After more than 3 months of drought, rain had finally arrived. Lightning occasionally illuminated the night sky. With steely determination in his gaze, Yun Hao mounted his old horse, setting his sights on Xinga Town and the Luoyuan martial arts school. On this stormy night, as he prepared for murder, he and his horse returned to the town. The streets were deserted, save for the thunderous roars of the sky and the torrential rain. Armed with his axe, Yun Hao approached the entrance of the Luoyuan martial arts school, instructing his horse to wait outside. He leaped over the courtyard wall and entered. Candlelight flickered in the windows of the main hall. Like a ghost, he stealthily approached, overhearing voices within. What shall we do now? Are we to serve as doormen for the martial arts school? What other choice do we have? After selling our land, the master's wife took the proceeds, claiming it was for medical expenses. We are left with no options. It's all that little bastard Yun Hao's fault. If he hadn't harmed Here wouldn't have called on those disciples, and that little brat wouldn't have left him gravely injured, leading us to sell our property for medical fees. The master's wife is heartless, calculating against us so openly. How shall we live from now on? Keep your voice down. Walls have ears. I heard that in the Luoyuan martial arts school, the master listens to his wife, Chai Jinyu. She is firm in her decisions, and we must bow our heads under her authority. It's all that little bastard Yun Hao's doing, ruining our family. I heard Here say that the master's wife has already contacted the bandits of Heifeng Mountain and will send them to find Yun Hao and Yun Wei, hoping they will be torn apart by the bandits. The more Yun Hao listened, the darker his expression grew. He recognized the voices of Yin Das-hun and Wu Qilan. His disappointment in this family was complete. He broke through the door and entered with a forceful swing. Boom! Wu Qilan gasped in shock. Seeing it was Yun Hao by the candlelight, she immediately began to curse. Yun Hao, you little bastard, how dare you come to the martial arts school? You're seeking your own death. Go call for help. Without uttering a word, Yun Hao swung his axe across Wu Qilan's neck. She clutched her throat, blood gushing forth. Her eyes wide in shock as she collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Yin Das-hun stood frozen in terror, trembling as he pointed at Yun Hao, trying to speak but failing to produce any words. It was then that Yun Hao spoke in a low voice. Yin Das-hun, the root of all this stems from your family's bullying of my sister and me, bringing the bandits upon us. Do you realize the entire village has suffered? You deserve to die. You poo. Before Yin Das-hun could finish his words, Yun Hao severed his head. Rest assured, your family will reunite in the afterlife. Yun Hao glanced at the lifeless bodies of Yin Dasun and Wu Qiulan, his tone cold and devoid of emotion. After killing the two, he felt no tension, remaining eerily calm. He ventured deeper into the premises, entering another brightly lit room. Inside, he overheard several people conversing, seemingly enjoying drinks. Come, let us drink. Brother Zhonglei, you've worked hard. I toast you. This voice belonged to Yun He. Rest assured, Brother Yun He, I personally delivered the news to Heifeng Mountain. I contacted my master-esque cousin. Unless something goes awry, the Heifeng bandits will invade Qingshui village today, and that Yun Hao is as good as dead, replied Brother Zhonglei in a jovial mood. Brother Zhang's efforts are not in vain. We can finally avenge our brothers. Indeed, let's all toast to Brother Zhang. Upon hearing this, Yun Hao could no longer contain the fury within him. He kicked the door open and strode in, wielding his axe. The spacious room was filled with dozens of people drinking. As Yun Hao burst in, all eyes turned towards him. Yun He was the first to recognize him. Exclaiming in shock, Yun Hao, you poo. The voice was abruptly cut off as Yun Hao lunged forward, striking Yun He down. The inebriated Zhonglei and the others were momentarily stunned, and in that instant, Yun Hao swung his axe. Cries of horror erupted, but were drowned out by the thunder. In a single encounter, dozens fell to the ground in pools of blood. Finally, some began to react and attempted to fight back. But they were no match for the frenzied Yun Hao. He struck mercilessly, determined to eliminate every last one of them. Some attempted to escape through the windows, shouting that thieves had come. But amidst the lightning and torrential rain, their cries were swallowed. Yun Hao slaughtered over 30 individuals in the room before chasing after the fleeing ones, striking them down from behind. Please, spare me. Don't kill me, pleaded a disciple of the Luoyuan martial arts school. Yun Hao asked in a low voice, where are the master and his wife? The terrified disciple stammered, pointing towards the rear courtyard, in the main room of the back courtyard. Phew, if you were to kill, then kill them all. Yun Hao, drenched in blood, made his way towards the back courtyard. Chapter 32. To kill or not to kill. The rear yard of Luoyuan martial arts school, though smaller than the front, was exclusively for the master Wu Shiguan and his wife Chai Jinyu, along with a maid. Inside the main bedroom, heavy, rugged breaths filled the darkness, but soon ceased. A woman's voice, laced with reproach, exclaimed, Did you drink the tiger whip wine for nothing? You are becoming increasingly useless. The man chuckled awkwardly, replying, Madam, tonight I feel an unsettling restlessness. This surely indicates I am not in my prime. Useless is useless. What excuses are you making? Truly, martial artists possess keen instincts. Perhaps you should rest while I check the front yard. In such heavy rain, what is there to see? Rest and continue. Alas, madam. In the darkness, one pleaded softly while the other remained unyielding. Yun Hao, filled with murderous intent, stood at the door, eavesdropping on their conversation. It was evident this was Wu Shiguan and Chai Jinyu's chamber. His brow furrowed slightly. He pressed the blade against the door crack, gradually disengaging the wooden lock within. He gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. Despite the darkness, his current sight allowed him to discern the room's furnishings. He located the gauze-draped bed. Suddenly, candlelight flickered to life, and a cold glint surged forth. Yun Hao swiftly raised his blade to defend himself. Clang! The clash of metal produced sparks. Without hesitation, he retaliated with a sweeping strike, forcing his opponent back. In that moment, he recognized a middle-aged man in nightwear, wielding a longsword. How brazen! Who dares intrude upon the residence of Wu Shiguan? This man was indeed Wu Shiguan, who had been whispering intimate words with his wife mere moments ago. Yet, he soon caught a whiff of blood, and the instincts of a martial artist alerted him to the danger. He drew his sword, prepared to retaliate, but did not anticipate that his stealthy strike would be met with resistance. Feeling an overwhelming force, stronger than his own, Wu Shiguan's expression turned grave. In the dim light, he discerned a youth of 15 or 16 years, wielding a chopping knife, devoid of any formal weaponry. A surge of astonishment coursed through him. How could one so young withstand his strike without faltering? He was a peak-level martial artist, a mere step away from becoming a master. How could such a young boy possess such formidable strength? Wu Shiguan's gaze was filled with suspicion as he fixed his eyes on Yun Hao. Yun Hao, however, remained unfazed, exuding an unsettling calmness. Having fought his way here, he was enveloped in a fierce aura. Faced with Wu Shiguan, he felt no fear, sensing that the man's strength was not as formidable as it appeared. In a hoarse voice, he declared, "You sent the bandits from Hafeng Mountain to kill me. And here I am, delivering myself to your doorstep." "Ah, you are Yun Hao?" Chai Jinyu gasped from within the gauze curtains. Wu Shiguan was momentarily taken aback. Hearing Yun Hao's words made it clear to him that the bandits had failed. "Someone," Wu Shiguan called out, sensing the urgency of the situation. With dozens of disciples in the front yard, even if this boy was formidable, he could not withstand the collective might of many. "Do not shout. I have already killed them all. Now, it is your turn." As Yun Hao stepped forward, he employed the techniques from the Longxiang Fist Manual. His movements were stable and powerful, yet curiously swift. The chopping knife in his hand pierced towards Wu Shiguan as if it were a fist. Coming from a humble background, martial arts were still a mystery to him. Even though he practiced the Longxiang Fist, he did not adhere to its formalities. He wielded the knife as if it were a fist. Wu Shiguan snorted disdainfully, raising his sword to parry. Observing Yun Hao's chaotic strikes, he felt slightly more at ease. After all, as a martial arts school owner, his discerning eye was not lacking. He recognized that Yun Hao's attacks were haphazard. With a scoff, he executed a flourish with his sword, and with a clang, it struck precisely against Yun Hao's chopping knife. Yun Hao felt a powerful force surge through him. The knife, which had aimed true, suddenly lost its focus, almost slipping from his grasp. He exerted himself to maintain his stance. In the dim, cramped room, the atmosphere grew tense. Yun Hao gripped the thick-bladed knife tightly, its edge glinting ominously. Wu Shiguan, holding his long sword, stood tall and poised, a testament to his status as a peak-level martial artist and master of the school, exuding an aura befitting his rank. In the next moment, Wu Shiguan launched the first assault, his sword flicking through the air, creating numerous floral patterns as it struck towards Yun Hao's throat and vital points like a serpent striking. Yun Hao dared not confront him directly, sidestepping with somewhat unsteady steps, hurriedly raising the chopping knife to block. The clash resonated with a loud bang, sparks flying, causing his arm to tingle and his hands to feel as though they would split. He inwardly marveled at Wu Shiguan's profound skill as the master of the martial arts school. Seeing his first attack fail, Wu Shiguan's swordplay grew even more ferocious, the blade whirling around him in a relentless flurry, casting a cold light that enveloped Yun Hao. Though Yun Hao's techniques were crude and chaotic, he relied on the vigorous energy within him to counteract Wu Shiguan's finesse. Eventually, having mastered 3 moves of the Longxiang Fist, he began to adapt to the combat. Each swing of the chopping knife produced a gust of wind, compelling Wu Shiguan to retreat from its edge. As the battle wore on, Wu Shiguan felt his stamina waning, while Yun Hao grew more vigorous, the energy within him surging. Seizing the moment Wu Shiguan's sword missed, Yun Hao bellowed, raising the chopping knife high, channeling all his strength into a downward strike, one that seemed capable of cleaving mountains. Wu Shiguan, unable to evade in time, hastily crossed his sword in defense, only to be overwhelmed by Yun Hao's formidable might, sending the long sword flying from his grasp and collapsing him to the ground. A flicker of determination flashed in Yun Hao's eyes as he brought the chopping knife down, blood splattering forth. Wu Shiguan's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend that his life would end at the hands of this unrefined youth. The room fell into a heavy silence, saturated with the scent of blood. Wu Shiguan was cleaved in two by Yun Hao's strike. It was only then that Yun Hao exhaled, feeling a few sharp pains coursing through him. His arm, leg, and back bore 3 wounds, all inflicted by Wu Shiguan's skilled swordplay, yet none were fatal. Yun Hao recognized that while he surpassed Wu Shiguan in raw strength, the master's extensive experience in martial arts techniques posed a significant challenge, leading to his injuries. Fortunately, the energy within him remained, and he felt no fatigue in battle, growing more invigorated as the fight progressed, ultimately exhausting Wu Shiguan. Yet, there was still someone else in the room, Chai Jinyu, Wu Shiguan's wife. Based on the bandits' discussions and what he had overheard tonight, Yun Hao deduced that the true mastermind behind the betrayal to the bandits was none other than Chai Jinyu. This woman had to die. Gripping the chopping knife, Yun Hao swung it horizontally. With a thunderous crash, the bed curtains and frame shattered. Ah! A startled cry emerged from the bed. Chai Jinyu, pale and trembling under the covers, pleaded, "Please do not kill me. I am just a weak woman. I have silver. I can give it all to you. Please spare my life." Shaking, she retrieved a small wooden box from the bedside. Upon opening it, it revealed silver and some jewelry. She begged Yun Hao for mercy. Yun Hao regarded her coldly. Cai Jinyu tore away her blanket, exposing her porcelain-like skin, nearly devoid of clothing. Her eyes glimmering with a pitiful allure. If you spare me, I can offer you anything. Seeing Yun Hao silent and motionless, Cai Jinyu's heart raced. Believing that her beauty had swayed him, she thought to herself, indeed, men are all the same, unable to resist the allure of a beautiful woman. Cai Jinyu, despite being over 30, appeared as if she were in her early 20s. With a flirtatious tone, she slowly approached Yun Hao, saying, "Young sir, I too am a victim of fate." But before she could finish her sentence, a sudden silence fell. With an expressionless demeanor, Yun Hao severed the head of his foe, which rolled to the ground, the eyes wide open in disbelief, seemingly unable to accept the finality of death. Yun Hao spat dismissively and seized a small wooden box, stowing it within his precious vessel. At that moment, a sharp scream echoed from the entrance. Yun Hao dashed forward, wielding his blade, only to find a young woman standing there, lantern in hand and umbrella raised, who had just laid eyes upon the corpse of Wu Shiguan. Eliciting her terrified cry, she appeared to be a maidservant. Yun Hao halted his blade, poised just above her neck, observing the maid's pale visage and gaping mouth. Her thoughts evidently frozen in fear. Frowning slightly, Yun Hao contemplated the situation. She was merely a maid, lacking the skills of a warrior. To slay or spare her? Should he allow this maid to live or eradicate the entire lineage? Chapter 33. The youth enters the Jianghu on the desolate streets. The rain had ceased. The rhythmic sound of hooves echoed through the night as Yun Hao rode away on his old horse. Behind him, flames erupted into the sky, engulfing the Lu Yun martial arts hall. Indeed, he had set it ablaze upon his departure, not daring to glance back as he galloped out of the small town. Heading home, it was only long after Yun Hao had left that the people of Xinghe town discovered the inferno consuming the Lu Yun martial arts hall. But it was already too late to extinguish the flames. By dawn, the fire had extinguished, leaving the entire hall, both front and back, reduced to ashes. Upon investigation, charred corpses were discovered within, igniting a wave of speculation throughout Xinghe town regarding a possible vendetta. In any case, the Lu Yun martial arts hall had been annihilated. Unbeknownst to Yun Hao, as dawn broke, he returned to his village atop his old steed. Upon arriving home, he found that the front gate had been repaired, and the bodies of the bandits in the courtyard had vanished. A fresh layer of soil had been laid down, concealing the remnants of blood. The furniture, once overturned, had been neatly arranged, clearly indicating that someone had tidied up. "Little mouse," a frail voice called from the entrance, addressing him by his childhood name. It was Li Zheng Grandpa. Yun Hao turned to see Li Zheng Zhou Quan, an elderly man in his 70s, entering with the aid of a cane. Trembling with each step, Yun Hao approached to assist him into a seat. He felt a sense of gratitude towards the old village head, for it was he who had rallied the villagers to help with the funeral after his parents had passed. Despite his frail condition, Zhou Quan had sent others to the chicken-crying mountain when the old Taoist had died. Though sometimes muddled in trivial matters, he was resolute on significant issues. Zhou Quan gazed at Yun Hao with a complex expression and sighed. "Regarding your sister's fate, my condolences." Yesterday, as Yun Hao had departed with Yun Wei after slaying the bandits, a neighbor had witnessed the scene from a haystack and informed Li Zheng Zhou Quan. Thus, it was Zhou Quan who had aided in cleaning up Yun Hao's home. Aware that Yun Wei had left with him but now returned alone, Zhou Quan surmised the worst. Yun Hao offered no further explanation, simply expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Grandpa Li Zheng, for helping to clean my home." Zhou Quan sighed deeply. "These are but small matters. You have vanquished numerous bandits and are a benefactor to the village." Listening to Zhou Quan's words, Yun Hao felt a wave of guilt wash over him, for he understood that the presence of the bandits at their village had stemmed from his actions. Ultimately, he had inadvertently endangered the villagers. This realization strengthened his resolve. He must venture to Black Wind Mountain to eradicate the bandits. With the Lu Yun martial arts hall destroyed, the bandits of Black Wind Mountain could not be allowed to remain. He owed it to his sister and the villagers. Pondering, Yun Hao solemnly inquired, "What is the situation of the villagers, Grandpa Li Zheng?" Zhou Quan sighed. "From the Lao Li family, Lao Zhang family, and Lao Zhou family, 5 men and 3 women have perished. 6 daughters were violated by those brutes, 3 of whom have taken their own lives. Truly a tragedy." Despite having anticipated such news, Yun Hao's heart still clenched at the revelation. his hands instinctively tightening into fists. Zhou Quan continued, I had the bodies of those bandits cremated, and the deceased families have been laid to rest. Life must go on. Pausing, he added, Little mouse, you must leave the village. Those bandits still have their gang, and they will inevitably come looking for you. Now that your sister is gone, you're the last of your family. The farther you go, the better. This is what the villagers have pooled together for you. Take it for your journey. Even if you must beg, it is better than losing your life. Trembling, he handed a pouch of money to Yun Hao. Yun Hao's eyes reddened. He did not reach for the pouch, understanding that the old village head meant well. Seeing Yun Hao's hesitation, Zhou Quan quickly clarified, Little mouse, do not misunderstand. My urging you to leave is not out of fear of being implicated. Yun Hao interjected, Grandpa Li Zheng, I understand. Truly do. In fact, I returned just to see and then depart. Indeed, Yun Hao's departure was for his own good. Conversely, if he remained, the bandits would come seeking revenge, putting the entire village at risk. Zhou Quan's decision had come at a great cost to him. Yun Hao continued, I have some money, and there are provisions at home in the kitchen. Please distribute them among the villagers. Also, in a while, could you send someone to the back mountain of the chicken-crying mountain temple? I have sown some grains there. If they are ready for harvest, please collect them. The rice at the back mountain of the chicken-crying mountain temple had been cultivated with water from his precious vessel, requiring no seedlings, and would regrow after harvesting. Albeit slowly, Yun Hao intended to ascend the mountain today to gather the mature rice, viewing it as a means of atonement for the villagers. Zhou Guan, seeing that Yun Hao refused the money and wished to share his provisions with the villagers, insisted that he could not accept it. However, unable to persuade Yun Hao otherwise, he reluctantly accepted it on behalf of the villagers. Yun Hao glanced around his home one last time before mounting his old horse and heading to the chicken-crying mountain. With his sister now in the vessel, he was determined to seek a renowned physician to save her, uncertain of when he would return, thus necessitating his departure from the village. Upon arriving at the back mountain of the chicken-crying mountain temple, Yun Hao watered the rice field, which would be ready for harvest in 2 days. In that time, he continued to administer the precious vessel's water and a large qi and blood pill to his sister once each day. She remained in a deep slumber, showing no signs of waking, yet no other changes were apparent. He fed the old horse the rice he had cultivated and the precious vessel's water. And after several days of care, the horse's coat shed its old hair, revealing a glossy new mane, growing increasingly spirited. Though it could not speak, the horse understood everything Yun Hao said, behaving like a loyal servant by his side. The rice matured, yielding a harvest of 8 stones. Additionally, he had already amassed over 2,000 pounds of rice in his precious vessel, sufficient sustenance for a considerable time. He also prepared to excavate all the ginseng and huangjing, having grown 7 robust plants of each. Based on the records left by the old Taoist regarding the age of the medicinal herbs, each ginseng plant had reached 20 years of age. He stored them in the precious vessel, contemplating the opportunity to cultivate them further in the future, ensuring he could grow ginseng that would reach a century in age. On the 3rd day, before dawn, Yun Hao arose to prepare a pot of rice, tended to the old horse, and then visited the grave of the old Taoist on the back mountain before departing chicken-crying mountain on his steed. He was resolved to seek vengeance upon the bandits at Black Wind Mountain, a journey of 100 miles away. Until he had avenged his sister and the villagers by eradicating the bandits, he would find no peace. As the sun rose, Yun Hao had already traversed 50 miles, leaving behind the small mountain village of his youth. Thus began the youth's journey into the Jianghu. He reached a roadside tea stall at a crossroads along the official road. Yun Hao was only aware of the general direction of Heifeng Mountain, but he was uncertain about the way to reach it. After dismounting, he intended to inquire with the tea stall owner. Young sir, would you like some tea? A server approached, offering to take his horse. Yun Hao, taken aback by the greeting, nodded in response. He seated himself at a wooden table and ordered a pot of tea. Just as he was about to ask the server for directions to Heifeng Mountain, a thunderous sound of galloping hooves interrupted him as 3 riders arrived at the tea stall. Chapter 34. 3 Wanderers. Ghostly Shadow Luo, the newcomers consisted of 3 riders, 2 men and 1 woman. The leader, a man clad in a flowing white robe, wielded a folding fan, exuding an air of elegance coupled with an undeniable boldness. The woman was dressed in fitted attire, bearing a long sword on her back. The other man was a robust figure, carrying a pair of heavy axes, appearing honest and straightforward. The server promptly served tea. Excellent, called the man in white. Gentlemen, please take a seat. It will be ready shortly. The server, perceptive enough to recognize their adventurous attire, addressed them as heroes rather than mere guests, which pleased the trio immensely. Yun Hao observed them while sipping his tea, silently concluding that these three must indeed be the chivalrous figures spoken of by the old Taoist. After the woman sat down, she immediately noticed Yun Hao's aged horse, her eyes brightening as she exclaimed, "What a magnificent steed!" Her words drew the attention of the man in white and the burly man, who also gazed at the horse. Indeed, the horse had transformed under Yun Hao's care. Nourished daily with precious water and rice, its old coat replaced by a lustrous new one. In the sunlight, it gleamed, and its eyes sparkled with vitality. The man in white waved his fan and nodded. This horse possesses a dark, shining coat, reminiscent of forged black iron. Its new fur glistens under the sun like stars twinkling in the night sky. Its eyes shine like cold stars, radiating a lively light that seems capable of discerning the depths of one's heart. Though aged, it shows no signs of fatigue. Its spirit is vibrant. Truly a rare steed in this world. At that moment, the server approached with tea. The woman could not contain her curiosity and asked, "Server, whose magnificent black horse is this?" The server, glancing at Yun Hao, replied, "This horse belongs to that young sir over there." The trio turned their gazes towards Yun Hao, who had overheard their praises of his horse. Although he knew little about horses, he could tell that his steed was indeed impressive. As their eyes met, the woman boldly stood and clasped her fists, saying, "Young brother, it is fate that we meet. Would you join us for a cup of tea?" The man in white smiled in agreement, while the burly man, a simple fellow, grinned at Yun Hao while continuing to enjoy his tea. Yun Hao sensed their goodwill and, taken aback by the woman's invitation, his first from a woman, thought for a moment before walking over, holding his teacup and lightly bowing, "Pardon the interruption, esteemed heroes. The world of chivalry has no need for excessive formalities. I am Su Hongling, this is Su Yulong, and he is Tai Nyo. May I inquire your name, young brother?" The woman who introduced herself as Su Hongling asked. "I am Yun Hao," he responded, feeling a mix of shyness and excitement as he engaged with these wanderers for the first time. "Come, sit." Su Hongling uget, pulling Yun Hao to a seat and pouring him more tea. Her warmth made him feel a bit embarrassed. Su Yulong maintained a gentle smile, while Tai Nyo remained mostly silent, allowing Su Hongling to do the talking. When they inquired about Yun Hao's horse, he naturally stated that he was not looking to sell. Su Hongling did not press further. It seemed she merely had an affinity for horses. The four of them shared laughter and conversation. Su Hongling, quite familiar, recounted how the three of them were wanderers who had pledged loyalty as siblings, Su Yulong as the eldest, she as the second, and Tai Nyo as the youngest. They roamed the land, upholding justice, and had come to this area upon hearing of the banditry plaguing the villagers around Heifeng Mountain. They had been actively disrupting the bandits' activities and were now seeking to eradicate them from their stronghold, fulfilling a righteous cause. Yun Hao listened with admiration, offering many compliments. Su Hongling then inquired about his purpose for being there. He explained that he was alone, seeking to reunite with relatives whose home lay in the direction of Heifeng Mountain. Although he held great respect for Su Hongling and her companions, he had grown up hearing tales from the old Taoist and knew better than to divulge too much truth. Nevertheless, his regard for them increased, especially since their adversaries were the bandits of Heifeng Mountain. Upon hearing this, Su Hongling invited Yun Hao to accompany them. He readily agreed. After finishing their tea, Yun Hao rode alongside Su Hongling, Su Yulong, and Tai Nyo. His worries about finding the way to Heifeng Mountain dissipated, as he now had companions to guide him. Heifeng Mountain was vast, and the location of the bandits' lair was unknown to ordinary folk. Su Hongling mentioned that they had gathered information on how to reach the bandit stronghold, and Yun Hao had no reason to doubt her. Once they departed from the tea stall, the server cheerfully spoke to someone inside. "Lao Yi, they have left. You can come out now." A man wearing a black hat emerged, gazing in the direction the four had taken. The server asked, "Lao Yi, what are your thoughts?" The man, referred to as Lao Yi, rasped from beneath his hat. "Humph. Merely a motley crew, 2 second-rate fighters, while only that man in white is of first-rate caliber. They pose no threat. Rather, it is the youth that intrigues me." The server, puzzled, remarked, "That boy appears to be only 16 or 17, exuding no remarkable aura, resembling an ordinary person. He mentioned he was going to Heifeng Mountain to seek family." There are many villages around Heifeng Mountain. Is there truly no issue? Lao Yi replied, perhaps I am overthinking it. That boy gives off an unusual vibe, a mere instinct. It seems he is an innocent child, likely already under the watch of those three wanderers. How amusing. The server asked, what shall we do about the three wanderers? He trusted Lao Ye's judgment, as the latter was the chief intelligence officer for the bandits of Heifeng Mountain, a top-tier martial artist known as Ghostly Shadow Luo, whose identity was seldom known outside of the three leaders of the bandits. Their tea stall served as one of the intelligence outposts for Heifeng Mountain. I am primarily here to gather news about the third leader. They have been absent for 4 days in Xinga Town, and both the first and second leaders are worried something has gone awry. However, with the third leader's exceptional speed as a top-tier martial artist, he should manage to escape any danger. It is likely he has succumbed to his old vices, indulging himself in some village. Since we have encountered those three wanderers, especially as they are specifically seeking trouble with us, we should deal with them first. You continue to monitor the situation. If you receive any news of a third leader, relay it swiftly. I shall return to the mountain to report on the three wanderers. Understood. I will ensure everything is secure here at the tea stall, the server assured. Ghostly Shadow Luo nodded, leaping gracefully to land atop a tree branch, disappearing from sight with a few agile movements. The server murmured to himself, Ghostly Shadow Luo, a phantom in motion, the finest light-footed martial artist of Heifeng Mountain, truly lives up to his reputation. One cannot help but envy such skill. Chapter 35. The Jianghu is full of deceit. Human hearts are treacherous under the blazing sun. Yun Hao followed Su Hongling, Su Yulong, and Tainyo to the foot of a mountain where they paused. Yin Xiongdi, ahead lies a fork in the road. If you seek your kin, you must take the other path. We shall venture towards the lair of the bandits on Heifeng Mountain, which is in the opposite direction. Let us find a shaded spot in the woods ahead to rest, after which we shall part ways, Su Hongling said. Yun Hao could only nod in agreement. He had initially spoken of seeking relatives, yet he had not mentioned that he was also intent on slaying the bandits at Heifeng Mountain. At this moment, a twinge of regret washed over him. Had he known better, he would have openly expressed his desire to join the three in their quest to eradicate the bandits, which would have been far more enjoyable. However, it was too late. Yun Hao thought to himself that by secretly following the three, he could easily locate the bandit lair. The four of them entered the woods, tethering their horses to trees. At this moment, Su Hongling exchanged a glance with Su Yulong and approached her horse. She discreetly opened a water flask, flicking her long fingernail against the bottle's mouth before resealing it, returning with a bright smile. She tossed the flask to Yun Hao, saying, Yin Xiongdi, I see you have not brought any water. Please do not disdain my flask. Take a sip to cool down. Yun Hao instinctively caught the flask. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, yet unable to refuse her kind gesture, he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Su Jia. Throughout their journey, Su Hongling had already taken to calling herself his elder sister, which prompted Yun Hao to address her as such. He opened the cap and took a sip. Su Hongling encouraged him, do not be polite, Yin Xiongdi, have a bit more. We have plenty of water, and on such a hot day, a mere sip is hardly sufficient. Thus, Yun Hao found himself compelled to drink a larger gulp before returning the flask to Su Hongling. To an outside observer, he appeared solitary, possessing only an old horse. He had neither a flask nor even a simple pancake. All his belongings, of course, were safely stored within his precious bottle, concealed against his body. He could hardly tell Su Hongling that he had water from the bottle. Could he? Thank you, Su Jia. Yun Hao reiterated his gratitude. No need for thanks, Su Hongling replied, her smile taking on an enigmatic quality. Su Yulong looked on with a smile, fanning himself with a folding fan. Tainyo, still maintaining his simple demeanor, suddenly spoke up, Second sister, should we dispose of this fellow? Yun Hao was taken aback, looking incredulously at Tainyo. He had not expected this seemingly simple-minded man to utter such words, and it was evident he was referring to Yun Hao. Just as he was filled with confusion, a wave of dizziness struck him, and his body grew weak, causing him to collapse against a tree stump. It was only at this moment that he realized the water he had consumed was tainted. Did you poison the water? Yun Hao managed to ask through the haze of dizziness. Su Hongling replied with a cheerful grin, Oh dear brother, indeed I did administer a little something, but fret not. It is merely a drowsy powder, it won't kill you. I won't harm you, just leave you here, and whether you'll be devoured by wild beasts is no concern of mine. Do not blame me. I simply took a liking to your horse. Hee hee. Second sister, I say we should just kill him and be done with it, Tainyo added. At this point, Su Yulong waved his fan, saying, you simpleton. All you think about is killing. This lad lacks any real vitality, just an ordinary youth. What purpose would killing him serve? Listen to Hongling. Let him fend for himself. In the wild, beasts roam freely, and the effects of the drowsy powder will last for 3 hours. Whether he survives is merely a matter of luck. Tainyo grunted in dissatisfaction, but fell silent. Meanwhile, Su Hongling was joyfully approaching Yun Hao's old horse, having schemed against him for the sake of the animal. At that moment, Yun Hao's perception of the world of Jianghu shattered completely. The old Taoist had once told him that the Jianghu was about chivalry and righteousness. Today, Su Hongling had claimed that the three of them were acting righteously, upholding justice. Yet in that instant, Yun Hao could only think, the Jianghu is not about chivalry. It is a realm of deceit and treachery. Human hearts are perilous. Without a doubt, Su Hongling had imparted a harsh lesson today. From now on, he must never trust anyone, especially not beautiful women. As Yun Hao's eyelids grew heavier and his head became increasingly dense, he bit down on his own tongue, reminding himself that he could not succumb to sleep. If he fell asleep, he might indeed be devoured by a beast. He had yet to locate the bandit lair at Hafing Mountain and had not avenged himself yet. He could not sleep, and he certainly could not die. With a powerful will and a conviction deep within, after biting his tongue, he regained a modicum of clarity. Yun Hao immediately began to focus on his breathing. He was well aware that each breath would greatly benefit his body. He hoped this would counteract the effects of the drowsy powder. As he inhaled and exhaled, a flow of energy circulated within him. The precious bottle he held emitted a coolness, and he sensed the surrounding atmosphere beginning to converge, entering his body. In that moment, joy surged within him, and the heaviness in his head diminished. However, to avoid detection by Su Hongling and her companions, he feigned unconsciousness, closing his eyes and leaning against the stump, continuing his focused breathing. The sensation of dizziness gradually lifted. He could hear Su Hongling's exuberant exclamations. Elder brother, truly, this horse is magnificent. As she spoke, it seemed she was about to touch the old horse, but it let out a loud neigh and reared up, nearly trampling Su Hongling. Fuming, she exclaimed, what a fierce creature. Today, I shall surely subdue you. Just then, a raucous laugh echoed. What a chivalrous woman. To plot against a mere youth for the sake of an old horse. How shameless you are. Who dares to speak? Su Yulong's expression changed dramatically as he scanned the surroundings. Hee, I am the ghost shadow Luo of Hafing Mountain. You three are not seeking us to uphold justice, are you? Now we have come to you instead. What say you? Are you afraid? With that proclamation, a figure wearing a black hat appeared amidst the rustling leaves. Suddenly, a loud crash resounded as a middle-aged man wielding a wolf-toothed club descended from the treetops. Around them, a horde of 50 or 60 armed men emerged, encircling the three. Yun Hao was also caught within their trap. Su Yulong, Su Hongling, and Tainyo instinctively pressed together back to back, drawing their weapons at once. Meanwhile, Yun Hao, having regained clarity after focusing on his breathing, realized the effects of the drowsy powder had worn off. However, he did not open his eyes. He had deduced that the newcomers were the bandits of Hafing Mountain. A surge of excitement coursed through him. He had been concerned about locating these bandits, and now he could continue to feign unconsciousness while waiting for the right moment to act. After all, the current pressure rested on Su Hongling and her companions. He was content to watch the unfolding drama. Truly, this was poetic justice. You are the bandits of Hafing Mountain? Su Yulong, no longer waving his fan, asked nervously. The middle-aged man with the wolf-toothed club laughed heartily. I am Chu Lei, the second in command of Hafing Mountain. You three, the white-faced scholar Su Yulong, have shown tremendous audacity, repeatedly disrupting our affairs in Huaiyang County. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. Prepare yourselves. In the distance, Gue Ing Luo observed the scene without concern for Chu Lei, yet still inquired, Second Master, do you require my assistance? Chu Lei, wielding his wolf-toothed club, laughed heartily and declared, 3 mere wanderers are nothing to worry about. Stand back and witness as I reduce them to pulp. With a resounding clash, Chu Lei unleashed his formidable techniques, displaying astounding power. Among Su Yulong and his companions, Tainyo possessed the greatest strength, yet he was firmly suppressed beneath Chu Lei's relentless onslaught. His dual iron axes collided with the club but failed to budge it. forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Su Hongling, graceful with her long sword, evaded Chu Lei's strikes with agility, while Su Yulong, cunning in nature, lurked behind his companions. Occasionnally attempting sneak attack en queue. However, his efforts yielded no injuries and only served to provoke Chu Lei further. You treacherous cur. Hiding behind others and employing underhanded tactics. Just wait until I get my hands on you. Good scoffed. Shifting his strategy from broad and sweeping strikes to a flurry of rapid movements akin to a tempest scattering leaves. The first to suffer was Tainyo, who lost his grip on an iron axe, which Chu Lei struck fiercely against his chest. With a resounding thud, Tainyo let out a pain scream, hurtling backward and spitting blood, collapsing to the ground without the strength to rise again. Su Hongling and Su Yulong were immediately thrown into a state of panic. Chu Lei, laughing uproariously, seized the opportunity to exploit their vulnerabilities. He feigned a strike towards Su Hongling, but swiftly redirected his attack, delivering a horizontal blow aimed at Su Yulong. The latter's expression shifted dramatically as he reacted instinctively, unleashing 3 sharp nails from his folding fan. Chu Lei snorted dismissively and quickly raised his club to defend against the assault. The nails clattered to the ground harmlessly. Wretched scoundrel! Chu Lei roared as he lunged at Su Yulong with explosive speed, akin to a cannonball. With a thunderous crash, the wolf-toothed club struck Su Yulong's head. Unable to evade, Su Yulong raised his fan in defense, shattering in the process, but managed to avoid a fatal blow to his head. Nevertheless, Chu Lei's club came crashing down upon his shoulder. Su Yulong screamed in agony, the sound of breaking bones resonating throughout the area as his shoulder was obliterated, causing him to collapse to the ground, wailing in torment. Su Hongling prepared to strike from behind, yet Chu Lei pivoted suddenly, locking eyes with her like a ferocious beast. Terrified, she froze and knelt, exclaiming, "I surrender." Chu Lei erupted into laughter, and the bandits surrounding them joined in a raucous celebration, chanting praises for the second master. "Bind these 3 useless fools," Chu Lei commanded, refraining from ordering their immediate execution, which provided a glimmer of hope for Su Yulong and his companions. As long as they were not killed, there remained a chance for negotiation. Chu Lei accepted a water skin from his subordinate, took a swig, and laughed heartily, refreshing. His demeanor swiftly shifted to icy as he gazed at Su Yulong, interrogating. "With such ineptitude, how dare you provoke us from Heifeng Mountain? Who granted you the audacity?" Su Yulong, pale as a ghost, stammered, "Second master. We merely seek to earn a living. The authorities of Huaiyang County have placed a high bounty on those associated with Heifeng Mountain, which is why we—" He faltered, fear gripping him. Chu Lei interjected, "After taking down a few of our brothers from the outer mountains, do you think you are invincible? You dare to approach our stronghold?" No, Second Master, you misunderstand. We only wish to visit Heifeng Mountain and return with a name for ourselves. We had no intention of ascending the mountain." Chu Lei sneered. "So, you never intended to confront us?" Su Yulong sheepishly smiled. "Yes, we merely came to observe and intended to leave." "Pretty pathétique, que les scoffed. Take them away, back to the mountain." At that moment, one of the bandits inquired, "What shall we do with that young man over there?" Chu Lei turned his gaze to Yun Hao. They had long been lying in wait upon receiving Gui Ing Luo's report, having witnessed Su Hongling drugging Yun Hao and seizing the horses. They regarded Yun Hao as an ordinary boy and paid him little mind. However, as ruthless bandits, they would not let anyone escape, regardless of their nature. Chu Lei declared, "Take him back to the mountain as well. We could use him to feed the beasts in the back mountain. It's been a few days since they had a meal. All 4 of them will serve as nourishment for the beasts." Upon hearing Chu Lei's intention to use them as fodder for the beasts, Su Yulong and his companions turned ashen. Though unaware of the specific beasts, they understood that they were now bound tightly, akin to fish on a chopping board. Meanwhile, Yun Hao had been feigning unconsciousness, secretly observing Chu Lei's fierce battle against Su Yulong and Su Hongling. He was quietly impressed by Chu Lei's ferocity, though he remained undeterred. In terms of speed and strength, he had yet to be bested. Upon hearing the plan to take him back to feed the beasts, he felt a surge of delight. This was precisely what he had hoped for. He had been troubled by the inability to locate the bandit's lair, but this development alleviated that concern. To everyone else, he appeared to have succumbed to Su Hongling's drug, rendering him incapable of waking for the time being. Thus, he continued to feign unconsciousness, intending to infiltrate the den of the Heifeng mountain bandits. Subsequently, Yun Hao felt himself being lifted and placed upon a horse, his own steed, which brought him a sense of reassurance. After a bumpy journey of about an hour, they finally arrived at a mountain stronghold. He overheard Chu Lei instructing, "Take these 4 to the back mountain and feed them to the beasts." After walking a short distance, Yun Hao found himself at the entrance of a cave. Several bandits halted, and he was unceremoniously thrown to the ground. Su Hongling and her companions, their faces drained of color, trembled as they inquired, "Brave men, what kind of beast do you intend to feed us to?" The escorting bandits laughed heartily. "It matters not. We shall enlighten you so that you may understand your fate." Another bandit chimed in, "Inside this cave lurks a malevolent wolf on the verge of becoming a beast, a half-demon, to be precise. After consuming the 4 of you, it is likely to transform into a true beast. Once you descend to the underworld, do not blame us. We are merely following orders. Enough chatter. Open the door and toss them in. We need to get back and rest. It's sweltering out here," another bandit urged. Yun Hao had initially planned to abandon his act, preparing to retaliate. However, upon hearing mention of the beast, he recalled the words of Master Wu in the black market, who had mentioned that his specially crafted blood pills could rival superior quality ones if combined with the blood of a beast. Suddenly, a bold idea took root in his mind. If he could obtain the blood of the beast, perhaps he could create a superior blood pill. Consuming it would enhance his strength, making it easier to deal with the bandits later on. Fortune favors the bold. He decided to continue his ruse, allowing the bandits to toss him and Su Hongling into the cave. Chapter 37. Half-Demon. Su Hongling feeds the wolf. A pungent stench assaulted their senses. With a loud clang, the bandits shut the door behind them. The specially crafted iron door was impenetrable to the likes of them. There were sentinels outside, ready to respond at the slightest disturbance. Moreover, none who had been cast into the cave had ever returned alive. The wolf residing within was no ordinary wild wolf. It was a half-demon beast. Su Yulong and his companions were bound, while Yun Hao remained unrestrained. Thus far, neither the bandits nor Su Hongling had realized he was merely pretending. As the bandits departed, one remarked, "This lad isn't tied up. He won't escape, will he? What are you thinking? This is a specially crafted dark iron door. Without the strength of a martial artist, forget about opening it. Rest assured and leave," another replied. "Indeed, only our chief possesses such strength." As the bandits retreated, inside the cave, Su Hongling hastily urged Su Yulong, "Elder brother, quickly untie the ropes." Su Yulong nodded slightly, and with a shudder, the ropes binding him fell effortlessly to the ground. A smile graced his lips. While others only knew him by the moniker of by Mian Shusheng, they were unaware of his other alias, Yulong Shou. In truth, he had once apprenticed under a master thief in his youth, acquiring a modicum of skill. The dexterity of his hands was his prized talent. Untying himself from the bindings was a trivial task. This secret was known only to Su Hongling and Tai Niu. Su Yulong proceeded to free Su Hongling and Tai Niu from their restraints. Su Hongling hastily urged, "Elder brother, quickly unlock the door. Let us exit first and discuss later. We must not attract the attention of the cave's beasts, or we shall be in dire trouble." Su Yulong remained silent as he approached the iron door, retrieving a specially crafted iron needle from his hair, stating, "Let me give it a try. This peculiar iron door and lock contains Shintai, so it may take some time to open. Will you succeed?" Tai Niu inquired. Su Yulong replied with confidence, "There is no lock in the world I cannot open. You two keep watch. If the beasts attack, find a way to stall for time while I unlock this door. Rest assured, elder brother, if any beasts appear, we shall first toss this brat to them," Su Hongling remarked, kicking Yun Hao who lay on the ground. "Bah, what bad luck." Tai Niu spat at Yun Hao. It was all due to their concern for this fellow, Lao Ma, that they had been captured by bandits. Fortunately, elder brother Su Yulong was present, capable of untying the ropes and unlocking the iron door. Otherwise, they would surely have been fed to the beasts. "It is all because of this brat that we were captured. I should just slay him now," Tai Niu declared, moving to take action. Su Yulong quickly interjected, "Do not act foolishly. If you kill him now, it will only draw the beasts out, creating a greater dilemma. Once I unlock the door, we can leave him in the cave to feed the beasts. It serves the same purpose." The cave appeared quite deep, and the 3 of them stood at the entrance, anxious to unlock the door and unwilling to create unnecessary distractions. Listening to the conversation, Yun Hao could not help but scoff internally. Tainyo, though seemingly honest and simple, turned out to be quite ruthless. Indeed, the old Taoist was right. One should never judge a person by their appearance. After a while, the iron lock on the door clattered, yet Su Yulong had not managed to unlock it. Su Hongling, clearly growing anxious, inquired, "Elder brother, have you opened it yet?" Su Yulong, sweat beading on his forehead, realized he had underestimated the Xiantai lock, muttering, "Almost there. This lock has 3 clasps, which complicates matters. Just one more, and it'll be open." At that moment, a low growl emanated from the depths of the cave. Suddenly, the 3 stood frozen, their faces paling. Su Hongling, Jianbe. "Elder brother, hurry. It seems the beast is coming." With that, a more ferocious roar echoed, accompanied by a foul stench. In the darkness, a pair of crimson eyes materialized, closing in within 10 meters of them. Clatter! Su Yulong, in shock, fumbled the lock-picking needle, which fell to the ground and fortuitously rolled outside the door. Su Hongling swallowed hard, her voice quaking, "It's over, it's over." Even Tainyo, usually bold, was shaken upon seeing a wolf-like creature over 2 meters long and 1.5 meters tall, its eyes glowing a fierce red, baring its sharp fangs. Drool dripping from its mouth. He turned to Su Yulong, his expression changing. "Elder brother, have you opened it yet?" With a bitter tone, Su Yulong lamented, "The lock-picking needle has fallen." Those words plunged Su Hongling and Tainyo's hearts into despair. The creature before them was far larger than any ordinary wolf, its fur glinting silver in the darkness. Initially, while they had feared being fed to beasts by the bandits, their legs had not trembled in terror. But at this moment, facing the enormous wolf, their hearts raced. The lock remained unyielded, and the demon wolf was now awake before them. What should they do? Su Hongling's face turned ashen. "Elder brother, what now?" As the eldest among them, Su Yulong tried to maintain his composure, declaring, "Our only option is to fight this demon wolf with all our might if we wish to survive. But we have no weapons." Tainyo grumbled. Their weapons had all been confiscated by the bandits. Seeing the demon wolf spring toward them, Su Hongling glanced at the prone Yun Hao, her mind racing. "Elder brother, what if we toss this brat to the wolf to buy you time to unlock the door?" "That could work," Tainyo agreed, urging Su Hongling to throw Yun Hao to the demon wolf while he continued to pick the lock. Su Yulong instructed, "Take it slow. Try not to provoke the demon wolf." "Very well," Su Hongling and Tainyo replied in hushed tones. Su Yulong crouched down to retrieve the fallen needle. But due to his injuries, he struggled to reach it. Tainyo stared intently at the demon wolf, ready to fight if it made a move. Su Hongling cautiously approached Yun Hao, preparing to toss him to the demon wolf to buy Su Yulong more time. As they moved, the demon wolf remained still, causing a sigh of relief to escape the trio. However, Su Yulong's efforts to retrieve the needle were thwarted by the slightest margin, leaving him in a state of distress. Yun Hao, lying on the ground, immediately sensed the presence of the demon wolf, his heart racing. He had seen wolves before, but never one as large as this 2-meter beast. More accurately, it was a wolf demon. Previously, he had overheard some bandits speak of them as half-demons. He knew little of demon beasts, but assumed they were far more formidable than ordinary wild animals. Seeing the demon wolf before him, he understood it was not to be trifled with. Hearing Su Hongling and the others discussing tossing him to the demon wolf, Yun Hao scoffed inwardly. What a malicious woman, adept at scheming. Feeling Su Hongling crouch beside him, her hand gripping his shoulder, Yun Hao realized she intended to throw him toward the demon wolf. However, he would not allow her to have her way. As Su Hongling grasped Yun Hao's shoulder, preparing to lift him, she was suddenly met with a tight grip on her wrist. To her shock, Yun Hao was now holding her wrist, a cold smirk on his face. Su Hongling, "Gapet." "You." Before she could finish, an immense force propelled her backward, and she caught a glimpse of her own body soaring toward the demon wolf. Su Hongling finally screamed. At that moment, Su Yulong and Tainyo turned to witness the shocking scene, realizing that Yun Hao had somehow risen to his feet, while Su Hongling was hurtling toward the demon wolf. With a roar, the demon wolf leapt to meet Su Hongling. Chapter 38. I beg you. End my life with a single stab. Second sister. Little sister. As the demon wolf lunged at Su Hongling with a deafening roar, her life came to a tragic end. The creature's massive jaws crushed her skull, blood and viscera splattering across the ground. Tainyo and Su Yulong cried out in despair. Yet they could do nothing. The demon wolf's speed was far too swift. In the blink of an eye, Su Hongling was reduced to a headless corpse. The demon wolf, ever vigilant, did not continue to devour Su Hongling's remains, but instead fixed its predatory gaze upon Su Yulong, Tainyo, and Yun Hao. Perhaps even the demon wolf itself did not anticipate that the seemingly incapacitated Yun Hao would suddenly rise. Su Hongling had intended to delay time by sacrificing Yun Hao to the beast, only to find herself the first to be fed to it. Her schemes had backfired. "I will kill you," Tainyo shouted, realization dawning upon him. He charged at Yun Hao, disregarding the lurking demon wolf. Su Yulong's expression fluctuated between anger and disbelief. At that moment, he understood that Yun Hao appeared to have awakened long before. Logically, the effects of a sleeping powder should not have worn off yet. Yun Hao, with a cold expression, observed Tai Nyo charging toward him, while the demon wolf remained motionless. He pondered whether this demon beast possessed intelligence, relishing in the sight of humans turning against one another. Regardless of the circumstances, he must first confront Tainyo. This imposing figure had repeatedly threatened to end his life. Yun Hao, of course, would not hold back. With a sudden thought, he summoned the axe from the treasure vial. Earlier, he had feared that the bandits would search him, but they had not bothered to do so, allowing the vial to remain securely nestled against his chest. As Tainyo charged at him in a fit of rage, the axe in Yun Hao's hand gleamed ominously. With a swift motion, he executed a clean strike, severing Tainyo's throat. The man clutched at his neck, his eyes wide with shock, unable to utter a word. He had never anticipated that Yun Hao would possess such a weapon. With a dull thud, Tainyo collapsed to the ground, convulsing briefly before lying still, his eyes fixed in a final expression of disbelief. At the entrance, Su Yulong lay slumped on the ground, having failed to retrieve the lockpick that had fallen outside. He had witnessed both Su Hongling and Tainyo perish before him, and now, observing the calm demeanor of Yun Hao as he killed, a realization struck him. The four characters that came to mind were playing the pig to eat the tiger. Indeed, looking at Yun Hao's expression, Su Yulong understood that this young man was no novice to killing. Perhaps from the very beginning, he had been pretending to be a simpleton while harboring a hidden strength. Meanwhile, within the cave, the air was thick with the stench of wolf demons and a metallic scent of blood from Su Hongling and Tainyo. Yun Hao, Su Yulong, and the demon wolf formed a tense triangle, none daring to make a move. Su Yulong, already injured from a blow to his shoulder by Chu Lei's mace, knew he was gravely wounded. At this moment, he surrendered to fate, realizing he stood no chance against either the demon wolf or the axe-wielding Yun Hao. Stripped of his fear of death, he felt an unexpected calm wash over him. Su Yulong looked at Yun Hao and asked, "Have you been awake all along?" Yun Hao met his gaze, recalling how Su Yulong had intervened in the woods when Tainyo sought to kill him, arguing that leaving him in the forest would only lead to his demise at the hands of wild beasts. Reflecting on that moment, Yun Hao felt a twinge of fear. If he had been killed then, he would have had no strength to resist, as the effects of the drug were just beginning to take hold. He had not intended to respond, but out of respect for that memory, he nodded and said, "Yes, I was awake from the moment I ascended the mountain. I was merely feigning unconsciousness." Su Yulong's face registered surprise, followed by another question. "If you were awake, why did you not escape? Why risk following me up Heifeng Mountain only to be cast into a cave to be fed to this beast?" Yun Hao, showing no signs of concealment, replied slowly, "My true objective is to eradicate all the bandits of Heifeng Mountain. Feigning unconsciousness to infiltrate their lair suits my purpose perfectly." "You have a grievance with the bandits of Heifeng Mountain?" Su Yulong asked incredulously. "Indeed, I do. I intend to eliminate every last one of them," Yun Hao affirmed. Su Yulong paused, then inquired, "But I fail to comprehend. If this is the case, why did you enter the lair of the demon wolf? At this point, you cannot even hope to escape." Maintaining his unflappable demeanor, Yun Hao cast a glance at the watchful demon wolf and stated, "I had originally planned to enter the bandits' den and unleash my fury, but upon hearing them mention the presence of a demon beast in the rear mountains, I alter my course of action. I intend to hunt the demon beast and obtain its essence." Su Yulong's eyes widened in astonishment. "If you're not mad, then you must be a master. Yet I sense no vigor from you. You appear quite young, even if you have practiced martial arts since childhood. You at most be a first-rate martial artist. The vitality of a first-rate martial artist cannot be easily concealed. I genuinely do not understand where you derive your confidence." Yun Hao did not directly answer Su Yulong's question, but calmly stated, I believe I can kill this wolf demon. Believe? Su Yulong chuckled incredulously. While I do not know the source of your confidence, as a fellow human, I must caution you. Demon beasts are formidable. After a fit of coughing, he continued, to speak candidly, I am but a lowly wanderer, a scholar fallen from grace. By chance, I acquired some martial skills, but I am still an insignificant figure. I have heard tales of demon beasts. They are exceedingly powerful, and this wolf demon is said to be a half-demon. Achieving that status implies it possesses strength at the threshold of a martial master, likely endowed with some demonic energy. Considering that the physical prowess of demon beasts inherently surpasses that of human martial artists, even a half-demon can rival a martial artist at the master level. I fear we may both meet our end at the jaws of this creature. Little brother, although my sister and I may have schemed against you, I apologize on their behalf. With death looming, let's put this matter behind us. May I request one favor? If you agree, I will offer you a precious manual. My name, Su Yulong, comes from this very text. Yulong is a nickname derived from an ancient tome I stumbled upon in an icy cavern. Regrettably, I have only mastered a portion of it. Otherwise, the situation today might be different. I assure you, the manual I possess is of the highest caliber. You would not regret it. If you agree, I will reveal its location, which is not on my person. As the saying goes, when a man is about to die, his words are sincere. Yun Hao believed that Su Yulong, in this moment, would not deceive him. Fixing his gaze upon Su Yulong, he said, Speak, but do not expect me to grant you freedom. Su Yulong smiled wryly and shook his head. I hail from a family of officials and have been well educated. I understand the principle that our bodies and skin are bestowed upon us by our parents. As I face death, I naturally do not wish for my remains to be desecrated by a beast. My request is simple. I hope you can grant me a swift death before the wolf demon arrives, allowing me to retain my integrity. If you manage to slay the wolf and survive, even better. At least my body will not be devoured by a beast. Yun Hao was taken aback by Su Yulong's request, yet he found it reasonable. Nodding, he agreed, Very well, I promise to end your life before the wolf demon does. Rest assured, if I live, I will bury the three of you within this cave. Thank you, little brother. Su Yulong exhaled, feeling an unexpected sense of hope. He believed that Yun Hao might indeed be capable of killing the wolf demon. Yun Hao replied slowly, There is no need for thanks. I keep my word. Now tell me, where's your manual? Chapter 39. Man proposes, but heaven disposes. Su Yulong rummaged in his garments for a moment before producing a finely crafted wooden tablet. Tossing it to Yun Hao. This is from Huaiyang County. The tablet serves as proof of reservation for room Tian at Yunlaiyan. The manual is hidden between the bed's headboard and the wall. You can retrieve it at your convenience. Yun Hao accepted the tablet, recognizing that the arrangement was mutually beneficial. Su Yulong sought to avoid being devoured by the demon beast and to retain his body intact, which was not a difficult request for Yun Hao to fulfill. As a novice recently entering the world of martial arts, he was eager for any martial manual. Previously, he had spent 10 taels of silver to purchase the Dragon Elephant Fist technique from Jean Mandang, which only contained moves and lacked any profound principles. Without the vital energy cultivated from his own breathing techniques, mastering the moves would be futile. Naturally, acquiring a complete manual was a coveted aspiration. However, he remained uncertain whether Su Yulong was deceiving him. Yun Hao chose to trust him for now, knowing that Su Yulong was unlikely to survive. If he did not kill him, he would still perish at the hands of the wolf demon, leaning against the iron gate. Su Yulong glanced at the ravenous demon wolf lurking nearby. You should make your move. This beast clearly possesses some degree of intelligence and wishes for us to turn on each other, ultimately reaping the benefits. Yun Hao, however, shook his head and replied, I will first slay this wolf before granting you a swift end. Su Yulong was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Yun Hao to respond in such a manner. He was genuinely curious about Yun Hao's confidence in confronting a half-demon wolf, with the true strength of the creature being sufficient to rival that of a martial master. Su Yulong felt a flicker of anticipation as he observed Yun Hao's calm demeanor, understanding that his own fate was sealed. He found a sense of tranquility in the face of death, focusing his gaze on both Yun Hao and the wolf demon. Yun Hao, gripping the axe firmly, took deliberate steps toward the demon wolf. As the wolf demon observed Yun Hao's approach, it emitted a low, guttural growl, its forelegs slightly bent. It assumed a stance poised for an imminent attack, its blood-red eyes strikingly fearsome. Nevertheless, Yun Hao remained calm and composed, having taken the lives of dozens. A substantial aura of menace enveloped him. He was eager to test his mettle against this half-demon wolf, instinctively believing he could prevail. He had previously slain peak-tier martial artists without difficulty, and he surmised he could likely contend with a master-level warrior as well. As he closed the distance, Yun Hao approached the wolf demon, which showed no sign of retreat, instead adopting a stance ready to strike. With a sudden roar, the wolf demon lunged, leaping towards Yun Hao with a claw aimed at his head. Without hesitation, Yun Hao swung his axe, channeling all his strength into the blow. The axe collided with the wolf's claw, producing a dull thud accompanied by sparks. He distinctly noted the sharpness of the wolf's claws, as formidable as blades, and felt a tremendous force reverberate through his arm, leaving it numb. He inwardly mused on the creature's strength, capable of clashing with steel without sustaining any injury. However, that was all there was to it. The initial clash passed, and the wolf demon gracefully landed several meters away. Yun Hao swiftly turned, executing a step from the dragon elephant fist's third technique, the elephant step, which caused the cavern floor to tremble beneath him. He stood firm as a mountain, his feet rooted to the ground, hands gripping the axe tightly. With a mighty roar, he swung his weapon. The wolf demon, leaping toward him with its maw agape and claws raised, met the axe's arc. Their collision resonated within the cavern. The wolf demon, agile and swift, darted behind Yun Hao for another strike. Yet, Yun Hao was no novice, having mastered the 3 techniques of the dragon elephant fist. His footwork and evasive maneuvers proved equally adept, allowing him to withstand the wolf's assaults and counterattack. However, it seemed his strikes inflicted little damage upon the creature, whose claws were as hard as weapons, causing Yun Hao to furrow his brow. The two continued their back-and-forth struggle for dozens of rounds, neither able to gain the upper hand. From a distance, Su Yulong, leaning against the iron gate, observed the fierce battle with growing excitement, hoping for mutual destruction between the two combatants, thus ensuring his own survival. He admired Yun Hao's prowess, realizing that he might have reached the level of a martial master. As the fierce combat raged on, Su Yulong turned his attention to the lock he had been tampering with, ignoring the pain in his shoulder. He summoned his strength to grasp the fallen lockpick. Elated, he noted that the iron lock was nearly undone. If Yun Hao and the wolf demon remained preoccupied, he could escape. Yun Hao's keen senses picked up the sound of the lock, noticing Su Yulong attempting to free himself. He furrowed his brow but chose to focus on the wolf demon. After a prolonged engagement, he recognized the creature's cunning, always evading his vital strikes and blocking with its claws. Determined not to prolong the battle, Yun Hao suddenly forced the wolf demon back and retrieved 3 large blood-replenishing pills from his pouch, consuming them eagerly. Heat surged through him, revitalizing his strength. Having entangled himself with the wolf demon for so long, Yun Hao sensed its stamina waning. He smirked at the thought of the creature attempting to outlast him. With 800 blood-replenishing pills at his disposal, he could easily outlast 10 wolf demons. After consuming the pills, he prepared to seize an opportunity to strike. After several more exchanges, Yun Hao observed the wolf demon's speed and stamina falter, its movements growing erratic. Seizing the moment, he noticed an opening in the creature's abdomen. With a powerful leap, he aimed his axe downward. The blade sliced through the wolf demon's belly, eliciting a wretched howl as blood sprayed forth. The massive creature was sent tumbling, its innards spilling onto the ground, heading directly towards Su Yulong's position. At that moment, after much effort, the lock finally clicked open, and Su Yulong rejoiced. However, just then, the wolf demon's anguished cry echoed through the cavern as its massive body fell. Su Yulong instinctively turned, only to be struck by the wolf demon's form, rendered unconscious beneath its weight. Yun Hao approached, observing the wolf demon struggling to rise, its innards exposed. He remained unperturbed, knowing that the creature was far from finished. The wolf demon, though battered, managed to stand and let out a low growl directed at Yun Hao. Su Yulong, still pinned beneath the beast, felt a paralyzing dread at the creature's oppressive presence, expecting the wolf demon to continue its assault on Yun Hao. He was taken aback when it instead retreated a step, baring its fangs and lunging towards him. Su Yulong's pupils dilated in terror as he realized the imminent threat. In an instant, the wolf demon's jaws crushed his skull, silencing his cries. Yun Hao watched, devoid of remorse. Understanding that Su Yulong had brought this fate upon himself in his reckless attempt to unlock his escape, had he remained hidden, waiting for Yun Hao to eliminate the wolf demon, he might have fulfilled his own desires without meeting such a grim end. Yet, fate had other plans. Chapter 40. The 9 major acupoints connected. Su Yulong's demise was tragic, a mere consequence of the wolf demon's opportunistic strike. Though Yun Hao's actions had inadvertently contributed to this outcome, it mattered little now. What was significant was that for Yun Hao, the elimination of his enemies would bring peace. The wolf demon, gravely wounded and with its innards spilled, had little chance of survival. In the ensuing struggle, Yun Hao delivered a decisive blow to the wolf demon's neck, nearly severing its head. The creature's lifeless body convulsed on the ground. Yun Hao quickly retrieved a clay jar from his pouch, positioning it beneath the wolf demon's neck to collect its blood. He recalled the words of the black market merchant, who had emphasized the value of beast blood. Though this wolf demon was merely a half-demon in the eyes of bandits, it was still a formidable creature, far surpassing ordinary beasts. Had it not been for the ethereal energy flowing within him, combined with the immense vitality provided by the supersized blood elixir, Yun Hao feared he might truly have been worn down to death by the demon wolf. After filling an entire clay pot with the demon wolf's blood, he stored the creature's remains within a precious bottle. Since the essence of blood was a substance of value, its flesh, bones, and fur were equally worthy, particularly the front claws, which resembled iron implements and could potentially fetch a handsome price. Yun Hao did not rush to exit. This was the rear mountain of the infamous bandit lair in Heifeng Mountain, and it was rather deserted. With the essence of the demon beast's blood at hand, Yun Hao resolved to commence the crafting of the vitality elixirs immediately. He was eager to ascertain the efficacy of the elixirs now infused with demon beast blood. To eradicate all the bandits of Heifeng Mountain, an enhancement of his strength was imperative. Thus, the creation of new vitality elixirs was of utmost necessity. He had brought along pots, pans, and even bedding, all stored in the precious bottle. Upon retrieving them, he discovered a lack of firewood. The cave was devoid of any resources. Naturally, he needed to venture outside to procure firewood. With a clatter, the heavy iron lock fell to the ground as he pulled it, and the door swung open. He owed his gratitude to Su Yulong, who had previously opened the lock but was then struck by the demon wolf, resulting in a fatal bite. He unwittingly provided Yun Hao with a ready-made escape route. In truth, Yun Hao had not been overly concerned about the possibility of being trapped. He was confident in his own strength to open the door. As it turned out, he was indeed correct. At the very least, with the precious bottle in hand, he had no worries about sustenance while waiting in the cave for the bandits to next open the door to feed the demon beasts. Confident he could make his exit then, after stepping outside, he gathered a substantial amount of dry firewood, ignited it, and set a pot over the flames to boil water. This time, he added less rice than before, incorporating a ginseng root and approximately a pound of huang jing, all ground into a paste-like consistency. Finally, he poured in the demon wolf's essence, uncertain of the correct ratio. Resolutely, he added about a pound of blood. Covering the pot, he began to simmer the concoction. The sky had darkened, yet he was unperturbed by the prospect of visitors. After simmering over a vigorous flame for a while, the cave was filled with an extraordinary fragrance. Contrary to expectations, the scent of the demon wolf's blood was not at all pungent. After mixing thoroughly, he lowered the heat to continue the simmering process. Once the mixture solidified, he removed it to cool and then rolled it into small, thumb-sized pills. Each pill was a translucent white with a hint of red, akin to jade, with the red veining appearing as if it were a natural pattern. Yun Hao recognized that this was the essence of the demon wolf. This time, the results were promising, as the amount of rice used was only 1/3 of that in the previous batch. He successfully produced 108 pills, distinctly different from the last batch. Without hesitation, Yun Hao consumed one. He had faith in his own creations, believing there to be no issues. And the addition of demon wolf blood, along with the ginseng and huang jing, which had aged for 20 years, would surely augment the potency of the elixirs. With a bite, an explosion of flavor filled his mouth, invigorating and salivating, lacking the chewiness of the previous batch but dissolving more readily. He quickly swallowed it down. At that moment, he felt a surge of warmth intensifying within him, his body growing increasingly heated, as if engulfed by a flame. He promptly settled into a meditative posture to practice his breathing techniques, following the instructions left by the old master. The meditative diagram of the Jatsang Tana gong emerged vividly in his mind, displaying 12 meridian pathways and 9 major acupoints. Previously, while practicing, the diagram would appear in his mind, but never with such clarity as today. The precious bottle in his arms emanated a refreshing chill. Almost immediately, he sensed intangible points of light converging from all directions, most entering the precious bottle. Observing the human figure in meditation, he noted the 12 meridian lines, with 2 along each limb, totaling 8, one extending from the center of his chest to his lower abdomen, another from his chest to his brow, one more from his brow to the Tianling acupoint, and a final line from the Tianling to the lower back, summing up to 12 meridian pathways. The 9 major acupoints were marked at the palms and soles of both feet, one acupoint 3 inches above the lower abdomen, one at the heart, one at the brow, one at the Tianling on the crown of the head, and one at the back of the head, totaling 9 acupoints. Regardless of whether it was the meridians or the acupoints, they all converged at the lower abdomen, which shimmered with light. Yun Hao understood that the lower abdomen was the foundation. The energy flowing into his body was concentrated there. However, after consuming the freshly made pills, he felt a newfound clarity in his entire system of meridians and acupoints. With a flicker of realization, he consciously attempted to guide the energy from his lower abdomen toward the acupoints. Wherever he directed it, he could distinctly sense the flow of energy within him, traversing precisely along the meridian lines depicted in the meditative diagram. It felt as though he was directing the energy toward the acupoint 3 inches above his lower abdomen. Suddenly, the energy surged forth as if it had broken through an invisible door, rushing into the acupoint. Instantly, he experienced an unparalleled sense of relief, as if the energy within him was now flowing more swiftly. He then guided the energy further upward, reaching his chest, where he experienced that same sensation of breaking through an unseen barrier. His chest felt suddenly liberated, as if his heart had opened in an instant. Even if Yun Hao were not particularly astute, he understood that he had discovered the method of energy circulation. He continued to direct the energy, pulling it towards his left arm, where a slight tremor in his palm made his entire arm feel lighter. Next, he moved his right palm, then extended the flow to the soles of his feet. The circulation of energy throughout his limbs brought an indescribable sense of ease and lightness. His focus continued to gather and flow toward his heart, surging toward his brow, and as the energy burst forth, breaking through the invisible door at his brow, Yun Hao felt a sense of ethereal bliss. Without pausing, he surged toward the Tianling acupoint, and finally to the last acupoint at the back of his head, known as the Shinmen acupoint in the texts left by the old master. With this, the 9 major acupoints were fully connected. Yun Hao felt his entire being become light and agile, akin to basking in the sun on a winter's day, enjoying the coolness of summer, feeling the gentle spring breeze, and admiring the autumn scenery. Every part of him was at ease. In that instant, the energy within the 12 meridian pathways formed a complete circuit, ultimately returning to the lower abdomen, where the energy then expanded throughout his entire body. With each cycle of energy traversing his body in a closed loop, Yun Hao felt himself grow lighter and more liberated. His physical strength increased incrementally, and the speed of the energy flow quickened. It was not until the warmth generated from the pills had completely dissipated that he finally ceased. Yun Hao abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze sparkling with brilliance. In the darkness, his eyes shone as if they emitted light. He exhaled a breath of turbid air and glanced outside the cave, realizing that it had already grown deep into the night. To him, it felt as though only a brief moment had passed. He murmured to himself, "Is this what the old master referred to as the operation of the Zhou Tian?" As he stood, his bones cracked with clarity, and he sensed a significant enhancement of the energy within him, a surge of untamed power clamoring for release. It was time to confront the bandits. Chapter 41. The envoy from the governor's office. Everything proceeded smoothly, save for one point of confusion for Yun Hao. He pondered whether he could now be considered a martial artist. If so, what level did that entail? He was entirely unaware. The pills he crafted, now infused with the demon wolf's essence, were indeed extraordinary. Yun Hao felt they could no longer merely be called vitality elixirs. They deserved the title of Yuanqi pills. Consuming one filled him with energy and vigor. Henceforth, they would be known as Yuan pills. After tidying up the pots and pans, Yun Hao stepped out of the cave. Even from a distance, he could see the bandit's stronghold ablaze with light. With a heavily battered axe in hand, Yun Hao moved with a remarkable lightness in his step. Suddenly, he leaped a staggering distance of 5 or 6 zhong. Startled by his own audacity, he could not help but let out a gasp. This exhalation caused him to plummet back to the ground. Yet fortunately, he landed on soft earth and felt no pain from the fall. Deep in thought, he reflected on how he had leapt too swiftly, leading to his unintentional cry and subsequent descent. It seemed imperative to hold his breath during such feats. Taking a deep breath, he leaped once more, achieving the same height of 5 or 6 zhong. This time, he managed to restrain his breath and even ran a few steps mid-air. By the time he landed, he had covered a distance of 8 or 9 zhong. This discovery filled Yun Hao with immense joy, as if he had taken flight. As long as he held his breath, he could leap an impressive 8 or 9 zhong. Though it was a jump, to him, it felt akin to soaring. After several leaps, he found himself at the outskirts of the bandit's lair. Another revelation struck him. With each jump, he could feel the flow of energy from his lower abdomen surging through all 12 meridians and 9 major acupoints, invigorating his entire being. This sensation was exquisite. He swung the axe in the air, and to his astonishment, it emitted a buzzing sound, moving with a speed reminiscent of an afterimage, several times faster than before. He stepped into the mountain stronghold. As he passed a thatched hut, he faintly heard the mournful cries of women and children, punctuated by the lewd laughter of men. A faint metallic scent of blood hung in the air. Yun Hao sniffed, recognizing the familiar stench. His nose was remarkably keen. After a moment's deliberation, he approached the door and kicked it open with force. The wooden door splintered into pieces. Yun Hao was taken aback by the sheer power in his seemingly gentle kick. Who dares? Which blind fool is this? A coarse voice bellowed from within. Yun Hao stepped inside, and upon witnessing the scene, his expression turned icy. On a large bed, 4 or 5 women lay in disarray, some with ashen faces, clearly lifeless for some time, while others were bloodied and vacant-eyed. 5 bandits were violating them, 2 of whom appeared younger than Yun Hao. Clenching the axe tightly, he felt a surge of fury. A burly man, clearly intoxicated, cursed loudly. "You little brat, which gang do you belong to? You have no respect for the rules. Get out." Without uttering a word, Yun Hao moved swiftly, and the axe struck down. Heads rolled, one after another with sickening thuds. A scream pierced the air, originating from a small girl curled up in the corner, her eyes wide with terror. Yun Hao met her gaze, her expression a mix of shock and fear, causing a tremor in his heart, a pang of compassion. She looked even younger than himself, subjected to the vile acts of these beasts. All the bandits here deserve death. Suppressing his murderous intent, Yun Hao forced a smile and reassured her. "Do not fear, little sister. I have come to rid you of these wicked men. Everything will be all right." Upon hearing his words, a glimmer of hope flickered in the girl's eyes. At that moment, an older girl, slightly more mature, climbed up and tremulously asked, "Young master, what should we do?" Yun Hao replied, "You all stay here. I will deal with the bandits. If by dawn no bandits return, it will mean I have vanquished them, and you can leave." Yet, deep down, Yun Hao was merely a youth himself, lacking the skills to comfort the unfortunate women. All he could offer was the promise of eliminating the bandits. "Thank you, young master, for saving us," the older girl cried, her voice breaking. Yun Hao waved his hand, preparing to depart when a younger girl timidly spoke up. "Big brother, can you please save my elder brother, my father? Where are your brother and father?" Yun Hao inquired. The little girl replied, "Our family was taken by the bandits 10 days ago. We have no idea where they are, but they must be in the stronghold." Yun Hao sighed inwardly, suspecting that the girl's brother and father might already be dead. He recalled hearing the bandits mention that any worthless captives were tossed to the back mountain to feed the beasts. He had seen heaps of bones in the cave, remnants of those devoured by the demon wolves. "I will do my best," he assured her, knowing he could not reveal the grim truth. He resolved that anyone he encountered who had been captured by the bandits would be rescued. Without lingering, he slipped into the shadows, moving like a phantom, and proceeded to eliminate any bandits in his path. He interrogated a few bandits about the location of their true leader, learning that they resided in the center of the stronghold in the Zhongyi Hall. Yun Hao spat in disdain, for such ruthless bandits dare to call themselves loyal and righteous. Initially, he advanced without being detected, but as he neared the stronghold's heart, he encountered more guards on patrol. After dispatching several bandits, the sound of gongs echoed through the stronghold, illuminating the night with a flurry of torches. Yun Hao remained calm and unhurried as he continued forward. Reaching a square, he spotted a grand structure in the distance, the character Zhongyi Tang illuminated by the firelight. This was the very center of the Black Wind Mountain bandits' lair. Inside Zhongyi Tang, the notorious leader Zhou Zhongli, his deputy Chu Lei, and the information broker Gai Ingluo, the three highest-ranking figures, were conversing with an elderly man clad in a black robe. All prominent leaders of Black Wind Mountain were present, surrounding the black-robed elder with utmost deference. Zhou Zhongli and the elder sat apart from the others, maintaining a respectful distance. Zhou Zhongli addressed the elder. "Yusher, may I inquire what brings you here? Is there a task that the governor requires of us? Please command us." The elder, referred to as Yusher, glared, his voice low and threatening. "Zhou Zhongli, do you wish to meet your demise? I warned you last time not to divulge any information regarding the governor in any context. Have you not learned your lesson?" Zhou Zhongli trembled, quickly slapping himself in reprimand. "You are right. Yusher, it was my indiscretion. Please forgive me. Consider this a final warning," Yusher coldly retorted before continuing. "I am here not for trivial matters, but regarding the demon wolf. It has been half a year since we sent the beast. My young master's martial cultivation is at a critical juncture and requires the blood of a demon beast. Has the wolf advanced to a true demon?" Yusher inquired in a hushed tone. Zhou Zhongli replied quietly, "Rest assured, Yusher, after 6 months of care, the wolf has become a semi-demon. I have calculated that in a few days, it will evolve into a true demon beast." Yusher planned to stay in the stronghold for a few days, confident that it would not delay the young master's affairs. "Since you are here, I have gathered several exquisite women for your enjoyment." Upon hearing this, Yusher's face finally broke into a smile. "You have worked hard. Rest assured, when the demon beast blood is delivered, the governor will reward you." "Thank you, Yusher. I hope you will speak highly of me before the governor and the young master," Zhou Zhongli replied, his demeanor obsequious. Just as they spoke, a series of gongs echoed from outside. Zhou Zhongli frowned, excusing himself to Yusher and turning to his deputy Chu Lei. "Brother, take some in and see what is going on." Chapter 42. A single punch to kill. Upon arriving at the square, Yun Hao found himself surrounded by hundreds of bandits, their gongs ringing out from all directions. The torches illuminated the entire square. Faced with the encirclement of over 100 bandits, Yun Hao remained composed, exhibiting not a hint of fear. At this moment, those individuals posed no challenge to him. They were merely insignificant beings. He awaited the appearance of the leader of Heifeng, intending to first eliminate the formidable adversaries before dealing with the lesser threats. Soon, a booming voice resonated in the air. "Who dares to trespass upon my Heifeng?" The second in command, Chu Lei, emerged from the crowd. The bandits accompanying Chu Lei began to recognize Yun Hao, and before long, one of them exclaimed, "Second boss. This lad was the one who came up the mountain today with Su Yulong. He has been unconscious. How did he end up here?" Upon seeing Yun Hao, Chu Lei confirmed the identification and gravely remarked, "Xiao Wu, Xiao Lu, you scoundrels. Weren't you instructed to toss him into the cave of the demon beasts on the back mountain? How did this boy manage to appear here?" Chu Lei initially suspected that his subordinates had shirked their duty, believing they had not delivered Yun Hao to the beasts, and his expression darkened. The two bandits behind him immediately swore an oath, insisting, "Second boss, we personally delivered him. The door was locked. We certainly did not neglect our duty. Please see for yourself." Chu Lei studied his subordinates, who did not seem to be lying. They would not dare deceive him. Thus, one possibility remained. The boy had either been rescued or had escaped on his own. Regardless of the circumstances, something must have gone awry in the cave of the demon beasts. His expression shifted dramatically as he commanded, "Quickly head to the back mountain and investigate. You go inform the boss." He then cast a cold gaze at Yun Hao and inquired, "Who exactly are you? How did you evade being devoured by the demon beasts?" Chu Lei sensed something was amiss with Yun Hao. Regardless of how he had managed to escape the cave, the fact that he had not fled immediately but instead sought out the Zhong Yitang Plaza was certainly suspicious. Yun Hao approached Chu Lei step by step and declared, "I killed the demon beasts. As for who I am, I am simply here to exact vengeance upon you. Chu Lei furrowed his brow and retorted, vengeance? What for? We have never crossed paths until today. He found it hard to believe Yun Hao's assertion of having slain the demon beasts. The half-demon wolf was already exceedingly close to being a genuine demon beast. How could it be so easily vanquished? However, the boy's escape indicated that something must have transpired with the demon beasts. You wretches, having committed countless wrongs, need not ask further. Prepare to meet your end. With that, Yun Hao surgit au reculer. Several minor bandit leaders were about to charge forward, but Chu Lei coldly commanded, stand down. This little brat does not know his own limitations. I shall crush him into a pulp with a single blow. As a peak-tier martial artist, Chu Lei was both confident and arrogant. Gripping his wolf-toothed club, he stepped forward and, with a low growl, swung it down toward Yun Hao. Yun Hao remained unperturbed. To him, Chu Lei's movements appeared exceedingly slow, full of openings. There was no need for any specific technique. He simply met the attack with a chopping motion of his axe. In a contest of strength, he now felt terrifyingly confident. With a casual swing, a resounding crash echoed. Yun Hao frowned slightly as the axe he wielded shattered. It was a remarkably ordinary axe, purchased for 31 in Xinghe town, its handle made of wood, wholly incapable of withstanding the force of both his own might and the external impact. The breakage was not surprising. However, this clash revealed the exponential increase in his strength. Chu Lei was jolted back 5 or 6 steps by the overwhelming rebound force, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief as he gazed at Yun Hao. Akin to a creature from another realm. In Chu Lei's mind, he was a peak-tier martial artist, mere steps away from the realm of martial masters. While the youth before him was merely a boy of 16 or 17. How could he possibly unleash such power? It was utterly unbelievable. The surrounding bandits also stared with wide eyes. To them, the second in command was the second strongest in the stronghold, and they had never witnessed him being defeated. Now, to see him forced back by a mere child was simply inconceivable. A profound silence enveloped the area. Yun Hao paid no heed to their astonished gazes. Discarding the remnants of his shattered axe, without a weapon, he would resort to his fists. The abundant strength coursing through him instilled absolute confidence that he could vanquish these bandits. In the next moment, Yun Hao lunged forward, barehanded, toward Chu Lei. Chu Lei snapped back to reality, his gaze sharp and solemn as he raised his wolf-toothed club, sneering, "You seek death." Feeling deeply insulted by Yun Hao's unarmed charge, he swung the club directly at him. Yun Hao wore an expression of calm indifference, slightly shifting his body to evade the blow. He closed in on Chu Lei and unleashed a punch. Chu Lei's eyelids flickered. This boy's speed and agility were unexpectedly strange. He had no time to react before experiencing a heavy blow to his chest. A thud echoed, followed by a sickening crack and a pained cry. The wolf-toothed club clattered to the ground as Chu Lei was sent flying, his chest caving in. He was uncertain how many bones Yun Hao had shattered with that single punch, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His massive frame tumbled like a kite with its strings severed, crashing into the heavy doors of the Zhong Yitang, splintering the doors into pieces. His head tilted, and he succumbed to death. The formidable peak-tier martial artist, the second in command of Heifeng Shan, had fallen, utterly outmatched in a single blow. The bandits were rendered speechless. No one had anticipated that the second in command would be defeated, let alone killed by a single punch from Yun Hao. The second in command was dead. A small bandit was the first to react, rushing to Chu Lei's side. He intended to help him up, only to discover Chu Lei had already passed away, prompting a loud cry of alarm. The entire plaza erupted into chaos as over 100 bandits expressed their astonishment. The intelligence chief, Gue Ingluo, felt his heart contract involuntarily, trembling uncontrollably before issuing a loud command. "Brothers, unite and tear him apart. Avenge our second in command." His shout reverberated through the crowd. The bandits, who had already surrounded Yun Hao, surged forward in a frenzy. Naturally, there were bold individuals among them. One took the lead, and 10 others followed suit. Surely, 100 men could not be unable to kill a single person. Kill him, avenge the second in command, slay this boy, and feast on his flesh and blood. They were all desperate men, each with blood on their hands, having committed countless atrocities. They charged toward Yun Hao from all sides, brandishing an array of weapons, knives, guns, clubs, and more. The scene was grand, as if they would dismember Yun Hao any moment now. Yet, Yun Hao casually flicked his foot, retrieving the wolf-toothed club from the ground. He paid no mind to the approaching bandits. At this moment, Guiying Luo was retreating among the crowd, making his way into the Zhongyi Tang to report the situation to the boss, Zhou Chongli. Yun Hao had killed the second in command with a single punch. This boy was terrifying, and he had no desire to confront him. Moreover, he had overheard the earlier conversation between the second in command and Yun Hao, wherein Yun Hao claimed to have slain the demon wolves on the back mountain. Guiying Luo believed this assertion now. The key point was that the demon wolves were the beasts raised by the governor's office in Heifengshan. This was a significant matter. In the presence of the esteemed Shang Shi, how can one remain unaware of proper decorum? What kind of order is this? Zhou Chongli reprimanded Guiying Luo in an ornate manner. Guiying Luo inwardly rolled his eyes and, with a determined resolve, recounted the situation outside, including the matter concerning the demon beasts on the back mountain. Zhou Chongli sprang to his feet, unable to contain himself any longer, and incredulously asked, "Could you repeat that?" Upon learning that the second in command had been slain with a single punch, Zhou Chongli believed he had misheard. Yu Shangshi also rose, solemnly demanding, "The demon beast has been killed?" Indeed, the big boss, the second in command, was killed with a single blow by that young man. And it was he who personally admitted to slaying the demon beast, Guiying Luo stammered. Zhou Chongli and Yu Shangshi exchanged astonished glances, both taken aback. For them, the death of the second or third in command was of little concern. What truly mattered was the demon beast. That demon wolf had been captured at great expense by the Cixi mansion, intended to be nurtured into a genuine demon beast to assist the eldest son of the Cixi mansion in overcoming martial arts challenges, thus sent to Heifeng Mountain for rearing. Little did anyone know that the notorious bandits of Heifeng Mountain were, in fact, the lackeys of the Cixi mansion. Zhou Chongli himself was an old hound of the Cixi mansion, tasked with carrying out unsavory deeds. Raising demon beasts and abducting individuals for sustenance could only be managed by the bandits of Heifeng Mountain. With the demon beast now dead, Zhou Chongli felt the weight of the world crashing down upon him. The thought of the twisted and ruthless methods of the perverse eldest son of the Cixi mansion sent shivers down his spine. "Let's go and investigate." Yu Shangshi spoke first, rising to head outside. His purpose for coming this time was to procure the blood essence of the demon beast, should it be dead. Failure to obtain the blood, though not his fault, would still subject him to reproach from the eldest son upon his return to the Cixi mansion. Zhou Chongli's countenance darkened. He understood all too well the wrath that would befall them from the eldest son of the Cixi mansion due to this debacle. "Everyone, follow me." With a wave of his hand, the various leaders in the hall fell in line behind him. Yu Shangshi led the way, while Zhou Chongli brought up the rear. Only Guiying Luo remained at the back of the crowd, not rushing to the front. As the chief informant of Heifeng Mountain, he never engaged in conflict, which was a key reason for his longevity. In the face of any disturbance, retreating into the shadows was the wisest choice. All he needed to do was provide information. Upon reaching the entrance of the Zhongyi Hall, the air was filled with a cacophony of battle cries, and an acrid scent of blood permeated the atmosphere. Upon witnessing the scene in the plaza, they couldn't help but gasp in horror. A blood-soaked youth wielding a wolf-tooth club charged through, leaving a trail of severed limbs and dismembered bodies in his wake. No one, be they third-rate or second-rate martial artists, could withstand his onslaught. The youth was akin to a cold-blooded killing machine. Each strike claimed multiple lives, and any unfortunate soul struck by his club was left in pieces. The square before Zhongyi Hall resembled a hellish battlefield. Yun Hao appeared as a deity of death descending from the heavens, single-handedly penetrating the bandits' lair. Wherever he went, the bandits fell like fragile paper dolls, shrieking in agony as they collapsed, severed limbs flying in all directions. Blood erupted forth, converging into a serpentine river, with the stench of gore saturating the air. The wails and cries of despair intertwined, shattering the stillness of the sky. The once arrogant and fearsome bandits were now paralyzed with terror. Some cried out for their parents, disregarding their dignity, fleeing desperately in all directions, wishing to distance themselves from this harbinger of death. The gruesome scene before them, reminiscent of a Shura field, left Zhou Chongli and the others utterly speechless, standing frozen as if struck by a petrifying spell. The first to regain composure was Yu Shangshi, whose gaze locked onto Yun Hao, who resembled a demonic entity. His expression was grave as he leaned closer to Zhou Chongli and whispered, barely concealing his astonishment. This youth's strength is unfathomable. In my estimation, he has likely surpassed the first-rate martial artist level, reaching the realm of martial masters like us. Today's encounter may well lead to a dire struggle for survival. Zhou Chongli, upon hearing this, felt a jolt within him. How could he not recognize that this impudent youth, who had brazenly slain the second-in-command Chu Lei on their territory, was now wreaking havoc among the ordinary bandits, trampling upon the hard-earned reputation of Heifeng Mountain? Rage surged within him, and his temples throbbed with fury. "Bring me my spear," Zhou Chongli barked, his voice booming like thunder. Soon, a subordinate hurriedly rushed in with a finely crafted iron spear. The spear glimmered ominously, emanating a chilling aura. As if yearning for blood, Zhou Chongli took a deep breath, suppressing his wrath, and offered a respectful gesture to Yu Shangshi, slightly indicating his contrition. Then, with a swift motion, he propelled himself forward like an eagle diving for its prey, enveloped in a fierce gale, darting towards Yun Hao like an arrow released from a bowstring. In an instant, the two figures clashed in the center of the plaza, engaging in combat. As Zhou Chongli and Yun Hao met in close quarters, an overwhelming pressure descended upon them. Zhou Chongli wielded his spear with the grace of a dragon swimming through the sea. Each thrust was accompanied by a piercing whistle of wind, each strike lethal, clearly indicative of a master who had immersed himself in martial arts for years. In contrast, Yun Hao merely narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of determination flashing within, exhibiting no fear whatsoever. Last night, by an unexpected stroke of fortune, he had ingested a Yuanqi pill, miraculously unlocking all his meridians and 9 vital points, allowing his internal energy to flow like a mighty river, significantly augmenting his strength. Now, faced with a first-rate martial artist, he could effortlessly dispatch them with a mere flick of his wrist. At this moment, confronting Zhou Chongli, a martial master, he felt composed and assured, calmly wielding his wolf-tooth club. His movements were fluid and graceful, akin to a dragon dancing with a phoenix, deftly evading the fierce assaults of the spear, finding fleeting openings to launch his own ferocious counterattacks. For a time, the two were evenly matched, locked in a fierce struggle. The surrounding bandit underlings, paralyzed with fear, had retreated far away, encircling the combatants at a distance, holding their breath in trepidation, each one silent as a grave, terrified that even the slightest sound might bring calamity upon them. Yu Shangshi stood still, his hands clasped behind his back, intently observing the unfolding battle, his brows furrowed in contemplation, pondering how he would navigate this extremely difficult situation should Zhou Chongli find himself defeated today. As the intensity of the battle escalated, Yun Hao gradually found his rhythm. The energy within him flowed like a surging river, becoming increasingly smooth and effortless. Each of his strikes grew more ferocious, carrying the force to shatter mountains and split stones. In contrast, Zhou Chongli, unable to gain the upper hand, felt his stamina waning, his breath becoming ragged and hurried, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, inwardly lamenting, "What on earth is this youth? So difficult to contend with. Like an unkillable cockroach, I cannot seem to subdue him." Yun Hao, keenly sensing Zhou Chongli's fatigue, seized the perfect opportunity. He swiftly dodged the sweeping spear, using a quick push from the ground to leap high into the air. As he soared, he traced a perfect arc, his wolf-tooth club cutting through the air with howling winds, descending upon Zhou Chongli with the force of a mountain. This strike was imbued with all his might, determined to secure victory and shift the tide of battle. Although he did not personally know Zhou Chongli, he could surmise that he was the big boss of Heifeng Mountain, and thus he did not hold back in his attack, intending to deliver a lethal blow. Zhou Chongli, however, was utterly astonished. This seemingly youthful boy, who appeared to be in his teens, only grew fiercer with each exchange, his formidable strength rivaling that of a seasoned martial master, if not surpassing it. In the first maneuver, Zhou Chongli witnessed Yun Hao's wolf-toothed club descending toward him, rendant l'évasion impossible. His complexion shifted drastically as he urgently shouted for assistance from Yu Shangshi. At that moment, the air around Yun Hao crackled with intensity as he prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Zhou Chongli. Unexpectedly, a cry for help pierced the tension, prompting Yun Hao to remain vigilant. Indeed, A gust of wind announced the presence of a threat behind him. Reluctantly, Yun Hao had to abandon his lethal strike on Zhou Chongli and pivot, raising his wolf-toothed club in defense. A sharp clang resonated as he discovered a specially crafted throwing knife, a concealed weapon that had fallen to the ground. Its dark hue reminding him of tales of poisoned projectiles recounted by the old master. With a swift motion, he leaped back, creating distance. Upon glancing up, he beheld an elderly figure clad in a black robe materializing in the arena. Zhou Chongli's face reflected his dread, and with a lingering sense of fear, he expressed his gratitude to Yu Shangshi, urging him to join forces to eliminate this nefarious child for the sake of accountability to the eldest son. Yu Shangshi remained silent, his gaze fixed on Yun Hao as he gravely inquired whether the boy had indeed slain the beast of the rear mountain. Doubt clouded his belief, prompting him to seek confirmation. Yun Hao replied coolly, "And what of it?" The demeanor of Yu Shangshi, an insidious elder without any visible weaponry, belied the potency of the poison dagger he had just deployed. Upon hearing Yun Hao's response, Yu Shangshi's heart sank, realizing that the beasts of the rear mountain had likely met their demise. Rage surged within him, and with his piercing gaze fixed on Yun Hao, he declared, "You are doomed." He then turned to Zhou Chongli, commanding him to exert all efforts to eliminate Yun Hao, lest he bear the consequences, even drawing the elder into the fray. Zhou Chongli's expression oscillated between uncertainty and resolve. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed, accompanied by frantic shouts of alarm. "It's bad news." The newcomers were the two petty bandits previously dispatched by Chu Lei to investigate the rear mountain. Bursting into the scene, they reported to Zhou Chongli that the beasts were missing. Zhou Chongli trembled, fully aware that the situation had escalated beyond his control. Despite his prior preparation and the warnings from Gue Yingluo regarding the beast's demise, hearing the report firsthand chilled him to the core. There was no retreat left for him. He had failed in his duty to the governor of Liangzhou, a figure of considerable authority. As a mere lackey of the governor's office, he existed in the shadows, valuable only when needed, and easily discarded when found wanting, leaving him as nothing more than a dead dog. The beasts were to serve as training fodder for the governor's eldest son. With their disappearance, Zhou Chongli knew he faced certain death if he failed to provide an explanation. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Chongli turned his gaze to Yun Hao, issuing commands. Bring forth the crossbows and eliminate him. After their earlier confrontation, he recognized that he was no match for Yun Hao, who displayed an extraordinary prowess. At merely 16 or 17 years of age, Yun Hao exuded a strength that belied his youth, overpowering Zhou Chongli's martial skills. Had Yu Shangshi not intervened, Zhou Chongli feared he would already be dead. With a single command, the surroundings began to stir. Dozens of armored figures armed with powerful crossbows emerged from the shadows. Their movements were synchronized, exhibiting the discipline of a military force, in stark contrast to the ordinary bandits present. The air became thick with an aura of impending violence, as all crossbows were aimed directly at Yun Hao. Zhou Chongli straightened, realizing that these crossbowmen were his true source of confidence, the formidable trump card of the Black Wind Mountain. Their dominance in the region was secured not only by their association with the Liangzhou governor's office, but also by this formidable unit, evidently trained and equipped by the governor himself. Zhou Chongli glared menacingly at Yun Hao, threatening, "Surrender the wolf, and I shall grant you a merciful demise. Otherwise, I shall turn you into a pincushion." Believing that Yun Hao had concealed the beasts, he hoped that even if they were dead, their remains could still placate the governor's ire. Once the beast carcasses were located, he would eliminate Yun Hao and present the evidence to the governor, perhaps alleviating some of the eldest son's wrath. Confronted with the multitude of crossbows, Yun Hao felt the weight of danger, yet submission was not an option. His sister remained trapped in the treasure vase, and the villagers of Qing Shui Siyuan had not yet been avenged. He had come to eradicate the Black Wind Mountain bandits. Surrender was out of the question. Assessing the situation, Yun Hao resolved to act decisively. He leapt into the air, propelling himself toward Zhou Chongli. Remaining passive would only render him more vulnerable. He needed to subdue the bandit leader to deter the crossbowmen from acting recklessly. However, Zhou Chongli seemed to anticipate his move, swiftly commanding, "Fire." In an instant, a barrage of bolts whistled through the air toward Yun Hao. His expression shifted as he rapidly swung his wolf-toothed club in defense. He had underestimated Zhou Chongli's speed and the velocity of the crossbow bolts. with his energy circulating through his body's 9 key points and 12 meridians. He felt both light and powerful, achieving an optimal state. Uncertain if he could withstand such a barrage, he had no choice but to endure. The wolf-toothed club intercepted most of the incoming bolts, yet several still struck him with resounding thuds. Pain coursed through him, but the next moment he rejoiced. The bolts had failed to pierce his flesh. In that instant, Yun Hao realized that the energy flowing within him had formed a protective barrier against the crossbow bolts. The circulation of energy throughout his meridians rendered him impervious to blades and arrows. Although he remained uninjured, the force of the impacts was jarring, causing a tumult within him. Gritting his teeth, he leaped again, firmly aiming his wolf-toothed club at Zhou Chongli. The bandit leader had anticipated that under such a hail of bolts, Yun Hao would surely be incapacitated. Instead, he was shocked to see Yun Hao still charging at him with ferocity. Zhou Chongli's countenance shifted as he hastily seized a nearby bandit, using him as a human shield. The wolf-toothed club smashed into the bandit's skull, splattering blood. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Chongli lunged forward, his sword aimed at Yun Hao. Yun Hao scoffed, fully incensed by the attack, and declared, "Dragon Elephant Emergence." The wolf-toothed club surged forward, unleashing a torrent of energy that collided with Zhou Chongli's sword. The impact shattered the blade, leaving Zhou Chongli momentarily dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Yun Hao closed the distance, delivering a crushing kick to Zhou Chongli's abdomen. Zhou Chongli let out a pained cry as he was propelled backward, blood spilling from his mouth. He had not anticipated Yun Hao's speed or the seamless execution of his assault, leaving him unable to react. The agony in his abdomen was intense. He had not perished, but he writhed on the ground, howling in pain. With that kick, Yun Hao had disrupted Zhou Chongli's martial foundation. As Yun Hao pursued him, raising his wolf-toothed club as if to deliver the final blow, a shadow struck from behind. It was Yu Shangshi, who had drawn a dagger, silently aiming for Yun Hao's back, poised to deliver a lethal strike. Who knew that Yun Hao would suddenly turn around, his wolf-fang club sweeping behind him? A cold smile gracing his lips as he declared, "I've awaited your arrival for quite some time." Yu Shangshi was taken aback, but it was too late. He could only defend himself with a dagger against the wolf-fang club. The clash echoed, and Yu Shangshi let out a muffled groan as his dagger clattered to the ground, sending him stumbling back several dozen meters, his arm trembling. In that moment, he realized that this youth had long anticipated his move. The apparent onslaught against Zhou Chongli was, in truth, directed at him. Without a moment to ponder further, Yun Hao lunged forward. The old man, showing no hesitation, reached behind his back, producing 6 small throwing knives, which he hurled towards Yun Hao. Seeing this, Yun Hao did not dare to be careless. He spun the wolf-fang club, deflecting the projectiles with a series of metallic clangs. However, Yu Shangshi had already leaped into a group of armored soldiers. Yun Hao inwardly lamented, nearly having eliminated Yu Shangshi. Yet, behind him loomed the bandit leader, Zhou Chongli. Without a trace of hesitation, he pivoted to pursue Zhou Chongli, determined to slay at least one of them. At that moment, Zhou Chongli, stumbling and supported by his subordinates, was attempting to flee. Upon noticing Yun Hao in pursuit, he hastily commanded his men, "Stop him. Kill him." Chapter 45. Whether stabbed or pierced, Zhou Chongli, gripped by fear, had lost the strength to fight back. As a dark energy martial artist, his lower abdomen was the foundation of his power. After being struck by Yun Hao's kick, he was now in utter disarray, left with only the instinct to flee. He urged his subordinates to obstruct Yun Hao, and indeed, a few fearless bandits surged towards him. What followed was a one-sided massacre, accompanied by screams and a shower of blood and flesh. Yun Hao, like a god of slaughter, faced no opposition as he charged towards Zhou Chongli. In the blink of an eye, he had reached Zhou Chongli's side, and no bandit dared to stand in his way. Zhou Chongli collapsed in terror, pleading from the ground, "Lord Yu Shang, save me." Yu Shangshi, concealed among the troops, feigned ignorance and instead ordered, "Fire." The armored soldiers, originally under the command of the governor's office, appeared to heed Zhou Chongli's orders, but in truth, their loyalty lay with the governor's office. With Yu Shangshi present, they naturally followed his command. The arrows flew, and chaos ensued, striking towards Yun Hao and Zhou Chongli, claiming the lives of numerous bandits nearby. Yun Hao deftly evaded, using his wolf-fang club to block several arrows, finally taking cover behind a gatepost. Although the arrows could not pierce his body, as his energy flowed throughout him, rendering him nearly impervious, the impact still stung. Naturally, he sought to avoid them. Zhou Chongli, however, widened his eyes as two arrows struck his chest. Pointing Yu Shangshi, he stammered you, but before he could finish, another volley of arrows fell, transforming him into a pincushion. The bandits surrounding him fell like autumn leaves, and the others, sensing the peril, scattered in fright. Yun Hao, hidden behind the pillar, observed the scene, realizing that Yu Shangshi intended to eliminate Zhou Chongli along with him. Indeed, in Yu Shangshi's mind, this was the case. Zhou Chongli had nurtured the demon wolf for the governor's office, feeding it with human lives, and had also engaged in many unsavory deeds on their behalf. Yu Shangshi had come with a mission, regardless of whether he could retrieve the demon beast's essence. Zhou Chongli must die. Moreover, with the demon beast already slain by Yun Hao, Zhou Chongli held even less value. Yu Shangshi was determined not to let it be known that Zhou Chongli was linked to the governor's office. With narrowed eyes, Yu Shangshi addressed the 50 or so armored soldiers beside him. Kill without mercy. Black Wind Mountain does not require any survivors tonight. Yes, the soldiers responded in unison. With half the bandits already slain by Yun Hao, they now became targets for the soldiers, armed with crossbows that even first-rate martial artists would find difficult to withstand. At this point, Yun Hao was not in a hurry. His goal was to eradicate all the bandits of Black Wind Mountain, relishing the sight of their internal strife. He resolved to wait until the end, when he would emerge to strike. Hiding behind the pillar, he took out a precious vial to quench his thirst and consumed a vitality pill to replenish his energy. He adjusted his breathing, preparing for an imminent confrontation. The cries of agony echoed around him, gradually subsiding. Soon, he heard footsteps approaching, realizing that the ordinary bandits had been wiped out and that they were now coming for him. As expected, a cold voice rang out, "Young brother, come out and let us have a chat." Yun Hao recognized that they were addressing him, but felt no fear as he stepped out from behind the pillar. After consuming a vitality pill, he felt his energy surge, revitalizing the 12 meridians and 9 acupoints within him. He was ready for battle, unafraid of the impending clash. Upon emerging, he indeed saw a field strewn with corpses, reflecting internally that these individuals were even more ruthless in their internal conflict than he was. Crossbows were aimed at him, and Yu Shangshi inquired, "Where's the demon beast? Hand over the corpse, and I shall grant you a chance to live today." "Young brother, we are not mere bandits of Black Wind Mountain. We are backed by forces you cannot afford to offend. Do not mistake this." To Yun Hao, this sounded like a threat. Naturally, he did not believe a word. His past experience with Xu Hongling had stripped him of any trust in such individuals. He feared that if he surrendered the demon beast's corpse, he would be killed on the spot. Fixing his gaze on Yu Shangshi, Yun Hao spoke slowly. "You dare to threaten me? You may interpret it that way." Yu Shangshi replied indifferently. "I shall grant you 3 breaths to consider." In truth, Yu Shangshi was uncertain whether the demon beast was connected to Yun Hao. He had learned that this young man had been trapped in the demon beast cave, suspecting that there might be accomplices, which was why he had refrained from attacking immediately. As a mid-stage martial artist, he was superior to Zhou Chongli, who was at the early stage. It was only natural that he could not best Yun Hao. At this moment, as Yu Shangshi conversed and threatened Yun Hao, he sought to ascertain whether there were any other powerful figures lurking in the shadows. "You need not take 3 breaths. I will send you on your way right now." With that, Yun Hao charged forward. "Kill!" Yu Shangshi commanded. Dozens of crossbowmen loosed their arrows at Yun Hao, but he swiftly maneuvered, pivoting and leaping to take cover behind another pillar. Then, the sound of whistling arrows filled the air. As Yun Hao seized fragments of stone and targeted the torches surrounding the square, extinguishing them one by one, the entire square was plunged into darkness. In the obscurity, Yun Hao leaped once more, and the hunt began. With his enhanced vision, he could see clearly without the light, while the soldiers became blind in the dark. Except for Yu Shangshi, a martial artist with keen night vision, who upon seeing Yun Hao approach, urgently warned, "Watch your right." But it was too late. Yun Hao wielded his wolf fang club like an instrument of death. The sounds of screams filled the darkness. Yun Hao moved like a wolf among sheep. And in mere moments, dozens of soldiers lay slaughtered in pools of blood. Only Yu Shangshi remained. At that moment, Yu Shangshi was filled with trepidation. These soldiers had all been elite martial artists selected by the governor's office, Yet not a single one could withstand Yun Hao's strike. If he were in their place, he could not have achieved such a swift slaughter. He realized that this young man was formidable, but there was no escape now. Yun Hao approached him menacingly. Yu Shangshi, feeling the heat of the moment, reached behind him, producing several flying daggers aimed at Yun Hao. Anticipating this, Yun Hao swung his wolf fawn club, quickening his pace until he was within 3 meters of Yu Shangshi, and with a roar, he swung his weapon. The concealed weapon lost its advantage, and Yu Shangshi let out a cold snort. With a flick of his sleeve, a small iron ball appeared. Suddenly, he crushed it, and with a loud bang, it exploded. In the next moment, 3 finely crafted needles shot out. Yun Hao's eyelids twitched as he perceived 3 slender streams of air, moving with remarkable speed. He swung his wolf fawn club to block 2 of them, but one still struck his arm, causing a tingling sensation. With a clatter, the wolf fawn club fell to the ground. At that moment, Yu Shangshi advanced, raising his fist to deliver a crushing blow to Yun Hao's face. With his left arm numb, Yun Hao, seeing the impending strike, raised his right fist, channeling all his energy into it. A thunderous explosion resonated as Yu Shangshi let out a muffled groan, flying backward and spitting out a mouthful of blood. His eyes widened in shock. This young man possessed internal strength far superior to his own. Was he perhaps at the late stage of a martial artist, or even at the peak? Seizing the opportunity, Yun Hao dashed forward, planting his foot firmly on Yu Shangshi's chest. With a resounding thud, Yu Shangshi coughed up another mouthful of blood. As Yun Hao raised his right fist once more, Yu Shangshi cried out in terror, "Wait! You cannot kill me. I am from the governor's office in Liangzhou. If you take my life, there will be no place for you in Liangzhou. Spare me, and I shall pretend I never saw you." Yun Hao paused momentarily. As a boy from a mountain village, he had never heard of a governor and had no idea what it entailed. Sparing this man was out of the question. Whether by stabbing or piercing, he had already sealed Yu Shangshi's fate. With that, he struck down with his fist. In the darkness, a cry of despair echoed. Yu Shangshi's head burst open, and Yun Hao let out a sigh of relief. His left arm was still numb, and he was injured, but there were no others remaining in the vicinity. Just then, he heard the sound of footsteps fleeing. Without hesitation, he leaped up and gave chase. After a few bounds, he spotted a shadow flitting through the treetops. However, as he pursued for a while, dizziness overcame him. He realized the poisonous needle in his arm had taken effect, forcing him to abandon the chase. He had killed many tonight. That was sufficient. He believed that after today, there would be no more bandits on Heifeng Mountain. In a bandit hideout of several hundred, there would inevitably be a few who managed to escape. He promptly found a room, lit an oil lamp, and rolled up his sleeves, discovering a needle embedded in his arm, the wound already turning black. Chapter 46. The Hero and the Boy. For others, poisoning might be lethal, but Yun Hao remained unconcerned. Ever since Su Hongling had first administered a sedative to him, he had managed to counter it through controlled breathing. This time would be no different. After removing the poison needle from his arm, he employed the techniques of Zheizong Tunin Gong to detoxify himself. His robust physique was also a key factor in resisting toxins. With the internal energy clearly perceived, Yun Hao gradually forced the poison through his meridians to the wound, and drops of dark blood began to ooze out. As dawn broke, Yun Hao was startled awake by the cawing of crows. He opened his eyes suddenly. After a night of fighting and expelling toxins through controlled breathing, the night had passed. Glancing at his arm, he found it had returned to normal, with no trace of injury left behind, only a pool of dark, toxic blood on the ground. He moved his arm and felt no numbness. He was completely healed. This led Yun Hao to a newfound appreciation for Zheizong Tuningong. A night of detoxification through breath control left him feeling invigorated and mentally refreshed. He looked up to see a flock of crows circling outside the window, undoubtedly drawn by the scent of corpses. Stepping out of the room, he was still met with the pungent scent of blood in the air. He made his way toward the square, and the crows took flight, flapping their wings. The entire square was swarmed with crows, feasting on the remains of severed limbs and bodies. Yun Hao approached the corpse of Yu Shangshi to examine it. Just then, he heard a faint cracking sound. He turned abruptly and called out, "Who is there? Show yourself." In the corner of the eastern square stood a large locust tree, its branches lush and abundant. With his keen hearing, he quickly discerned that the sound had originated from the tree. After a night of slaughter, some had escaped amidst the chaos. Yun Hao paid them no mind. They were mere lackeys, incapable of stirring up trouble. It was not impossible for someone to hide in the tree during the commotion. After a moment of silence, Yun Hao snorted and kicked a stone toward the tree. The next moment, a startled cry rang out as a figure tumbled from the branches. However, just as the figure was about to fall to the ground, it steadied itself in midair and rolled upon reaching 2 meters from the ground, safely landing upright. Yun Hao then saw that it was a young boy. In a flash, he was before the boy, reaching out to grab him. "Great hero, please don't harm me. I'm a good person." The boy raised his hands and called out frantically. He wore a tattered straw hat and his face was dirty, as if he hadn't washed in days. His large, bright eyes suggested he was around 12 or 13 years old, with a slender frame. His attire consisted of a coarse, short shirt, and he wore a pair of grass sandals, patched in many places. Yun Hao was momentarily taken aback, as memories of his own past surfaced, before discovering the treasure bottle. He addressed similarly to this boy. Recalling his hand, he inquired, "Who are you? What are you doing up in the tree?" "I am called Sowa," the young boy replied, emboldened by Yun Hao's lack of aggression. "A nickname? What is your real name?" Yun Hao asked, knowing that many villagers were illiterate and often given humble names due to their circumstances. Chao rubbed his nose and said, "I don't have a real name. I'm an orphan and don't know who my parents are. An old beggar gave me the name Chao. Are you a bandit?" Yun Hao inquired further. Chao nodded and then shook his head. Yun Hao furrowed his brow. "Yes or no? What does nodding and shaking your head mean?" Chao rubbed his nose again and explained, "I followed the bandits up the mountain 3 years ago, but I never participated in any robberies. I merely worked as a cook in the hideout, tending to the livestock and preparing foot baths for the bandits." After a pause, he continued, "So I'm not a genuine bandit. I've been begging for food, living as a beggar. Once, when the bandits raided the town, someone asked me for directions, and I took the chance to join them. I came here because begging didn't fill my belly, and I was bound to starve. I did it to survive. I swear I've never done anything wrong. Please, great hero, don't kill me." Yun Hao fell silent. Sensing the boy spoke the truth, his eyes were clear. Moreover, he was just a 12 or 13-year-old child, hardly a threat as a bandit. His plea for survival spoke volumes. Compared to himself, Chao was a true orphan, unaware of his parentage, and thus more pitiable. In contrast, he had parents who raised him and a sister who accompanied him as he grew. With softened tone, he asked, "What were you doing up at the tree?" Chao chuckled sheepishly. "Last night, I heard that an important figure had come to the hideout and was holding a banquet in the Zhongmi Hall. I thought I might sneak a peek and see if I could snag a piece of meat after the feast." "So you climbed the tree secretly and stayed there all night?" Yun Hao asked. Chao smiled widely and nodded yes. Yun Hao continued, "So, you witnessed everything that transpired in the square last night from your perch in the tree?" Sour, upon hearing Yun Hao's inquiry, recalled the brutal conflict from the previous night, causing his complexion to pale slightly. Nevertheless, he nodded and spoke softly. "I witnessed it. Last night, you fought valiantly, vanquishing many bandits. Well done." Yun Hao, upon hearing himself referred to as a great hero, felt a peculiar sensation within. He had never considered that such a title could be associated with him. Yet, when uttered by another, it seemed rather pleasant. He turned to Cao and asked, "As a bandit, are you not angered by my actions against your kind?" Kuya hurriedly replied, "Great hero, I have stated that I am not truly a bandit. I came to this den merely to survive and find sustenance. I have never participated in any raids. You must believe me. I am merely a servant in the camp, enduring the bullying of those more ruthless than I." "Very well, I shall tentatively accept your words," Yun Hao said, feeling somewhat embarrassed by Cao's incessant praises. Cao, filled with joy, quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, great hero, thank you," observing the surroundings littered with corpses. Yun Hao pondered and asked Cao, "Since you have been here for 3 years, you must be quite familiar with the bandit lair of Heifeng-shan?" Cao straightened his small frame with newfound confidence. "Great hero, you have indeed queried the right person. I am well acquainted with the people and affairs of Heifeng-shan. Although I am but a lowly servant, I have access to many places, and my youth renders me inconspicuous. Please, feel free to ask me anything." Yun Hao, "Last night, someone managed to escape. Do you know who it was?" He had been unable to pursue the individual due to the poison in his arm. However, reflecting upon it now, he realized the person had moved with remarkable speed, likely possessing exceptional lightness of foot. He was curious about the identity of the fugitive. Koya, having spent 3 years among the bandits, should possess this knowledge. Chapter 47. The demon-slaying blade without a moment's hesitation. Sour exclaimed, "Oh, I saw him. He is the one responsible for intelligence in the camp. I know his true name, but he is nicknamed Guiying Luo. The bandits say his lightness of foot is unrivaled in the camp, and he is indeed a formidable martial artist, albeit rather cunning. He never charges into battle. For instance, last night, while you were engaged in combat, Guiying Luo cleverly lingered at the back of the crowd. When you defeated the envoy from the governor's office, he sensed danger and fled." Yun Hao narrowed his eyes, committing the name Guiying Luo to memory. Thus, Guiying Luo was the leader of the bandits at Heifeng. Sour nodded. Indeed, while the outside world recognizes 3 leaders of Heifeng, Guiying Luo's status is only second to the chief leader, Zhou Chongli. Yun Hao Zipli. Should I encounter him again, I shall surely slay him. Sour glanced at Yun Hao, hesitating to speak, as if he had something more to say, but lacked the courage. Observing Sour's expression, Yun Hao urged, "Speak your mind." Sour, instinctively rubbing his nose, said, "Great hero, Guiying Luo may have already gone to report to the governor's office in Liangzhou. You may find yourself in considerable trouble." This was the second time Yun Hao had heard mention of the Liangzhou governor's office. The previous night, when he had slain the envoy, the man had spoken with an air of threat. While Yun Hao knew Liangzhou was a geographical location, he had no understanding of what a governor was. Now, upon hearing Sour mention it again and forewarned of impending trouble, Yun Hao realized that this Liangzhou governor's office must hold significant power. He inquired, "What is the Liangzhou governor's office? Is it truly formidable?" Sour looked at Yun Hao with surprise. As it appeared, the great hero genuinely did not comprehend the significance of the Liangzhou governor's office. He explained, to put it simply, our Yu dynasty is composed of 36 states, and Liangzhou is one of them. The highest official in Liangzhou is the governor, whom you may regard as a local sovereign. All matters within the jurisdiction of Liangzhou fall under the authority of the governor. How do you know all this? Yun Hao asked, astonished that someone younger than himself possessed such knowledge. Sour, slightly puffing with pride, replied, "I listen to the bandits boast and drink, so I naturally pick up much information." "Indeed. Please continue. How does Heifeng collaborate with the governor's office?" Yun Hao, Pet. Sour tilted his head in thought. "I have heard that the true power behind Heifeng is the Liangzhou governor's office, and Zhou Chongli performs illicit tasks for them." At this point, Sour seemed to recall something. "Oh, right. The demon beast cave in the back mountain. I've heard that the wolf being raised there was sent by the governor's office, meant to be fed by Heifeng. It is expected to grow into a true demon beast, ultimately to provide blood for the governor's eldest son to break through martial barriers. Last night, I overheard your conversation while perched in a tree. Great hero, you killed the demon beast, and Guiying Luo fled to alert the governor's office. They will not let this matter rest easily, so you must be cautious. I have heard the governor's office possesses many skilled fighters and is responsible for guarding the borders of Liangzhou, commanding an army of 100,000. Once Sour had finished his account, Yun Hao finally grasped the nature of the governor's office. However, he remained unconcerned, perceiving it as a distant entity high above him. He regarded himself as a mere insignificant figure. After all, Heifeng lay hundreds of miles from Liangzhou, and news might not travel swiftly. Who could guarantee that the fleeing Guiying Luo would indeed report to the governor's office? When trouble arose, he would confront it as it came, sword to sword, water to water. Yun Hao temporarily set aside thoughts of the governor's office and asked Sour, "Has Heifeng ever captured ordinary people?" He recalled the little girl from the previous night, who had asked for his assistance in locating her brother and father. Sour quickly responded, "Yes, indeed. They are all in the back courtyard of the Zhongmitang. All are women. The men have been fed to the demon beasts." "Great hero, I will take you there." "Oh, and I've also heard that the chief leader has a small treasury located in the back courtyard." "Lead the way," Yun Hao said, his eyes lighting up at the mention of treasure. As for rescuing people, he would do so as a matter of course. Sour guided Yun Hao through the Zhongmitang and around to a large gate, revealing another realm, a spacious courtyard. "Great hero, this is the place. I heard an old bandit say that any beautiful woman captured will be sent here to be enjoyed by the 3 leaders." Sour surveyed the courtyard with curiosity. "Go and call out to see if anyone is present," Yun Hao instructed Sour. "Alle Licht," Kuya replied. He shouted, "Is anyone here? The bandits of Heifeng have been vanquished by the great hero. You're all free now, so come forth." After his call, they waited. The surrounding buildings remained tightly shut, and no response came. Yun Hao approached the main hall, pushing against the door, only to find it locked. With a swift kick, he shattered the door into pieces. A chorus of startled gasps erupted from within. Yun Hao and Sir stepped inside to find 7 or 8 women huddled together, trembling in fear. Were you captured by the bandits? Yun Hao inquired. The women, wide-eyed with terror, remained silent. Just as Yun Hao furrowed his brow in concern, one older woman cautiously rose, trembling. Young hero, we have all been captured and brought here. My name is Qin Yunyang. Qin Yunyang, in her 30s but still possessing a certain grace, had been one of the first captured and was held by Zhou Chongli as his nominal chief consort. Having witnessed the man's cruelty over the years, she had resigned herself to her fate. Once a wealthy concubine from Huaiyang County, her entire family had been slain by the bandits. The other women beside her shared similar fates. They had only heard the sounds of battle from the courtyard the previous night, and all they could do was lock themselves away in fear. Upon hearing Cao shout that the bandits had been slain by a great hero, they found it hard to believe. Yet, it seemed there was truth to the claim. Yun Hao addressed them. If you were captured, then you are now free. The bandits have indeed been eradicated. Qin Yunyang's eyes reddened as she knelt down with a thud, bowing her head in gratitude. Thank you, noble hero, for avenging us. Behind her, several women wept with joy and followed suit in kneeling to express their thanks. This was the first time Yun Hao had encountered such a scene, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Cao stepped forward and said, "Please rise. The hero stands tall and upholds justice. You may descend the mountain from Heifeng Mountain at any time." After a moment, she inquired, "Are you aware if Zhou Chongli has imprisoned others?" Qin Yunyang quickly nodded, saying, "There's a place in the left chamber, which is Zhou Chongli's room. He usually forbids anyone from entering, but I have seen several times that women captured from the foot of the mountain were taken inside and never returned, likely held in that room." As she spoke, she pointed to the opposite side. "Are you trying to deceive the hero?" "There is no room over there," Cao retorted, her expression displeased. Qin Yunyang hastily replied, "I wouldn't dare. A painting on the wall conceals a secret door. I have witnessed Zhou Chongli pressing a mechanism on the mural each time he enters. Hero, let me try. It might lead to Zhou Chongli's treasury." Cao was eager to explore. However, Yun Hao raised a hand, saying, "You take them to other rooms and see if anyone else is present. Bring them out and let them leave the mountain." It was then that Cao realized she had perhaps overstepped her bounds. With an awkward smile, she replied, "Yes, noble hero." Despite her young age, she possessed an astute sense of observation, having followed an old beggar through the Jianghu and served various ruthless bandits in their lair. Had she not been clever, she would have perished many times over. Since they had discovered the bandits' treasury, it rightfully belonged to the hero, making her presence there inappropriate. She gestured for Qin Yunyang and the others to leave, closing the door behind them. Once Cao and the others had departed, Yun Hao approached a landscape painting on the opposite wall. He extended his hand and pressed against the painting scroll. Instantly, a rumbling echoed from the wall, revealing a hidden doorway. Inside lay a passage illuminated by oil lamps. Yun Hao stepped inside. The passage was not long, descending for over 10 meters before opening into a space of approximately 40 square meters. His eyes brightened as he surveyed the furnishings within. He spotted a chest and a weapon rack. At first glance, he noticed a weapon that bore a striking resemblance to his own woodcutting knife, albeit larger and more exquisite, with a blade slightly longer. Approaching it, he grasped it in his hand, discovering it was even heavier than a wolf-tooth club, weighing over 100 pounds. The blade measured 3 feet in length, while the handle, crafted from iron, was a solid cylindrical form extending over 4 feet. With a resounding thud, he planted it on the ground, nearly matching his own height. 3 characters were inscribed upon it. Upon closer inspection, he read Zhan Yao Dao. The blade bore intricate inscriptions, the meaning of which eluded him, yet it exuded an overwhelming presence. Holding it brought him immense joy. His woodcutting knife had broken, but he had grown accustomed to it. The wolf-tooth club he had randomly picked up from the second-in-command, Chu Lei, felt clumsy in his hands. However, this Zhan Yao Dao, akin to an enlarged version of his woodcutting knife, felt perfectly suited to him. He swung at once, feeling the rush of wind as it sliced through the air. At that moment, he heard a faint sound, akin to muffled whimpers, as if someone's mouth were obstructed. It seemed to emanate from behind the wall. Gently tapping, he heard a hollow echo, confirming the presence of space behind the wall. With a swift stroke, he struck the wall, creating a gaping hole. Indeed, light filtered through, and in the next moment, he beheld two women bound and gagged, lying on a bed. Chapter 48. The Princess of the Dayu Dynasty. Yu Qinghong, what he had initially assumed to be a solitary secret chamber, now revealed itself as a chamber within a chamber, adorned in resplendent gold and splendor. This sight reminded Yun Hao of a phrase once mentioned by the old Taoist, a golden house for a cherished one. Previously, he had not understood its meaning, but now it became crystal clear. Without a doubt, there were other doors leading to this opulent room. The two young women were tightly bound, their mouths gagged with cloth, only able to emit muffled pleas. Yun Hao did not rush to them. Instead, he returned to the wooden chest. Chower had mentioned this was the lair of the bandit chief, Zhou Chongli's small treasury. Thus, the contents of the chest must surely be valuables. The chest bore a copper lock, which posed no challenge for Yun Hao. He reached out, exerting force until the lock snapped with a crack and opened the chest. Inside, he found a pile of silver ingots, a stack of silver notes, several pieces of jewelry, and a few gold and silver ingots, filling the chest completely. Additionally, there was a book. Picking it up, he saw the words Gui Ing Gong inscribed upon it. A wave of joy surged within him as he opened it. This was a complete martial arts manual, containing cultivation methods divided into 2 volumes. The upper volume focused on lightness, skill, and agility, while the lower volume detailed weapon techniques. Yun Hao's eyes sparkled. Compared to the Longxiang Gong, this was a true martial arts manual. The Longxiang Gong he had purchased from Jin Mantang for 10 taels of silver only contained techniques, lacking any cultivation methods, rendering it a half-complete manual. In contrast, this Gui Ing Gong was a thoroughly comprehensive work. Yun Hao felt that possessing this manual outweighed a chest full of gold and silver treasures. After examining it for a while, he stored the manual away, preparing to practice it later. He took a rough inventory of the chest's contents. There were 500 taels of silver, 5 silver ingots worth 10 taels, each totaling 50 taels, 2 gold ingots weighing 5 taels each, amounting to a total of 10 taels of gold. There were also 10 silver notes, each worth 50 taels, summing to 500 taels. Excluding the jewelry, all of this added up to a value of at least over 2,000 taels, a significant sum. Stowing the chest into his treasure bottle, Yun Hao felt elated and turned to the room where the two women were. On the large wooden bed, adorned with pink drapes, lay a white tiger skin. It appeared soft and inviting. The two women gazed at him with pleading eyes. Yun Hao removed the cloth from their mouths. "Please, don't come closer. We beg you to let us go," they whimpered. As he untied their bonds, he reassured them, "Do not worry. I am not a bandit. I have slain all the bandits. You are free now." The two women exchanged uncertain glances. One, slightly older and appearing to be in her 20s, maintained a semblance of calm and scrutinized Yun Hao. The younger one instinctively shielded the older woman, her eyes red as she gazed at Yun Hao, timidly asking, You truly are not a bandit?" Yun Hao stood up and stepped away from the bed, stating, "Believe it or not, it's up to you. I'm leaving. You're free to do as you please." With that, he turned and departed. Rescuing them had been a matter of convenience. It was time to leave. After Yun Hao exited, the younger girl turned to the older woman, saying, "Princess, are we truly saved?" "It seems so. Let us get outside first," the older woman replied. Then she added, "Do not call me princess in public." The younger girl, realizing her slip, quickly covered her mouth and nodded. "Oh, I'm sorry, miss, I forgot." She hurriedly climbed down from the bed to find shoes for the older woman and helped adjust her clothing, doing so with meticulous care and practiced ease. Even in a dire situation among bandits, she still paid attention to her appearance. Shao Dai. Enough. Given our circumstances, we shouldn't worry about such details. Let us go see what's outside. Oh, all right, Mississippi. The girl supported her as they made their way out. Upon exiting the secret chamber, Yun Hao arrived in the main hall. Chower approached with a cheerful smile, asking, "Hero, did you find anything of value?" Yun Hao did not respond immediately. Instead, he glanced at the dozens of women gathered outside and inquired, "What is the situation out there?" Cao hastily replied, "Hero, these unfortunate women were all captured by bandits. They are in other rooms, and at this moment, they are all aware that you have slain the bandits. Each one is overwhelmed with joy, waiting in the courtyard to express their gratitude to you." Before Yun Hao could utter a word, two women emerged from the secret chamber behind him. Previously, in the dim light of the chamber, and with the two women concealed within their bed curtains, Yun Hao had not taken a close look. However, upon seeing them now, He was immediately captivated. The foremost woman moved gracefully, her figure elegant, approaching like a delicate willow swaying in the breeze. Yun Hao lifted his gaze, and in an instant, he was struck by the beauty before him. Her complexion was fairer than snow, with a faint blush resembling a tender flower blossoming on a spring branch, both soft and radiant. She wore a moonlight white robe that swept the ground, adorned at the hem with exquisite silver embroidery. As she walked, she seemed to glide like flowing clouds, ethereal and enchanting. Her raven hair cascaded like a waterfall, loosely held up by a single jade hairpin, with a few strands delicately framing her porcelain neck, enhancing her skin's exquisite smoothness. The slight disarray of her hair and the faint traces of dust on her face detracted just a touch from her beauty. With every gesture, she exuded elegance and composure, as if she had stepped out of an ancient scroll, untouched by the mundane world, yet radiating an inexplicable allure. However, the only flaw in her beauty was her icy demeanor, devoid of smile. Upon sensing Yun Hao's gaze, Yu Qinghong slightly furrowed her brow and looked up. Yet in the next moment, her entire being jolted at the realization. Her beautiful eyes widened as she recognized him. Previously, she had not discerned Yun Hao's features in the chamber, but now they were unmistakable. Initially, she felt a flicker of anger at being so openly scrutinized, but upon seeing his countenance and the purity in his gaze, her ire dissipated entirely. There was no trace of the lewd greed typical of other men's gazes. Instead, there was a simple admiration, as if he was merely appreciating her beauty. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal point was that upon seeing Yun Hao's appearance, her heart trembled. It felt as though this youth bore an uncanny resemblance to her royal brother. Yu Qinghong silently mused. She had ventured out secretly to investigate a mystery from 16 years prior. As a princess, she was always under scrutiny, but after considerable effort, she had managed to slip away to Liangzhou. Little did she know that along the way, she would encounter bandits, resulting in the death of her 8 guards, leaving only herself and her close maid captured. Recalling the bandit's words from the previous night about having her and her maid serve a certain powerful figure, she felt as if the sky had fallen. After a night filled with anxiety, she was finally rescued by this youth who had vanquished the bandits. Upon emerging from the secret chamber, she overheard the conversation outside, confirming that indeed, the bandits had been eradicated. But as she clearly beheld the visage of her savior, her eyes sparkled with hope, recalling her mother's last words about seeking the whereabouts of the consort who had vanished 16 years ago. 16 years ago, her royal brother was still the Yuwang, and the consort's background remained enigmatic, having disappeared from the Yu Wang residence overnight. The last known location of her disappearance was in Liangzhou. Moreover, there was a secret that even her brother was unaware of when the consort vanished. She was already with child, a fact known only to her mother. Now, the Great Yu dynasty faced internal and external strife. Since the consort's disappearance, her brother, despite ascending to the throne, had not taken another consort nor sired any offspring. According to ancestral law, the throne must be inherited through the lineage of the Wuwang. Her mother would never allow such a thing to happen. The intelligence reports indicated that the consort had indeed been pregnant at the time of her disappearance. This was a flicker of hope. However, the Wuwang lineage wielded significant power and would never permit any discrepancies in the succession. Matters concerning the events of 16 years ago could only be investigated in secrecy. As the eldest princess of the Great Yu, she had become her mother's most trusted confidant. She was determined to uncover the truth behind the consort's disappearance and ascertain whether she had given birth to an heir who might still be alive. While this seemed a mere distant hope, she held no expectations. Yet, upon seeing Yun Hao's likeness, her heart ignited with fervor. Of course, a mere resemblance was not enough to establish anything definitive. Nevertheless, she had an intuition that this youth was intrinsically connected to her. In that fleeting moment, she felt an inexplicable familiarity, as if fate had woven their paths together. "Hey, how rude you to stare so intently at my lady," exclaimed Xiaojia, the maid beside Yu Qinghong, noticing Yun Hao's unwavering gaze upon her mistress, her tone laced with displeasure. Yun Hao, startled by Xiaojia's interruption, snapped back to reality, feeling somewhat embarrassed. At that moment, Cao stepped forward and rebuked Xiaojia. "You disrespectful maid, it is you who lacks manners. Your salvation is owed to the hero. How can you speak so?" Kor defended Yun Hao, Xiao Jie was about to retort, but Yu Qinghong interjected. Xiao Jie, enough. We must indeed express our gratitude to this hero. She then turned to Yun Hao, slightly bowing. Thank you for your life-saving grace. Yun Hao, taken aback by the beauty of this woman, found himself momentarily entranced, yet he harbored no impure thoughts. Feeling awkward about the formalities, he replied, no need for thanks. It was merely a casual act. What is your esteemed name? Yu Qinghong asked, her gaze ardently fixed on Yun Hao, eager to hear any information that might fulfill her hopes. I am Yun Hao, he casually replied. Who are you, and what circumstances led to your capture by the bandits? He was curious about the identities of the two women, clearly a master and servant duo. From their attire and demeanor, they were evidently not of ordinary noble lineage, possessing an air of mystery. Even in the bandit-s lair, they maintained a certain ingrained decorum, something not typically seen in women of common households. Yun Hao had encountered the daughters of the wealthy Li family in Xinghe town, who lacked the grace exhibited by these two women. The propriety of the Li family's daughter seemed contrived, while the poise of the woman before him appeared innate. At that moment, Chapter 49 began with Yu Qinghong's urgent desire to learn more about Yun Hao. Gazing at the youth who bore an uncanny resemblance to her brother in his youth, she felt an overwhelming sense of destiny. Could this Yun Hao possibly be the royal bloodline born to the consort who had vanished so many years ago? If that were true, he would be her own nephew. Yet, Yu Qinghong understood that these were merely her fanciful musings. There were many in the world who bore a resemblance to one another. She needed to delve deeper into this youth's background. On this outing, due to the need for discretion, she had not brought many guards, and the 8 she had were slain by the bandits. Had it not been for their gender, she and her maid Xiao Jie would have surely perished at the hands of the bandits. Thankfully, fate had favored her, leading her to Yun Hao's rescue. Yu Qinghong had premeditated questions for Yun Hao. With calm composure, she stated, you may call me Honggu, and this is Xiao Jie. We hail from Shanjing, and due to familial misfortunes, we were en route to Liangzhou to seek refuge with relatives. Alas, we encountered bandits along the way and were captured. Thankfully, we met our benefactor. We're most grateful. She bowed slightly once more to Yun Hao. Yun Hao noted her address as Honggu. It was indeed an unusual name, more akin to a title. He did not dwell on it, though upon hearing her mention going to Liangzhou, he thought to himself how fortuitous. After resolving the matter at Heifengshan, he too intended to journey to Liangzhou in search of a skilled physician to treat his sister. For reasons unknown, he sensed that Honggu's gaze upon him was intensely fervent, which made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. To him, the women of Heifeng Mountain were merely individuals he had rescued out of convenience, and he did not intend to become overly entangled with them. After exchanging a few words, Yun Hao chose to refrain from further conversation with Honggu and exited. Upon stepping into the courtyard, a group of women, led by a woman named Yun Yang, knelt in unison, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, noble hero, for saving us. Today we have finally escaped the sea of suffering. We are yet to know your esteemed name. Please tell us, and in the future, we shall erect a longevity plaque in your honor. As they spoke, each of them bowed in thanks to Yun Hao. Having never experienced such a display of gratitude, Yun Hao felt somewhat awkward and hastily replied, please rise, everyone. My act of saving you is merely a matter of convenience. There is no need for thanks. You are free now. I must take my leave. Let's part ways here. At merely 16 years of age, Yun Hao was unaccustomed to such situations and had no intention of lingering. His mind was solely occupied with one objective. After avenging his grievances, he would seek out a renowned physician in Liangzhou City for his sister, Yun Wei. As Yun Hao departed the courtyard, Chao Er's eyes sparkled with mischief, and she followed him, whispering to Yun Yang as she passed, the noble hero's name is Yun Hao. She had heard him mention his name while conversing with Yu Qinghong. Xiao Dai inquired, what shall we do, miss? To which Yu Qinghong softly responded, let's follow Yun Hao. The group of women, including Yun Yang, also ventured out of the backyard. Upon reaching the square, they were met with a gruesome sight of bodies and blood, causing their faces to pale. The women, though they had been confined in a bandit-s lair, had rarely witnessed death, and now the sight of severed limbs made them retch uncontrollably. Even Yu Qinghong and Xiao Dai were not exempt from this reaction. Previously, when Yun Hao had mentioned vanquishing the bandits, they had been skeptical, but now they were confronted with the grim reality. Yun Hao observed the scene with an air of indifference. After all, He too had experienced a similar reaction the first time he had slain 4 bandits. What surprised him was that only one person remained unaffected, Chao Air, who was laughing merrily while the others were overwhelmed by nausea. The air was already thick with the stench of blood, and now it was further tainted by the odor of vomit. Chao Air, blissfully unaware, continued to giggle, while Yun Hao found no humor in the situation. Ultimately, these women were pitiable souls. Some had been taken by bandits who slaughtered their families, while others were abducted, most hailing from impoverished backgrounds. Now that the bandits had been eradicated, they were free, yet the question of how to survive remained the greatest challenge before them. At that moment, several disheveled women approached from a distance. Upon recognizing them as the ones he had rescued the previous night, Yun Hao recalled the little girl who had asked him to help find her brother and father. However, according to Chao Air, any man captured by the bandits had been fed to the beasts, leaving only women behind. As the women caught sight of the gruesome scene in the square, they hesitated to approach. Yun Hao stepped forward. "Big brother." The little girl's eyes lit up upon seeing him. "Have you found my brother and father?" Looking into her hopeful eyes, he felt a pang of guilt, yet he resolved to tell her the truth. "Your brother and father may have met with misfortune." He understood that the harshness of this world would force her to grow up quickly. The little girl's eyes filled with tears, but she did not cry out. Instead, she bit her lip until it bled. Yun Hao could not bear to see her in such distress and offered some comfort, saying, "Your brother and father, in spirit, would wish for you to live well." "Thank you, big brother. I will," the little girl replied, her voice trembling. He had intended to leave without further ado, but upon seeing the group of women, he felt a twinge of compassion. He decided to take out 500 taels of silver and approach Yun Yang. "Distribute this to each of them. It is all I can do. I hope you all can live well." After all, it was the bandits' money, and perhaps some of it rightfully belonged to them. Yun Hao sought peace of mind. "Thank you, benefactor. Thank you," came a chorus of gratitude. They indeed needed to leave the bandit lair. Some wished to return home, while others sought a means to make a living, all requiring funds. Distributing the 500 taels among more than 20 women would suffice for their survival. After completing this act, Yun Hao turned to leave without looking back. As he exited the stronghold, he suddenly recalled his old horse, which had also been brought along, and wondered where it might be. Just as he contemplated searching for it, a small figure rushed out. "Hero, hero, wait for me." It was Chao Air, who had chased after him. Before he could speak, 2 more figures hurriedly approached, Honggu and Xiao Dai, both calling out, "Benefactor, wait." In an instant, the 3 reached Yun Hao's side. "Why are you not going to claim your silver from Yun Yang? Why are you following me?" Yun Hao inquired. Chao giggled. "Hero, I want to accompany you down the mountain. Please take me with you." Xiao Dai added quickly, "I wish to join you as well." "Why are you both still clinging to me?" Yun Hao frowned. Chao Air looked up with pleading eyes. "Hero, there are wild beasts in the mountains. Please let me accompany you down." "Benefactor, we kindly ask to be included," implored Yu Qinghong. After a moment's thought, Yun Hao replied, "Very well, but we shall part ways once we descend the mountain. Do not follow me any further." He then turned to Chao Air and asked, "Do you know where the stables are? I have a black old horse that the bandits brought up the mountain yesterday, and I need to find it." Chao Air eagerly replied, "Hero, I know where it is. Please wait while I go help you find it." Once Chao Air had departed, Yu Qinghong leaned closer to Yun Hao and asked, "May I inquire where you come from? Do you have any family?" Chapter 50. Seeking shelter from the rain at the mountain god temple had it not been for the fact that he had personally rescued them. Yun Hao might have suspected that this woman harbored ulterior motives in asking about his origins and family. Frowning in displeasure, he retorted, "That is none of your concern." Taken aback by Yun Hao's brusque response, Yu Qinghong was momentarily speechless. Xiao Dai, however, was less than pleased. "Hey, while you saved us, you cannot treat my lady with such disrespect." In her eyes, her mistress was of such high esteem that she had never been spoken to in such a manner before, causing her to flare up. "What your lady thinks of me is irrelevant," Yun Hao replied, looking at Xiao Dai as if she were foolish. Xiao Dai was rendered speechless by the rebuke. Yu Qinghong quickly interjected, "Benefactor, I apologize. I should not have pried into your private matters, but I meant no harm. I only thought that once I reached Liangzhou City to seek refuge with relatives, I would be able to repay the favor of your rescue. Please do not take offense. It is my fault. Do not hold it against Xiao Dai. She has been spoiled by my indulgence and often speaks without regard for decorum." After speaking, she turned to Xiao Dai, apologized to the benefactor. "How can you be so rude? Xiao Dai looked aggrieved. She had not expected her mistress to ask her to apologize, especially in front of someone else. Furthermore, she had never seen her mistress lower herself so before another. Was it truly because he had saved them? Apologize. Yu Qinghong would not disclose to Xiao Dai that Yun Hao bore a striking resemblance to her imperial brother. In her quest to uncover Yun Hao's origins, she knew she had to be patient. She had indeed been somewhat hasty earlier, but she could not let Yun Hao believe she had any ulterior motives. Otherwise, not only would her inquiries about his background be thwarted, but even the possibility of traveling together might be jeopardized. Benefactor, I apologize. I was wrong, Xiao Dai said, her voice filled with remorse, tears welling in her eyes. This left Yun Hao feeling somewhat embarrassed. Yu Qinghong's demeanor was sincere, and with Xiao Dai's apology, Yun Hao pondered whether he had misjudged the situation. Looking at the two women, he softened his tone. There is no need to call me benefactor. You may simply refer to me as Yun Hao. I have no family, so I prefer not to have others inquire about my lineage. In the end, she spoke up. Yu Qinghong's eyes flickered as she said, "It is my fault. Should I call you Yun Hao?" It mattered little to Yun Hao, for he was indifferent to a mere title. Yu Qinghong felt a surge of joy within, having salvaged the situation and taken a step further, now able to address him by name. Before long, the sound of hooves echoed in the distance. "Hero, I have returned," she exclaimed, as she spotted Chower riding a white horse, leading 3 others, among which was Yun Hao's old black steed, arriving leisurely. A rare smile graced Yun Hao's face. The old horse was still around. This young lad, Chower, truly possessed some skill, managing to ride at such a tender age and adeptly leading 3 horses, evidently considering Honggu and Xiao Dai as well. "Hero, do you think this is the right horse? There's only one black old horse in the stable, so I brought it out," Chower said, seeking praise. "Indeed, it is my horse, and you have done well," Yun Hao complimented, much to Chower's delight. Following this, Chower mentioned that there were several horses remaining in the stable, prompting Yun Hao to instruct him to inform Yun Yang that they could take any they desired. In truth, Yun Yang had some intentions. The bandits of Heifeng Mountain had been eradicated, yet the accumulated provisions were still substantial. She would lead people to divide them. Yun Hao, naturally, would not concern himself with such matters, opting instead to ride down the mountain accompanied by Honggu, Xiao Dai, and Chower, with each riding a horse. Initially, he believed that Honggu and Xiao Dai could not ride. However, he soon discovered that they had begun learning to ride at the age of 6. This was indeed a testament to the martial spirit of the Diyu dynasty, where even women, given the opportunity, could practice martial arts and horseback riding. On the way, Yun Hao inquired if Honggu and Xiao Dai were skilled in martial arts, to which they both shook their heads. Xiao Dai replied, "My lady loves reading, not martial arts." As for Chower, he possessed some foundational skills. He claimed that over the past 3 years in Heifeng Mountain, he had covertly learned some techniques from the bandits. The 4 of them descended the mountain at a leisurely pace. In truth, Yun Hao had only recently learned to ride, and his skills were quite rudimentary compared to Chower, who had clandestinely honed his craft among the bandits. Throughout the journey, Yu Qinghong noticed Yun Hao's shortcomings in riding and offered him guidance. Having been trained by a royal riding instructor since childhood, her expertise was evident. Yun Hao, a boy raised in the countryside, had little exposure to such knowledge. Had it not been for an old Taoist who taught him to read and recognize medicinal herbs, and who regaled him with tales of the martial world, his worldview would have been exceedingly narrow. Thus, he harbored an innate thirst for knowledge. Yu Qinghong's demeanor and insights captivated him, transforming his initial wariness into a friendly familiarity as he began to call her Honggu. When they descended from Heifeng Mountain to the place where Su Hongling had administered the soporific to him, under Yu Qinghong's instruction, Yun Hao grasped the essence of riding. Compared to before, he no longer experienced discomfort or fatigue while riding, and his bond with the old horse deepened. As they traversed flat terrain, they began to gallop. They reached a tea stall at a fork in the road, intending to dismount and rest, only to find it deserted. They had no choice but to continue their journey toward Liangzhou City, although they needed to pass through Huaiyang County first, as informed by Honggu and Chower. Originally, Yun Hao had planned to journey alone after descending the mountain. However, along the way, Yu Qinghong revealed that she and Xiao Dai were traveling to Liangzhou City for matchmaking and inquired about his destination. Unable to lie, Yun Hao admitted he was also bound for Liangzhou City. Naturally, Yu Qinghong proposed they travel together for companionship. having benefited from her writing tips. Yun Hao found it difficult to refuse and agreed. As for Chao, being an orphan with the bandits gone, he had no reason to remain on the mountain and sought a way to survive, wishing to accompany Yun Hao to Liangzhou City. For Yu Qinghong, a woman in her 20s raised in the depths of the palace, while lacking other skills, her insight into human nature was unparalleled. Especially considering that Yun Hao was merely a youth of 16 or 17, he was no match for her psychological acumen as a royal princess. Seizing the opportunity to instruct Yun Hao in writing, she deftly probed into his background. Often, it was only after he spoke that he realized something was amiss. Aside from the taboo topics of his sister and Baoping, he spoke freely of other matters. As Yu Qinghong learned more about Yun Hao's origins, her gaze grew ever warmer, and she became increasingly fond of him. Abandoned in Xinghe town, he had been discovered by an old Taoist who later entrusted him to a couple in Qingshui village. All this information formed a coherent narrative in Yu Qinghong's mind. She harbored a conjecture. 16 years prior, her sister-in-law, then a princess, had entered Liangzhou, Xinghe town, and perhaps given birth to a son, only to abandon the child on the official road out of necessity, ultimately being rescued by the old Taoist. If this were indeed the case, it would align perfectly. The results of a covert investigation commissioned by her mother indicated that her sister-in-law's last known whereabouts were in Liangzhou, but the specific location remained to be determined. Yu Qinghong contemplated that upon arriving in Liangzhou City, she would contact the royal spies for swift inquiries. If everything lined up, there was a significant possibility that Yun Hao was her nephew. Next, she planned to ask Yun Hao if he possessed any personal tokens. Typically, royal offspring are gifted personal items upon birth, such as longevity locks or identity tokens, especially in cases of abandonment. If her sister-in-law had encountered an emergency that forced her to abandon the child, it was certain that some royal token would have been left behind. However, she realized she must not rush this matter, as she had observed Yun Hao's sensitivity, particularly regarding discussions of his family background. Yu Qinghong could only wait for the right opportunity to inquire. Having had such a fruitful dialogue with Yun Hao today, she felt a sense of accomplishment. The pressing task was to establish contact with the royal spies. She had discreetly left the palace without many guards, but she was aware her mother would arrange for spies to be in communication daily to ensure her safety. It had been 2 days since she was captured by the bandits without any contact from the spies, and she knew her mother would be anxious about the lack of news. As dusk approached, drawing near to Huayang City, the weather suddenly changed. Thunder rumbled, and rain began to pour. Chao suggested, "Hero, this rain doesn't seem likely to cease soon. Shall we seek shelter in the mountain god temple?" "Where's the mountain god temple?" Yun Hao inquired. Chao replied, "I heard an old bandit mention that just east of the Huayang County boundary stone, there's a mountain god temple where they would often rest when traveling to Huayang." The four of them galloped for several miles and soon spotted a dilapidated mountain god temple. However, outside the temple, there were mules and horses, indicating that others were already sheltering within. Having come this far, with the rain intensifying, Yun Hao and the others chose not to flee, securing their horses before entering the crumbling temple. Upon entering, they were met with several pairs of eyes. 8 men were gathered around a fire pit. Cao, acting like an experienced traveler, stepped forward and cupped his fists, saying, "Greetings, good sirs. We apologize for the intrusion. We seek refuge from the rain and hope for your understanding." Yun Hao scanned the group and noticed that one of the young men seemed vaguely familiar, though he could not quite place where he had seen him. Moreover, several others were bowed, trembling as if in fear of something. At that moment, one of them spoke. "We are also here to avoid the rain. This mountain god temple is unclaimed. Please make yourselves at home." Tangdu, sir, go deeply, steeping golo. As he drew nearer, he recognized the men huddled around the fire. Suddenly, a slight tremor coursed through him, causing him to laugh awkwardly as he retreated, turning to Yun Hao and suggesting, "Shall we start a fire on the other side?" Yun Hao noticed the knowing glint in Chao's eyes as he spoke. For a moment, I was perplexed by the antics of this young man. Without further contemplation, I made my way to the corner of the wall, with Yu Qinghong and Xiao Dai trailing behind. Chao leaned in close to Yun Hao and whispered, "There is something amiss. I've spotted a few familiar faces." Yun Hao was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. After all, Chao had been entrenched in the bandit lair, and the acquaintances she referred to could only be bandits. Chapter 51. The reckless Ma Liuzi frightens Wang Matzi. The temple was dark and damp, with cobwebs strewn about. and a dilapidated statue of a mountain deity stood in the center, missing an arm, exuding an eerie atmosphere. Yun Hao and Chower conversed in hushed tones. "Are you certain you did not misidentify them?" Yun Hao inquired. Chower replied in a lowered voice, "I am absolutely certain. The one in a green outfit over there is Wang Matsi, a third-rate fighter. I often prepared footbaths for him, and his feet reek. He does not tolerate criticism." She continued, "The one on the left is Li San, Wang Matsi's companion, who is bald on the back of his head. It is said that during a robbery, his scalp was severed, and he has never grown hair since. There are also several bandits I have encountered on a mountain. I would never mistake them." "What about the others?" Yun Hao asked nonchalantly. Chower shook her head. "I do not know the others, but the Black Wind Mountain bandits are numerous. Aside from those who frequently reside in the lair, many others are out gathering intelligence or keeping watch." Yun Hao understood. He narrowed his eyes and scanned the group of bandits across from him. No wonder a few had entered with their heads bowed, trembling in fear and avoiding his gaze. They were undoubtedly the ones who had fled the mountain last night. There was no question that they were astute individuals. Having sensed danger during the skirmish, they had escaped. However, they must have seen him, which explained their current reluctance to meet his eyes and their trembling forms. Suddenly, Yun Hao recognized the young man at the forefront. He was the shop assistant from the tea stall at the foot of the mountain, whom he had found familiar. When they had arrived, the tea stall had already been closed. Seeing the shop assistant now in the company of bandits at the mountain deity temple confirmed that he was indeed the person Chower mentioned, one who gathers intelligence on the periphery. "Have those bandits you recognized ever killed anyone?" Yun Hao asked Kaoya. She replied, "I cannot speak for the others, but I have witnessed Wang Matsi murder an entire family in the mountain lair. It was gruesome. These bandits often boast of their kills while drinking." Yun Hao's mind was made up. It seemed that there were no innocents among the bandits of Black Wind Mountain. "Let us observe for now and not concern ourselves with them," he thought, dismissing them from his mind. He had already slain the formidable bandit leader of the martial artist realm. These mere minions were of no consequence. On the other side of the campfire, 3 of the 8 bandits were indeed the ones who had escaped last night and had witnessed Yun Hao's lethal prowess. Thus, ever since Yun Hao entered the mountain deity temple, the 3 had been trembling in fear, unable to look him in the eye. However, 5 of the bandits were outsiders who had not encountered Yun Hao and retained their usual demeanor. They regarded the 16 or 17-year-old youth as inconsequential and instead shifted their attention to Yu Qinghong and Xiao Dai. Their gazes were unabashedly lewd, filled with lascivious intent. Who would have thought such beauties would come to this dilapidated temple? "We are fortunate indeed," they laughed heartily. This left the 3 who had fled the mountain in a state of sheer terror. "Maliozi, for heaven's sake, stop talking," Wang Matsi hissed in a hushed yet furious tone, signaling his companions to silence. In Wang Matsi's mind, he could only pray that amidst the chaos of the previous night, Yun Hao had not recognized them. Otherwise, to be struck down immediately after their escape would be a cruel fate indeed. He wished he could silence Maliozi and his companions at that moment. The 5 bandits had been on the periphery and were unaware of the terrifying scene of Yun Hao's slaughter from the previous night. Otherwise, they would have likely been paralyzed with fear. In Wang Matsi's heart, Yun Hao was an unequivocal harbinger of death. "Wang Matsi, look at you cowering. This is not the mountain, so why are you still afraid?" Maliozi taunted. "Indeed, the little women who present themselves are a boon for us. It is raining outside, and since we are idle, why not find some amusement? Heh. Very well, let us proceed. Look at that little lady, her complexion radiant, ample bosom, a shapely figure, and long legs. She is simply exquisite. I assure you, a mere squeeze would yield results," another added, and the 5 bandits grew increasingly animated. The 3 who had fled the mountain were trembling uncontrollably. They could not fathom the recklessness of Maliozi and his companions, who were unaware that the youth before them was a harbinger of death. To brazenly tease the women beside him was tantamount to courting disaster. "Maliozi, for heaven's sake, cease your blathering." One of Wang Matsi's companions could no longer contain himself and shouted to stop him. At that moment, Wang Matsi, summoning his courage, stole a glance at Yun Hao. He saw Yun Hao's expressionless face fixed on them, and his body stiffened in dread. He realized it was over. Summoning his courage, he signaled to his 2 companions to flee. If Maliozi and his gang wished to seek their demise, then let them go. Wang Matsi could not remain a moment longer, fearing that in the next instant, the youth, that harbinger of death, would reduce them to mere flesh and blood. The two who accompanied Wang Matsi were acutely aware of the situation and promptly rose to follow Wang Matsi out of the mountain deity temple. Mal Yozi and his gang remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, shouting, "Wang Matsi, where are you three going?" Wang Matsi and his companions paid no heed to Mal Yozi, cursing him internally. Yet their feet did not falter. Just as they were about to cross the threshold of the mountain deity temple, a calm voice rang out. "Where are you three going?" Wang Matsi felt his body weaken, as if all his strength had been drained, and he involuntarily collapsed to the ground. With a thud, Wang Matsi and his companions fell to their knees, prostrating themselves and crying, spare us, great hero, spare us." The moment Yun Hao spoke, Wang Matsi and his companions were rendered incoherent with fear. They dared not flee, for they had witnessed the bloody scene of Yun Hao's rampage the previous night. The second-in-command, Chu Lei, had been dispatched by a single punch from Yun Hao. They were mere third-rate fighters, entirely outmatched. Before someone truly formidable, they could not hope to escape. Now, they could only pray for their lives. At this moment, Mal Yozi sensed something was amiss and turned to Wang Matsi, asking, "Do you know that young man?" Wang Matsi and his companions, prostrated on the ground, dared not speak. This silence infuriated Mal Yozi, who cast a glance at Yun Hao and instructed his companions, "Go. Deal with that young man. Leave the women for us to enjoy." As the leader of the five, Mal Yozi believed himself to be somewhat clever. He refrained from confronting Yun Hao directly, opting instead to send his subordinates forward to test him. However, his underlings were already captivated by Yu Qinghong and had lost all rational thought. Upon hearing Mal Yozi's command, they drew their weapons and charged at Yun Hao. With an impassive expression, Yun Hao grasped the Zhan Yao Dao, making no move whatsoever. Chao's eyes sparkled with excitement. She was well aware of Yun Hao's formidable skills. The few minor bandits were unaware of the peril they faced. Yu Qinghong and Xiao Dai stood behind Yun Hao, somewhat anxious as they had never witnessed his prowess firsthand. The crude words the bandits had directed at them had infuriated Yu Qinghong, who hoped Yun Hao would eliminate these ruffians, though she remained uncertain whether he could indeed prevail. Chapter 52. It turns out Xiao is a woman. The four bandits, brazenly brandishing their swords, advanced towards Yun Hao, all of them inept fighters. Just as their blades were about to descend upon him, Yun Hao moved. With the Zhan Yao Dao firmly in hand, he executed a swift horizontal slash. The sound of clashing metal echoed as four bandits screamed in agony. Two were cleaved in half on the spot, while the other two had their weapons shattered, sending them sprawling to the ground, blood gushing from their mouths. It was but a single strike, yet it left two bandits dead and two grievously wounded. Malutayesse eyelids twitched violently. A dawning realization washing over him as he began to understand the reason behind the actions of Wang Matsi and his companions. Simultaneously, he recalled a figure from the previous day, the young man on the black horse at the tea house. Could it be that the boy before him was the same? He remembered that Gue Ingluo had mentioned the boy was inscrutable. Now, in light of Wang Matsi's accounts of a catastrophic event in the mountains involving a young killing deity, Mal Yozi was struck with terror. His complexion turned ashen as the truth settled in. The slayer from the mountain was indeed the youth before him. Though he understood, it was too late to flee. The boy stepped forward, a flash of cold light piercing the night. With a swift motion, Mal Yozi's eyes widened in shock as he clutched his throat. Collapsing to the ground, blood spraying high, Wang Matsi and his companions felt a sudden dampness, a foul odor permeating the air of the mountain deity's temple. Yun Hao furrowed his brow and addressed Wang Matsi and his companions, instructing them to remove the bodies. They nodded hastily, seemingly relieved that the young killing deity had spared their lives for the moment. Yun Hao's words were akin to a royal decree, and Wang Matsi led his companions to begin the grim task of disposing of the bodies, including those of Mal Yozi's severely injured subordinates. Throughout the ordeal, Yun Hao remained remarkably composed. Once the last body was removed, he turned to Chao and Yu Qinghong, advising them to warm themselves by the fire and check the contents of the pot for something to eat while he stepped outside. He was confident that Wang Matsi and his companions would not return after leaving. However, he had no intention of letting them escape unscathed, for Chao had mentioned that Wang Matsi had taken lives. Thus, in Yun Hao's eyes, he was marked for death. Eliminating a bandit meant one less menace in the world. The rain fell in torrents, growing ever heavier. Wang Matsi and his companions hastily transported the bodies of Ma Liuzai and his men to a thicket behind the mountain deity's temple. What do we do, Matsi? Should we return to the temple? Li San inquired. Wang Matsi whispered urgently. Are you out of your mind? We've finished moving the bodies. What purpose would returning serve? That killing deity could slay us in an instant. If we do not flee now, when will we? Right, we must escape, far from that killing deity. The three of them scrambled away, quickly vanishing into the downpour. However, above them, on a tall tree, Yun Hao overheard their conversation clearly. He produced 3 small throwing daggers, retrieved from Yushangshi, each laced with poison. With a swift motion, the first dagger flew toward Wang Matsi, covering a distance of merely 20 meters. With his current strength and eyesight, Yun Hao felt confident in hitting his target despite his lack of experience with throwing weapons. A distant scream pierced the air as Wang Matsi fell, prompting the other 2 to scream in terror. With Li San collapsing in fear while the last one stumbled and crawled away, only to meet the same fate moments later. Please don't kill me. We did everything you asked. Why must you still slay us? Li San's voice faltered. In an instant, Yun Hao leapt from the tree, not looking back as he returned to the temple. 3 daggers, 3 bandits, all fell to the ground. He did not check if they were all dead. For even if the poison daggers did not kill immediately, the poison would finish the task. Hero, come warm yourself by the fire. There's lamb in the pot. Chao Er exclaimed, rushing to greet Yun Hao upon his return. Yu Qinghong and Xiao Dai also rose, all aware of Yun Hao's purpose outside, yet they remained discreetly silent. After all, there were no innocents among bandits. Yun Hao's actions were a service to the people, ridding them of harm. The fire blazed brightly as Yun Hao settled down, the aroma of the stew wafting from the hanging pot. The bandits had prepared it earlier, but alas, they had not awaited the lamb's completion before meeting their demise, thus leaving it for Yun Hao and his companions. Having traveled all day without sustenance, the tantalizing scent of lamb made their stomachs growl. Let's eat what we have, Yun Hao suggested. All right. Chao Er, swallowing hard, began to serve, miraculously producing bowls and chopsticks, first scooping a piece of rib for Yun Hao, followed by a bowl of broth. After a moment's thought, she served another bowl to Yu Qinghong. When it came to the third bowl, Xiao Dai looked on eagerly, but Chao Er ignored her and drank from it herself. Xiao Dai stamped her foot in frustration. Unfazed, Chao Er laughed. If you want to eat, you must serve yourself. Xiao Dai huffed, begrudgingly filling her own bowl. The 2 seemed to have an innate rivalry, bickering incessantly along their journey. Yun Hao and Yu Qinghong paid them no mind. After a day without food, all 4 were hungry. The pot held only a limited amount of lamb, and soon they had consumed it all. While Yun Hao merely satisfied his hunger, he noted that his appetite had grown significantly. Observing the remaining broth in the pot, he stood and declared, I will go find some grain and cook more. Without waiting for a response, he exited the mountain deity's temple and ventured to a secluded corner, retrieving a small bag of rice from his treasure bottle before returning. The secret of the treasure bottle was not to be revealed to anyone. Kaoya, add some rice to the pot for cooking, Yun Hao instructed as he handed her the bag, offering no explanation of its origin. It was certainly better than conjuring food from thin air. Chao Er and Yu Qinghong exchanged curious glances, pondering how Yun Hao had managed to procure the rice during his brief absence. But they speculated it might have been left behind by the bandits and did not press further. After adding the rice to the pot, Chao Er ignited a fire beneath it. The rain continued to pour outside as night fell. Yu Qinghong remarked, It seems we will be spending the night here at the temple, as the gates of Huayang City will close at nightfall, and we will not be permitted entry. That is acceptable. We can enter the city tomorrow, Yun Hao replied. Noticing Yun Hao's damp clothing, Yu Qinghong suggested, Why not remove your clothes? We can help you dry them by the fire to avoid catching a chill. She was subtly hoping to see if Yun Hao bore any insignia. Yun Hao shook his head. No need, I could dry my clothes by the fire. He wished to remove them, but felt it inappropriate with Yu Qinghong and Xiao Dai present. Disappointment flickered across Yu Qinghong's face, yet she did not press the matter, understanding that patience was essential in her interactions with Yun Hao. There was time on their journey to Liangzhou City, and she believed there would be opportunities to deepen their relationship or trust. After a while, Chao Er suddenly stood and hurried outside. Yun Hao inquired, Where are you going? Without looking back, she replied, I need to relieve myself. Given the darkness outside, Yun Hao pondered for a moment and decided to follow her. In the wilderness at night, he felt uneasy about Chao Er, a young girl, venturing alone. Throughout their journey, he had grown fond of her cleverness and did not wish for her to come to harm. Yun Hao attempted to call out to stop him, but Yun Hao had already stepped outside. She wore an amused expression, as if recalling something entertaining. Xiao Dai, intrigued, asked, "Miss, what makes you smile?" Yun Hao replied, "You'll find out soon." After she spoke, she fixed her gaze on the doorway. Before long, Yun Hao returned, his expression peculiar. Yun Hao, stifling a laugh, inquired, "Where's Chow'er? Why have you returned alone?" Yun Hao, his face flushed, replied, "I iso soar squatting tu urinota. Ongu. Do you think she has developed some strange habit after spending too much time in that bandit lair?" Upon hearing this, Yun Hao was initially taken aback, but soon could no longer contain her laughter. Yun Hao, puzzled, asked, "What is so funny?" Yun Hao, tears of laughter in her eyes, managed to say, "You silly child. Can't you see that Chow'er is actually a girl?" "Ah, Chow'er is a girl?" Yun Hao suddenly realized. Yun Hao had long been aware of Chow'er's true identity, while Yun Hao remained oblivious, chasing after her to witness her squatting and mistakenly labeling it as a peculiar trait. At that moment, Chow'er returned, standing at the door, her cheeks flushed with shyness, having overheard their conversation. Chapter 53. A new sister named Yun Jiaro Xiao Dai, too, was slow to realize, just like Yun Hao, failing to see that Chow'er was a girl. Upon hearing their exchange, she exclaimed, as if discovering a new continent, "Wow, Chow'er, you are actually a girl? Hee hee. I can't believe I didn't notice." Yun Hao snapped back to attention, equally curious about Chow'er. Yun Hao refrained from mentioning that he had never considered such a notion. It was understandable, given that he had witnessed Chow'er squatting to relieve herself. He found it amusing, yet at that moment, Chow'er resembled a startled fawn, her body trembling slightly. Her grimy little face reflected a mixture of shame, anger, and grievance, tears welling in her eyes as she stubbornly bit her lower lip to keep them from falling, though her heaving shoulders betrayed her sorrow. The tattered garment she wore had long lost its original color, patched upon patches, and was caked with dirt and stains, seemingly narrating the hardships she endured during her time in the bandit den. Her hair, once meant to be silky, was unevenly cut, tangled, with a few strands sticking to her tear-streaked cheeks. As the gazes of Yun Hao and the others fell upon her, the long-suppressed grievances within Chow'er surged forth like a dam bursting. She abruptly lifted her head and shouted at Yun Hao and the others, "What are you staring at? I didn't want me like this. In that hellish place, if I didn't disguise myself as a wild child, those bandits would never let me go." At this point, her voice choked with emotion, she continued to cry out, "Every day, I lived in fear, terrified of being bullied. This filthy clothing and this messy hair were my only means of survival." Listening to Chow'er's lament, Yun Hao felt as though his heart had been struck by a heavy blow, filling him with a pang of sorrow. He scrutinized the frail little girl before him, and imagining her suffering, he realized how difficult her life had been. In that lair ruled by bandits, filled with bloodshed and crime, Chow'er, a defenseless little girl, had to forsake her femininity, donning the guise of a boy to seek a sliver of peace. How heartbreaking and helpless that was. Compassion welled up in Yun Hao's eyes as he rose and approached Chow'er, gently wiping away her tears and softly saying, "Chow'er, I am truly sorry. I did not mean to offend you, nor was it my intention to mock you. I'm at fault." Chow'er, feeling Yun Hao's concern, could no longer hold back and threw herself into his embrace, weeping openly. An orphan who had begged for survival since childhood, she had infiltrated the bandit lair at the age of 9, disguising herself as a boy to stay alive, with no one to care for her. Perhaps the only one who had shown her kindness was an old beggar who had passed away when she was 9. Every day was fraught with anxiety, fearing that one day her growing body would be discovered by the bandits. She even refrained from bathing and letting her hair grow long, though she never complained to heaven. She merely wished to survive. However, that did not mean she did not yearn for care and concern. Yun Hao was the first person to face her, to apologize, and to restore her dignity, as well as the first to comfort her. Thus, the emotion she had long suppressed erupted forth. Clinging to Yun Hao, she cried heart-wrenchingly. He could only gently pat her back in silent comfort. Ultimately, Chow'er was even more pitiable than he. "Hero, may I follow you from now on? I have nowhere to go in this vast world," she asked through her tears after a while. Yun Hao longed to say no, but upon seeing the expectation and longing in her tear-filled eyes, he could only utter, "Yes." Chow'er's face lit up with joy. "Thank you, hero, thank you." Yun Hao gently responded, "From now on, Do not call me hero. Chao's smile faltered momentarily, fearing he had changed his mind. Yet Yun Hao quickly added, You may call me brother. Overwhelmed with happiness, Chao wept with joy. The first time in her life, she felt such elation. Brother? Yes. Brother? Yes, she exclaimed. Her smile mingled with tears that she could not wipe away. I have a brother now. I have a brother now. Her childish exuberance filled the air. Yun Hao, too, couldn't help but smile. With his sister Yun Wei in a state of suspended animation, and uncertainty surrounding her awakening, gaining a sister seemed rather pleasant. Yu Qinghong approached Cao, saying, Chao, I also did not mean any harm earlier. I hope you can forgive me. Xiao Dai has been spoiled. She did not intend to mock you. Turning to Xiao Dai, she instructed, apologize to Chao. Having witnessed Chao's earlier outburst, Xiao Dai understood her plight and without hesitation said, I'm sorry, Sister Chao. I was wrong. Chao, having accepted Yun Hao as her brother and in a good mood, lifted her chin and declared, It's fine, I forgive you. This was directed at Xiao Dai. Yu Qinghong smiled, removing a jade bracelet from her wrist and handing it to Chao. Chao, since you have accepted Yun Hao as your brother, this is a joyous occasion. As a witness, I have no gifts to offer, but please accept this bracelet. She seized every opportunity to deepen the bond between Yun Hao and herself. With Chao acknowledging Yun Hao as her brother, it provided her with another chance to interact with him. It is worth noting that when she and Xiao Dai were captured by the bandits, they were fortunate that their possessions, including this bracelet and her identity token, had not been taken. Sister Honggu, this is too precious. I cannot accept it, Chao said, adept at reading the room. Recognizing that this Honggu hailed from a distinguished background and that the bracelet she offered was exquisite, Yu Qinghong feigned anger. We have all endured hardship together. I have never taken back what I have given. If you refuse it, I shall throw it away. With that, she pretended to drop the bracelet. No, Cao exclaimed, looking at Yun Hao, silently asking, Brother, should I accept it? Yun Hao, not wanting to overthink, nodded, signaling that she should take it. Only then did Chao accept the bracelet, saying, Thank you, Sister Honggu. Yu Qinghong smiled, grasping Chao's hand, that's the spirit. The four of them settled back around the fire. The aroma of fragrant rice wafted from the hanging pot. This was the rice grown using the magical water from Yun Hao's treasure, its fragrance far superior to ordinary rice. Having not eaten their fill, Yun Hao glanced at the pot, noting that the rice was ready. Cooked in mutton broth, it was delightful enough not to require any side dishes. They each served themselves a bowl and began to eat. Yun Hao devoured 5 bowls before feeling somewhat satisfied. Were it not for the concern that the others might not have enough, he could have finished the entire pot himself. The unique rice was so delectable that even Yu Qinghong and Chao each had an extra bowl. After the meal, the group sat together, warming themselves by the fire and engaging in conversation. Yu Qinghong inquired of Chao, Chao, do you have a proper name? Chao shook her head and turned to Yun Hao. Elder brother, why don't you give me a name? Yun Hao replied, I haven't studied much, so I'm not adept at naming. He then looked at Yu Qinghong. Sister Hong, you are knowledgeable. Why not bestow a name upon Chao? With a gentle smile, Yu Qinghong nodded and pondered. Chao, which is a name that signifies resilience, is reminiscent of the ancient term for young grass, Rojia, representing the tender shoots of plants and a fondness for the new life of spring. Simultaneously, the tenacity of young grass symbolizes a spirit of endurance. This is quite a meaningful implication. I propose we call her Jiao, reversing the characters, as it flows melodiously and sounds lovely. Yun Hao repeated, Jiao, Jiao. Yes, it is easy to remember and quite a beautiful name. Chao's eyes sparkled. Yun Jiao, from now on, I shall be called Yun Jiao. Hee, I have a name now, I have a name now. Thank you, Sister Hong. Chapter 54. Money can move mountains. The heavy rain persisted until deep into the night before finally ceasing. Chao, or rather Yun Jiao, had nestled closely with Yu Qinghong and Xiao Dai, all 3 of them fast asleep. Yun Hao remained awake, tending to the fire. When the rain subsided in the latter half of the night, he quietly stepped outside and made his way to the back of the mountain deity temple, summoning his sister Yun Wei from the Baoping. Each day, he needed to provide his sister with a vital energy pill to sustain her physical vitality. After administering the pill with the water from the precious bottle, Yun Hao observed that his sister's body showed no abnormalities. At present, she appeared no different from a normal person, as if she were merely in a deep slumber. Sister, I have eradicated the bandits of Black Wind Mountain. Some minor ones may have escaped, but they will not stir up trouble again, and the villagers will no longer suffer from their tyranny. Additionally, I have slain many from the Lu Yun Martial Academy, but I do not regret it. They were deserving of their fate, and I have avenged you and our fellow villagers. I will seek out renowned physicians, no matter how arduous the journey, for as long as I draw breath. I shall strive to bring you back to life. In the pitch-black night, Yun Hao spoke to his sister Yun Wei, his words echoing in the stillness. This scene, though somewhat eerie, represented a rare moment of psychological tranquility for Yun Hao. He had taken many lives, and to claim he felt no unease would be untruthful. Though it was vengeance, for him, it was also a form of torment and trial. For survival, for justice, and to avenge his sister. Yun Hao found reality in her presence, even if she now existed as a living corpse. Sister, today I have taken a younger sister under my wing. You would be pleased, I believe. To my surprise, she is a girl named Chower, and Sister Hong has given her the grand name Yun Jiaro, which I find quite melodious. Chower is a pitiful child. I did not wish for her to accompany me, but upon seeing her pleading gaze, I could not bear to refuse. Thus, she calls me elder brother, which is acceptable. I am not lacking in provisions, so she shall not go hungry with me. In truth, she is quite clever. Despite being a few years younger than I, she understands much more, and along the journey, she has been of much assistance. I lack experience. Perhaps with Chower by my side, I may find companionship and better seek out a physician to heal you. Yun Hao bore a rare smile as he continued. Oh, and there's also Sister Hong and Xiao Dai, whom I rescued from the bandit den. They too are headed to Liangzhou City, claiming they are visiting relatives. I find Sister Hong and her attendant to be quite mysterious. She said she felt a deep familiarity upon seeing me for the first time. I, too, cannot quite explain this inexplicable sense of closeness towards Sister Hong. It is rather peculiar. She is a kind soul, and, as the old Taoist priest would say, she possesses an aura of nobility. Unlike the daughter of the wealthy Li family in town, the grace that surrounds Sister Hong is innate, whereas the wealth of the Li family's daughter seems merely superficial and cannot be compared. As for Xiao Dai, she is Sister Hong's maid, fiercely protective of her. Yet she often bickers with Xiao. Nevertheless, they are both delightful companions. Unbeknownst to him, the first light of dawn began to appear on the horizon. Yun Hao had spoken to his sister Yun Wei throughout the night before carefully returning her to the precious bottle and heading back to the mountain deity temple. Upon entering, he found Sister Hong already awake, adding fuel to the fire. Yun Hao, did you not sleep at all? Yu Qinghong inquired. Having been awake for a while and noticing Yun Hao was absent, though she sought conversation, her concern was genuine. Yun Hao replied, I took a brief rest. I'm fine, not tired. I went out to gather some dry wood. Sister Hong, you should sleep a bit longer. We shall depart when the sun rises fully. Yu Qinghong shook her head. No, you should sleep. I am not tired. In truth, Yun Hao felt quite invigorated, ever since mastering the Jitsong Tu Na Gong. His condition had been excellent. He could go 3 days and nights without sleep without issue. Moreover, after opening all his meridians and acupoints in the Black Wind Mountain's Demon Beast Cave, he felt exceedingly energetic. Yun Hao began to prepare porridge. Yu Qinghong wished to assist, but found herself lacking in skills. However, Yun Hao seamlessly handled everything, adding wood, washing rice, and pouring water, all in one fluid motion. Despite his young age, he seemed to possess a wealth of knowledge and skills. Reflecting on what Yun Hao had shared about his adoptive parents and his childhood, Yu Qinghong felt a pang of sympathy for the boy. A royal offspring, at his age, would typically be waited upon by many, yet he had endured so much hardship. Yu Qinghong's heart was heavy. Although she had not confirmed if there was a connection between Yun Hao and royalty, she had already come to regard him as a nephew in her mind. The more she observed Yun Hao, the more endearing he appeared. Sitting by the fire, she propped her chin on her hands, watching him busily prepare the porridge. When it was ready, and Yun Hao handed her a bowl, she snapped back to reality and thanked him. Yun Hao, you are truly capable. It was a simple compliment, yet it made Yun Hao feel a bit shy. He noticed Sister Hong had been watching him intently, which puzzled him. It was merely mundane tasks that he had mastered since he was 8 or 9 years old. With a smile, he said nothing more and called Chower and Xiao Dai to join him for porridge. The plain white porridge, made from the rice infused with the water from the precious bottle, elicited exclamations of delight from Yu Qinghong, Chower, and Xiao Dai. Yun Hao remained indifferent to their praise. After they finished eating, The sun rose outside, heralding another scorching day. Chower and Xiao Dai assisted in packing up, taking the pot, bowls, and utensils along. Since all four were mounted on horses, carrying a few items was no burden. Over the next few days, they would journey to Liangzhou City. According to Yu Qinghong, they remained 200 to 300 miles ahead. Calculating the distance, it would take at least 3 days. With pots and bowls, they could prepare meals even if it rained, ensuring they would not go hungry. The bandits at the mountain deity temple were merely an interlude. They continued towards Huaiyang County. After a little over an hour, the four finally reached the gates of the county town. The towering city walls appeared majestic, guarded by soldiers. This was Yun Hao's first visit to a county town, and he felt a sense of anticipation. In his childhood, he often heard the old Taoist priests speak of Xinghe Town as a small place, with the county town being more prosperous and the state capital being even larger and more vibrant. Home to renowned figures, martial artists, and all manner of extraordinary individuals. The core of the great Yu dynasty. He had long held dreams of visiting such places. Huaiyang County represented the first step in realizing that dream. As they traveled, Yun Hao noticed many refugees along the way. However, upon reaching the city gates, they were stopped and not permitted entry. It seemed that only those with proper documentation were allowed inside. Observing this scene, Yun Hao couldn't help but marvel at the difference. The county town was indeed distinct from Xinghe Town, which had no gates or guards. Chower expressed her concern. Elder brother, entering the city requires identification or a travel permit, and I possess neither. What shall we do? Yun Hao furrowed his brow. I am aware of the need for identification, but I too lack any. I have only been registered in the village, and I certainly do not have a travel permit. Yu Qinghong spoke, it matters not. A mere sum of silver will grant us entry into the city. The borderlands of Liangzhou are not so stringent. Furthermore, as long as we do not resemble the nomads from beyond the Great Wall, we are generally safe. We are all subjects of the Yu. It is easy to discern our identities. This is precisely the reason for the recent skirmishes along the border. Ordinarily, there would be no inspections. What is needed now is silver. Yun Hao, taken aback, asked, so we can simply pay to gain entry? Yu Qinghong replied with a smile, as the saying goes. Money can make the devil push a millstone. For the four of us, if you offer the city guards a tale of silver, they will surely allow us passage. I will handle this, said Chower, stepping forward. Having previously accompanied an old beggar to seek food, she had witnessed the guards' inspections and had heard tales from bandits regarding such matters. Very well, Yun Hao said, producing a tale of silver for Chower. He felt a twinge of regret. After all, one tale of silver was a significant amount, equivalent to 1,000 won. In times past, it would have sufficed to cover a year's living expenses for him and his sister. However, with thousands of taels now in his possession, he could accept it. Chower approached the guards, and, indeed, after accepting the silver, they waved them through. The four mounted their horses and entered the city, with Chower and Yun Hao leading, while Yu Qinghong and Xiao Dai followed closely behind. They anticipated a smooth passage, but unforeseen circumstances soon arose. One of the soldiers, upon catching sight of Yu Qinghong, brightened and abruptly commanded halt. Yu Qinghong furrowed her brow. We have paid our silver. Why do you obstruct us? The soldier, clearly swayed by Yu Qinghong's beauty, grinned and stated, with the recent skirmishes at the border and the movement of enemy spies, I suspect your identities. I now require a thorough search. Chapter 55. The purple gold token, a royal privilege. Yu Qinghong was incensed to the point of laughter. She had heard tales of the chaos in Liangzhou while in the capital. When confronted by bandits, she had contemplated reporting them to her royal brother and seeking retribution against the governor of Liangzhou. Little did she expect that a mere city guard from Huaiyang County would display such audacity. The soldier's gaze gave away his intentions. He was clearly eager to create trouble for her. Outrageous! Yu Qinghong exclaimed in fury, her royal demeanor emerging instinctively, momentarily stunning the soldier. However, regaining his composure, he retorted, I suspect you're spies. Surrender willingly or face the consequences. Drawing his sword, he aimed it menacingly at Yu Qinghong, his expression threatening and mocking. At that moment, a figure darted forward, delivering a swift kick to the soldier, sending him sprawling. The assailant was, of course, Yun Hao. In his mind, having paid the silver only to be harassed was intolerable. He acted without hesitation, his sense of justice compelling him to protect those he cared for. He had failed to safeguard his sister, Yun Wei, from misfortune, and he refused to let Yu Qinghong suffer a similar fate. Chao watched in wide-eyed astonishment as her brother displayed such bravery, her immediate reaction being one of concern. She understood all too well the adage that commoners should not defy officials, especially as she was surrounded by bandits and had heard countless tales of government bounties for their capture, instilling a natural fear of soldiers. In stark contrast, Xiaodi, filled with excitement, waved her small fists and exclaimed, "Well done, Brother Yun. Teach that blind fool a lesson." Their differing upbringings had shaped their worldviews. Xiaodi, as a personal attendant to Yu Qinghong, had encountered many officials and was accustomed to their sycophantic demeanor. To her, a mere city guard was insignificant, and it was utterly absurd for him to dare trouble a princess. She had never considered the possibility of retaliation. In her eyes, the soldier posed less threat than bandits, for she knew that with a princess present, even the county magistrate would bow low. As for Yu Qinghong, she was merely taken aback. Regaining her composure, her eyes sparkled with appreciation. She realized Yun Hao was concerned for her. Her expression narrowed, for as the eldest princess of the Dayu dynasty, she had her own calculations. Being captured by bandits was an unexpected turn of events during her first venture outside the palace. Accompanied by ordinary guards who failed to protect her from prying eyes, resulting in her misfortune. While in Hafeng Mountain, she vowed that should she escape, she would not repeat such mistakes. Her safety would come first, for without it, all else was futile. She held reservations about bandits, as they adhered to no rules. Yet a mere soldier causing her trouble was something she would not tolerate. Within the confines of the Dayu dynasty, she feared no one, as they were bound by the rules she upheld. The royal family was the arbiter of such regulations. Before she could voice her thoughts, the surrounding guards sprang into action. Boldly, for soldiers, witnessing their comrade being kicked aside, drew their swords and encircled Yun Hao and his companions, focusing their ire on him. These soldiers were accustomed to bullying others, but today they encountered an unexpected adversary. The long-held belief that commoners should not oppose officials was shattered, even if their peer had acted inappropriately. Soon, a middle-aged man clad in armor approached, flanked by several soldiers. What is the situation here? In a mere moment, Yun Hao and his companions found themselves surrounded by over a dozen soldiers. The soldier who had been kicked earlier rushed forward, exclaiming, "Sir Fong, this man assaulted me, and I suspect these four are spies." He hastily cast an accusation. Fong Mingcheng furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Yun Hao and his companions. Upon locking eyes with Yu Qinghong, his gaze sharpened, for her extraordinary bearing and beauty were captivating. It was not mere lust that stirred him. It was her remarkable presence. Fong Mingcheng was well aware of his subordinate Wang Qi's flaws. He was likely infatuated with this woman, yet he understood the need to maintain discipline among his ranks, or he would struggle to command them in the future. With this in mind, Fong Mingcheng coldly declared, "You audaciously assault officials. What gall you have? Seize them." He gestured to his men, signaling them to apprehend Yun Hao first. Yun Hao clenched his fists, ready to retaliate. Or officials to him. Such bullying was unacceptable. "Stop." A low, authoritative voice pierced through the tension. It was Yu Qinghong. He felt a gentle pressure on his wrist, and she whispered, "Yun Hao, allow me to handle this." Yun Hao glanced at her in surprise. In her eyes, he perceived an unwavering confidence. "Trust me, there is no need for conflict. I will manage this. If I cannot resolve it, then you may act." Yu Qinghong whispered with conviction. "Very well." For reasons unknown, Yun Hao felt as though Yu Qinghong had transformed before his eyes, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Yet, seeing her self-assured demeanor, he resolved to relent. Yu Qinghong exhaled, turning her gaze to Fong Mingcheng and speaking in a low, measured tone. "Are you the captain of the city guards here?" Fong Mingcheng met her gaze squarely. His heart raced, akin to encountering a superior. He instinctively nodded. "I am Fong Mingcheng, captain of the Huaiyang city guards." Before he could express his irritation, intending to ask who she was to question him, Yu Qinghong reached into her sleeve and produced a gleaming purple-gold token, revealing it before him. When Fong Mingcheng beheld the imperial token in her hand, his pupils dilated suddenly, and his body trembled, instinctively compelling him to kneel. The Zijin Ling, a token of the highest rank within the Dayu dynasty, was a symbol of imperial authority, with no more than 9 such tokens existing within the royal family. Those permitted to possess such a token were the royal bloodline, their status beyond compare. The holder of the Zijin Ling held power akin to that of an imperial envoy, possessing the authority to mobilize troops from an entire province, though within certain limits. The Zijin Ling was a fundamental lesson that every basic soldier must memorize. On the very first day of his tenure as a centurion, Fang Mingsheng had perused the documents issued from above, leaving a profound impression on him. Just as he was about to kneel, he was halted by a mere glance from Yu Qinghong, who stepped closer and whispered, "Do not make a scene. Manage your subordinates well. I do not wish to alarm anyone. Otherwise, you know the consequences." Fang Mingsheng's complexion turned pale, his body quaked, and beads of sweat broke out on his forehead as he hurriedly bowed and murmured, "Yes. Very well, you shall handle this. Remember, you have not seen me." Yu Qinghong's cold voice cautioned. "Yes." Fang Mingsheng lowered himself even further. "What are you still standing there for?" Yu Qinghong cursed. Startled, Fang Mingsheng immediately stood up and called to his men, "Sheathe your swords. I have verified that these four are already Yu citizens, unrelated to any spies. Release them." Upon finishing, he forced a smile at Yu Qinghong and gestured for them to enter the city. Satisfied, Yu Qinghong turned and walked towards Yun Hao and the others, saying, "Let's go, all is well." Yun Hao did not intentionally eavesdrop on the conversation between Honggu and the leading soldier, but within a short span, he observed the latter nodding and bowing, their attitude having undergone a complete transformation. This left Yun Hao puzzled. However, seeing that Honggu had already turned to enter the city gate, he followed suit, hoping there would be no further issues. Behind them came a shout, "Come!" Wang Qi oppresses the people, acts recklessly, and deceives his superiors. Drag him away and punish him. "My lord, please spare me." Yun Hao glanced back to see the soldier who had troubled Honggu being escorted away by his companions. Shaking his head, he chose not to look further. His thoughts were predominantly filled with curiosity about Honggu. Observing her graceful and composed silhouette, he hastened to catch up. At this moment, Yu Qinghong's mind was also racing, pondering how to explain the earlier incident to Yun Hao. Although her back was turned to him as she retrieved the Zijin Ling, anyone could surmise that something was amiss. She did not wish to reveal her identity unless absolutely necessary. She could only present the imperial token. She cared little about any conflict between Yun Hao and the local officials. Her foremost concern was to protect Yun Hao from harm. After all, this was a county town with watchmen and officials in place, and should trouble arise, they would all come forth. Furthermore, she wanted to avoid causing a ruckus that might expose her identity, leaving her vulnerable to schemers. Thus, she produced the Zijin Ling, feeling fortunate that she had kept it close and had not lost it during the bandit encounter. Chower, curious, looked at Yu Qinghong and asked Sister Honggu, "What did you say to that official? How did he let us go so easily?" Yun Hao also perked up, eager to hear her response. Only Xiao Dai knew the truth, but dared not speak, as the princess had forbidden her from revealing their identities. Yu Qinghong feigned contemplation, speaking softly, "Actually, my family has some connections in officialdom. I merely mentioned the name of an elder from my family, and that intimidated him." This flimsy excuse was forced from her lips. Yet Chower and Yun Hao, with their limited perspectives, accepted it without question. "Sister Honggu, you are truly impressive," Chower exclaimed with admiration. Yu Qinghong quickly shifted the topic. Turning to Yun Hao, "How about we stay in Huayan County for a day? We would like to take a hot bath, and our clothes are in tatters." It would also be a good opportunity for Chower to dress up and procure some new attire. Yun Hao nodded without much thought. "All right, let's head to Yunlai Inn." "Big brother, I heard that Yunlai Inn is the largest inn in Huayan County and quite expensive," Chower chimed in. Yun Hao chuckled. "It matters not. I have the means." Hee, Chower laughed, knowing her brother had acquired a small treasury from the bandit chief of Hafeng Mountain. Although he had given 500 taels to the unfortunate souls when they departed, she believed he still had some left. In reality, both Yu Qinghong and Xiao Dai were out of silver and would have to rely on Yun Hao. Upon hearing Chower mention that Yunlai Inn was the largest in Huayan County, Yu Qinghong felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Yun Hao, Xiao Dai and I have no money left. Perhaps we could find a more affordable inn?" Yun Hao replied, "No worries, I still have enough for the inn. I have matters to attend to." On that day, in the Beast Mountain Cave, Su Yulong had given him the wooden plaque for the Tianhao room at Yunlai Inn, mentioning it contained a secret manual. Now that Su Yulong was dead, Yun Hao would not let go of what was rightfully his. The four of them inquired around and soon arrived at Yunlai Inn. Indeed, it was the largest in a magnificent 5-story wooden building, a landmark of Huayan County. Upon reaching the entrance, a lively attendant greeted them warmly. Under the discreet guidance of the seasoned chower, Yun Hao rewarded the attendant with a piece of silver, and the attendant promptly led their horses to the backyard, ensuring they were fed with fine fodder. As soon as the four stepped into the first floor of Yunlai, they were astonished by the bustling scene before them. As the largest inn in Huaiyang County, this elegant five-story wooden structure had an expansive interior space, resembling a small, bustling town. Upon entering, the first sight was a spacious and bright lobby, with high wooden beams adorned with exquisite red lanterns that emitted a soft and warm glow, illuminating the entire hall. The floor was paved with smooth bluestone slabs, still neat and clean despite the constant flow of visitors, reflecting the light and shadows around. In the center of the lobby, several sturdy wood tables were neatly arranged, each surrounded by diverse travelers. Wealthy merchants dressed in fine silks enjoyed fragrant tea while engaging in lively discussions with companions. Meanwhile, hurried Jianghu heroes, swords and daggers at their sides, casually occupied corners, their vigilant gazes scanning the surroundings as they occasionally lifted their wine bowls to drink heartily, exuding an air of camaraderie. Attendants clad in uniform blue garments, with white towels draped over their shoulders, moved swiftly between tables, serving dishes and replenishing drinks, frequently calling out to the guests, "Please enjoy your meal," their attentive service enhancing the vibrant atmosphere of the inn. The walls of the inn were adorned with numerous calligraphy and paintings from local masters, adding an elegant touch to this lively space. Further to the side, a wooden staircase led to the guest rooms above, its handrails intricately carved with cloud patterns, winding upward to showcase the inn's exceptional taste. The aroma of delicious dishes wafted from the dining area, stirring the appetite within Yun Hao. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Yunlai truly lives up to its reputation." In truth, it was mainly due to the curious and astonished expressions of himself and Chower, while Yu Qinghong and Xiao Dai remained unperturbed, accustomed to such sights. As for booking a room, the attendant explained that Yunlai categorized its rooms according to the elements, Tian, Di, and Xian. The Huang rooms were the most affordable at 500 won each. The Xian rooms were 1 tael of silver, the Di rooms 5 taels, and the Tian rooms 10 taels. Even though Yun Hao was somewhat prepared, he could not help but gasp at the prices. Even a Xian room for one night would cost as much as an ordinary family in Qingshui village would spend a year. With everyone needing to bathe, Yun Hao inquired, "Attendant, which rooms have bathing facilities?" The attendant replied, "Guest, the Xian rooms have bathing facilities, but heating water incurs an additional fee. The D rooms are the best, with dedicated bathing rooms at no extra charge. The Tian character rooms are the best, offering a panoramic view of the entire city." Yun Hao gritted his teeth and requested 2 D character rooms. The waiter, taken aback, glanced at the 4 of them and thought to himself, "Aren't there 4 of you? Shouldn't you require 3 rooms? Are you certain you only want 2? The waiter saw confirmation. Even Yu Qinghong and the other 2 were curious about Yun Hao's decision. As girls, did he intend to share a room with someone? Even if Chao Chao was his sworn sister, it seemed rather inappropriate. Yun Hao had no choice but to produce Su Yulong's wooden plaque and said, "My friend has reserved a room in the Tian character section but will not be staying. May I take his place?" Upon seeing the plaque, the waiter's demeanor immediately shifted to one of respect, and he quickly responded, "Of course. Aaron recognizes only the wooden plaque." Yun Hao instantly felt relieved. Thus, he registered 2 D character rooms, one for Chao Chao and Xiao Dai, and the other for Yu Qinghong. After escorting the 3 to their rooms, Yun Hao advised Xiao Dai and Chao Chao not to quarrel and took a glance around. The beds were large and the rooms luxurious. Curious about the wooden plaque indicating their stay in the Tian character section, Yun Hao did not conceal anything and briefly explained his encounter with Su Yulong and Su Hongling. Under the guidance of the waiter, he ascended to the 5th floor to room number Tian 3. Inquiring about Su Yulong, he discovered that his friend had booked the room for 10 days, staying only 1 day today, leaving him with 5 days left. This unexpected fortune delighted him, and the waiter mentioned that they could refund the remaining days. In this manner, he had managed to profit. Upon entering the room, it was evident that the Tian character accommodation was even more spacious than the D character ones, complete with a guest area, a bathing room, and a bedroom. Yun Hao immediately searched the bedside for the secret manual left by Su Yulong, uncertain whether he had been deceived. Chapter 57. Mastering in One Go. As he reached into the crevice of the bed, his heart leaped with joy upon discovering something. He pulled out a silk-wrapped package resembling a book. Upon opening it, he found 5 silver notes, each worth 10 taels, and beneath them was a text inscribed with the words Yulong Shou. The material was not ordinary paper. It felt more like a thin layer of animal hide. As he flipped through it, he realized it was not a book, but rather a single folded sheet. After approximately 10 minutes of careful reading, he found the contents to be few yet straightforward, with each character encapsulating essential points. There were 5 distinct levels, each with its own characteristics. He also understood why Su Yulong had stated that he had only mastered the first level, because beyond the first level, the cultivation of the other 4 levels required a formidable internal force known as dark energy. When Yun Hao saw the term dark energy, a realization struck him. No wonder Su Yulong had only mastered the first level. There was a threshold to surpass. One must at least attain the rank of a martial master to cultivate the subsequent levels. Yun Hao pondered his own status. Was he a martial artist or something else? While he might classify himself as a martial artist, he had never been defeated, whether against third-rate fighters or against those like Yu Shangshi and Zhou Chongli, who wielded dark energy. Perhaps he was akin to the immortal practitioners described by the old Taoist master. There seemed to be no clear definition. The old Taoist had often rambled about seeking immortality during his lifetime, yet he had never achieved any tangible results, not even evading the cycle of birth and death. Yun Hao believed that the path to immortality, at the very least, promised longevity. He now questioned whether such immortality existed as the old Taoist claimed. Perhaps it did, but he was simply unaware of it. Or perhaps it did not exist at all, and what remained was merely a more advanced martial path. For instance, a martial artist who cultivated dark energy within might represent this elevated martial way. According to the old Taoist texts, the energy flowing within him was termed Jinqi. Yun Hao now believed it to be a form of dark energy, albeit a more refined variant than the ordinary. Regardless, he was certain that his current strength surpassed that of an ordinary martial master. Looking at the Yulong Shou manual in his hands, Yun Hao prepared to practice. He felt that this manual was indeed of high caliber, far superior to the Gui Ying Gong he had obtained from the bandit hideout. Gui Ying Gong consisted of 2 volumes, the first covering body techniques and the second detailing martial skills, with no prerequisites regarding internal force. In contrast, Yulong Shou had 5 levels, and apart from the first level, which required minimal strength, the subsequent levels demanded substantial internal energy. However, the first level did not entirely dismiss the need for internal force. It required merely a basic understanding of clear energy to practice, making it relatively accessible. The first level of Yulong Shou was called Dragon Scale Strength. This was the introductory technique of Yulong Shou, wherein the practitioner must use specific hand techniques to strike acupoints across their body, guiding the internal energy to circulate, making the internal breath as resilient and tough as dragon scales. When executed, a faint glow would emanate from the skin, reminiscent of dragon scales, effectively resisting ordinary strikes and mitigating damage. Once mastered, the fingers could achieve an extraordinary balance of flexibility and strength, with speed that could astound. Each subsequent level required progressively more internal energy. Yun Hao did not linger on it further. He resolved to focus first on mastering the introductory level. He was uncertain how many years Su Yulong had practiced to achieve the first level. Yun Hao himself was unsure if he could master the dragon scale strength. The essence lay in the circulation of the meridians, converging at the hands to form the dragon scales, which would signify mastery. As for the techniques, they were secondary. The essence of skill lay within the heart and intent. Taking a deep breath, Yun Hao closed his eyes, sensing the internal flow of energy, and began to guide it according to the first level's principles. Gradually, he concentrated it in his left hand. If the so-called dragon scales were merely clear energy, they would be invisible, existing only as a sensation. However, if it were dark energy, it would be visible. In mastering, it would manifest a dragon scale-like glow on the surface of his hand. It sounded mystical, yet it was indeed something tangible. Feeling a slight warmth in his left hand, after one cycle of the technique, Yun Hao opened his eyes and was momentarily stunned. Was it truly this simple? He gazed at his left palm, where a shimmering aura flickered, faintly revealing a scale-like pattern. It was precisely as described in the first level of Yulong Shou. It covered his entire hand and extended to his forearm. In disbelief, After a prolonged moment of astonishment, he decided to try a different technique. When he gathered the energy in his right hand and executed the technique, he achieved success once more, encountering virtually no obstacles. He could hardly believe it. Had he truly mastered it? The glowing aura of dragon scales on both palms matched the description perfectly. Yun Hao moved his fingers, feeling that his hands were now tenfold more agile than before, as light as paper. He waved his hand, and a flicker of his fingers left a visible afterimage. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. "Knock, knock. Esteemed guest, we have come to deliver hot water for your bath. May we enter?" "Come." Yun Hao ceased his practice. The door swung open to reveal the waiter accompanied by two burly men, carrying a large tub of hot water. After a slight bow, the waiter directed the two men to pour the water into the bathing tub, sprinkling flower petals that filled the room with a fragrant aroma. After sending the two men away, the waiter flashed a servile smile and asked, "Esteemed guest, are you satisfied with the arrangements?" As he spoke, he extended his hand. Yun Hao, puzzled, replied, "Very well, thank you, brother waiter." "Ah, it is my duty," the waiter replied, rubbing his hands together. In his heart, however, he was already cursing. Was it not obvious? "Since you're satisfied, where is the tip?" Seeing that Yun Hao remained unmoved, the young waiter could only rub his fingers together awkwardly. Noticing the waiter's smile as he looked at him, Yun Hao instantly understood the implication and inwardly cursed. What a black-hearted fellow. Even for this he demands payment. These subtle gestures he had learned from Chower on the road. Reluctantly, he took out a small piece of silver and tossed it to the waiter. The waiter's smile broadened as he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed guest." Yun Hao, feeling impatient, replied, "You may leave now. I wish to bathe." However, the waiter did not depart. Instead, he stepped closer and whispered, "Esteemed guest, it seems you must be weary from your travels." Yun Hao responded with a simple sound of acknowledgement. The waiter's smile deepened further, and he chuckled. "If that is the case, would you require assistance with your bathing? Our Yun Lai Inn has the finest women who can attend to you, ensuring you emerge refreshed and feeling like a celestial being." Chapter 58. The Secret Code of the Mifeng Division. What does this mean? Although Yun Hao did not comprehend, the lecherous glint in the waiter's eyes made it evident that it was likely not a good proposition. The waiter, grinning lewdly, suddenly clapped his hands. Clap, clap. He then called out towards the entrance. "Everyone, come in and let the esteemed guest choose." He winked at Yun Hao, saying, "Esteemed guest, take a look. I assure you, you'll be satisfied. A woman to attend you costs merely 5 taels of silver." Before Yun Hao could grasp the situation, for scantily clad women entered through the door. Their revealing attire made him blush and hastily lower his gaze. The 4 women curtsied, addressing him with flirtatious glances. "We have come to serve you, my lord." Having grown up in a mountain village, Yun Hao had never encountered such a scene. He quickly pulled the waiter close and asked, "What is going on here?" He was genuinely confused. This was his first visit to a county town, and the sudden appearance of 4 alluring women left him feeling quite uncomfortable. The waiter, realizing Yun Hao's naivety, chuckled and leaned in to whisper a riddle into his ear. As Yun Hao listened, his eyes widened, and his face turned an even deeper shade of red. He had never felt such tension, not even in life-threatening situations. Upon hearing the waiter's explanation, he finally understood. It was that kind of affair, something he had heard about from Guzi in the village. He hastily exclaimed, "I don't need it, send them away." The waiter, still smiling, insisted, "But they have already come, esteemed guest." "I said leave." This time, Yun Hao's tone turned stern, his voice low and heavy. An unintentional aura of menace emanated from him, causing the room's temperature to drop slightly. Being accustomed to the hustle and bustle of the largest inn in Huaiyang County, the waiter's sharp perception kicked in. Sensing the oppressive energy radiating from Yun Hao, he realized that this young guest was no ordinary person, but a martial artist. It was not wise to provoke him. Initially intending to swindle some silver, the waiter now deemed it unnecessary, fearing a violent reaction. With an awkward smile, he gestured for the 4 women to leave. With a thud, Yun Hao closed the door behind them, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. The waiter's lascivious words and the alluring figures of the women lingered in his mind. In a swift motion, he shed his garments and plunged into the wooden tub, feeling some of his agitation dissipate. This was his first encounter with such a situation, and he felt quite embarrassed. Looking down, he noticed his cheeks had reddened even further. After several deep breaths using the zhe, song, tu na, gong technique, he began to feel somewhat calmer. Is this what the Jianghu is like? Yun Hao mused, recalling the old Taoist words about the very nature of Jianghu affairs. After bathing, he donned a set of coarse linen garments, feeling rejuvenated. He had indeed gone days without a proper wash, and the grime and blood had finally been cleansed away. As mealtime approached, Yun Hao summoned the waiter to tidy the room and set a table of dishes, inviting Chower and Honggu to dine together. Considering his hearty appetite and the fact that Chower and the others had not enjoyed a proper meal, he resolutely handed the waiter a tin-tail silver note to arrange the feast. The waiter, overjoyed, kept a broad smile on his face. A lavish spread would not even cost 10 taels. The finest meal at the inn could be arranged for 7 or 8 taels, leaving the rest as his commission. Chower was the first to arrive at Yun Hao's room. Upon entering, she exclaimed dramatically, "Brother, your room is enormous." Yun Hao was pleased by her calling him brother. Feeling a sense of familial affection for her, he produced 2 tin-tael silver notes and said, "After we finish eating, go out and buy yourself 2 sets of clothes. Get whatever you like." Chower did not reach for the notes, but instead giggled. "Thank you, brother. Actually, I have silver at Hafeng Mountain Stronghold. You gave Yunyang 500 taels to distribute among the people, and when I left, Yunyang gave me 50 taels." She had refrained from mentioning this earlier, fearing Yun Hao's reprimand, but in truth, she had taken the 50 taels from Yunyang by force. Yun Hao recognized that Chower was clever and resourceful, and thus did not press the matter. He patted her head and said, "Fine, if you run out of money, feel free to ask me anytime." Chower beamed with happiness. She had also bathed, and, aside from her tattered clothes, her face was clean, revealing her fair complexion with bright, round, sparkling eyes and delicate features, a true beauty in the making, albeit somewhat frail due to prolonged hardship in the bandit lair. Yun Hao thought to himself that he would ensure his little sister grew plump and healthy. As they chatted, Honggu and Xiao Dai entered the room. The waiter, carrying 2 large food boxes, followed closely behind with the meal. Yun Hao welcomed Honggu and the others to take their seats. In the spacious living room, the waiter arranged plates of delicacies on the grand pearwood round table. The exquisite spread made Chower's eyes sparkle, and even Yun Hao could not help but swallow hard. The centerpiece was a roasted suckling pig, its shiny skin a tempting chestnut color, glistening enticingly, clearly the result of meticulous preparation, with crispy skin and tender meat. Beside it, a blue and white porcelain dish held a squirrel-shaped fish, its flesh intricately cut and fried to perfection, resembling a lively squirrel. In a large white bowl, thick soup shimmered with a golden hue, enticing and aromatic. Over a dozen dishes left Yun Hao and Chower standing before the table, their eyes wide open. Fixated on the food, their mouths slightly agape, saliva pooling in their mouths. Chower clutched the hem of her garment tightly, her feet fidgeting in place, gazing longingly and murmuring, "These dishes look so exquisite. They must taste wonderful." Only Honggu and Xiao Dai stood calmly to the side, smiling at Yun Hao and Chower. Xiao Dai, with a slight smirk, remarked to Chower, "When traveling, to be able to enjoy such meals is quite fortunate." She seemed indifferent to the sumptuous feast laid before them, as if she were already accustomed to such lavishness. Yu Qinghong shot a sharp glare at Xiao Dai, signaling her to remain silent. Xiao Dai shrank back, daring not to speak further. Yun Hao, oblivious to the dynamic between Honggu and Xiao Dai, turned to the drooling Chower and said, "Let us eat. There is no need for formality. Honggu and Xiao Dai, please do not be shy. Let us enjoy our meal." "All right." Honggu still maintained a degree of restraint. The four began to feast, with Yun Hao and Chower showing no qualms about their eating habits. The food was delightfully savory. Initially, Yu Qinghong and Xiao Dai had upheld some semblance of royal decorum, but having endured days without a proper meal, they were influenced by Yun Hao and Chower's hearty appetites. They began to eat with gusto, realizing that dining in such a manner was indeed quite enjoyable. After the meal, Yu Qinghong expressed her intention to go out and procure some clothing. Yun Hao bestowed upon her 100 taels of silver, knowing that she hailed from a prestigious family, and that such a sum would be insufficient for her needs. He casually suggested she also take Chao Er along to purchase several outfits. Yu Qinghong felt a bit embarrassed, but accepted Yun Hao's generosity. promising to repay him upon reaching Liangzhou. Yun Hao waved off her concerns nonchalantly. Chao Er inquired if Yun Hao would not accompany them, to which he replied with a smile, stating that he was quite fatigued and wished to catch up on some rest, encouraging the three of them to go without him. The trio, not wanting to impose, departed happily. Meanwhile, Yun Hao closed the door to his room and resumed his practice of the Yulong Shou. After Yu Qinghong, accompanied by Chao Er and Xiao Dai, procured their garments, Chao Er underwent a remarkable transformation into a young lady, prompting Xiao Dai to express a hint of envy, remarking on her newfound beauty. Exiting the clothing shop, Yu Qinghong's gaze was drawn to a black, gold-trimmed kite hanging in the window of a tea house across the street. Her eyes sparkled with recognition as she instructed Xiao Dai, "Take Xiao Er over there to purchase some rouge and powder while I indulge in a cup at the tea house." "As you wish, miss," Xiao Dai replied, having also noticed the ominous kite, recognizing it as a coded signal. As Yu Qinghong's personal maid, she understood that the black kite was a communication emblem of the Royal Secret Wind Agency. Chapter 59. The arrival of the secret envoy and the High Priestess's divine techniques. Yu Qinghong felt a surge of excitement upon finally spotting the signal from the Secret Wind Agency. After encountering bandits, she had lost contact for 3 days, her greatest concern being the well-being of the Empress Dowager. Her excessive caution and the small number of companions had led to their unfortunate encounter with the bandits, resulting in the severance of communication. According to their agreement, a spy was supposed to mark their meeting point each day to report on developments. Little did she know that bandits would thwart their plans. Fortunately, the signal had been sent today. She had intended to find a way to contact the spies, unaware that the Secret Wind Agency had already issued a signal. Upon entering the tea house, the attendant regarded Yu Qinghong with a respectful demeanor, simply stating, "Noble guest, please ascend to the second floor." Yu Qinghong surmised that the Secret Wind Agency had already been informed of her arrival in Huaiyang. The agency constituted an extensive network overseeing the realm, with the true power lying behind the scenes with the Empress Dowager. Such agencies were typically controlled by the emperor, but in the case of her elder brother, a precedent had been set. He had willingly entrusted the agency to the Empress Dowager's oversight. There were 2 reasons for this arrangement. First, the bond between her elder brother and the Empress Dowager was genuine, unlike the nominal relationship of the previous emperor and his mother. The Empress Dowager had provided significant assistance to her brother, even while she was still the empress, aiding the late emperor in state affairs with her cunning and strategic mind. Their connection was profound, and she supported her brother in all matters. Secondly, following the disappearance of the empress, her brother had grown increasingly despondent, neglecting state affairs despite inheriting the throne. The Empress Dowager had taken on much of the responsibility behind the scenes, especially as her brother's health deteriorated over the past 2 years, to the point he no longer attended morning court. In essence, the majority of state affairs had fallen to the Empress Dowager. Although the Secret Wind Agency officially answered to the emperor, in reality, it was beholden to the Empress Dowager. Yu Qinghong felt she could fully trust the agency, for the Empress Dowager's only children were she and her elder brother. With her brother lacking heirs and his health declining, there were increasing calls within the court to adopt a prince from the Wu Wang lineage to secure the throne. This sentiment was gaining momentum to the point where even the Empress Dowager struggled to contain it. Consequently, she dispatched Yu Qinghong to search for the whereabouts of the missing empress. Upon ascending to the second floor, she found the space devoid of others. At the entrance of the room where she had seen the kite outside the window, a young girl stood. Upon seeing Yu Qinghong, her eyes brightened, and she hastily knelt, exclaiming, "I pay my respects to your highness." Yu Qinghong quickly interjected, "Do not address me as your highness in public," assisting the girl to her feet. This young girl was one of the Empress Dowager's maids, named Ji Yuan. "There is no need for concern, your highness. The entire tea house is filled with our people," Ji Yuan reassured her. Yu Qinghong nodded and asked, "Ji Yuan, what brings you here? Should you not be attending to the Empress Dowager? How are she and His Majesty?" Ji Yuan replied, "Your highness need not worry. Both the Empress Dowager and His Majesty are well. I have come accompanying Right Envoy Mei Hua. Please, enter quickly. The envoy has been awaiting you." As she spoke, she opened the door for Yu Qinghong. Upon hearing Mei Hua's name, Yu Qinghong was taken aback and hurried inside. Fully aware of Mei Hua's long-standing service to the Empress Dowager since her childhood, recognized as the highest-ranking female official, respected even by princes and grandsons. Furthermore, Mei Hua held the position of right envoy within the Secret Wind Agency, the highest authority being the chief, followed by the left and right envoys. The chief resided in the imperial city, while the left envoy protected her elder brother, and the right envoy, Mei Hua, had safeguarded the Empress Dowager for decades without leaving the palace. To her surprise, Mei Hua had ventured outside this time, making her the third most significant figure within the Secret Wind Agency. In the room, seated on a bed, was a woman with graying hair yet youthful, porcelain-like skin, and dark eyebrows, appearing to be in her 40s. Yu Qinghong recognized that Mei Hua must be at least 60 years old, her youthful appearance attributed to her mastery of martial arts. Though Yu Qinghong was not versed in martial arts, she understood that Mei Hua had reached the level of a martial arts master, particularly in swordsmanship. Her mother had often spoken of Mei Hua's formidable prowess. Mei Hua, Yu Qinghong softly called, slightly bowing in respect. Mei Hua opened her eyes, a flash of brilliance momentarily illuminating her gaze. A warm smile graced her features as she quickly rose to support Yu Qinghong, exclaiming, "Your Highness, you overstate my merit. Why have you come in person, Mei Hua?" Yu Qinghong asked, displaying a childlike demeanor, playfully grasping her hand, having grown up under Mei Hua's care. After seating Yu Qinghong, Mei Hua expressed her relief, saying, "Seeing you safe has eased my heart. After losing contact 3 days ago, you cannot imagine how anxious the Empress Dowager became. She sent me personally to Liangzhou to find you." Yu Qinghong responded, "I apologize for causing concern of mother and you. I never anticipated encountering bandits, and all 8 of my guards were slain without a messenger to alert anyone. Fortunately, I escaped without harm. By the way, when did you and Ji Yuan arrive in Huaiyang? It is several thousand miles from the capital. You could not have traveled here in just 3 days. Did you find me earlier?" Mei Hua's expression turned solemn as she respectfully gestured towards the capital, saying, "After you lost contact, the Empress Dowager grew anxious, fearing for your safety. She personally sought the High Priestess to intervene, setting up a teleportation array that brought us to Liangzhou yesterday. I activated the entire network of spies in Liangzhou and finally located you, only to discover that a young man had already rescued you from the Black Wind Mountain bandits. To avoid drawing attention, I ordered no contact until we reached Huaiyang before issuing the signal to meet you." Yu Qinghong was astonished. The High Priestess actually intervened to help? Indeed, it was out of the Empress Dowager's concern for you that she sought the High Priestess. The Priestess's abilities are truly remarkable. We were transported from the Priestess's palace to Liangzhou in the blink of an eye, Mei Hua remarked with awe. Yu Qinghong was astonished. The Priest Palace held a uniquely special status within the Dayu dynasty. According to legend, the Grand Priest was said to be a celestial being, never participating in the intrigues of the court or interfering in mundane affairs, remaining aloof from worldly matters. Regaining her composure, Yu Qinghong inquired, "Momo, does this mean you are aware of our journey from Heifeng Mountain to Huaiyang County?" Mei Hua Momo nodded. "Yes, I am aware. The spies from the Secret Wind Division are quite diligent and have even uncovered information about the young man by your side." With a solemn expression, Yu Qinghong replied, "Momo, this is precisely what I wanted to discuss. That young man is named Yun Hao, and I now suspect he may be the child born to my imperial sister-in-law 16 years ago. The urgent matter at hand is to investigate who abandoned Yun Hao in Xinghai Town and whether it is related to my imperial sister-in-law. Did she stay in Xinghai Town 16 years ago?" Mei Hua Momo's expression grew serious as she said, "Your Highness, this is exactly what I intended to discuss with you." Chapter 60, Bloodhair Flame Soul Technique. 36 wind guards as Yu Qinghong and Yun Hao traversed their path, although Yun Hao shared some matters regarding his family. It was merely a cursory account, leaving her unaware of his true lineage. Now, hearing Mei Hua Momo mention that spies had gathered information about Yun Hao, she was filled with anticipation. "Momo, please elaborate. What is the situation with Yun Hao?" Though she firmly believed Yun Hao bore a striking resemblance to her imperial brother, matters concerning the royal family and the very foundation of the Dayu dynasty could not be taken lightly. It was insufficient to ascertain Yun Hao's connection to her brother based solely on appearance. Concrete evidence was imperative. Mei Hua Momo pondered before speaking. The intelligence gathered by the spies reveals that Yun Hao was found by an old Taoist priest, who later entrusted him to a couple from the Yun family in Qingshui village. Subsequently, their village was ravaged by bandits from Heifeng Mountain. Our investigation indicates that the bandits injured Yun Wei, Yun Hao's sister, prompting him to slay all the bandits and obliterate a martial arts school in Xinghe town that colluded with them. Yu Qinghong seized upon the crucial detail and quickly asked, "Momo, does Yun Hao have a sister? What has happened to her?" Throughout their journey, Yun Hao had not mentioned having a sister. Meihuan Momo responded, "Interestingly, the spies discovered that Yun Hao took his sister, Yun Wei, to the town for treatment. But the medical establishment concluded she was a living dead. The physician advised Yun Hao to seek out renowned doctors across the land, as perhaps they could awaken the living dead Yun Wei. The physician provided Yun Hao with an address of a famous doctor in Liangzhou, which explains his journey there. However, what perplexed them was that after leaving Xinghe town with Yun Wei, he returned to the village, yet his sister was nowhere to be found. Nowhere to be found? How did that come to be? Yu Qinghong asked, puzzled. Meihuan Momo shook her head. The spy's investigation suggests that Yun Wei may have died and was buried by Yun Hao in some location, or perhaps there are other reasons. Afterward, Yun Hao departed Qingshui village seeking vengeance against the bandits, eliminating the bandits from Heifeng Mountain. Fortunately, Yun Hao appeared in the bandits' lair and saved you, Your Highness. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. As for Yun Hao's continued journey to Liangzhou, it might be in pursuit of medical knowledge. Medical knowledge? Yu Qinghong replied, perplexed. If his sister Yun Wei has indeed passed, what purpose does seeking a renowned doctor serve? Meihuan Momo shook her head. This is something I cannot ascertain. Perhaps Yun Wei's fate has deeply affected Yun Hao, igniting within him a desire to learn medicine. Alternatively, it is possible that Yun Hao has placed Yun Wei in some location, maintaining her in a state of living dead. It is plausible that Yun Hao seeks renowned physicians to treat Yun Wei. Regardless of the reason, only Yun Hao knows. Yu Qinghong sighed. Alas, he has endured too much. She then inquired, what about the whereabouts of my imperial sister-in-law? Meihuan Momo's demeanor turned grave as she stated. The spies discovered that the former princess Yu lived in a small village in Xinghe town under an assumed identity for over half a year, indeed giving birth to a male infant. However, what transpired afterward remains unknown, as that village was silenced overnight. By the time the spies arrived, it had been abandoned for over a decade, and the princess had vanished without leaving any trace. As for whether Yun Hao is the child of the princess, it cannot be confirmed at this moment. Yet, based on the various clues, it appears that Yun Hao was abandoned on the official road of Xinghe town, later found by the old Taoist priest. The timing and location align with the princess's childbirth. Yu Qinghong exclaimed with excitement, if that is the case. It is highly probable that Yun Hao is indeed the child of my imperial brother, left behind by my imperial sister-in-law. Meihuan Momo remarked, considering the accounts from the old eunuch and palace maids over a decade ago, along with the information from Xinghe town, there is indeed a possibility. However, it is insufficient to prove that Yun Hao is His Majesty's son. Further confirmation is required. Yu Qinghong suppressed her excitement. Momo, instruct the spies to investigate further regarding the disappearance of the princess. I may be able to try my hand at Yun Hao's side. It is customary for royal offspring to possess tokens of identity. My sister-in-law was once a princess and would have received a heritage token upon entering the royal lineage. If she indeed bore a child, it stands to reason that such a token would have been passed to the child. After a pause, she continued, Yun Hao's journey to Liangzhou, I will suggest, is to seek a marriage alliance there. Throughout our journey, I have established a measure of trust with Yun Hao, and I will seek an opportunity to ascertain whether he possesses any tokens of identity. Meihuan Momo smiled. In fact, there is an even simpler and more direct method to determine whether Yun Hao is of royal blood. What method? Yu Qinghong inquired. Meihuan Momo explained. It is said that the priest palace possesses a secret technique known as the blood hair flame soul technique, which is the most accurate method for establishing kinship. By taking strands of hair or blood from both parties and employing this secret method, one can ascertain whether they share a blood relationship. Yu Qinghong's eyes sparkled with intrigue. How simple. I shall find an opportunity to acquire some of Yun Hao's hair, and at that time, Momo, you can arrange for someone to send it back to the priest palace for verification. This is indeed a trivial matter, Momo nodded. Yu Qinghong pondered and then asked Momo, do you think I should disclose this information to Yun Hao? Perhaps I could directly inquire if he possesses any identity tokens. Momo shook her head. That would be unwise. For now, we can only ascertain that the timeline of Yun Hao's origins and abandonment aligns, but we are unaware of any other details. We are secretly leaving the palace. If someone with ill intentions were to discover that we are investigating the matter of the former princess, It could lead to unnecessary complications and potentially place Yun Hao in danger. The Wang family lineage has been gaining strength, having even chosen a successor for the Wang mansion, preparing to present him to the palace for His Majesty and the Empress Dowager's decision. If they were to learn that the Emperor has a child in the common realm, they would undoubtedly go to great lengths to eliminate him. Yu Qinghong shivered at this analysis. She wholeheartedly believed every word spoken by Momo. The Wang family had contended for the throne over a decade ago, ultimately resulting in her brother's ascension. However, the people of the Wang mansion had never relinquished their ambitions. Over the years, they had plotted to adopt heirs under the pretext of her brother's lack of progeny. The Wang family now wielded considerable power, and even her mother sometimes had to concede. The matter of Yun Hao indeed required utmost caution. Subsequently, Yu Qinghong and Meihua Momo conversed for a long while. They concluded that Meihua Momo would meet with Yun Hao under the guise of being Yu Qinghong's aunt, claiming to have received news and traveled from Liangzhou to welcome Yu Qinghong, coincidentally encountering him at a tea house. They would then journey together to Liangzhou. As Yun Hao was headed there, Yu Qinghong naturally intended to accompany him. Simultaneously, she would devise a way to obtain traces of his blood and hair, sending them secretly to the priest palace in the capital for further verification. Yu Qinghong sought to ascertain whether Yun Hao possessed any tokens of identity. In the tea house, Yu Qinghong penned a secret letter intended for the Empress, detailing matters regarding Yun Hao, which necessitated her mother's discernment. "Mama, the letter is ready. Please have the spy deliver it to the palace post-haste. The sooner, the better," Yu Qinghong instructed. Meihua Mama chuckled softly. "Your Highness need not fret. The Secret Wind Division possesses specially trained wind eagles, wondrous creatures that can soar 1,000 miles in a day. If sent today, it shall reach the palace by tomorrow." She then called out, "Ji Yuan, come in." Ji Yuan entered and respectfully bowed. "Mama, Ji Yuan is here. Take this letter and have the wind eagle deliver it." Meihua Mama commanded. "Understood," Ji Yuan replied before departing. Curiosity piqued. Yu Qinghong refrained from inquiring further, as the Secret Wind Division held many mysteries unknown to her, particularly the wind eagles. Observing Ji Yuan leave, she asked, "Mama, is Ji Yuan also a member of the Secret Wind Division?" Meihua Mama smiled indeed. All 8 maidservants by the Empress's side are elite members of the Secret Wind Division, Wind Blade and Wind Shadow Guards, each a first-class Secret Wind Guard, with the weakest being Martial Masters. Ji Yuan stands out among them, possessing the strength of a great martial master. The Empress specifically requested Ji Yuan to accompany and protect you, as your previous journey was overly cautious with only 8 ordinary guards, which nearly led to disaster. Such occurrences shall not repeat. I have selected the finest first-class Wind Blade and Wind Shadow Guards from Liangzhou, forming a covert cohort of 36 guards to ensure your safety. All under Ji Yuan's command. She will follow your orders, while I may not remain by your side for long, as I must return to safeguard the Empress. Thank you, Mama, for your diligence. Let us return to the inn. You should meet Yun Hao, for the Empress will certainly inquire about him upon our return." Yu Qinghong remarked. Meihua Mama rose. "That is indeed prudent. Let us proceed." The two exited the tea house, with Ji Yuan following closely, while 36 guards discreetly spread out to protect them. In Chapter 61, Chao was willing to splurge for her elder brother. Xiao Dai accompanied Chao to purchase cosmetics suitable for young ladies. For Chao this was her first experience buying such items. Approaching the age of 13, she found herself at a delicate juncture, as many girls from other families were already being courted and beginning to use cosmetics. Both shy and excited, Chao relished the experience. After their shopping, she insisted on visiting a store dedicated to men's clothing, for her elder brother Yun Hao had not ventured out. Though she appeared carefree, she was quite attentive to Yun Hao's needs. He was still clad in coarse linen. She thought of purchasing him clothes. Silk was quite expensive, with a set costing 10 taels of silver. Nevertheless, Chao joyfully bought 2 sets, along with 2 pairs of boots, a fine belt, and even 2 sets of undergarments, totaling nearly 30 taels of silver. Yet, she felt exhilarated. Xiao Dai, puzzled, inquired, "Chao, you are now a young lady. Why buy men's clothing? Besides, don't you think they are too large?" "Hee, I bought them for my elder brother. He still wears coarse fabric," Chao replied with a smile. Xiao Dai, realizing this, responded with envy. "You truly are willing to spend. You spent less than 3 taels on 2 sets for yourself." Chao gazed at Xiao Dai. "You don't understand. As an orphan, having a family member brings me joy. Buying clothes for my brother, whether it costs 30 taels or 300, I would not mind. Now let us go. Yu Qinghong had yet to emerge from the tea house, and Xiao Dai dared not lead Xiao Er to search for her. Thus, the two girls indulged in every snack along the street. After sampling each delicacy, Xiao Er insisted on bringing a portion back for Yun Hao. When Yu Qinghong finally appeared, she was astonished to see Xiao Er carrying a multitude of items. "Xiao, why did you buy so much?" she asked, bemused. Xiao Er replied matter-of-factly, "I bought them for my elder brother." Yu Qinghong was taken aback, scolding herself for not being as attentive as the young girl, having forgotten to purchase clothing for Yun Hao. Yet this was hardly surprising. As the esteemed princess of the Yu dynasty, she had never concerned herself with such mundane matters. This girl is the sworn sister of Yun Hao. Mei Hua Mama's eyes sparkled as she inquired of Yu Qinghong. Yes. Her nickname is Xiao Er, and her full name is Yun Jiaro. I had mentioned her to you at the tea house before. She indeed appears to possess some talent. Mei Hua Mamarimakt. Come here, little girl. Let me have a look at you. Who is this, Sister Hong? Kao asked, puzzled by the sudden appearance of two new individuals after Yu Qinghong's return from the tea house. Yu Qinghong understood who Mei Hua Mama was. She was a master swordswoman, capable of discerning talent. Ciao, or this is my aunt from Liangzhou. After receiving word of my arrival, she came to meet me and fortuitously encountered me at the tea house. You may call her Mei Hua Mama. Chao did not ponder further and stepped forward, greeting, "Hello, Mei Hua Mama." "Ah, the little girl is quite clever. Come closer." "Let me see you," Mei Hua Mama responded, visibly pleased. Chao, trusting in Yu Qinghong, approached and allowed Mei Hua Mama to examine her. Not bad. Indeed, a good candidate for sword training, Mei Hua Mama exclaimed, delighted. Yu Qinghong said, "Aunt, let us return to the inn and discuss this further." Indeed, that would be wise. The bustling street is not conducive to conversation. With a large bundle of items in her hands, Chao was approached by Ji Yuan, who offered a sweet smile. "Little sister Chao I am Ji Yuan, Mama's maidservant. May I assist you with your belongings?" "Thank you, Sister Ji Yuan," Chao replied, appreciating Ji Yuan's sweet demeanor and beauty as she handed over some of her items. Xiao Dai exclaimed, "Sister Ji Yuan, I didn't expect you to be here as well." Ji Yuan smiled and nodded, subtly signaling Xiao Dai not to reveal her true identity. Xiao Dai recognized both Mei Hua Mama and Ji Yuan as individuals close to the Empress, and she felt intimidated in Mei Hua Mama's presence. Having not dared to approach earlier and merely standing behind Chao with a slight bow. Having visited Yu Qinghong often, Ji Yuan was familiar with the two girls. The group arrived at the inn, where accommodations had already been arranged by members of the Secret Wind Division. They were granted the finest room available. Yu Qinghong and Mei Hua Mama settled in, preparing to meet Yun Hao. Mei Hua Mama and Yu Qinghong discussed hosting a banquet for Yun Hao that evening under the guise of Yu Qinghong's aunt. Meanwhile, Yun Hao remained inside his room, having spent the afternoon practicing the dragon control hand technique. Supported by his inner energy, he managed to reach the third level. The first level, Dragon Scale Force, enveloped his arms with internal energy, providing formidable defense and agility. The second level, Dragon Claw Capture, mimicked the dragon's grasping technique, requiring the practitioner to strengthen their finger strength using specially crafted tools until they could easily penetrate them. In combat, this skill could unexpectedly seize an opponent's weapon or immobilize their joints, making escape exceedingly difficult, akin to being caught in the claws of a mighty dragon. The third level, Dragon Flame Force, concentrated internal energy in the palm, forging a scorching power. When unleashed, his palm glowed like a blazing fire, capable of inflicting severe burns on the opponent, akin to being scorched by dragon flames. However, utilizing the Dragon Flame Force consumed a significant amount of internal energy. After trying it once, Yun Hao had scorched the table and dared not attempt it again for fear of having to compensate for the damage. Achieving the third level was a source of great satisfaction for him. After consuming a vitality pill and regulating his breathing, he replenished his internal energy. Just as he regained his composure, he heard Chao calling from outside, "Elder brother, open the door. We have returned." He rose to open the door, momentarily taken aback by the sight of three young ladies at the entrance, recognizing Xiao Dai, but failing to identify the first. Until the other party chuckled and called out Big Brother. Yun Hao finally awoke from his reverie. "Are you Chao?" "Yes, it's me, Big Brother." Chao replied with a shy smile. In Yun Hao's eyes, Chower had donned a new outfit, a girl's attire that transformed her into a different person altogether. She looked beautiful, which explained why he had not recognized her at first. He then noticed that Chower was carrying a large bundle of items, with Xiao Dai and a young woman standing behind her. Coming back to his senses, Yun Hao asked, "Who is this with you, Chow?" As he spoke, he gestured for the three of them to enter. All three were holding items. Chower set down her belongings and said, "This is Sister Ji Yuan, who helped me bring these things." Ji Yuan, composed and graceful, bowed slightly and said, "Ji Yuan pays her respects to the young lord." "You are too kind, Miss Ji Yuan," Yun Hao replied, still unaccustomed to others bowing to him. He was still quite puzzled. Xiao Dai quickly added, "Young lord, Sister Ji Yuan is a maidservant of our Miss Mei Hua, Papa. When we were out, Mei Hua Papa received news of the young lady's arrival in Liangzhou and specifically came to seek her. Naturally, this was all arranged beforehand by Yu Qinghong." After Xiao Dai finished speaking, Ji Yuan addressed Yun Hao. "Young lord, my master wishes to express her gratitude by inviting you to dinner at the Tianzi Sanfang. We hope you will honor us with your presence." Yun Hao then understood that Honggu had encountered relatives and did not think much of it, replying, "All right, I will definitely attend." The maidservant takes her leave, Ji Yuan said with a slight bow before exiting, followed by Xiao Dai. Yun Hao felt somewhat uneasy about the formalities. Chower cheerfully remarked, "Big brother, Honggu does not seem to be from an ordinary family. You will need to slowly adapt to the manners of those around her." Yun Hao smiled wryly. "I come from humble beginnings and cannot easily adjust to such things." He decided to set aside these thoughts and continued, "Come here. Big brother wants to see what I have bought for you. Try on the clothes and shoes to see if they fit." Chow eagerly took out a satin garment, hoping Yun Hao would try it on. Upon seeing the clothes Chow presented and then glancing at her own fabric, Yun Hao felt a lump in his throat. This was the first time, apart from his sister, that someone had bought clothes for him. It was evident that while Chow wore simple fabric, she had purchased satin for him. It would be a lie to say he was not moved. This little sister was worth having. She gave him the best. Yun Hao's eyes glistened slightly. Chow giggled, "Big brother, go try it on and see if it fits." "All right, I will go now." Chapter 62. Honggu styles hair and draws blood. When Yun Hao stepped out from behind the screen, Chower's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly dropping her jaw. He was clad in a royal blue satin robe, the fabric soft and smooth, perfectly accentuating Yun Hao's tall and slender figure, broad shoulders and narrow waist. Standing as straight as a pine tree, a dark jade belt cinched his waist, highlighting his elongated form and adding an air of composure and nobility. His sword-like brows and starry eyes exuded charisma. Yun Hao's face, already well-defined, bore a slightly bashful smile that hinted at his modesty. In this brand-new satin attire, his demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. Every gesture radiated elegance and confidence, as if he had transformed from an ordinary youth into a refined gentleman of a prominent family. Chower gazed in disbelief. The Yun Hao before her was a far cry from the fearsome youth she had seen on the night of the Black Wind Mountain. This was also Yun Hao's first time wearing such fine clothes, and he felt a bit out of place. Under Chower's scrutinizing gaze, he awkwardly inquired, "How do I look?" Chower exaggeratedly responded, "Big brother, as a rustic bandit might say, you are now dashing and handsome, like a phoenix among men." Yun Hao chuckled at her words. "Where did you learn that?" "It's just new clothes." "Of course it is. My big brother could charm a whole crowd of young ladies," she teased. "Next time, don't buy me such fine clothes. Ordinary fabric will suffice. You, on the other hand, should wear something beautiful. Here, take this silver and buy yourself something nice." Yun Hao took out 4 silver notes and handed them to Chower. Although he did not know how much she had spent on his clothes, he could guess that such satin garments were undoubtedly expensive and that she must have exhausted the money she had received from Yin Yang. "I don't want it. I still have silver." Chower shook her head, refusing to accept. Yun Hao's expression darkened. "Just take it. You will spend it when we go out together." This time, Chower did not decline and happily accepted the 200 taels of silver. "By the way, big brother, try this candied hawthorn. It's delicious." Xiao Dai said it's a kind of preserved fruit. "All right, and this drink is also very good." "Okay." The two enjoyed snacks and chatted in the room. And Yun Hao's smile, rare to see, gradually appeared more frequently. He was still a young man after all. Chow had never eaten candied hawthorn either. It was a first for them both. Before they knew it, evening had arrived. A knock sounded at the door. Chow opened it to find Ji Yuan had returned. "Young lord, Miss Jiao, my mistress, and Miss Honggu invite you both to dinner." Ji Yuan entered, still formal in her invitation. Yun Hao rose and said, "Thank you, Miss Ji Yuan." As Yun Hao followed Chao and Ji Yuan to the Tianzi San room, he saw Honggu standing at the doorway alongside a woman with graying hair yet a rosy complexion. The atmosphere was formal and dignified, leaving Yun Hao feeling quite flattered. Before he could speak, Honggu introduced, "Yun Hao, allow me to introduce you. This is my aunt, whom you'll call Mei Hua Papa." "Greetings, Mei Hua Papa." Yun Hao stepped forward and cupped his hands in salute, having learned some etiquette of the martial world. "Oh, please rise, young Lord Yun. I must thank you for rescuing our Honggu." Mei Hua Papa bowed slightly to Yun Hao. "I dare not take such praise," he replied, observing Mei Hua Papa closely. At first glance, he sensed she was extraordinary, exuding a sharp aura. He was astonished. This was his instinct, and it could not be wrong. Mei Hua Papa was a master, a formidable one, stronger than anyone he had encountered. Her gaze was bright and profound, revealing depths he could not fathom. Mei Hua Papa was also quite surprised. As a master of the sword path, she naturally possessed a perception beyond ordinary people. Sensing the pure and profound energy emanating from Yun Hao, remarkable for his young age, coupled with the intelligence gathered by the secret Wind Division about Yun Hao's prior destruction of the Lu Yun Martial Arts Hall and the bandits of Black Wind Mountain, who had slain 2 martial artists, it was evident that no ordinary person could achieve such feats at his tender age. When Mei Hua Papa observed Yun Hao's appearance, she felt a ripple of recognition. She exchanged a glance with Princess Yu Qinghong, both noting the striking resemblance. Yun Hao's features bore an uncanny likeness to the current emperor, almost as if he had been carved from the same mold. No wonder the princess held him in such high regard, affirming his royal lineage. Mei Hua Papa could not help but feel a sense of respect growing within her. Honggu interjected, "Aunt, shall we take our seats and chat while we eat?" She feared Mei Hua Papa might reveal something amiss. For now, it was crucial that Yun Hao remained unaware of their true identities. "Oh yes, how could I forget? Young Lord Yun, please take a seat," Mei Hua Papa said hastily. "Thank you, Papa." Yun Hao found it somewhat peculiar. This elder's demeanor towards him was exceedingly kind. He had already gathered that Mei Hua Papa and Ji Yuan were Honggu's relatives, but did not dwell on it. This meal was a gesture of gratitude for saving Honggu, and Yun Hao felt no need to be overly formal. The banquet was sumptuous, but only Yun Hao Chara, Honggu, and Mei Hua Papa were seated, while Xiao Dai and Ji Yuan, being maidservants, stood to the side. Yun Hao discerned that Mei Hua Papa, with her extraordinary demeanor, hailed from a prominent family. He had previously heard the old Taoist mention that wealthy families have many rules. Now, witnessing it firsthand, he truly perceives the truth in those words. At the dining table, Mei Hua Papa and Honggu were tirelessly serving dishes for themselves and Chao, leaving Yun Hao feeling somewhat embarrassed. In contrast, Chao was merrily devouring her meal. Yun Hao, with a hearty appetite, never hesitated to eat without waste. The abundance of dishes was nearly consumed by him. After satisfying his hunger, he poured tea, and the group engaged in light conversation, agreeing to set off early the next morning for Liangzhou City. Seemingly casually, Mei Hua Papa inquired about Yun Hao's purpose for traveling to Liangzhou City. Yun Hao, not wishing to conceal anything, revealed his intention to seek a renowned physician there. Mei Hua Papa did not pry further into his reasons for finding the physician, but assured him that she would facilitate the introduction upon their arrival in Liangzhou City, greatly enhancing Yun Hao's gratitude. At that moment, Chao suddenly interjected, expressing concern about potential dangers in Liangzhou City. Mei Hua Papa and Honggu turned their attention to Chao, questioning her about these dangers. Chao proceeded to recount the rumors of collusion between the Black Wind Mountain and the governor's office, which involved nurturing demonic beasts, as well as the incident where her elder brother Yun Hao had slain one of those beasts, causing the ghostly figure of Luo to flee. This revelation was unknown to Mei Hua Papa and Honggu, who had not heard Yun Hao mention it on their journey. It became apparent that there was indeed a connection between Black Wind Mountain and the Liangzhou governor's office. Yu Qinghong's expression darkened as she coldly remarked on the governor's office. However, Mei Hua Papa pondered for a moment before reassuring Yunlang Jun, stating that she had acquaintances in Liangzhou City, and with her presence, the governor's office would think twice before causing trouble for him. Yun Hao remained undeterred, focused solely on his mission to find a physician for his sister Yun Wei, deeming it of utmost importance. The potential troubles from the governor's office could be addressed later, as he held no fear. He expressed his gratitude to Mei Hua Papa. After a brief conversation, Yun Hao prepared to take his leave. Unexpectedly, Honggu interjected, suggesting, "Yun Hao, your hair is rather unkempt. How about I help you tidy it up?" Taken aback by this sudden offer, Yun Hao realized the disarray of his hair, but felt uncomfortable with the idea of Honggu styling it. Just as he was about to decline, Honggu approached him with a smile, insisting, "What is there to be embarrassed about? Rest assured, my skills in hairstyling are quite proficient." Without waiting for his consent, she produced a comb and began to groom his hair. Yun Hao could only manage a wry smile, unable to refuse her assistance. Unbeknownst to him, Yu Qinghong had ulterior motives. She aimed to collect Yun Hao's hair and a trace of his blood to send to the capital for the priest's palace to perform the blood hair burning soul technique, thereby ascertaining whether Yun Hao possessed royal blood. As Yu Qinghong meticulously styled Yun Hao's hair, her attention was intense and serious. Despite being a princess, she was adept at hairstyling. Just as she was nearing completion, she accidentally pulled too hard, causing Yun Hao to wince in pain. Yu Qinghong feigned panic, exclaiming, "Oh dear, Yun Hao, I apologize." My hand went numb for a moment. Xiao Dai, quickly bring a handkerchief. I've scratched Yun Hao's scalp. Xiao Dai hurriedly provided the handkerchief. Yu Qinghong used it to wipe away the blood, applied medicine, styled his hair, and continued to apologize profusely, inadvertently making Yun Hao feel awkward. He quickly reassured her. "It's nothing serious, just a minor scratch. You needn't worry about it. It's I who should apologize for the trouble." "Oh dear, my skills have grown rusty. I truly feel embarrassed," Yu Qinghong responded, her apologies genuine. With her goal achieved, Yun Hao stood up, remarking, "It's getting late. Ciao ciao, and I shall take our leave now. You all should rest early, as we have a journey ahead tomorrow." "Very well, Xiao Dai. See Yinling Jun off," Mei Hua Papa instructed. After bidding farewell to Yun Hao and Xiao Qiao and closing the door, Yu Qinghong turned to Mei Hua Papa, asking, "Mama, is there enough blood?" Mei Hua Papa smiled. "The secret technique is merely a catalyst. The hair and blood are sufficient." She then wrapped Yun Hao's hair in the bloodied handkerchief and handed it to Ji Yuan, instructing, "Send this out tonight." "Yes," Ji Yuan replied, taking the handkerchief and departing. Yu Qinghong inquired, "Mama, what do you think?" Mei Hua Papa sighed. "Yun Hao bears a striking resemblance to his majesty. It is highly likely he is the prince born to the consort." Yu Qinghong expressed her delight. Now we only need to await the results of the priest's palace performing the blood hair burning soul technique. Even if Yun Hao lacks a token of identity, we can ascertain whether he is indeed my nephew. Mei Hua Papa added, "A token is still necessary. It is essential to silence the voices of officials and nobility." Yu Qinghong nodded. "I shall seek an opportunity to uncover whether Yun Hao possesses such a token." The following morning, Yun Hao awoke early. In truth, he had not slept, but had engaged in breath work. He realized that since mastering the breathing techniques left by the old Taoist, he no longer required sleep. The benefits of a night spent in breath work far surpassed those of mere slumber. Not only did he feel invigorated, but with each cycle of breath, he sensed the flow of energy within him expanding. Since unblocking his meridians in the cave of the demon wolves at Black Wind Mountain, Yun Hao could distinctly perceive the circulation of energy within his body. When at rest, it nestled like a gentle bird in his lower abdomen. But with the power of his will, it would disperse throughout his being. Although the flow still felt modest, it had increased significantly compared to before. What once felt like a mere thumbprint now resembled the size of an egg. With every breath, it grew incrementally stronger. Yun Hao was confident that one day, the energy would fill his entire body, permeating every limb and meridian. Today was the day to embark on his journey to Liangzhou City. However, a small complication arose during his checkout. The room he occupied had been booked by Su Yulong for 10 days, and he was due to receive a refund for 5 days upon departure. Unfortunately, the previous day, his practice of the third level of the Dragon Flame technique had damaged the table, resulting in the loss of his refund. Acknowledging his fault, he did not press the matter further. He descended to check on his beloved black horse, discreetly feeding it a large vitality pill. The horse responded with a joyful snort, clearly recognizing the treat. It now understood the value of good things and was eager to drink from the precious bottle, which Yun Hao withheld due to the presence of onlookers. thanks to Yun Hao's nurturing with the magic water, along with the rice he had cultivated and the extraordinary vitality pills. The once emaciated horse had transformed into a robust creature, its coat gleaming and its body filling out impressively. Most notably, its spirit had greatly improved. Yun Hao was confident that by autumn, it would grow even more splendid. "Big brother," Chow Chow exclaimed, bouncing over to him. Yun Hao turned to see her dressed in a set of short male attire, complete with a straw hat, reverting to her tomboyish appearance. "Why aren't you wearing that lovely dress from yesterday?" he asked. Chow Chow giggled. "Big brother, you don't understand. It's better to be low-key while wandering the world. Besides, I'm not accustomed to wearing skirts. They make me uncomfortable. This new outfit is much more comfortable." Yun Hao shook his head with a wry smile. While Chow Chow often had peculiar reasoning, he realized there was some truth to her words. However, he suspected her change in attire was to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Having spent 3 years among bandits, well aware of how they might react to a pretty girl, he spoke earnestly. "We're whatever you like. We need not fear trouble. With your brother around, you shall never be bullied." Chow Chow smiled brightly. "I know." At that moment, she felt an indescribable happiness. As they conversed, Yu Qing Hong and Mei Hua Popo arrived, and after exchanging greetings, they prepared to set off. As they began their journey, Yun Hao noticed a luxurious carriage drawn by 2 horses, surrounded by 4 robust men exuding vitality, waiting nearby. Yun Hao had encountered formidable martial artists before, and upon seeing the 4 men, he felt a surge of astonishment. He could sense that the vital energy emanating from each of them was comparable to that of Zhou Changli, the formidable leader of Heifeng Mountain, indicating their roles as protectors. 2 wielded sabers, while the other 2 bore swords. Among them was a robust elder, whose yellowed teeth and smoky demeanor suggested he was the carriage driver. At first glance, he appeared to be an ordinary old man, devoid of any discernible vitality. Yet Yun Hao noticed a spark of clarity in the elder's eyes, hinting at hidden prowess. It was evident that these individuals were servants of Mei Hua Papa. As expected, when Mei Hua Papa and Yu Qing Hong arrived, both the elder and the 4 men greeted them with utmost respect. These 5 were naturally members of the Fengrenwei of the Mefengsi. With Princess Yu Qing Hong present, they required visible guards, while the remaining 31 either scouted ahead or discreetly accompanied them for protection. Mei Hua Papa smiled and explained to Yun Hao, "These individuals are merely my household servants. Do not hesitate to instruct them should you need anything." She then addressed the group with a commanding tone. "Have you not yet greeted Yin Langjun?" The 5 men, including the elder, stood at attention and saluted. "We pay our respects to Yin Langjun." Yun Hao quickly replied, "No need for such formalities. Please rise." At that moment, Yu Qing Hong chimed in. "Yun Hao, my aunt has rented a carriage spacious enough for 4 or 5 people. Why not join us with Chow?" Yun Hao shook his head and said, "Thank you, Honggu. I prefer riding horses. Let Chower take the carriage." He glanced at Chower, thinking she should ride since she was a girl. However, Chower shook her head. "I also enjoy horseback riding." Yu Qing Hong and Mei Hua Papa did not insist, as there was ample time for travel. Thus, the group set off with the 4 men riding ahead and behind to shield the carriage in the middle. Yun Hao, accompanied by Chower and Ji Yuan, rode at a leisurely pace. Yun Hao observed that Ji Yuan had a sword strapped to her horse, yet he did not sense any vitality from her. Curiosity piqued. He asked, "Miss Ji Yuan, are you also a practitioner of martial arts?" Ji Yuan, who typically spoke little but wore a gentle smile, responded with a nod. "I have practiced swordsmanship under my grandmother since childhood. I am indeed a martial artist." Before Yun Hao could respond, Chower, her eyes sparkling, interjected, "Sister Ji Yuan, could you teach me to practice swordsmanship?" From within the carriage, Yu Qing Hong's voice, laced with amusement, chimed in. "Chower wishes to learn sword techniques? There is indeed a master swordsman who can teach you. Would you like to learn?" The mention of a master swordsman instantly captured Yun Hao's interest. Chow eagerly exclaimed, "Yes, yes. Please tell me, Honggu." Yu Qing Hong smiled. "I know nothing of martial arts, so I cannot teach you. However, if you answer me a question, I will reveal who can." With anticipation, Chower replied, "Ask away, Honggu." Yun Hao, equally intrigued, leaned in to hear the identity of the master swordsman. Yu Qing Hong's voice floated from the carriage. "Chower, why do you wish to practice martial arts?" Chower tilted her head and glanced at Yun Hao, saying, "I want to practice martial arts so I can accompany my elder brother without being a burden. In the future, I wish to help him fight against wrongdoers." Her honest and earnest words struck a chord within Yun Hao. He felt a wave of emotion, realizing her true intentions. Suddenly, Mei Hua Popo's voice, tinged with wisdom, emerged from the carriage. Such a pure heart, little Chower. Come aboard the carriage. I shall guide you in your sword practice. Chower's eyes lit up. So Grandma is a formidable master of swordsmanship. Mei Hua Popo responded with a warm smile. I wouldn't say formidable. There are many greater than I. I merely understand a bit of swordplay. Do you wish to learn? Chower, ever the clever one, grinned and turned to Yun Hao, whispering, Brother, should I go? Yun Hao replied with a smile. Such an opportunity should not be missed. This is your chance. Go ahead. Although he was uncertain of how skilled the master swordsman truly was, the mere title was impressive enough. This was undoubtedly a fortunate turn of events. It was clear that Mei Hua Popo was the master swordsman mentioned by Yu Qinghong. Such an opportunity was one that Chower must seize. Then I will go, Kaoya exclaimed, leaping from her horse and boarding the carriage. Yun Hao, wishing to hear more, felt hesitant to intrude, so he rode alongside Ji Yuan instead. He intended to inquire about martial arts from her, recognizing her as a practitioner. He had almost spoken when Yu Qinghong interrupted him. Noticing her earlier remark about training with her grandmother, Yun Hao looked at Ji Yuan, uncertain of how to begin. Ji Yuan, perceptive to his hesitation, smiled gently and said, If you have questions, please feel free to ask. I'm more than willing to share. Yun Hao's spirits lifted as he clasped his hands together. Thank you. Miss Ji Yuan, I indeed have several inquiries regarding martial arts. Do not stand on ceremony, Yun Lang Jun, Ji Yuan replied. As the leader of the 36 Fengwei, selected by Mei Hua Popo, and one of the 8 attendants by the Empress's side, she was well aware of Yun Hao's significance. Indications suggested that Yun Hao might very well be the sole bloodline of the current emperor. In other words, once his identity was confirmed, he would be the crown prince of the Diyu dynasty, the only legitimate grandson of the empress. A status that was extraordinarily prestigious and would inevitably place him in a position of power. Even disregarding these considerations, the fact that Yun Hao had saved the princess made him a benefactor of the royal family. Thus, Ji Yuan treated him with the utmost respect, almost as if she were ready to kneel before him, should it not risk exposing her own identity. Yun Hao pondered briefly and asked, Miss Ji Yuan, could you enlighten me about martial arts? With a composed demeanor, Ji Yuan replied earnestly, What aspects of martial arts does Yun Lang Jun wish to understand? The levels of martial arts, or the current martial arts landscape across the realm. Yun Hao responded, To be frank, I stumbled upon the path of martial arts by chance and am uncertain if I even qualify as a martial artist. I know nothing and wish to learn everything. Please share whatever you deem fit. Ji Yuan understood his predicament and, after a moment of contemplation, stated, Then allow me to first explain the classification of martial arts levels to you. Yun Hao eagerly replied, I'm all ears. This was precisely the information he sought. Previously, he had only learned from Jean Mandang that martial artists could be categorized into first, second, and third tiers, and he had only recently become aware of the martial master realm. Ji Yuan began, The levels of martial artists are commonly classified, starting with the lowest tier, the third tier martial artist, followed by the second tier and first tier martial artists. During this stage, one primarily practices techniques and strengthens the body, focusing on the cultivation of Mingjin energy. Only upon reaching the level of a first-tier martial artist does one enter the realm of martial arts, transitioning to the martial master level, where the Mingjin energy within the body transforms into Anjing energy, also known as inner strength. While Mingjin martial artists may develop their energy through rigorous physical training without any martial arts techniques, Anjing requires the cultivation of martial arts skills. The martial master level merely signifies the entry into martial arts. True mastery is achieved at the Grand Martial Master level, which is further divided into 9 grades. From the lowest first-grade Grand Martial Master to the highest 9th-grade Grand Martial Master, each grade exhibits exponentially greater inner strength, with higher grades signifying greater power. After concluding her explanation, Ji Yuan paused, allowing Yun Hao time to absorb the information. Yun Hao listened attentively, comparing it with the knowledge he had gleaned from Jean Mantang. It appeared that the classifications below the Martial Master level were largely consistent, but Ji Yuan had revealed that the Grand Martial Master level was subdivided into 9 grades. After pondering for a moment, Yun Hao inquired, What distinguishes the martial artist realm from the Great Martial Artist's 9th grade, aside from the difference in strength? Ji Yuan's eyes flashed with a hint of admiration. Yun Hao's perceptiveness was commendable as he quickly grasped the essence of the matter. With patience, she explained, previously, it was mentioned that the martial artist realm is merely the genuine entry point into martial arts, capable of cultivating dark energy, internal force. There are no ranks within the martial artist realm, only variations in strength. If one were to categorize it, the martial artist realm could be divided into 4 levels: initial, intermediate, advanced, and perfected. However, such distinctions hold little significance. What truly matters is having sufficient internal force. In contrast, the great martial artist's 9th grade is markedly different. The most evident distinction is that the martial artist's vital energy cannot be concealed, whereas upon reaching the great martial artist realm, one can contain their entire vital energy, rendering it imperceptible to others. Furthermore, a great martial artist can distribute internal force throughout their body, even directing it to any part of their physique at will. This internal force can also converge at the body surface, forming a defensive and offensive shield that amplifies its potency. The higher the grade, the more profound and refined the internal force becomes. The pinnacle, the 9th grade, great martial artist, can envelop their entire body with internal force in an instant, even infusing it into weapons for combat. Additionally, with the mastery of internal force throughout the body, one can achieve brief leaps, with formidable great martial artists capable of jumping several hundred meters. Legends abound in the martial world, such as crossing rivers on a single reed or a bamboo pole. Such feats are indeed possible. Yun Hao listened, his eyes alight with wonder, reflecting on his own circumstances. It seemed he had already reached the level Ji Yuan described as a great martial artist. He could disseminate the energy within his body throughout his form, gathering it at the surface of his palm. Yet, he was uncertain of which grade he belonged to among the great martial artists. This was something he could verify in due course. If he were indeed a great martial artist, what realm lay above it? This question intrigued him, prompting him to ask, Ms. Ji Yuan, what exists beyond the great martial artist realm? At this moment, Ji Yuan's expression revealed a glimmer of longing as she replied, above the great martial artist is the innate realm. In this realm, the dark energy within will transmute into innate vital energy, elevating martial arts to another level. The innate realm is also known by a title well known among martial artists. Yun Hao quickly pressed for clarification. What title? Ji Yuan gently parted her lips to say, Grandmaster, the innate Grandmaster. Yun Hao realized, so the innate realm is synonymous with Grandmaster. Ji Yuan nodded affirmatively. Indeed, only upon entering the innate realm can one be deemed a Grandmaster of martial arts, though it is not an absolute designation. Is there another interpretation? Yun Hao queried. Ji Yuan continued. The innate Grandmaster is also classified into greater and lesser categories, with further distinctions from 1 to 9 grades. In essence, the innate realm focuses on cultivating innate vital energy. Upon reaching this realm, one can project their vital energy outward to the innate Grandmaster level, standing at an unparalleled height in the martial world. Yun Hao listened, enraptured. He turned to Ji Yuan and asked, Is there a higher realm beyond the innate Grandmaster? Ji Yuan contemplated briefly before responding. There is, but I am unaware of what that realm entails. Yun Hao felt a slight disappointment, yet he suddenly recalled the old Taoist. The old Taoist had devoted his life to the pursuit of immortality. He pondered whether practitioners of immortality truly existed in this world. This was a question he yearned to explore, for the technique he practiced, Zhang Tu Na Gong, was bequeathed by the old Taoist. He was uncertain whether it constituted martial arts or the secrets of immortality. With this thought, Yun Hao attempted to inquire of Ji Yuan, aside from martial arts, do practitioners of immortality or celestial beings exist in the world? Ji Yuan was momentarily taken aback by this question, having not anticipated such an inquiry from Yun Hao. At that moment, Granny Mei Hua chuckled from within the carriage. Young Master Yun, your question poses quite the challenge for Ji Yuan. She is merely at the 3rd grade of the great martial artist realm. Not to mention that many individuals train in martial arts for years, even decades, without attaining the entry level. It is rare for anyone among thousands to step into the innate realm, let alone the ethereal path of immortality. There may indeed be practitioners of immortality in this world, but us ordinary folk cannot ascertain their existence. Even I have only heard whispers of such tales. If the opportunity arises, young Master Yin, you might find some answers in the capital. As Yun Hao listened to Granny Mei Hua's cheerful response, he felt his face flush with embarrassment. Though inexperienced, he was not foolish. Granny Mei Hua's implication was clear. Martial arts must be approached with grounded determination, eschewing lofty aspirations. One must not overthink. Countless individuals spend their lives unable to enter the innate realm, let alone the elusive path of immortality. Reflecting on Ji Yuan's description of martial arts, he recognized that he should now be considered at the great martial artist realm. As for which grade of great martial artist he belonged to, Yun Hao remained uncertain. Granny Mei Hua had mentioned that Ji Yuan was a third-grade great martial artist, which astonished Yun Hao. Ji Yuan appeared to be in her early 20s, yet had already attained the third grade of the great martial artist realm. He was acutely aware that, despite being younger than Ji Yuan, he could also be classified as a great martial artist, though this was primarily due to the benefits conferred by the treasure vessel he possessed. Each breath he took allowed the vessel to absorb the ambient energy, thereby granting him a portion of it. The infusion of the vessel's water, along with the ginseng and yellow essence he cultivated, had been transformed into potent energy pills, which contributed to his current strength. Had he followed a conventional training regimen, Yun Hao mused, he would likely struggle to become a mediocre martial artist. It was essential to remain grounded and advance step by step. He bowed respectfully toward the carriage. "Thank you for your guidance, Granny." Granny Mei Hua smiled. "Young Master Yun is too courteous. As long as you do not mind my rambling, feel free to seek me out whenever you have questions regarding martial arts cultivation. Though Ji Yuan is a young lady, her martial arts talent is commendable. During our journey to Liangzhou City, you may engage in mutual verification of martial arts with Ji Yuan. It is an excellent opportunity." Yun Hao felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. Granny Mei Hua was essentially suggesting that Ji Yuan serve as a sharpening stone. "Thank you, Granny, and thank you, Miss Ji Yuan." He was a novice in martial arts, with virtually no experience in the Jianghu, and was a complete novice in martial arts. Now that he had someone to guide him, it was a boon beyond measure. Since he was uncertain whether the Zhe Tu Na Gong he practiced was a method of immortality, he resolved to pursue the path of martial arts. Along the way, Yun Hao posed numerous questions to Ji Yuan, who remained patient and smiling throughout her responses. They discussed martial arts realms, Jianghu warriors, and martial arts cultivation, among other topics. Whatever he could think of, he asked, and Ji Yuan never disappointed him, providing answers to every inquiry. Meanwhile, since being called into the carriage by Granny Mei Hua, Chower had not emerged again. Yun Hao wondered how Granny Mei Hua was instructing Chower within the carriage. He found it curious that they had spoken of sword practice, yet she had not come out to train. He refrained from asking, as this was presumably Chower's opportunity. Granny Mei Hua was an innate grandmaster. He was uncertain whether she was an innate grandmaster of the highest order. After a tiring morning of travel, the sun blazed overhead. They had covered over 50 miles, which was considered quite rapid. Along the way, they encountered some refugees who initially approached but hesitated upon seeing the luxurious carriage and the four-armed guards, retreating instead. The roadside was littered with decaying corpses, crows circling the sky, and wild dogs scavenging among the grass. A truly infernal scene. The group, weary from their journey, arrived at a grove and began to rest, waiting for the scorching sun to pass before continuing their travels. 2 guards were assigned to stand watch while the others tended to the horses and prepared food for everyone to recuperate. Yun Hao noticed Honggu and Xiao Dai disembarking from the carriage, while Chower and Granny Mei Hua remained inside. He approached and asked, "Honggu, are Chower and Granny Mei Hua not coming out to stretch?" Yu Qinghong, aware of Yun Hao's concern for Chower, smiled and replied, "My aunt adores Chower. She is inside examining her bones, declaring that Chower possesses a natural aptitude for swordsmanship, due to a lack of foundational training from a young age. It is essential to reconstruct Chower's physique. Rest assured, this will not pose any issues. Rather, it presents a significant opportunity for her. My aunt has never taken on a disciple, and Chower is the first to catch her attention." Upon hearing this, Yun Hao felt a surge of joy in his heart. Relieved by the news, he inquired, "Might I ask how the elder intends to reconstruct Chower's physique? Is there any way I can assist?" Yu Qinghong replied, "I am not well versed in martial arts myself, but I have heard my aunt mention that she will enhance Chower's vitality using her internal energy combined with a secret elixir to achieve the goal of rebuilding her physique, thereby enabling her to practice swordsmanship. The mention of a secret elixir sparked a thought in Yun Hao's mind about the large vitality pills and original energy pills he had created. Realizing that Chao was now akin to his sister, he felt fortunate that Mei Hua Papa valued her. He could not allow her to expend precious medicinal resources. Thus, he said, Honggu, I possess a type of pill that enhances vitality. Could you take it to Mei Hua Papa and see if it might be beneficial for Chao? After speaking, he reached into his garment, retrieving an original energy pill from his treasure vial. He refrained from presenting the large vitality pill, as he deemed it necessary to offer only the best for Chao. Yu Qinghong initially intended to decline, considering that as part of the royal family, they were not lacking in such items. However, seeing Yun Hao's determination and understanding his pride, she allowed Xiao Dai to deliver it to the carriage for Mei Hua Papo's evaluation. In Yu Qinghong's mind, she believed Yun Hao could not possibly possess any superior vitality replenishing medicine. However, to her surprise, after a brief moment, Mei Hua Papo's excited voice resonated back. Yin Lang Jun, where did this pill come from? In an instant, Yun Hao felt a shadow cast over him as Mei Hua Papo appeared before him like a ghost, her expression brimming with excitement. Chapter 66. The Young Master of Fengren Si, Cui Ju. Yun Hao thought to himself, is a single pill truly worthy of such excitement? Faced with Mei Hua Papo's fervent gaze, he replied, I stumbled upon a vial of them. Might this pill be of assistance to my sister Chao? Mei Hua Papa exclaimed, it is immensely beneficial. I have examined such pills, and they contain potent vitality, extraordinarily effective for cleansing the marrow and muscles. And they even provide substantial support for breaking through martial arts barriers. May I ask, do you have more of these pills? Would you consider parting with a few? Yun Hao was taken aback. The implication was clear. Even Mei Hua Papa recognized the value of his original energy pills. Initially overjoyed at this validation of his creation, he remembered he had over 100, but could not afford to part with them all. Mei Hua Papa clutched the pill intended for Chao tightly. Her gaze fixated on it, filled with disbelief and joy. Seeing her eagerness, Yun Hao smiled slightly and reached into his garment, producing 3 additional original energy pills. In an instant, Mei Hua Papo's eyes widened as if she beheld rare treasures. Her hands instinctively reached out, only to hesitate, fearing she might appear too eager. Ah, young man, you truly are full of surprises. Mei Hua Papa remarked. I assure you, I will not let you suffer any loss for these 3 pills. Tell me, how much silver do you desire? She swiftly produced a purse from her waist as she spoke. Yun Hao quickly gestured, sincerely stating, Elder, I cannot accept any payment. Your guidance for Chao is a debt I shall forever cherish. Your teachings are invaluable to me. Upon hearing his words, Mei Hua Papa paused, her eyes filled with appreciation and admiration. She sighed softly, gradually retracting her purse, saying, Very well. You are a loyal and righteous child, and I will remember this. Carefully accepting the 3 original energy pills, she turned to Ji Yuan, handing her one with affection. Child, consume this and truly embrace the experience. Ji Yuan, who had grown up beside her, though not formally her disciple, was cherished by Mei Hua Papa as if she were her own daughter. Following her instructions, Ji Yuan consumed the pill, and in an instant, her expression shifted as she swiftly sat cross-legged to cultivate. A powerful and fiery force erupted within her like a volcano, coursing through her meridians like numerous agile fire serpents, causing her to experience intense pain as her pathways stretched to their limits, threatening to rupture. Her aura became chaotic, flickering like a candle in a tempest, her complexion reddening like a ripe apple as beads of sweat cascaded down her forehead and cheeks, splashing onto the ground. Observing this, Mei Hua Papa immediately placed her hands on Ji Yuan's back, continuously channeling her own energy to help stabilize her spirit. Under Mei Hua Papa's coming influence, the savage force within Ji Yuan gradually began to show signs of submission. Her body trembled slightly, her garments billowing without wind, producing a resonant sound. After a moment, Ji Yuan's aura suddenly coalesced, akin to a tightly strung bow, before surging forth like a flood breaking through a dam. As she slowly opened her eyes, they sparkled with excitement and joy as she exclaimed, Grandmother, I have broken through. I have reached the 4th rank of the Grand Martial Master. Mei Hua Papo's face broke into a smile of satisfaction as she turned to Yun Hao, her eyes filled with gratitude and acknowledgement. Yun Lang Jun, today, thanks to your pill, I shall remember this favor. Yun Hao responded with a simple, honest smile, observing the ecstatic Ji Yuan and the content Mei Hua Papa, his heart brimming with joy. To have garnered such a favor from a master renowned in the sword arts was worth the 3 original energy pills. Ji Yuan was undoubtedly the happiest. She had been trapped at the 3rd rank of the Grand Martial Master for over 2 years, her efforts yielding no progress. Each rank within the Grand Martial Master realm was a formidable hurdle, particularly between the 1st and 9th ranks. She had never anticipated that a single pill from Yun Hao would resolve the bottleneck that had plagued her for so long, leaving her exhilarated. She respectfully bowed to Yun Hao, expressing, "Thank you, Yun Lang Yunyo." Although the pill was not directly bestowed by him, it was ultimately due to him that she had achieved this breakthrough. This kindness would remain etched in her heart. Yun Hao quickly waved his hand, stating, "It is your own effort. Ms. Ji Yuan, please do not be too courteous." Regardless, Ji Yuan insisted earnestly, "Today, my breakthrough is largely thanks to you, Yun Lang Jun. I shall forever remember this." As they conversed, Mei Hua Papa smiled and nodded at Yun Hao before returning to the carriage. Yu Qinghong, observing from the side, was secretly astonished that the pill Yun Hao had casually produced had enabled Ji Yuan to break through her martial arts barrier. While she was not well versed in martial arts, she understood that Yun Hao's pills were far from ordinary. At that moment, the elderly coachman who had been watching the scene unfold gazed at Yun Hao with bright, fervent eyes, his heart tumultuous. He had witnessed everything and found it difficult to remain composed. Just then, Mei Hua Papo's voice resonated within the carriage, reaching the coachman's ears. Cui Ju, the deputy of the Mi Feng Si in Liangzhou, entered the Fengren Si in the 3rd year of the Yu Jinsheng, and has since the 16th year of the Yu Deqing assumed the position of a small deputy master, currently serving as a top-ranked Fengren envoy with a 5th rank in the Grand Martial Master realm. Has it not been 8 years since you encountered a bottleneck? The elderly coachman, or rather Cui Ju, trembled involuntarily, instinctively sitting upright as he murmured to the carriage, "The right deputy master. Your keen observation is commendable. I am but a humble subordinate, filled with trepidation." Mei Hua Papo's calm voice echoed once more. "Do you harbor any grievances about being assigned to drive this carriage as a small deputy master of Liangzhou Fengren Si?" Cui Ju's complexion paled instantly at her words, and he instinctively knelt, only to be halted by Mei Hua Papo's voice, "Sit properly and do not kneel. I hold no grievances against you. We are merely conversing. This journey requires discretion regarding both my and the princess's identities." Cui Ju let out a sigh of relief in his heart, yet his posture remained upright, feigning an attentive demeanor as he softly spoke. "Mi Feng Shi, esteemed master, I harbor no grievances. It is my honor to serve alongside you and the princess. I would never dare to express any discontent." Granny Mei responded with a thoughtful seemingly pleased with Cui Ju's reply. She continued, "Confidentiality is paramount for this mission. It entails unforeseen dangers. For now, I shall not elaborate. Aside from the palace master, the young man, Yun Hao, is the key individual you must protect. You must have noticed the pills in his possession, which possess the efficacy to break through barriers, superior even to the royal-grade Qi blood pills. While I have acquired 3, I have already given 1 to Ji Yuan, and the remaining 2 serve other purposes. The reason I share this with you is to illuminate your path. Set aside your pride and seek opportunities to engage with Yun Hao. Whether you can forge a benevolent bond depends on your fortune. I shall lend you my support. Do you comprehend my intentions?" Having reached this point in their conversation, Cui Ju understood the implications. What Mi Feng Shi meant was that the pills in her possession were not to be coveted by him. However, she would create opportunities for him to interact with Yun Hao, from whom he could obtain them. This indicated that Yun Hao likely possessed more of those miraculous pills. Gratefully, he responded, "I am deeply thankful for your graciousness, Mi Feng Shi, and I shall seize the opportunity." Granny Mei quietly acknowledged. Yun Lang Jun appears to be somewhat inexperienced in martial arts and is in need of honing his skills. "Come closer." Cui Ju promptly leaned towards the carriage, where a hushed exchange of words ensued between Granny Mei and him. Her eyes sparkled with increasing brightness, nodding occasionally. They continued their journey, with the members of Mi Feng Si displaying greater respect towards Yun Hao. As evening approached, they decided to settle in a small town, even more dilapidated than Shina Town. known as Huang Fengzhen. Liangzhou, situated in the northwest of the Yu dynasty, became increasingly inhospitable as they approached Liangzhou city. Vegetation was scarce, replaced by endless yellow sands, which gave Huang Fengzhen its name. The town experienced only a few clear days each year, with most times plagued by swirling winds and sand. The geographical environment was characterized by the Lus Plateau, where the winds carried clouds of yellow dust. The winds are picking up, we must hasten our pace, or it will become difficult to travel once the strong winds arise, Shui Ju instructed, cracking the whip as he urged the horses onward, addressing Yun Hao, who rode alongside him. Ji Yuan had already entered the carriage, leaving only Yun Hao for guards. And Shui Ju outside. Understood, Yun Hao replied, nudging his old horse, which quickened its pace. Following Granny Mei's instructions, Shui Ju lowered his pride and began to converse amicably with Yun Hao. Initially, Shui Ju had harbored a degree of arrogance. As a minor master of Liangzhou's Feng Ren Si and a seasoned fifth-tier martial artist, he had reason to feel prideful. However, after Granny Mei's counsel and the allure of the mysterious pills in Yun Hao's possession, which had enabled Ji Yuan to break through to the fourth-tier martial artist level, Shui Ju's heart ignited with hope. Having been trapped at the fifth-tier martial artist level for 8 years, he feared that he would never advance further in martial arts. Thus, Yun Hao's presence represented a glimmer of hope for Shui Ju's breakthrough. As the journey progressed, and Shui Ju shed his pretenses, he became quite engaging. The adage "one who is shameless is invincible" aptly described his interactions with Yun Hao. He eagerly shared tales of the Jianghu, martial arts training, and techniques, affectionately addressing Yun Hao as Lang Jun, cultivating a sense of familiarity. He even encouraged Ji Yuan to retreat into the carriage, choosing to stay outside and converse with Yun Hao. Consequently, Yun Hao found himself at the mercy of Shui Ju's enthusiasm. Being a novice in the Jianghu, Yun Hao was no match for the seasoned Shui Ju. Initially, he felt quite uneasy, but gradually became accustomed to the older man's incessant chatter, which often left him blushing. Shui Ju's words hinted at various delights awaiting them in Liangzhou city, from tea houses to performances, igniting both curiosity and embarrassment in Yun Hao. Amidst the howling winds, structures gradually came into view. Lang Jun, we have arrived. Ahead lies Huang Fengzhen. I have not visited this town in many years. The only inn here is the Huang Feng Inn, and the proprietress retains her charm. Her ample bosom could be quite overwhelming, Shui Ju remarked, his expression lecherous. Yun Hao regarded Shui Ju's demeanor with bemusement, choosing not to engage with such remarks. As they conversed, they reached Huang Feng Inn, a guest house constructed against a hillside over 100 meters high. At first glance, it appeared to be 3 or 4 stories tall, with wooden structures and a lantern swaying at the entrance, while the candles within had already been extinguished. A large banner displayed the words Huang Feng Inn. The guards had already taken care of the arrangements for their stay, and upon arrival, they settled the horses and vehicles. Granny Mei, Yiyu Kinghong, Xiao Odi, Xiao Oer, and Ji Yuan also emerged from the carriage. After a day without seeing Chao Er, Yun Hao noticed her being carried out by Ji Yuan and hurried over to check on her. Granny Mei smiled and reassured, "Do not worry, Yin Lang Jun. I administered your pill to Chao Er, and it has helped her channel her internal energy and relax her muscles. She is now in a deep slumber, which is beneficial for her. She will awaken by tomorrow." Observing Chao Er's rosy complexion as she slept soundly, Yun Hao felt relieved and expressed gratitude. "Thank you, Granny Mei, for your efforts. Do not mention it. I have a special bond with this girl, and I shall stay with her tonight to watch over her," Granny Mei replied warmly. Yu Qinghong interjected, "Yun Hao, the wind and sand outside are quite fierce. Let us talk inside the inn." In Yun Hao's presence, she still referred to Granny Mei as Andy. They all needed to conceal their identities from Yun Hao. Firstly, his identity remained uncertain, and secondly, even if it were confirmed that he was a prince, they dared not reveal any information that might attract unwanted attention. From the outside, the inn appeared weathered and somewhat dilapidated, yet upon entering, they discovered the interior to be quite tidy and even elegant. It was impeccably clean. The spacious first-floor hall housed 2 to 3 dozen tables, most of which were already occupied by various patrons, including Jianghu heroes and merchants. At the forefront stood a stage, where an elderly man and a young girl performed. The elderly man, seemingly blind, strummed to warn people with great fervor, while the young girl, around 10 years old, accompanied him with a clapper, occasionally striking it in rhythm. As Yun Hao entered, he was captivated by the deep, rugged voice of the blind elder singing. It seemed he was recounting a ballad, 300 miles of Huang Feng Gorge, where foul winds and spirits roam. The enigmatic Valley Lord reigns, and within lies a realm of enigma. Jianghu heroes dare to tread perilous paths, their blades flashing as they face fierce foes. Warriors wield their swords, leaving their mark in a life-and-death struggle. The mountains are steep and treacherous, veiled in mists and strange stones. Venomous serpents and beasts lie in ambush. Secrets are concealed within Huang Feng Valley. As the song concluded, applause erupted in the hall. "Well sung, Obri!" exclaimed a voice. "Old blind man, I shall grant you a jug of wine." A patron summoned a waiter to bring a jug of wine, while the young girl with a clapper moved from table to table, offering auspicious words. Some patrons bestowed coins upon her, while others offered small silver pieces. This was Yun Hao's first encounter with such a ballad, leaving him intrigued. As he stood reflecting on the performance, the young girl approached him, bowed slightly, and said, "Lang Jun, may you be blessed and kind-hearted." Yun Hao quickly realized she was soliciting tips. He reached into his bosom, his heart stirred, and retrieved a silver ingot. Since he kept all his silver in a treasure bottle, he would extract it with a mere thought, though he was uncertain of the amount he could draw. To his surprise, it was 10 taels of silver. He felt a pang of regret, yet having taken it out, he found himself confronted by the bright eyes of the young girl, whose attire and age bore a striking resemblance to that of Chower, whom he had met previously. It seemed that she was the granddaughter of the old blind man, and together they struggled to make a living through singing, which was no easy feat thus. He placed the 10 taels of silver into the copper gong, which produced a crisp sound. The young girl was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the silver, clearly unaccustomed to receiving such a generous reward. She hurriedly bowed in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, my lord, for your kindness. May you have good fortune and happiness." "No need for thanks," Yun Hao replied, feeling somewhat awkward at such expressions of gratitude, given his humble background. The young lord ascended the staircase to inspect his room. At that moment, Cui Ju was calling out. After signaling to the young girl, Yun Hao followed him upstairs. When he reached Cui Ju's side, Cui Ju chuckled and said, "My lord, your kindness is commendable, but remember, sometimes helping others requires discernment. If not, you may inadvertently bring harm to yourself and others." Yun Hao, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean, old Cui?" Cui Ju squinted, leaning against the railing on the second floor, observing the diverse crowd in the hall below. The moment you presented the silver ingot to that young girl, at least 5 or 6 pairs of eyes turned toward you. Numerous eyes glinted with interest as they scanned the girl. "Tell me, why do you think they're watching you?" Yun Hao was not foolish. After Cui Ju's words, he quickly realized, "You mean wealth stirs desire?" Cui Ju grinned, revealing his large yellow teeth. "Indeed. Your 10 taels of silver not only drew attention to you, but also to that young girl and the old blind man. I assure you, if unforeseen events occur, they may not survive the night, and we might encounter trouble as well." Yun Hao's heart sank. Surely it can't be that dire? His intention had been to help the struggling grandfather and granddaughter, having clenched his teeth to offer them 10 taels. However, if his act of kindness led to their demise, it would utterly contradict his initial intentions. "My lord, this is the Jianghu. It is a world of violence where lives are as insignificant as grass. Driven by greed and often leading to fatal consequences," Cui Ju mused, puffing on his pipe. Yun Hao's countenance grew grim. He recalled his first experience in Xinghe town, where after selling ginseng and enjoying a hearty meat bun, he was ambushed by 4 vagrants who attempted to rob him of a mere 3 taels. Now, having given 10 taels publicly, it was indeed sufficient to incite some to commit heinous acts. He spoke solemnly, "Old Cui, I must find a way to save that grandfather and granddaughter." Cui Ju exhaled a puff of smoke. "How do you intend to do that, my lord?" Yun Hao replied decisively, "We should summon them to stay with us." Cui Ju shook his head. "There are too many pitiful souls in this world. You cannot keep them with you indefinitely. You may protect them tonight, but what about tomorrow?" Yun Hao turned to Cui Ju. "Do you have any suggestions?" Cui Ju replied, "To resolve this issue once and for all, the best course of action is to eliminate those with ill intentions toward them." He paused before continuing, "My lord, do not rush. I will keep an eye out. Seeing the calm demeanor of old Chui eased Yun Hao's mind considerably. He understood that he could learn much from this seasoned figure. Nodding, he said, "All right, I will heed your advice." Chui Ju smiled. "Go refresh yourself and have some water. I shall fetch a jug of wine and keep watch over the grandfather and granddaughter. Rest assured, I will alert you if anything arises." After glancing at the old blind man and the young girl below, Yun Hao turned and entered his room, which was adjacent to old Chui's. Once inside, he unwrapped the Zhan Yao Dao from its coarse cloth and began to polish the blade. He had not yet used this formidable sword on his journey and had not stored it in the treasure bottle, opting instead to carry it on horseback. Anticipating its necessity later that evening, he took it out to clean. Under the candlelight, the blade of the Zhan Yao Dao gleamed coldly. Compared to the crude chopping knife he had previously wielded, this sword was far more exquisite, a true weapon. After polishing the blade, Yun Hao took a sip of water from the treasure bottle, feeling invigorated. He then retrieved 2 yuan qi pills, swallowing one. The effect of the pill was remarkable the first time he had consumed it, but now he noticed its potency had diminished. It only replenished his vitality and energy, but could no longer enhance the flow of energy within him. This realization left him somewhat disappointed. Yet he understood it was a natural consequence of overconsumption. He was aware of the principle of moderation, so he did not press the matter, thinking he would seek better medicinal materials in the future. During this time, he recognized a pressing issue. He had been so consumed with vengeance and travel that he had neglected to continue cultivating medicinal herbs and rice. This was unacceptable. He was acutely aware that his current successes were due to the treasure bottle, or rather, the rice and herbs cultivated with its water. Moving forward, he needed to find a way to resume planting. He pondered whether he should settle somewhere and find a plot of land to continue. However, he knew he could not remain in one place long-term until he found a renowned physician to save his sister. Such a plan was unfeasible. If only he could plant anywhere at any time. At the very least, being able to cultivate precious herbs like ginseng on the go would be beneficial. What should he do? Yun Hao mused. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he noticed a pot of orchids on the table. Of course, he could plant them in flower pots. The treasure bottle has space, and I can certainly cultivate ginseng and other herbs in pots. If I have enough pots, I could even continue to grow rice. This way, I could access them anytime, anywhere. Excited by this revelation, Yun Hao thought about how ginseng, the longer it is cultivated, the more potent it becomes. He had only 5 remaining from his earlier harvest at Jiming Mountain, each around 20 years old. If he could cultivate them for 50 to 60 years, or even 100, the yuan qi pills produced from such herbs would undoubtedly surpass the current ones, greatly aiding his martial arts training. Just as he was contemplating whether to ask the innkeeper for some flower pots, he heard Chui Ju's voice outside his door. "My lord." There's movement. Yun Hao's heart raced, and he quickly stepped outside. "What has happened, old Chui?" he inquired urgently. Chui Ju, holding his pipe, replied, "The old blind man and that young girl have left the inn, and at least several dozen swordsmen have followed them." Yun Hao felt a tightening in his chest. "Then we must hurry and follow them. Calm down. There's no need to rush. Those swordsmen are not all of the same ilk. There will likely be some discord among them," Chui Ju said as he descended the stairs, continuing to speak. The two exited the inn. The darkness was settling in, and night was approaching. In the distance, shadows could be discerned through the wind and sand. Kui Ju Kuikind Ispache, while Yun Hao feared for the safety of the old blind man and the young girl. However, Chui Ju smiled reassuringly. "There's no need to worry, my lord. Among those swordsmen, not all are villains. Surely, there are a few with noble hearts. The grandfather and granddaughter are unlikely to be in immediate danger. Let us follow and observe first, and if necessary, we shall intervene." Swordsmen? Bandits? This was the second time Yun Hao had heard old Chui refer to swordsmen. To him, they seemed synonymous with bandits. Chui Ju shook his head, not entirely. To be precise, swordsmen in the Liangzhou region, and even further west, are a profession distinct from bandits. Yun Hao was puzzled. "What do you mean?" After Chui Ju knocked the dry tobacco pot against the ground, he remarked, the swordsman was initially a profession with ancient origins, primarily practiced by martial artists focused on blade techniques. The earliest swordsmen regarded chivalry and justice as their calling, but as time progressed, the essence of this vocation gradually shifted. In the present day, only a handful of swordsmen remain steadfast in their principles, honing their skills with the noble goal of martial righteousness. while many others have devolved into mercenaries driven by monetary gain. And even lower still, some have become thieves and robbers. Such complexities are indeed enlightening. Yun Hao thought to himself. Just as Cui Ju was about to speak again, a furious roar erupted from ahead. You dare bully the weak? You shall pay for it. Keep your noses out of our business, or we will chop you to pieces. Yun Hao and Cui Ju exchanged glances and quickened their pace. Upon nearing the scene, they observed dozens of individuals divided into 3 factions, locked in a standoff. In Chapter 69, the power of the dragon-controlling hand begins to reveal itself. The old blind man and his grandson trembled in fear, caught between 2 groups. To the left stood 8 men, while to the right were 3. Old Cui and Yun Hao, hiding behind an earthen wall more than 10 meters away, watched intently. Concern for the old blind man and his grandson gnawed at Yun Hao, while old Cui remained calm, saying, "Do not worry, they will be safe for now. Let us observe the unfolding drama." "Are you certain?" Yun Hao questioned, uncertain of old Cui's reliability. Cui Ju replied with confidence, "You must trust the experience of an old hand in the martial world. I have roamed the lands of Liangzhou for decades. I possess discernment." Among the group of 8, the leader was a formidable first-grade martial master. Yet the others were of little concern. What about the 3 on the other side? Yun Hao inquired. Old Cui glanced over and replied, uncertain. But there should be at least 1 martial master among them. They appear to be genuine Western region swordsmen, while they seem at a disadvantage against the 8. True combat reveals the might of Western region swordsmen. Let's watch and see. Western region swordsmen? What distinguishes them? Yun Hao asked, curiosity piqued. Old Cui explained. Liangzhou serves as the western gateway to the Dayu dynasty. Beyond it lies the Western region kingdoms, where legends say the origins of swordsmen reside. Thus, they regard themselves as the authentic swordsmen, known for their swift blades. As they conversed softly, the old blind man and his grandson trembled in the center of the conflict. The old man stammered, "Heroes, we shall offer our silver in exchange for your mercy. I am but a humble elder trying to provide for my granddaughter." A middle-aged man from the right group interjected, "Do not fear. I wish to see who dares to rob you." A tall, thin man on the left sneered, "You Western region scum, do not disrupt our business here in Liangzhou. Enough of your nonsense. You claim the name of swordsman while engaging in thievery. You shall perish. Attack." The middle-aged man bellowed, his blade flashing as he struck at the tall, thin man. His 2 companions followed suit, and the clash of battle erupted. The sounds of metal clashing and cries of rage filling the air. "This is dull and uninteresting," old Cui remarked, showing little enthusiasm. However, Yun Hao remained transfixed. Such speed in their strikes, he observed, noting how swiftly the middle-aged man attacked, his movements almost a blur. Soon, agonizing screams pierced the chaos. Among the larger group of 8, some fell into pools of blood, clearly indicating the superior martial prowess of the 3. As the battle unfolded, Yun Hao anticipated a victory for the 3 swordsmen, but an unexpected turn of events occurred. The tall, thin man, sensing his imminent defeat, abruptly pivoted, directing his blade towards the old blind man and his granddaughter. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Yun Hao leapt into action, soaring to a height of several dozen meters, swiftly landing in front of the girl. With a surge of energy converging in his palm, he unleashed the power of the dragon-controlling hand. Clang! He caught the blade aimed at the girl with his bare hands, sparks flying as he gripped the edge firmly. With a powerful tug, he pulled the tall man towards him, delivering a fierce punch to his chest. The sickening sound of impact echoed as the man crumpled, expelling a mouthful of blood before collapsing several dozen meters away, lifeless as a result of Yun Hao's strike. The sudden appearance of Yun Hao startled those present. Unarmed, he had disarmed a martial master and killed him with a single blow. Who was this formidable expert? The bandits, having already lost 4 of their men, now found their leader slain, and the remaining 3 fled in terror. The 3 swordsmen exchanged glances, pausing their conflict to regard Yun Hao. The young girl recognized him as the handsome young man who had previously rewarded her with 10 taels of silver. "Young master," she exclaimed. Yun Hao turned to her, smiling. "Are you unharmed?" To his surprise, the girl displayed no fear. Instead, she smiled and shook her head. "I am fine. Thank you for saving my life." She then pointed out to the old blind man. "Grandfather, this is the young master who rewarded me with 10 taels." The old blind man, clutching his tattered pipa, approached Yun Hao with trembling reverence. "Thank you. young master, for your life-saving assistance." Yun Hao, feeling slightly embarrassed, helped him steady himself and replied, "It is my fault for not considering the consequences of my actions. Had it not been for my 10 tails, you might not have faced this predicament. Thankfully, it ended without calamity. Where are you headed? Allow me to escort you." The old blind man sighed. "Alas, do not blame the young master. Bandits are indeed motivated by greed, yet some act out of malice." Yun Hao found the old man's latter statement perplexing. But the old blind man then turned to the 3 swordsmen, his tone suddenly steady. "I thank you 3 gentlemen for your timely intervention. I have no means to repay you, but I bow in gratitude." As he bowed to the swordsmen, Yun Hao thought they would soon depart, having acted chivalrously in defense of the weak. However, the situation did not unfold as he anticipated. The 3 swordsmen remained silent, their gazes fixed intently on the old blind man. Sensing something amiss, Yun Hao, unable to pinpoint the anomaly, clasped his hands and addressed the swordsman. "You noble heroes have acted with great valor. May I invite you to the inn for a drink?" The 3 swordsmen regarded Yun Hao with suspicion. The middle-aged swordsman, forcing a smile, replied, "Thank you, young brother, but we have matters to attend to and cannot accept." With their refusal, Yun Hao thought little of it and turned back to the old blind man and the girl. "Where are you headed?" "I wish to escort you." The old blind man sighed heavily. "Alas, young master, we fear we cannot leave. You should depart." "What do you mean?" Yun Hao was left bewildered. At this moment, the old blind man suddenly raised his head and called out to the distance, "Since you are here, why not show yourselves?" As his words echoed, a raspy voice emerged from the darkness. "Haha, you truly are the blind swordsman Zhong Li Feng. But should I now address you as the Tsanglong Longxiang Zhong Li Feng?" "Hehe, the Tsanglong Longxiang Zhong Li Feng perished decades ago in Huangfeng Valley. You were the only one to emerge alive from there. In the desolate realm of Huangfeng, the once blind swordsman Zhong Li Feng, who had merely been a martial artist at the time of his entry, transformed into a master of the blade within just a few decades. Who could have foreseen such a metamorphosis?" A voice arose, followed closely by the soft voice of an elderly woman stating, "Over a decade ago, more than 30 individuals ventured into Huangfeng, yet you are the sole survivor, achieving the rank of a grandmaster. It was rumored that you possess a map leading to Huangfeng. We do not wish to impose upon you. Simply surrender the map, and you may leave unscathed." As the words fell, 3 figures emerged from different directions, 2 venerable men and an elderly woman. Yun Hao stood in astonishment. Could this old blind man truly be a formidable expert? At that moment, the old blind man disregarded the 3 and called out to the location of Cui Ju, saying, "Friend over there, do join us." With a chuckle, Cui Ju replied, "I am merely accompanying my husband to witness a performance." "Oh no, to rescue someone entirely out of goodwill. You continue your conversation. Do not mind me, dear husband. Come over here." Cui Ju waved cheerfully at Yun Hao. Chapter 70, A Final Request, Secrets of Huangfeng. The old blind man turned to Yun Hao and asked, "Young sir, do you know him?" Referring to Cui Ju. Yun Hao promptly replied, "Yes, he came with me. I noticed someone was following you at the inn, and fearing for your safety, I came to investigate with him. His name is Cui Ju, and I am Yun Hao." He casually introduced himself. Cui Ju Grimachid, tapping his forehead. "My dear husband, do refrain from revealing your name to strangers. The martial world is fraught with peril." The old blind man murmured, "Cui Ju, Cui Ju." Suddenly, he froze, realizing, "You are the junior officer of the Fengrun division in Liangzhou, Cui Ju?" Cui Ju chuckled. "If you say so, then so be it," refusing to acknowledge his identity. The 3 figures in the distance exhibited unpredictable expressions. In a martial world, one must be wary of entanglements with the court, fearing that Cui Ju might meddle, which could complicate matters. The old blind man then addressed Yun Hao. "Young sir, may I beseech you for a favor?" In the old man's mind, Yun Hao's association with Cui Ju indicated an extraordinary background. His keen perception revealed Cui Ju's respect for Yun Hao, suggesting he was no ordinary wealthy heir. Today, he feared he might not survive, but his only concern was his granddaughter. "Speak, elder," Yun Hao urged. "My granddaughter is a child of misfortune. Her parents succumbed to a plague. Upon encountering her, I took her under my wing, yet our lives have been anything but stable. I fear I may not last much longer. Could I ask you to look after her?" The old blind man implored. Cui Ju interjected with a smirk, "I wonder, Is it customary for you to solicit favors in such a manner? Now you wish to impose upon my husband? Ignoring cui jo esse jibe. The old blind man turned towards Yun Hao, awaiting his response. At that moment, the young girl began to cry. Just as Yun Hao contemplated how to respond, the old blind man commanded, Xinger, kneel and offer your respects to the young sir. Employing some unknown skill, he made the girl fall to her knees before Yun Hao. She indeed bowed her head. Yun Hao found himself at a loss. Yet, the old blind man continued without giving him a chance to speak. Young sir, my granddaughter's name is Zhong Hongxing. I entrust her to you. As long as you provide her with a meal, she will serve you without complaint. I have little to offer in return, but this battered pipa, with which I have traveled for over a decade, I bestow upon you as a token of my gratitude. Without waiting for a reply, he thrust the pipa into Yun Hao's embrace. He solemnly instructed his granddaughter, Xing, remember, wherever the young sir goes, you must follow closely, serving him without any grievances. Grandfata, Xing zobit. Do not weep. Remember my words, the old blind man said, gently patting her head before turning his gaze towards the distance. At that moment, as the old blind man turned, a sudden shift in his demeanor occurred. His posture straightened, and a powerful aura erupted from him, causing Yun Hao to swallow his words. At this juncture, Cui Ju, with keen eyes, observed the pipa that Yun Hao held, a glimmer of insight crossing his face. Young sir, the old blind man is entrusting you with his final request. You ought to help the young lady to her feet. Realizing that the girl named Zhong Hongxing was still kneeling, Yun Hao quickly extended his hand to assist her. Xinger, please rise. Wiping her tears away, Xinger silently stood beside Yun Hao, her gaze fixed on her grandfather's retreating figure. While Yun Hao conversed with Cui Ju, the old blind man addressed the two elders and the elderly woman, Master Su of the Yin Dao Alliance. These three swordsmen must surely be your subordinates? He inquired calmly. The elder, wielding a broad-bladed saber, grunted, Indeed, they are my men. The old blind man then turned to another elder, Master Wang, as the leader of the Camel Fortress. I did not expect you to join this fray. Do not forget, when we ventured into Huang Fenggu, there were 36 of us, including my elder brother. We seek you for a reason. All have perished, yet you alone survived and ascended to become a master of the blade. Should you not provide us with an explanation? Master Wang spoke in a grave tone. The old blind man then addressed the elderly woman, Lady Qi of Liangzhou. What brings you here? Lady Qi replied, Many years ago, my elder brother entered Huang Fenggu alongside you. As a sister, I must seek clarity regarding his untimely demise. The old blind man burst into hearty laughter before his expression turned somber. I have long stated that when we entered Huang Fenggu, life and death are decreed by fate, and fortune is dictated by heaven. I merely had the luck to survive, and their deaths bear no relation to me. Yet you persist in your pursuit, even after I have concealed my identity. It seems you are merely eager to uncover how I became a master of the blade, and to learn the secrets of Huang Fenggu. I reiterate, I have nothing to divulge regarding Huang Fenggu. I know not how to explain it. It is not a benevolent place, and I wish to prevent others from meeting their demise within. Over the years, I have sung songs to warn of its perils, yet it appears you remain undeterred. With this, the old blind man paused momentarily before proclaiming, If that is the case, let us adhere to the ways of the martial world. If you possess the capability, then kill me. Otherwise, I shall eliminate you all today. What grandiloquence! You, a mere individual, even if a master of the blade, are still only a 5th-grade grandmaster, while we are all 6th-grade grandmasters. Do you truly believe you stand chance? The leader of the Yin Dao Alliance scoffed. Words are futile. Let us settle this with battle. The old blind man's aura intensified further. Master Su, Lady Qi, and Master Wang, 3 6th-grade grandmasters, charged towards the old blind man. In an instant, the 4 grandmasters clashed. The old blind man, weaponless and barehanded, engaged with the 3, refusing to yield. The air resonated with the sound of powerful impacts as they moved swiftly, causing walls of earth to crumble and dust to rise. Before long, they had distanced themselves from Yun Hao and the others by several hundred meters. As the wind stirred, visibility diminished. Standing together, Yun Hao, Cui Ju, and Xinger gazed at the fading figures. Yun Hao suggested, Cui, shall we lend a hand? Cui Ju shook his head with a wry smile. My dear husband, the old blind man's request to you signifies his resolve to face death. Had he wished to flee, he could have done so long ago. He has chosen to fight, for martial artist possesses his own dignity. Moreover, the battle between 3 6th-rank martial masters and 1 5th-rank martial master, who has mastered the essence of the blade, is not something we can easily intervene in. For now, it would be prudent to focus on our own safety. As Cui-ju uttered his last words, his voice grew colder. Yun Hao instinctively glanced around, and he realized that they had been encircled by at least 20 individuals. Leading them were the 3 swordsmen from earlier, now exuding a palpable aura of menace. Cui-ju remarked with a hint of sarcasm. The members of the Yin-Dao alliance from the western regions are indeed becoming quite ambitious. Not long ago, I praised them as the last true swordsmen, but it seems they have now transformed into ruthless assassins. Observing the newcomers wielding gleaming blades, Yun Hao instinctively pulled Xinger behind him. Cui-ju, however, tossed him the wrapped Zhan Yao Dao, saying, "Take the sword, my lord. If we do not deal with these individuals tonight, we shall face greater troubles on the morrow." Yun Hao caught the Zhan Yao Dao, having previously asked Cui-ju to hold it for him. He was not in a rush to unsheath it, as he yearned to test his newly acquired 3rd-level long dragon hand technique. Having previously caught a blade with his bare hands, he had already showcased its might. The air flowed through his palms, and he handed the pipa to Xinger, instructing her to hold it. Xinger obediently embraced the pipa, with a sudden exertion of force. The ground trembled as the Zhan Yao Dao's hilt embedded deeply into the earth. Cui-ju chuckled. "Are you not going to use a weapon, my lord?" To which Yun Hao replied confidently, "Not yet." The swordsmen surrounding them did not attack immediately. Instead, they maintained their distance, surrounding without striking. The leader of the swordsmen addressed Yun Hao. "Young lord, we wish to take the young lady and the pipa. We do not wish to oppose you. We hope you will not make things difficult for us. The journey in the martial world is long, and we would be eternally grateful for your understanding." While the words seemed courteous, they were laced with an unmistakable threat. Yun Hao narrowed his eyes and replied in a low voice, "What if I refuse?" The leader's tone turned colder as he stated, "In the territory of Liangzhou, no one dares to openly oppose the Yin-Dao alliance. If you do not grant us face, do not blame us for being ruthless. You have no face to speak of," Yun Hao retorted. "You call yourselves swordsmen? In truth, you are merely a band of reckless killers. True swordsmen possess a sense of honor. You are nothing more than assassins." Before Yun Hao could speak further, Cui-ju spat and continued his tirade. "You speak of Liangzhou, yet it belongs to the Dayu dynasty. I have yet to voice my thoughts, yet you presume to act with impunity. You are truly courting death." In a flash, Cui-ju moved first, wielding his old smoking pipe as a weapon. He struck one of the assailants on the head, causing a scream as the man collapsed. Yun Hao's eyes lit up. He had previously only heard Cui-ju's sharp tongue, but now he witnessed his formidable prowess. It was evident that Cui-ju's pipe was imbued with a misty energy, indicative of deep internal strength. Yun Hao wondered just what rank of martial master Cui-ju truly was. As they engaged, the leader of the swordsmen ordered his men to attack, and the 20 or so assailants surged forward. Yun Hao shielded Xinger behind him, gathering energy in his hands. He reached for an approaching swordsman and executed the 2nd-level long dragon hand's grasping technique. The clash produced sparks as he effortlessly snapped the sword of the assailant, leaving the man dumbfounded. Before he could react, Yun Hao sent him flying with a punch. While continually protecting Xing, Yun Hao dispatched anyone who dared to approach with his energy-infused hands. They were merely second-rate martial artists, akin to mere chickens and dogs to him. "Be careful, my lord." Suddenly, Xinger cried out in alarm. Yun Hao felt a gust of wind overhead. His eyelids twitched as he growled, "Dragon Flame Force." Without hesitation, he unleashed his full power, raising his hand to deliver the 3rd-level Dragon Flame Force. His hand glimmered with a faint red glow, as if flames were igniting. With a resounding crash, a swordsman above him, who had attempted to ambush Yun Hao, found his blade scorched and shattered upon contact with Yun Hao's palm. He landed awkwardly, his expression a mix of confusion and fear. "What kind of martial arts is this?" he exclaimed. Yun Hao scoffed, stepping forward to retaliate. He sensed that this adversary was a formidable martial master, significantly stronger than an average warrior. Had it not been for his full-powered Dragon Flame Force, he might have faced a dire situation. According to Ji Yuan's words, he too was now a martial master. Although he held the advantage in their encounter, He could still feel the opponent's profound internal strength, igniting a competitive spirit within him. Once more, he extended his clawed hand towards the swordsman, who, with a disdainful sniff, discarded his broken blade and struck Yun Hao directly. What can a mere boy of 16 or 17 do against a first-rank martial master? With a thunderous impact, their fists collided, yet Yun Hao remained unmoved. The swordsman staggered backward, spitting blood as his eyes widened in shock. Without missing a beat, Yun Hao stepped forward, delivering a claw strike to the opponent's chest, only to find his hand piercing through the man's heart. A scream escaped the swordsman's lips as he fell, eyes wide open in death. "Save me, my lord." At that moment, Xing'er's voice pierced through the chaos. Yun Hao turned to see a swordsman seizing Xing'er, preparing to leap onto a rooftop. Panic surged through him. "Not good," he shouted, rushing to give chase. Yet at that instant, a scream rang out from above. The swordsman, clutching Xing'er, plummeted from the air, and a familiar voice called from the rooftop. "Do not worry about this young lady, Yin Langjun." Yun Hao looked up to find Ji Yuan had appeared, rescuing Xing'er and standing with her by his side, sword drawn. Relieved, he approached the Zhan Yao Dao, drawing it from the earth and unwrapping the coarse cloth. The heavy weapon felt weightless in his grasp as he swung it, its cold gleam reassuring him. With a glance towards the distant scene of over a dozen assailants attacking Cui Ju, who was fending them off with ease, Yun Hao lifted the Zhan Yao Dao and charged into the fray. The air was filled with screams as each strike resulted in severed limbs and heads. Joined by Cui Ju, they left no room for escape. All 20 assailants fell before them. Cui Ju observed Yun Hao's transformation into a youthful embodiment of death, unable to suppress his astonishment. He was well aware of Yun Hao's reputation, the boy who had single-handedly slain hundreds of bandits on Heifeng Mountain, earning the moniker of youthful god of death, a title that now rang true. Once the last foe had fallen, Cui Ju lit a pipe, savoring a puff before calling out to the rooftop, "Ji Yuan, you may descend now." Ji Yuan gracefully leaped down from the roof, landing smoothly beside Yun Hao and Cui Ju, holding Xing'er close. With a fierce glare directed at Lao Cui, Ji Yuan spoke in a rather unfriendly tone. "My grandmother has stated that should you ever act on your own accord again and place our lord in danger, I shall ensure you lose a tooth." Lao Cui shrank back, offering a sheepish smile as he replied, "Ji Yuan, you are mistaken. It is the kindness of our lord that compelled him to visit the old blind man and this young girl. I merely accompanied him, and I assure you, with me around, our lord will be safe." Ji Yuan huffed coldly. "You may explain yourself to my grandmother later." Yun Hao, overhearing Lao Cui address Ji Yuan as my lord, felt a flicker of curiosity but refrained from asking. Such are the intricate customs of wealthy families. "Is our lord unharmed?" Ji Yuan inquired, her expression softening into a smile as she turned to Yun Hao. "He is well, and I must express my gratitude to Miss Ji Yuan for her timely intervention in saving Xing'er," Yun Hao said appreciatively. Ji Yuan had come on orders to investigate. Upon not finding Yun Hao and Lao Cui at the inn, she had set out to find them. "Our lord is too polite. By the way, is this young girl not the one from the inn before? What transpired tonight? Why were there so many assassins attacking you?" Chapter 72. The relics of the extraordinary martial sage, Yun Hao succinctly recounted the events of the night to Ji Yuan. She dared not challenge him, but her demeanor towards Cui Ju was far from amiable, blaming him for endangering Yun Hao. Cui Ju could only smile awkwardly, revealing his yellowed teeth, knowing better than to disrespect Ji Yuan, who, in name, was now his superior. Ji Yuan had been personally appointed by Mei Hua Mama as the junior leader of the Mi Feng Si, commanding the 36 Feng Wei. Though both Ji Yuan and Cui Ju held the title of junior leader, their circumstances were worlds apart. The Mi Feng Si was the headquarters, while Cui Ju was merely the junior leader of the subordinate Feng Ren Si under the headquarters. "Can our lord save my grandfather?" Xing'er suddenly interjected, her eyes brimming with tears. This interrupted the conversation among Yun Hao, Ji Yuan, and Cui Ju. Both Ji Yuan and Cui Ju turned their attention to Yun Hao. "Let us go see." If possible, Yun Hao preferred not to meddle further, but he felt a sense of responsibility for the events that had unfolded due to his 10 taels of silver. The old blind man and the 3 assailants had long since vanished, and they needed to search for them. The 4 followed the traces of the battle until they finally ventured outside the town, where they discovered 3 bodies lying on the ground. To be precise, There were 3 corpses, one of which belonged to the old blind man. "Grandfather!" Xing Er cried, rushing forward to weep over the old blind man's body. Lao Chui and Ji Yuan approached to inspect the scene. Yun Hao scanned the surroundings, noticing the absence of the old woman referred to as Lady Qi. But a trail of blood led into the distance, suggesting that only Lady Qi had survived, albeit severely injured. The leaders of the Yin Dao alliance and the Camel Fortress lay dead. Cui Ju shook his head, clicking his tongue in amazement. Alas, how formidable! Truly, a master who has grasped the essence of the sword, battling 3 6th-rank martial masters and killing 2 while wounding another. This old blind man was indeed remarkable. What a loss, Ji Yuan remarked. It appears the martial world in Liangzhou is quite chaotic. Indeed, the years of conflict with the Hu people have left us unable to restrain the martial practitioners, leading them to become increasingly reckless, Cui Ju replied, casting a cold glance at the corpse of the Yin Dao alliance's leader. Yun Hao turned to comfort Xing Er, who was mourning the loss of the old blind man, who had entrusted her to him. Yun Hao found himself at a loss for words. Having just recognized a sister, he now faced the loss of another. With the old blind man deceased, words seemed futile. As Lao Chui put it, deaths in a martial world were an everyday occurrence. The next task was to assist Xing Er in preparing the old blind man's body for burial at dawn. After their labor, they returned to the inn in the dead of night. Yun Hao instructed Si Yuan to settle Xing Er in. Ji Yuan took the girl to her room, while Lao Chui shamelessly followed Yun Hao into his chamber. "Why are you not going to bed? What do you want with me?" Yun Hao questioned. Lao Chui flashed a toothy grin, glancing at the pipa given to Yun Hao by the old blind man. "My lord, after working all night, one must at least see the fruits of our labor, no?" "What fruits? You mean this broken pipa?" Yun Hao replied, puzzled by Lao Chui's fixation on the instrument. Lao Chui chuckled, nodding. "I have heard of the old blind man, Zhongli Feng. Surviving from Huangfeng Valley and mastering the essence of the sword to become a 5th-rank martial master is no small feat. His entrustment to you at the end of his life cannot merely be a broken pipa." Yun Hao gazed at the pipa in his hand and asked, "Are you suggesting there is something within this pipa?" Lao Chui replied with a smile, "Why not open it and see? Isn't that inappropriate? I feel this is a relic gifted by the old blind man, and opening it now would be tantamount to desecrating it." Yun Hao expressed his hesitation. "Oh, my lord, if I am not mistaken, this people likely contains something related to the extraordinary martial sage." Lao Chui's voice was laced with temptation. Extraordinary martial sage? Yun Hao had never heard of such a name before, but it struck him with a profound impact. Observing Yun Hao's unfamiliarity with the term, Lao Chui settled down, grinning. "Indeed. Would you like to know what an extraordinary martial sage is?" "I would," Yun Hao responded without hesitation. Lao Chui lit his pipe and took a puff, saying, "I am rather thirsty." The old fellow knows you are a novice in the martial world, intrigued by its tales and martial arts. Thus, he has you precisely in his grasp. Yun Hao rolled his eyes but still rose to pour Lao Chui a cup of tea, saying, "Please, tell me more." Lao Chui savored the tea before continuing. "There has long been a legend in the territory of Liangzhou. The Huangfeng Valley is renowned because it is rumored to be the dwelling of an extraordinary martial sage. While the veracity of this remains uncertain, the saying has persisted for 300 years, which is why the valley continues to attract martial practitioners seeking to uncover its secrets. Unfortunately, many have entered, but few have returned. In recent times, merely over a decade ago, the old blind man and 36 martial practitioners ventured in a Huangfeng Valley. Yet he was the only one to emerge alive. His mastery of the sword essence has made him a target for various factions, all eager to discover whether Huangfeng Valley is indeed the dwelling of the extraordinary martial sage and what treasures lie within. The old blind man must have acquired the route for entering and exiting the valley, and it would be a lifeline. All factions in the martial world wish to explore Huangfeng Valley for themselves. Yun Hao inquired, "What exactly does the extraordinary martial sage represent?" Lao Chui's expression turned wistful as he explained, "The extraordinary martial sage embodies the ultimate aspiration of all martial practitioners. As we know, above the martial masters are the innate grandmasters, and above them are the innate great grandmasters, even for those gifted with extraordinary talents. Ascending to the rank of innate great grandmaster is akin to scaling the heavens. Throughout history, only a handful have achieved that status. The innate great grandmaster is regarded as the pinnacle of martial arts in the contemporary world, and beyond that lies the legendary realm of the extraordinary martial sage. It is said that 300 years ago, the martial world was home to extraordinary martial sages, but after certain events transpired, they vanished overnight, and none have been born since. The martial sage is a legend, yet also the closest existence to that of an immortal. Some even claim that the realm of the martial sage is synonymous with the realm of immortality, possessing abilities that defy the comprehension of mere mortals. This is why any trace of an extraordinary martial sage is pursued at all costs, even at the expense of life itself. The rumors surrounding Huang Feng Valley as the dwelling of the martial sage draw countless martial practitioners, and with the old blind man's survival, one can imagine the allure it holds for the outside world. Now, do you still believe that the broken pipa the old blind man casually gifted you is merely a pipa? After hearing Lao Chui's account, Yun Hao felt a sense of unease rising within him. The notion of the extraordinary martial sage, akin to an immortal, was indeed a compelling temptation. For him, it at least validated the possibility that a path to immortality might genuinely exist in this world, even in the absence of certainty, as Lao Chui aptly puts it. The martial sage's prowess transcends the heavens, confounding both gods and demons. Does this not imply that even in a state akin to death, my sister Yun Wei might find salvation through the martial sage, should renowned physicians prove ineffectual? For him, this represents a glimmer of hope. In his final moments, the old blind man entrusted him with a pipa, a gift of significant weight. Gazing at the battered instrument in his hands, Yun Hao turned to Lao Chui and suggested, "Shall we not take a look inside?" Lao Chui, revealing his yellowed teeth, replied with enthusiasm, "Indeed, we must." With a decisive crack, Yun Hao exerted his strength, splitting the pipa in two. Inside, they discovered an object, a folded piece of beast hide. "Quickly open it," Lao Chui urged, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Chapter 73. The assassination of the Inspector Shun takes in within the confines of the room. Yun Hao and Lao Chui exchanged glances after examining the contents of the beast hide. It was a letter, as well as a map, penned by the old blind man himself. The overarching message revealed that over a decade prior, the old blind man had indeed ventured into Huangfeng Valley, where he encountered harrowing events. The perils of Huangfeng Valley were far more formidable than the rumor suggested. Of the 36 who entered, even those of the 6th rank and above perished within. The dangers were not merely environmental. The valley housed otherworldly beasts. The old blind man's survival was attributed solely to fortuitous circumstances. He had inadvertently strayed from the treacherous path and stumbled upon a route devoid of dangers, ultimately entering a realm that had once belonged to the extraordinary martial sage, Dao Sheng Chu Yuan Tian, 3 centuries prior. There, he beheld the blade marks left by the martial sage upon the stone walls, leading him to comprehend the essence of the sword. However, he never dared to enter the true sanctum of the martial sage, guarded as it was by ferocious beasts. It was only upon spotting another exit on the stone wall that he managed to escape, documenting his experiences on the beast hide. Keep this safe. There may come a time when you can explore it yourself. The blade marks left by the martial sage. Lao Chui remarked with a sense of awe. Nevertheless, do not consider entering just yet. Huangfeng Valley is far too perilous. Yun Hao nodded, tucking the beast hide away. His mind focused solely on locating a renowned physician to save his sister, Yun Wei. "Let us depart. Rest is essential," Lao Chui said as he prepared to leave. At the threshold, Yun Hao called out, "Old Chui." Lao Chui turned back. "Is there something else, my lord?" "This is for you," Yun Hao said, tossing him a yuanqi pill he had prepared earlier. Lao Chui instinctively caught it, momentarily stunned. Then his face broke into a joyous smile. "Is this the pill that Lord Ji Yu has consumed?" Ever since Granny May had hinted at it, he had been eager to flatter Yun Hao, hoping for a single pill. He had refrained from voicing his desire, but now Yun Hao had bestowed it upon him. "This is a yuanqi pill. I know you need it. I hope it proves beneficial, and I am grateful for your assistance along the way." Yun Hao discerned that Lao Chui's approach toward him was motivated by the allure of the yuanqi pill. Initially withholding, it was a test of Lao Chui's character. Through their interactions, he found Lao Chui to be a decent individual, albeit somewhat eccentric and lewd in his speech. As long as he expressed any inquiries, Lao Chui would readily oblige. Moreover, as they journeyed to Liangzhou City together, Yun Hao had numerous questions to pose to him. To Yun Hao, the Yuan pill was of little consequence. One pill could garner him a loyal ally in Lao Chui, a worthy exchange. Oh, thank you, my lord. Your generosity is overwhelming. If I can achieve a breakthrough at the threshold of martial arts, I shall repay you with my very life, Lao Chui exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Do not exaggerate. Take it and use it wisely. I hope it serves you well. Yes, yes. I shall not intrude upon your rest any longer. Oh, and remember to assist Xinger with the old blind man's funeral tomorrow. I lack experience in such matters. Rest assured, my lord, I shall personally oversee the arrangements, ensuring the old blind man receives a fine coffin and a proper burial in a favorable location. After a courteous exchange, they each retreated to rest. Yun Hao returned to his bed, entering a meditative state to replenish his energy. For tomorrow, they would continue their journey. The map of Huangfeng Valley, a gift from the old blind man, was an unexpected boon. Yun Hao had not intended to dwell on it, nor did he foresee himself venturing to Huangfeng Valley, at least not in the immediate future. However, upon arriving in Liangzhou City, fate would soon intertwine him with Huangfeng Valley. But that was a tale for another time. After a night of meditation, Yun Hao awoke to the sun already high in the sky. He quickly washed up and hurried outside. Today, they would lay the old blind man to rest. Since the old blind man had entrusted Xinger to him in his final moments, it was his duty to care for her. Upon stepping out of the inn, he found Lao Chui and Xinger already returned. Inquiring further, he learned that the burial had been conducted properly. Feeling a bit sheepish, Yun Hao apologized. I am sorry for waking late. Xinger promptly bowed, addressing him as my lord, and reassured him there is no need for self-reproach. It was I and Lord Chui who rose early. It is a good thing that we were able to give grandfather a timely burial. Yun Hao felt somewhat uncomfortable with Xinger addressing him as my lord, especially with the formality reminiscent of Shao Dai. Unbeknownst to him, after being taken away by Ji Yu the previous night, Xinger had been instructed on the etiquette of being a servant throughout the night. Lao Chui interjected, my lord, let's have breakfast. We must continue our journey shortly. Today, Lao Chui appeared radiant, speaking to Yun Hao with newfound warmth. Lao Chui, have you made a breakthrough? Yun Hao asked, uncertain. Lao Chui revealed a smile that could not be concealed. Yes, thanks to your generous gift. I broke through to the 6th rank of the Great Martial Master realm last night. 6th rank? Yun Hao was taken aback. He had learned the previous day that Ji Yu was a 3rd rank Great Martial Master. After consuming one of his Yuan pills, she had ascended to the 4th rank. He had assumed Lao Chui, who referred to Ji Yu as my lord, was at most a 3rd rank Great Martial Master. Yet here, he was at the 6th rank. Ah, I have been stuck at the 5th rank for 8 long years. Without your pill, I would have despaired of ever breaking through. Your kindness, my lord, is akin to a rebirth. I am truly indebted to you. Lao Chui spoke with heartfelt sincerity. No need for such gratitude. You are already at the 5th rank. Without my pill, you would have eventually reached the 6th rank. Yun Hao replied hastily. However, Lao Chui shook his head. You are mistaken, my lord. The Great Martial Master realm is divided into 9 ranks, with every 3 ranks representing a significant threshold. Those who cannot break through may remain stagnant for a lifetime. Attaining the 6th rank signifies I have surpassed the 2nd significant barrier. Your generosity cannot be overstated. As they sat at the dining table, exchanging conversation while eating, Yun Hao learned about the concept of breaking through in martial arts. For someone like Lao Chui, the transition from the 5th to the 6th rank represented a monumental challenge. Failing to overcome such hurdles could effectively halt one's martial journey. This revelation instilled a sense of urgency within Yun Hao. He wondered what rank he might be and whether he faced similar obstacles. Lao Chui assured him, do not worry. When the opportunity arises, I will assist you in assessing your rank. How will you test me? Yun Hao inquired eagerly. Before Lao Chui could respond, a joyful shout interrupted their conversation. Big brother. It was Chower, rushing down from the upper floor, followed closely by Granny Mei and Honggu Shao Dai. Last night, Granny Mei had mentioned the need to oversee Chower's bone restructuring, which required a night's time. Now, it seemed the process had been successful. Seeing his little sister filled Yun Hao with delight. Kaoya, big brother, Granny said I have successfully restructured my bones, and I can practice swordsmanship now. Kaoya exclaimed, brimming with joy. To her, Being able to practice swordsmanship meant she could accompany her big brother and assist him in fighting off villains. You must work hard and not disappoint Granny May. Yun Hao encouraged, gently ruffling her hair. Rest assured, big brother, I will do my best, Kawe declared, shaking her tiny fist. However, her gaze drifted to Xing, who had been present during breakfast. She had already heard Jiyu mention that her big brother had taken a servant. Is she just Mei, a sister of Xing? Kawe inquired. It seems you are already aware. From now on, treat Xing well, he replied. Rest assured, I will. The two young girls, close in age, then huddled together to converse. Yun Hao greeted Mei Hua, Po Pa, and Honggu, and after the group was prepared, they continued their journey towards Liangzhou City. Just before departing, Yun Hao had the innkeeper procure 10 flower pots of varying sizes, which he discreetly tucked into his treasure bottle, intending to experiment with cultivating medicinal herbs. In the back garden of the Liangzhou City governor's residence, 100 meters away, stood soldiers clad in armor, exuding an air of solemn vigilance. The expansive garden, covering dozens of acres, boasted a large artificial lake, a true luxury in the arid land of Liangzhou. The local sovereign, Governor Shun Taixing, sat in a pavilion like a feeble old man, fishing. Behind him knelt a man in black robes, trembling with trepidation. This was Gue Ing Luo, who had escaped from Heifeng Mountain. That night, Gue Ing Luo had evaded capture due to Yun Hao's poisoning. After 3 days of travel, they finally arrived at the governor's residence to meet Shun Taixing. Gue Ing Luo detailed the slaughter at Heifeng Mountain. After he finished his account, he knelt in silence. The seconds ticking by as Shun Taixing remained silent, seemingly fixated on his fishing rod. This created immense pressure for Gue Ing Luo, who was drenched in sweat. Suddenly, there was a splash. Shun Taixing had caught a fish. Ah, splendid, a fine catch, was the first phrase that Gue Ing Luo heard, remaining prostrate and not daring to meet Shun Taixing's gaze. What is your name? Shun Taixing unexpectedly inquired. Gue Ing Luo realized the question was directed at him, as no one else occupied the pavilion. Reporting to the esteemed governor, I am called Luo Shang. During my time at Heifeng Mountain, I was responsible for intelligence gathering. I am fleet of foot, hence the moniker Gue Ing Luo. He did not conceal any details, fully aware that the local sovereign could investigate his lineage thoroughly. Luo Shang, the one who seeks life. Gue Ing Luo, a commendable name indeed. Your timely warning is appreciated. Since you have escaped, remain in the residence to serve. Shun Taixing stated nonchalantly. Gue Ing Luo immediately bowed his head repeatedly, expressing gratitude. Thank you, honored governor. I am willing to dedicate my life to your service. You may go now. Someone will seek you out shortly. Yes, I take my leave. After Gue Ing Luo departed, Shun Taixing gestured, and a shadow swiftly approached within the pavilion. My lord, it was an elder clad in black, his hair streaked with gray. Old Gu, I appreciate your effort. Take Gue Ing Luo with you and eliminate that fellow named Yun Hao. I do not want anyone to know about the events at Heifeng Mountain. Understood, my lord. Wait. Deploy 3 squads of the Black Flag Guards. Remember, spare no effort to eliminate Yun Hao and all those around him. Leave no trace. Yes. The figure known as Old Gu vanished into the shadows. The pavilion returned to tranquility as Shun Taixing continued to fish, his gaze drifting towards the direction of the capital. Murmuring, Prince Wu, you have presented me with quite the conundrum. Chapter 74, Death Warriors. Power testing Stone Tianshui Bay is the essential route into Liangzhou City. Once past Tianshui Bay, the terrain becomes flat. Yun Hao and his party had been on the road from Huangfeng Town for 2 days, and the journey had been smooth without encountering any banditry. Old Chui had warned of potential attacks from the Yin Dao Alliance's assassins, yet the path had remained eerily quiet. With only a few dozen miles left to Tianshui Bay, Chui Ju and Yun Hao rode ahead, still at the forefront. Yun Hao noticed Old Chui had become unusually taciturn, which was uncharacteristic of him. He jested, Old Chui, what's wrong? You've been silent for half an hour. That's rather unlike you. Kuiju, surprisingly, did not smile but frowned instead. It has been too quiet these last few days. Something feels amiss. A smooth journey is a good thing. What could be wrong? Yun Hao replied. Chui Ju shook his head. It's just a gut feeling. Let us have everyone rest for a moment. All right, the sun is harsh. There is no harm in taking a break. Yun Hao agreed. Dismounting, Yun Hao discreetly fed his old black horse some water from the treasure bottle, and added a large vitality pill. Consequently, the old horse remained the most spirited among all the steeds during their travels. Meanwhile, old Shui approached Mei Hua Papa for a conversation. The two were far apart, and no one knew what they were discussing. Chao and Xing, having jumped down from the carriage, bounced over to Yun Hao. "Big brother," Cao exclaimed joyfully. Yun Hao smiled and asked, "Didn't Team Mei Hua Papa say your bone restructuring was successful? Why are you still in the carriage?" Chao tilted her head, saying, "The old lady told me that the essence of swordsmanship lies not in practicing the sword, but in understanding the sword's intent. She imparted a strand of sword intent to me, instructing me to nurture it. Once the sword intent is developed, I will naturally learn the sword techniques swiftly." Yun Hao felt envious of Chao, who had garnered the attention of Mei Hua Papa, receiving meticulous guidance, ensuring a promising future. Mei Hua Papa was indeed a master. Yet, Yun Hao remained unaware of whether she was an innate master or a grandmaster, as the distinction between the two was vast. "Then be sure to learn diligently from Mei Hua Papa," Yun Hao encouraged. Turning to Xing, he asked, "Are you hungry?" He offered her some food. As Yun Hao conversed with Chao and Xing, Cui Ju stood reverently beside Mei Hua Papa, displaying a hint of worry. "My lady, it has been too quiet on this journey. I sense something is amiss." Mei Hua Papa inquired, "What are your concerns?" Cui Ju responded, "Let the hidden wind guard scout ahead at Tianshui Bay before we proceed." Tianshui Bay is a crucial passage into Liangzhou City, with its complex terrain and rugged paths. Historically a site for ambushes, the absence of bandits or Yin Dao assassins is highly unusual. Yun Langjun has obtained the relic of the old blind man, concerning the martial saint's legacy from Huangfeng Valley. Those assassins cannot be oblivious to this. Normally, they would at least test us, yet not a single bandit has appeared. If someone were indeed plotting, they would likely lay an ambush at Tianshui Bay. Mei Hua Papa pondered, "You are familiar with the Liangzhou territory. Proceed, as you suggest. There is no need for excessive worry. Mere assassins cannot stir the tide, but we must ensure the safety of Princess and Yun Langjun." "Yes, I hope I'm overthinking this. I will now notify the hidden wind guards to scout Tianshui Bay." Guizhu affirmed. "Very well, we are nearing Liangzhou City, so there is no rush." Mei Hua Papa nodded. Cui Ju turned and departed to contact the hidden wind guards. Mei Hua Papa took a sip of water from the pouch handed to her by Ji Yuan and asked, "What about that girl named Xing?" Ji Yuan replied, "Her disposition is commendable. She has endured hardship, is sensible, and understands righteousness. If she can accompany Yun Langjun, it would be a good fit. Indeed, please take extra care of her during the journey. She is, after all, a pitiable child." Mei Hua Papa gazed at Xing in the distance. Ji Yuan contemplated before stating, "Grandmother, I have observed that Xing possesses a solid foundation but lacks experience. She must have built a martial arts base under the old blind man's tutelage, as she harbors substantial internal strength. The old blind man likely refrained from teaching her combat techniques for her safety, only imparting the foundational principles, yet she has developed internal energy. If properly guided, she could become a remarkable talent, although she lacks the aptitude for swordsmanship." Mei Hua Papa had focused her attention on Chao these past few days and had not paid much heed to Xing, entrusting Ji Yuan to watch over her. She had faith in Ji Yuan's judgment. Given her assessment, it was assuredly astute. Mei Hua Papa's gaze sharpened. "Oh, then what would suit her?" Ji Yuan replied calmly, "Something akin to my own path." Mei Hua Papa blurted out, "A death warrior?" Ji Yuan, well trained, can execute unexpected maneuvers at critical moments. Little do others know, she is actually a loyal assassin by the side of the Empress Dowager, personally selected and instructed by Mei Hua Mama. Now, Ji Yuan has unexpectedly suggested that Xing possesses the potential to become an assassin. Mei Hua Mama pondered for a moment and remarked, "Once the identity of Yun Langjun is established, it will be of immense value, inevitably attracting the covetous eyes of various factions. We must prepare in advance. Discreetly mentor Xing and ensure Yun Langjun remains unaware." "Understood," Ji Yuan nodded. "Und Yuking Lapost." Having grown accustomed to addressing Mei Hua Mama as such over the past few days, Mei Hua Mama slightly bowed and whispered, "Princess, you must have faced hardships on this journey." Yu Qinghong replied, "With you around, it is not difficult. Is there any news from the capital?" She was particularly concerned about the confirmation of Yun Hao's identity. The bloodlock had already been secretly sent to the capital for the priests to perform their secret rites. Mei Hua Mama said, "There is no need for the princess to be anxious. It is likely that within a day or two, the secret guards will bring news." "Yes, I have been too hasty." Meanwhile, Yun Hao and Xing Er were unaware that Ji Yuan and Mei Hua Mama had, through mere words, already determined Xing Er's fate. In contrast to the lively Chao Er, Xing Er appeared tranquil and composed in Yun Hao's eyes. She spoke little, merely standing quietly by the side, easily overlooked. Cui Ju returned after a brief stroll, having contacted the secret phone way and headed to Tianshui Bay. Upon seeing him, Yun Hao inquired, "Old Cui, are we departing now?" Cui Ju smiled and replied, "The sun is too fierce. Let's rest a moment. Did you not wish to know your martial arts realm? Gulme. Let us find Mei Hua Popa. She has a martial arts testing stone that can gauge your strength." Yun Hao's eyes brightened. Excellent. He followed Cui Ju to Mei Hua Mama. She produced a palm-sized gray stone resembling a bronze mirror and smiled at Yun Hao. "Yun Lang Jun, strike the testing stone with all your might. If it emanates 5 halos, you will have reached the realm of a grand martial master. The length of the 5th halo indicates your rank." With a thunderous impact, Yun Hao channeled the internal energy within him to concentrate in his fist and struck the testing stone with all his strength. A dull sound resonated as the stone flickered with brilliance. Mei Hua Mama and Cui Ju, along with others, fixed their gazes intently upon the stone. Suddenly, it burst with light, only to revert to normal moments later, now marred by cracks. Cui Ju's eyes widened in disbelief. What does this mean? Mei Hua Mama's expression mirrored his astonishment. The stone had not produced the expected multiple halos. It had not even shown a single beam of light, and it had shattered. This was utterly incomprehensible. Even a third-rate warrior would have produced at least one beam upon striking the stone. It was inconceivable that none had appeared. Yun Hao's punch had not yielded any light, yet it cracked the stone, leaving Mei Hua Mama and the others perplexed. Could it be that Yun Hao possessed no realm or rank? This was even less plausible. Even an innate master could be detected by the stone. Unless Yun Hao was stronger than an innate master, which seemed impossible. The testing stone was crafted by a grandmaster, and unless Yun Hao was a grandmaster himself, it was inconceivable that it could not gauge his martial arts realm. Yet, grandmasters were not commonplace. At merely 16 or 17 years of age, how could he be a grandmaster? Even if he were, it would not be easy to crack the stone. "Ah, Mei Hua Popo. I hope I haven't caused any trouble," Yun Hao said awkwardly, noticing the cracks on the testing stone. He regretted using his full strength. Mei Hua Mama quickly regained her composure and waved her hand. "No need to blame yourself, Lang Jun. This testing stone is quite old. It was likely on the verge of breaking." Yet, even as she uttered these words, she herself did not believe them. She was well aware of the material of the testing stone. It could not simply deteriorate due to age. Yun Hao awkwardly asked, "So does this mean my test was a failure?" Mei Hua Mama chuckled. "Not at all. The testing stone provides only a rough gauge. How about you face off against Ji Yuan? She is currently at the 4th rank of Grand Martial Master and can provide a better assessment of your strength." She then turned to Ji Yuan. "Ji Yuan, do not use your sword. Simply engage in a contest of internal energy with Yun Lang Jun. Be careful not to injure him." In Mei Hua Mama's eyes, she believed Yun Hao to be at most a 2nd-rank Grand Martial Master. "Yes, Popo." Ji Yuan stepped forward and addressed Yun Hao. "Let us see how we fare. Feel free to exert your full strength." Yun Hao, eager for the opportunity to spar with Ji Yuan, had long desired to do so, but had hesitated due to the journey and her being a girl. He had mentioned it to Cui Ju, who had dismissed the notion, saying, "No fighting, no fighting. It would be a joke for an old man like me to spar with you." Yet, Yun Hao understood that Cui Ju merely held him in low regard and did not wish to intimidate him. Now that an opportunity presented itself to spar with Ji Yuan, he would not let slip away. He smiled and said, "Sister Ji Yuan, I hope you will pardon my rudeness. Lang Jun, please do not call me sister. I cannot bear such a title. Simply call me by my name," Ji Yuan replied, clearly flustered. She understood that Yun Hao was likely a prince, and it would be inappropriate for him to address her as sister. Yun Hao, oblivious to his true identity, had never considered this angle. He was also unaware that both Ji Yuan and Cui Ju were subordinates of Mei Hua Mama from the secret Feng Si, and that Hong Gu was the younger sister of the current emperor of the Dayu dynasty, the Grand Princess. All related information had already reached the royal court in the capital, placed before the true power holder of the dynasty, the Empress Dowager. At this moment, both Ji Yuan and Yun Hao stood unarmed, prepared for their contest. Following her instructions, Ji Yuan aimed to assess Yun Hao's strength. The two faced each other. Ji Yuan, a fourth-rank Grand Martial Master, exuding a composed aura from her years of experience. In contrast, Yun Hao's strength seemed shrouded in mystery, elusive to all, with a deep utterance. The contest officially commenced. Yun Hao took the initiative, unleashing a powerful shout as his aura surged dramatically, executing the dragon mastery technique. His palm appeared to wield the might of a great dragon. The first layer of the technique manifested, a gust of wind rushing forth toward Ji Yuan's face. Unperturbed, she smirked confidently, her silhouette flickering like a specter as she effortlessly dodged the attack. Simultaneously, she struck with her fingers, shining with a cold brilliance. Aiming for Yun Hao's wrist, Yun Hao's expression sharpened. He swiftly altered his approach, channeling the second layer of the dragon mastery technique. This time his hands danced, creating multiple phantoms as if a true dragon swirled around him. Each strike unleashed a tempest, sending sand and gravel swirling into the air. Ji Yuan, taken aback, quickened her steps, flowing gracefully beyond the reach of Yun Hao's attacks. Her fingersword technique intensified, slicing through the air with a chilling precision, producing a hissing sound as it cut through the atmosphere. Both engaged in a fierce exchange, neither yielding ground, resulting in a stalemate. Understanding that only by unleashing his full potential could he hope to prevail, Yun Hao took a deep breath, circulating his true energy fervently, and finally unleashed the third layer of the dragon mastery technique. In that instant, his hands transformed into two genuine dragons, surging with powerful momentum toward Ji Yuan. Feeling the immense pressure, Ji Yuan dared not slacken her efforts, pushing her swordsmanship to its limits. Her figure darted swiftly through the trees, each finger strike releasing a fierce sword energy that collided violently with Yun Hao's palm winds. The air reverberated with thunderous roars as waves of energy radiated outward. After an intense clash, the two decided to determine the victor through their inner strength. They each retreated a few steps, their true energy surging with vigor. Yun Hao's inner force resembled the relentless waves of the ocean, crashing against Ji Yuan's defenses with unyielding force. In contrast, Ji Yuan's energy was akin to a solid rock, steadfastly resisting Yun Hao's onslaught. Both of their foreheads glistened with beads of sweat, their expressions grave, as the air around them seemed distorted by the compression of their inner forces. As time progressed, Ji Yuan's breath became increasingly erratic. Yet, Yun Hao remained composed, his energy flowing ceaselessly. Ultimately, Ji Yuan could no longer withstand the pressure, spitting out a mouthful of blood and being propelled backward. The scene shifted back to the moment when Yun Hao and Ji Yuan were sparring. Mei Hua Mama and Cui Ju stood to the side, watching intently, their hearts filled with astonishment. They had initially believed that Yun Hao would struggle to last even 10 exchanges against Ji Yuan. However, hundreds of exchanges passed, and Yun Hao grew increasingly formidable, his aura robust and unwavering, showing no signs of fatigue. Conversely, Ji Yuan's energy waned over time, her vitality diminishing. Cui Ju exclaimed in disbelief. This lad is truly a marvel. At first, I sensed his vitality was on par with a second-tier grand martial artist. Yet with each exchange, his strength seems to burgeon. He appears to have reached the level of a fourth-tier grand martial artist now. Mei Hua Mama's eyes sparkled as she remarked, Ji Yuan is on the verge of defeat. Soon, you should step forward to test Yun Longjuan's limits of inner strength. Cui Ju was taken aback, about to respond when Ji Yuan was suddenly sent flying. Mei Hua Mama's prediction proved accurate. She had lost. At this moment, Mei Hua Mama nodded at Cui Ju, who understood her signal, leaping forward to stand before Yun Hao. Delivering a palm strike toward him. With a smile, he said, Yin Langjun, unleash your utmost power and let us clash palms. Having just defeated Ji Yuan, Yun Hao did not anticipate Cui Ju's immediate challenge. Hearing the challenge ignited Yun Hao's competitive spirit. Aware that Cui Ju sought to test his inner strength, he did not dare to underestimate him, quickly channeling the energy within him, gathering it in his right hand. Simultaneously, he activated the third level of Long Yin Jin from the dragon control technique. With all his might, he met Cui Ju's strike. The impact reverberated through the arena. Both Yun Hao and Chui Ju staggered back 3 steps before halting, appearing evenly matched. In reality, however, Meihua Mama and Ji Yuan observed that Chui Ju's palm trembled behind his back, flushed with color. Chui Ju's expression changed multiple times in an instant before he burst into hearty laughter. Yin Langjun is a prodigy. Your inner strength is surprisingly on par with my own. Truly remarkable. Your prowess is already comparable to a 6th-tier grand martial artist, just as formidable as I am. Well done. As Chui Ju extolled Yun Hao, Ji Yuan, now back at Meihua Mama's side, softly spat in disdain. Chui Ju is truly shameless. He clearly suffered a setback, weaker than Yin Langjun. Yet he audaciously claims to be equally powerful. Meihua Mama chuckled. Chui Ju is not entirely incorrect. In a life-and-death battle, he would undoubtedly be invincible within the same realm. Similarly, even if Yin Langjun possesses greater inner strength than you would still be capable of defeating him with your sword. Ji Yuan nodded in agreement. Yin Langjun's inner energy is remarkably peculiar, unlike any dark energy I have encountered. It feels incredibly pure, akin to an unending river. Meihua Mama remarked. Yin Langjun may possess a unique constitution. In this vast world, the martial path is not the only system that exists, which explains why the power testing stone shattered. At that moment, Yun Hao rushed towards Ji Yuan, concerned for her well-being. During their earlier contest, Ji Yuan had been injured, a trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth. Ji Yuan shook her head. Yin Langjun need not worry. I am unharmed and will recover in a few days. Though she spoke lightly, her inner energy was indeed in turmoil, unable to withstand the oppressive force of Yun Hao's unusual power. It would take at least 10 days for her to recuperate. Yun Hao quickly produced a Yuanqi pill, saying, Ji Yuan, this is my fault. I sincerely apologize. Please take this Yuanqi pill. Ji Yuan's eyes brightened. She had thought Yun Hao had given all 3 pills to Meihua Mama and had none left. To her surprise, he still possessed one. The single pill she had received from Meihua Mama had enabled her to break through to the 4th tier of Grand Martial Artist, and she understood the value of such an elixir. Torn between desire and reluctance to accept such a precious gift, she glanced at Meihua Mama. Meihua Mama encouraged her. Since it is a gift from Langjun, Ji Yuan should accept it. Meihua Mama herself was eager for her subordinate to obtain another pill. Such rare elixirs were indeed hard to come by. Yun Hao had mentioned that he had stumbled upon a vial, but he did not know how many pills were contained within. It was inappropriate to inquire. With Meihua Mama's approval, Ji Yuan joyfully accepted the Yuanqi pill, expressing her heartfelt gratitude to Yun Hao. At that moment, Chui Ju's voice rang out. Tinged with envy, oh Yin Langjun, I just clashed palms with you, and I feel as though my energy is on the verge of collapse. Might I also be granted a Yuanqi pill? Ji Yuan, feeling shy, was hesitant to ask, while Chui Ju, unabashed, directly requested one. Yun Hao found himself at a loss for words with Chui Ju. The two had been evenly matched in their earlier exchange, and he had only offered the Yuanqi pill to Ji Yuan due to her injury. I have none left, Yun Hao firmly replied. Despite having more Yuanqi pills, he was unwilling to distribute them casually. Chui Ju, with a forlorn expression, contemplated pressing further when a long cry resonated from the sky. He looked up to see a hawk soaring above them. After circling for a moment, it flew away. At this point, Chui Ju ceased to press for the Yuanqi pill, suggesting, Langjun, let us rest for a moment before continuing our journey. I am fine. We can depart immediately, Yun Hao affirmed. Very well, let us set out. The terrain of Tianshui Bay is treacherous, and I hope we can pass through before nightfall, Chui Ju stated. The group mounted their horses and continued on, consisting of 4 guards, Yun Hao, Chui Ju, and Ji Yuan. The younger ones, Chao Chao and Xing'er, were called to the carriage by Honggu. Ji Yuan took over the reins from Chui Ju, intending to consume Yun Hao's pill to regulate her chaotic inner energy. Before boarding the carriage, Chui Ju reported to Meihua Mama. My lady, Feng Wei found no anomalies at Tianshui Bay. We may proceed. That is for the best. Let us depart swiftly and reach Liangzhou City as soon as possible. Meihua Mama pondered. Chui Ju's expression shifted from jovial to serious as he replied, Very well, we shall hasten our journey. Although Feng Wei reported no issues, I cannot shake this feeling of unease. Do not fret too much. Should any trouble arise, it is not your responsibility. I will handle everything, Meihua Mama assured with confidence. Chui Ju paused, quickly regaining his composure, feeling reassured by her presence. Indeed, This lady was a true powerhouse. Even if challenges arose, with Meihuan Mama around, they could quell any adversary. With this thought, Ju felt much more at ease, turning to Yun Hao in the distance. My lady, while I cannot ascertain Yun Longjuan's martial realm, I am certain his strength rivals my own. Moreover, Yun Longjuan's inner energy is remarkably unique, filled with an overwhelming and unyielding essence that I have never encountered before. I cannot fathom it in the slightest. Meihuan Mama simply smiled and remained silent, gesturing for the carriage to depart. Ju then urged his horse to catch up with Yun Hao, and the two continued to lead the way. Within less than an hour, they arrived at Tianshui Bay. From a distance, towering earth cones emerged like sentinels rising from the ground, stretching endlessly before the eye, resembling a natural forest formed by these geological formations. They varied in size, appearing utterly chaotic. A strong wind swept through, producing a haunting wail that echoed in the air, evoking an eerie atmosphere. Yun Hao marveled, truly a masterstroke of nature. How magnificent. Ju, shedding his former lewd grin, adopted a serious demeanor and cautioned, "My lord, once we enter, you must remain ever vigilant. The earthen forest of Tianshui Wan is treacherous, akin to a labyrinth, extending horizontally for hundreds of miles and vertically for 30. We must traverse it directly. Inside, there are bottomless ravines, and some paths barely accommodate a single person and horse. Perilously steep, sand foxes and wolf packs roam these lands, and countless lives are lost here each year. Tianshui Wan is also known as the Devil's Earth Forest. Furthermore, bandits lurk within, plundering at will. And beware of moving quicksand. Once ensnared, one can easily be engulfed." Listening intently to Chui's serious admonitions, Yun Hao stowed away his earlier dismissiveness, nodding earnestly. "Rest assured, old Chui, I will exercise caution." Ju replied, "There is no need to be overly anxious. As long as we are careful, I believe we can pass through unscathed. Once we do, the city of Liangzhou will be within reach." "Is this place truly as ominous as you say?" Yun Hao inquired. "It will be manageable," Ju reassured. "Now, let us proceed." As they ventured forth, the path grew narrower. Upon entering the earthen forest, Yun Hao realized the earth cones were enormous, towering several dozen zhang high, resembling mountains, while others stood a mere few meters tall, accessible for a leap. Additionally, there were natural caverns, their formation a mystery. According to Chui, this region of Liangzhou was once a vast ocean in ancient times. Now, it lay at the ocean's depths. Chui kept a watchful eye on the sky above. Yun Hao noticed a lone eagle soaring above them, seemingly following their every move. "Old Chui, that eagle appears to be tracking us," he remarked. "Hui chakud, that is my trained eagle." "Really?" Yun Hao was taken aback, surprised to learn that the eagle belonged to Chui. Noticing Chui's reluctance to elaborate, he refrained from asking further. In truth, that eagle was a Feng Ying, a specialized creature trained by the secretive Mi Feng Si, each one valued like a luxurious mansion in the capital. Only the royal Mi Feng Si could tame such beasts. Chui's statement was partly true. He could not afford one, but he had means to communicate through it. After covering a short distance, the wind suddenly ceased. The group found themselves in a gourd-shaped terrain, surrounded by towering earth cones, each around several dozen zhang high. Numerous earth caves dotted the cones, resembling a honeycomb. Suddenly, the eagle cried out, its call urgent. Ju's expression shifted dramatically as he raised a hand and commanded, "Stand guard." Dismounting, he tightened his grip on his smoking pipe. Observing Chui's demeanor, Yun Hao felt perplexed. "What is wrong, old Chui?" "The eagle is signaling. Protect yourself." Kuyurjid. At the same moment, the driver, Ji Yuan, unsheathed his sword. The four guards drew their blades, encircling the carriage. Ji Yuan leaped to Chui's side, questioning, "Did you not send someone to scout this area for safety?" Ju furrowed his brow, replying, "The previous reconnaissance revealed no anomalies, but the eagle's warning indicates otherwise. Quickly send a message for the shadow guards to converge and ensure the safety of the elder and the others." Almost letting slip the mention of the princess, Ji Yuan remained silent, placing his fingers to his lips to whistle a signal. The call was 3 long notes followed by 2 short ones. The eagle in the sky seemed to respond with a series of cries. Yun Hao, observing the two, felt a sense of confusion, unable to discern the cause of their anxiety. Just as he was about to inquire, a horse emerged from a distant earth cone, ridden by a figure clad in black armor, wielding a long blade. Soon after, more figures appeared, one after another, emerging from the caves, until over 100 riders materialized in mere minutes, each silent, save for the snorts of their warhorses. A palpable aura of menace enveloped the scene. Ji Yuan turned to Chui, asking, "Can you discern their origins?" Kuiju pondered in Liangzu. The only powers capable of mobilizing over 100 mounted warriors in soft armor are the Yin Dao alliance from the western regions and the Liangzhou governor's office. While these figures lack distinct insignia, the long blades they wield are exclusive to the Doliang army. Such a significant number of arms can only be supplied by the official forces. Are you suggesting these individuals are from the Liangzhou governor's office? Ji Yuan, unfamiliar with Liangzhou, inquired. Cui Ju, however, being well-versed in the local dynamics, nodded gravely. If I am not mistaken, these must be the black flag guards of the Liangzhou governor's office. Although they are not donned in the heavy black armor, each one possesses soft armor. The Doliang blade and soft armor. Such a grand display of resources can only come from the Liangzhou governor's office. The Yin Dao alliance lacks such capital. Ji Yuan gasped. Is the governor, Shun Taixing, plotting rebellion? Chapter 77. Should we reveal our identities? Upon hearing Ji Yuan and Chui's discussion referencing the Liangzhou governor's office, Yun Hao's heart sank. Could it be that these individuals were after him? He recalled the specter of Gue Ingluo escaping from Heifeng Mountain. According to Chower, after Gue Ingluo's flight, he would undoubtedly report to the governor's office. At that moment, the governor's office would not let him off easily. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Yun Hao spoke. If they are indeed from the governor's office, they are likely after me. If a confrontation arises, I will hold them off while you find a way to escape. Cui Ju and Ji Yuan were taken aback by Yun Hao's suggestion, never expecting him to take such a burden upon himself. Cui Ju chuckled, my lord. There is no need for such concern. The sky will not fall. Ji Yuan added, fear not, Yin Langjun. They may not be targeting you specifically. However, both Ji Yuan and Cui Ju harbored the same thought. Could this be related to Yun Hao? Yet, considering that Yun Hao had vanquished the bandits of Heifeng Mountain, it was unlikely that even if the governor's office were involved, they would deploy 100 black flag guards against him. Simply put, Yun Hao did not yet hold that significance. Of course, neither Ji Yuan nor Cui Ju would voice such doubts. The appearance of these black flag guards and the reasons behind their presence remained to be investigated. As the three conversed, Yun Hao felt a gaze fixated upon him. Looking up, he recognized a figure ahead, Gue Ingluo, the very person who had fled from the bandit lair on Heifeng Mountain. His heart sank. They were indeed after him. From a distance, Yun Hao observed that Gue Ingluo was accompanied by an elderly man draped in a black cloak, obscuring much of his face, revealing only a long white beard, indicating he was an elder. Gue Ingluo appeared to be speaking to the elder, occasionally glancing in Yun Hao's direction. Indeed, at that moment, Gue Ingluo was respectfully addressing the elder, pointing at Yun Hao, saying, that lad, Yun Hao, is the one who killed Yushanshu. He openly declared that the demon wolf was also slain by him, ruining the grand plans of the eldest son. The elder, known as Gu Xiansheng, was a figure of great repute within the governor's office, someone even the governor Shin Taixing would refer to as Xiansheng. He was the most formidable presence within the governor's office, the first deacon, and a trusted confidant of Shun Taixing. Gue Ingluo perceived Gu Xiansheng as the authoritative figure in the entire governor's office. Before Mr. Gu, one must tread cautiously, not daring to show an ounce of disrespect. On that fateful day, he had fled and hurriedly arrived at Liangzhou City to deliver the news that Heifeng Mountain had been annihilated by Yun Hao. His intentions were merely to seek a way out. Fortunately, upon meeting the esteemed governor, a path was granted. He was no longer a despised bandit, but rather a recognized member of the Liangzhou governor's office, even holding an official title. Though it was a minor position, Gue Ingluo was undeniably satisfied. Mr. Gu squinted and cast a glance at Yun Hao before turning to the obsequious Gue Ingluo and hoarsely uttering, I shall remember you. Old man, you have fulfilled your mission. Now you may meet your end. Mr. Gu's voice was flat, devoid of any emotion. At these words, Gue Ingluo trembled, his eyes widening in disbelief, as if he could not fathom having heard correctly. Stammering, he implored, Mr. Gu, what do you mean? Without deigning to look at Gue Ingluo, Mr. Gu continued, You are but a lowly bandit, unworthy of demanding a way out from the esteemed governor. Although the governor may not care, I must consider the reputation of the governor's office. Now that the bandits of Hafing Mountain are all dead, you have no face left to remain in this world. Do you? Return to accompany your comrades. Knowing too much is not a blessing. How could the governor's office be associated with such vile bandits? You overestimate your own worth. With every word Mr. Gu spoke, Gui Ingluo's complexion grew paler, his body feeling as though it were plunged into an icy abyss. Suddenly, he comprehended the grim reality. Indeed, in the eyes of the governor's office, bandits were no better than dogs, merely despicable slaves employed to handle nefarious affairs. The mission had failed. He had been naive, perhaps overly eager for a respectable standing. Now, the betrayal was at hand. Gui Ingluo, with reddened eyes, growled, "By what right do you claim this? I have already gained the governor's acknowledgement. I am now one of the governor's people. You cannot kill me. Send him on his way," Mr. Gu remarked indifferently, still not casting a glance at Gui Ingluo. Sensing something amiss, Gui Ingluo attempted to flee, but before he could fully turn, pain pierced through his back. A large blade had pierced his body. With a sickening sound, the blade was withdrawn, and Gui Ingluo collapsed to the ground, eyes wide open in death. "Mr. Gu coolly commanded, kill them all. Leave no survivors." This command was directed at the He Wei. As an unwavering confidant of Shun Taixing, Mr. Gu was privy to all matters concerning him. This mission ostensibly aimed to eliminate Yun Hao, but the true target was the individual within the carriage, or rather, Princess Yu Qinghong. In truth, the governor's office had been informed of the situation involving Yun Hao and Yu Qinghong 2 days prior. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that the governor had received a secret missive from the king of Wu, announcing the arrival of the princess in Liangzhou. Consequently, the intelligence apparatus of the governor's office sprang into action and successfully located the princess. It was discovered that she was in the company of Yun Hao. Just before Gui Ingluo arrived at the governor's office to deliver the news of Hafing Mountain's destruction, he had received this information. Naturally, eliminating Yun Hao was a trivial matter for the governor's office. The essential point was that the missive from the king of Wu explicitly stated the need to eliminate the princess. Although the reasons remained unclear, the governor ultimately made his decision to kill. The entire Yu dynasty was aware that the current emperor's health was waning. For the sake of a woman, he had neglected state affairs, leaving true power in the hands of the Empress Dowager. As the emperor had no heirs, according to ancestral customs, a prince must be selected from the lineage of the king of Wu to be adopted by the emperor. The chosen candidate was the heir of the king of Wu. It was common knowledge that the king of Wu's lineage would soon seize power. Consensus had formed both inside and outside the court, including among the royal family, that the heir of the king of Wu was destined to become the crown prince and the future emperor of the Yu dynasty. However, the Empress Dowager, wielding authority, would never relinquish her power easily. At this critical juncture, the princess suddenly left the palace and arrived in Liangzhou, causing great concern for the king of Wu, fearing that the adoption of the heir might encounter unforeseen complications. After all, the princess was the biological child of the current emperor and the Empress Dowager. A secret missive was dispatched to Governor Shun Taixing, instructing him to eliminate the princess, promising him the merit of a dragon-slaying achievement. For the sake of the family and to stabilize the borders, the governor made the decision to send his trusted confidant to personally lead 100 riders of the He Wei to slay the princess. With Yun Hao merely being a secondary target for his prior destruction of the governor's office's influence in Hafing Mountain. With a single command from Mr. Gu, the 100 riders of the He Wei, silent and resolute, advanced from all directions towards Yun Hao and his companions. The atmosphere was thick with an air of impending slaughter. Mr. Gu, standing at the rear, squinted his eyes in observation. He understood that this was a high-stakes gamble, a token of loyalty from Shun Taixing to the king of Wu. Unfortunately, neither Mr. Gu nor Shun Taixing anticipated that within the carriage not only lay Princess Yu Qinghong, but also Meihua Mama, an attendant of the Empress Dowager, as well as personnel from the Fengren Si and Fengying Si, subordinate agencies under the Liangzhou Mifeng Si. Neither did they foresee how significant Yun Hao's identity was to Yu Qinghong and Meihua Mama. Amidst the chaos, Yun Hao unfurled the wrap Zhan Yao Dao. He had been observing Gui Ingluo when, unexpectedly, he witnessed Gui Ingluo being stabbed through the back. The circumstances were unclear, but the next moment, upon seeing the black-armored figures closing in, he steeled himself. Chui Ju stood beside him, his gaze fixed intently on the approaching He Chi Wei. Ji Yuan returned to the carriage and softly spoke, "Mama, Your Highness, Lao Chui believes it to be the He Chi Wei of the Liangzhou governor's office. Should we reveal our identities?" Inside the carriage, Yu Qinghong looked to Mei Huang Mama, seeking her opinion.